Chapter 1. The Transmigration. System dear? Golden finger dear? Damn, is it still not working? A young boy began to flail his small fists at the air, vainly hoping to choke the very atmosphere around him. After venting his frustrations, he lay despondently on his bed, murmuring to himself, "Why is it that others transmigrate with systems or are born geniuses, whereas I have nothing, merely a common orphan? Oh heavens, why must you be so unfair? Damn!" As he spoke, the boy raised his middle finger to the starry sky, attempting to draw the attention of the divine, though regrettably, this realm was not under divine jurisdiction. Indeed, this little boy had already transmigrated. He was no longer in his original world. In this new existence, he was known as Yagami Taichi, a common orphan from the Hidden Leaf Village. His parents had perished during a secret mission, leaving behind a place to reside and a substantial death benefit, sufficient for him to graduate from the Ninja Academy or to live a mundane life as a commoner. However, a month ago, his original soul had been replaced by one from modern society for reasons unknown. After a month, Yagami Taichi had begun to adapt to life here, yet the absence of a system was something he found difficult to accept. Sigh, it seems futile to hope for a system. A month has passed with no sign of it. But why wasn't I transmigrated into the Uchiha clan? I desire those mesmerizing eyes. In a world where bloodlines and those captivating pupils reign supreme, I am left with neither external aid nor any celestial physique. Am I merely destined to be cannon fodder? The more he pondered, the more agitated Taichi became, rolling around on his bed like a fish out of water, desperately trying to turn over yet feeling utterly powerless. Once he calmed down, Taichi began to contemplate. Since the reality is laid bare before me, I must think of ways to survive, especially since I am to attend the Ninja Academy tomorrow. Moreover, over this past month, I have gained a preliminary understanding of the current state of affairs. The Second Great Ninja War has just concluded, but we are not in a period of peace. The repercussions of the war linger, with localized conflicts still ongoing. The original Taichi's parents lost their lives during a mission. Had they survived, my situation would have been somewhat better. There isn't much time between the Second and Third Wars. Based on my memories from my previous life, after Obito graduated, the Third War officially broke out. Many renowned ninjas emerged during that conflict, such as the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, the Copy Ninja Kakashi, and the new AB combination from the Cloud Village. The Third War concluded around the 50th year of Konoha, and now it is the 41st year, which means I have roughly 7 to 8 years left. After all, I have no knowledge of when the Third War will begin. Hence, my time is limited, and I can only hope to learn something substantial at the Ninja Academy. Otherwise, I will truly become cannon fodder. With his thoughts organized, Taichi began to search for ways to enhance his abilities. Actually, the simplest method would be to obtain the Sharingan. Although it would drain my chakra due to the inability to deactivate it, the fame of the Copy Ninja is renowned throughout the ninja world. However, at this stage, acquiring Sharingan would likely lead to my demise. Even Orochimaru would find it challenging to obtain one, let alone me, who currently has no chakra. The second option is to acquire Hashirama cells. Transplanting them would not only grant me immense vitality and chakra, but could also possibly would release abilities. However, at this stage, Hashirama cells are only held by Madara, who cultivates them using the outer paths Gedomazo. Attempting to snatch them from Madara would be akin to digging a grave for myself. Then there's the experimentation conducted by Orochimaru and Danzo, specifically Danzo's bandaged arm. Speaking of which, Yamato should have been born by now, which means that the research on Hashirama cells must have reached a conclusion. The possibility of obtaining Hashirama cells from the Root Laboratory is almost as improbable as encountering Jack Ma on the street, saying, "Young man, hey, race a billion for you." It feels much more reliable. The above two options were unfeasible. None of them were within his reach at the moment, not to mention things like the Flying Thunder God technique or Tailed Beasts. Tailed Beasts have their masters, and acquiring the Flying Thunder God technique is not something that can simply be obtained through contributions. Not to mention the hurdles in training the technique if you are not from the Hokage lineage. You cannot even qualify to train in it. All of these were mere illusions, like the moon reflected in water or flowers in a mirror visible yet unattainable. What else could possibly enhance my strength? Just as Taichi pondered over the plot of Naruto he had seen in his previous life, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. A figure with long white hair appeared in his mind. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. As a fan of Naruto, Jiraiya's death was undoubtedly among the many unresolved grievances. Return of the Dragon to the sea does not welcome me. Jiraiya. This was the highest recognition by netizens for the heroic Jiraiya in his previous life. As the disciple of the third Hokage, he achieved the title of Sannin as a commoner, possessed the sage mode of Mount Myaboku, and was the destined teacher of the great Toad Sage. He was also the renowned author of Ica Paradise, a best-selling series in the ninja world. In this sense, aside from his tragic fate, Jiraiya's life seemed remarkably perfect. If I could become Jiraiya's disciple, that would be an excellent choice. Not only would I gain protection, but I could also learn various ninjutsu. Even sage arts wouldn't be out of reach. Sage arts. Right, I can cultivate sage arts myself. How could I have forgotten about sage arts? The cultivation method for sage arts is quite simple. The first step involves sensing natural energy and then drawing that energy into one's body. However, there are two challenges in this process. The first is that outside of the three great sacred lands, natural energy is not as dense and is thus difficult to sense. In the original storyline, Naruto needed the assistance of toad oil while training in Mount Myaboku. The second challenge is that once natural energy is sensed, it will automatically fuse with chakra, a process that can petrify the practitioner, making this the most perilous aspect of cultivating sage arts. If one can overcome the first challenge, they may proceed to the second step, mastering the balance of natural energy and chakra to form perfect sage chakra. This process, aside from the risk of petrification, also requires the practitioner's state of mind to be as tranquil as water. The closer one is to nature, the more perfect the sage chakra becomes, and sage mode will be even more powerful. However, while it sounds straightforward, the execution is incredibly difficult. Whether sensing natural energy or preventing petrification is beyond Taichi's current capabilities. It seems I must first find a teacher. Jiraiya is one option, Tsunade is another, as I could learn medical ninjutsu. As for Orochimaru, well, he is a decent teacher, as evidenced by Sasuke and Kabuto. One is an unparalleled prodigy, and the other, during the Fourth War, relied on his Edo Tensei to wreak havoc on the Ninja Alliance. Had it not been for Edo Itachi's intervention, the outcome of the Fourth War might have been altered. Thus, Orochimaru's teaching capability is indeed commendable. Moreover, he possesses cursed seals and various methods to enhance strength. Unfortunately, I am neither a genius nor do I have any bloodline limits, so I fear I may not catch Orochimaru's attention. Most importantly, in a few years, he will defect. Associating with him now might lead to a reckoning from the higher-ups in Konoha, which is quite disadvantageous. Thus, lost in thought, Taichi found it increasingly difficult to endure. After all, he was merely a 3- or 4-year-old child and could not withstand staying up late, gradually drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, in the forest outside Konoha, a boy with yellow hair was carrying a girl with red hair in a princess carry as they made their way towards the Hidden Leaf Village. The girl in his arms was gazing at him with a hint of unspoken affection. Chapter 2. Enrollment. Konoha. The morning sun cast its warm glow upon the earth, and the weather was exceptionally fine, lifting one's spirits. Kakashi, are you ready? Yes, father. The speaker had spiky silver hair, and his once listless eyes now held a glimmer of anticipation. Indeed, the speaker was none other than the illustrious Hitaki Kakashi, famed copy ninja, the 6 Hokage, the best support during the Fourth War, the disciple of Minato, and the mentor to Naruto, among a plethora of other accolades that resounded like thunder. The other individual was none other than the renowned Konoha White Fang, Hitaki Tsukumo, Kakashi's father. Ready? Then let's set off. Time flies, you're already going to the Ninja Academy. It feels like just yesterday when you were so small, he remarked, gesturing with his hands. All right, father, let's not dwell on the past, Kakashi said, rolling his eyes and quickly dashing out of the house. Kakashi, wait for me. Hitaki Tsukumo called out as he hurried to catch up. My son, believe in yourself. You will undoubtedly become a ninja. This is the essence of youth. Kai. With that, he gave a thumbs up and smiled at the boy with the watermelon head, his white teeth gleaming brightly in the sunlight. However, my dear father, I have not been admitted to the Ninja Academy, thus I have no means to become a ninja. Tears streamed down the face of the boy with a watermelon-shaped head, akin to a faucet that could not be turned off. Foolish boy. Kai. As long as you exert yourself, success and enrollment is within your grasp. I have already inquired with Lord Hokage if you can run 500 laps around the playground. You shall be granted admission. Really? I can certainly achieve that. Father. With tears cascading down his cheeks, Kai struck a pose reminiscent of Might Guy, his teeth dazzlingly bright. This watermelon-headed child is none other than Might Guy, the man who nearly kicked his way to the conclusion, recognized by Madara and hailed as the strongest in taijutsu. Who could have imagined that such a formidable individual could not even gain entry to the Ninja Academy? How wonderfully I slept. What time is it? Tai had just awakened, his hands groping about the bedside as if searching for something. I forgot I have traversed into the world of Naruto, and it has been a month already. I still have not broken the habit of reaching for my phone upon waking. Muttering to himself, he dressed, completed his morning rituals, and then headed to the kitchen to reheat the eel rice he had purchased the night before. Why is the street so bustling today? The lively sounds emanating from the street piqued Tai's curiosity. Although mornings typically bore some noise, it was nowhere near the commotion of today. Lost in thought, he approached the window to gaze at the street, where adults led their children in a single direction, their faces adorned with smiles, engaging in conversations about how the Ninja Academy is and how their children will surely become competent ninjas, and so forth. Is today the day of enrollment? Oh no, I almost forgot. Tai slapped his forehead in realization, spun around to the kitchen, retrieved his still unheated eel rice, and devoured it hastily. After finishing his meal, he grabbed his jacket and dashed out of the house. At that moment, the streets were noticeably less crowded. Tai jogged along, greeting neighbors along the way. Good morning, uncle at the dumpling shop. Good morning. Tai, today is the day you head to the Ninja Academy, right? Would you like a skewer of 3-color dumplings? No, thank you. Uncle will have some when I return. I might be late. Haha, you still love to sleep in. Make sure to work hard and become a competent ninja. Rest assured, uncle, I will. Indeed, this is the renowned 3-color dumpling shop of Konoha, the favorite food of Itachi, conveniently located along the route to the Ninja Academy, not far from Tai's residence. During the past month since his arrival, he had become well acquainted with the nearby residents and had even tried Ichiraku ramen, which was truly the prince's favorite. After exchanging pleasantries with the neighbors along the way, Tai quickened his pace, ultimately arriving just in time. Breathless, Tai reached the Ninja Academy's playground, where the third Hokage, clad in a white robe and wearing the Hokage hat, stood upon a high platform delivering an exhilarating speech. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire endures. You are the tender shoots of a new generation, the sparks we must protect. The third Hokage spoke eloquently, and initially the audience listened with great enthusiasm. However, as time wore on, an hour later, the crowd's interest had waned considerably. Another hour passed, and eyelids began to droop. Had anyone else been speaking, they would have long been dismissed. The third Hokage felt invigorated by his own words, believing he had gained new insights into the will of fire. Just as he was about to continue, an Umbu agent at his side interjected. Lord Hokage, the time is nearly up. Others are waiting for you. The third Hokage, caught up in his fervor, thought he could elaborate on the will of fire for another 30,000 words. Yet he was interrupted. Very well, I have said all I needed to. I declare the opening ceremony of the Ninja Academy concluded. Children, I hope you all become ninjas capable of standing on your own. As the third Hokage's words echoed, the crowd erupted in cheers, though it was unclear whether it was for his speech or the relief that it had finally ended. Is it over? Tai sat up from the grass, rubbing his sleepy eyes. The third Hokage's speech was so hypnotic and dragged on for too long, it seems all leaders are alike, too verbose. Yagami Tai, here. Tai waved his hand and quickly ran to the Chunin, who called his name. The Chunin nodded and proceeded to call the next name. Hatake Kakashi. Tai was taken aback, realizing he was in the same class as Kakashi. Turning around, he saw a silver-haired boy with a spiky head approaching slowly. Ah, is that Hatake Kakashi? He's so cool. Indeed, what a character. How wonderful it would be to marry him. No wonder he is so popular, even at such a young age. Tai observed Kakashi standing coolly beside the Chunin, eliciting another round of squeals from the girls. Even the adults were praising him, commenting, is this the genius of the Hatake clan? Truly, he is the son of the White Fang. That distant figure with the white hair must be the legendary Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo. It is such a pity that the renowned White Fang ultimately succumbed to rumors and took his own life. If only we could have prevented Tsukumo's suicide, wouldn't that provide a substantial ally? Tai clapped his hands in excitement. How could I forget about the White Fang? Although he bears the name of the Hatake clan, both Kakashi and Tsukumo hail from humble beginnings, or rather, a fallen family. Moreover, Tsukumo is currently an elite Jonin, undeniably at the level of a Hokage, in contrast to Tsunade, who frequently leaves Konoha, or Jiraiya, who is often away, and ultimately the traitorous Orochimaru. Tsukumo would undoubtedly make an excellent mentor. As for how to approach him, Kakashi standing over there would serve as a perfect entry point. Just as Tai clarified his thoughts, the leading Chunin had finished calling names. Observing those standing around him, he noted they resembled those from the original story, including Obito, Rin, Sarutobi Asuma, and Yuhi Kurenai, along with some background characters not featured in the original narrative. Such familiar faces. It seems even the elite class requires commoners to balance things out. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing for the children of prominent families to be at the bottom. All right, Those whose names have been called, follow me. Thus, a throng of children followed the leading Chunin towards the classroom, with Tai naturally trailing behind. Chapter 3. Self-Introduction. Upon entering the classroom alongside the CHNIN teacher, I observed that this room bore no distinction from those of the princely era, remarkably. After so many years, it had undergone little change. Enough of the commotion, find your seats, the CHNIN teacher interjected, silencing the raucous children before proceeding with his self-introduction. My name is Long Tao Jia, but you may refer to me as Teacher Long Tao. From this day forth, I shall be your homeroom teacher, overseeing your journey through this ninja school. I look forward to your guidance and cooperation. With that, Teacher Long Tao offered a slight bow. His name seemed rather unremarkable. Yet intriguingly, it appears that the original text did not mention this instructor at all. Tai sat at the back of the classroom, resting his forehead on one hand as he began to survey the individuals within. There were few familiar faces: Kakashi, Rin, Obito, Asuma, and Kurenai. The boy with the high ponytail must belong to the Nara clan. Thus, the two beside him would likely be the other members of the Inoshikacho trio. Additionally, there were several others, including those from the Uchiha, Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka clans. So many remained unknown to him. Speaking of which, where could Guy be? After scanning the classroom, he found no sign of Might Guy. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Guy was probably not yet admitted, most likely out jogging outside. A 5-year-old running 500 laps around the playground truly lived up to his reputation as the man who kicked the final chapter into motion. With this thought, he turned to gaze out the window. However, aside from a few scattered parents, there was no sign of Might Guy. Was he still not here? Was he unprepared? Or had he not yet made up his mind? At that moment, the substitute teacher on stage interrupted Tai's reverie. Next, I would like everyone to introduce themselves, your name, your dreams, what you like, and what you dislike. We shall start from the front row. Indeed. The method of introduction among ninjas remained unchanged for centuries. Tai had anticipated this situation. I am Long Tiaoyi, with aspirations of becoming Hokage, a fondness for eel rice, and an aversion to caterpillars. Are you certain you are not the illegitimate child of the supporting character, teacher? The names are all remarkably consistent. Furthermore, why is it that everyone's dream is to become Hokage? Tai could not help but voice his grievances, despite having watched Naruto countless times. He remained filled with critiques regarding this introductory segment. Of course, Tai dared only to ponder these thoughts silently, for expressing them aloud might offend someone. I am Long Tiaobing. Soon, it was Tai's turn to be introduced. Yagami Tai, with no dreams to speak of, fond of delicious food, and averse to anything unpalatable. What kind of self-introduction is this? Apart from his name, we know nothing else about him, exclaimed some classmates, unable to contain their remarks. Tai paid no heed to the child's jibes and simply took a seat, while the supporting teacher wore an expression of utter exasperation. What was with the pretentiousness of these so-called elite offspring? The teacher silently scoffed. All right, next. A few more individuals introduced themselves, and at last, it was Kakashi's turn. Hatake Kakashi, my aspiration is to become a ninja like my father. I have many likes and many dislikes. Having spoken, Kakashi coolly settled down, closing his eyes in serene repose. Oh, Kakashi is so handsome. I want to bear your children. Darling, look at me. Kakashi's nonchalant demeanor prompted a chorus of shrill admiration from the infatuated girls. Were the characters from Naruto maturing at such an early age? I recall feeling this way when I first watched Naruto, and it seems the real world mirrors this sentiment quite accurately. Taichi wore a look of helplessness. Reiterating the same sentiment, Kakashi is indeed immensely popular. Had Shomao not taken his own life, perhaps Kakashi would not have become the figure he is in later generations. The exasperated supporting teacher found himself compelled once more to maintain order. I am Uchiha Obito, and I aspire to become Hokage. Once I attain that esteemed position, I shall intricately carve a pair of goggles and the Sharingan upon my Hokage monument, ensuring that other ninja villages regard me with newfound respect and fear the formidable reputation of the Sharingan. I wish for them to be awed by my Hokage monument, rendering them hesitant to act against our village. He expressed a desire to aid those in need and a disdain for those who betray their comrades. Oh, is this the level of awareness that Obito possesses at this moment? It did catch me by surprise that he did not mention his affection for Rin. Perhaps they had only just met, and their bond had yet to form. Upon hearing the introduction of Obito, Tai was somewhat astonished. Although amusing, it was rather reassuring. Was it not? The subsequent introductions were rather monotonous, either aspiring to become Hokage or surpass someone else. Perhaps the most intriguing was Asuma Saratobi, who declared, I am Asuma Saratobi, and my dream is to surpass the third Hokage. When he mentioned his admiration, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Kurenai Yuhi, and his face turned crimson, rendering him unable to articulate the words that followed. Ultimately, it was the teacher who intervened, calling upon the next student and sparing Asuma from embarrassment. So, Asuma has taken a liking to Kurenai? How shameless. Even the little girl is not spared. However, the present Kurenai is indeed quite adorable. Should I? No. My heart must remain unclouded by women. The path of the sword demands my focus. The first page of my sword manual mandates that I must first vanquish my heart's desires. How can I allow a woman to hinder my progress? If I were to seek companionship, it must be with the likes of Tsunade, Hinata, or Materumi. Little Karina shall not sway my resolve. While Tai was lost in these musings, the self-introductions in the classroom finally came to a close. Now that we have all introduced ourselves, I trust you have gained some understanding of one another. Next, I shall present the curriculum of the Ninja Academy. First, we will delve into the knowledge of chakra, its refinement, control, and usage. We will also cover shuriken throwing, the use of kunai, physical training, taijutsu, wilderness survival, and essential ninja skills. Moreover, we will eventually explore the ninjutsu that piques your interest, but only after you have established a solid foundation. That concludes today's session. Remember to attend class punctually tomorrow. You are dismissed. As soon as the words left his lips, the teacher vanished from the classroom in an instant. Well, is this ninjutsu? How did the teacher disappear? You wouldn't understand, replied another student. I heard from my father's friend's cousin's girlfriend's brother that this technique is called the body flicker technique. A high-level form of the body replacement technique. Only ninja of ch9 rank or higher can master it. It allows one to vanish in an instant. Wait, does such a convoluted connection really exist? Are you just inflating your story? Tai could not help but voice his frustration. Remarking that even before classes had commenced at this ninja academy, he felt he had already complained more than in his entire previous life combined. With the school day concluded, Tai decided not to linger any longer. As he stepped out of the classroom and approached the entrance, he noticed a multitude of parents waiting patiently outside. It appeared that everyone was aware that there were no classes on the first day of ninja school. Was I, the only time traveler, unaware of this fact? Just then, Kakashi emerged at the entrance, surrounded by a throng of young girls, his expression betraying a hint of awkwardness. Tai could not help but chuckle, thinking that Kakashi had a naturally expressionless face, but it turned out he could indeed display emotions. He was merely putting on a facade of coolness. Kakashi had finally made his way to Tsukumo Hataki's side, and the little girls around him seemed to recognize Tsukumo's esteemed status. Under the guidance of their parents, they greeted him and promptly departed, while Tsukumo nodded in acknowledgement. How does it feel at the Ninja Academy? Tsukumo inquired with a smile, gently ruffling Kakashi's hair. Kakashi responded with a look of resignation. It feels rather dull, akin to playing house. Tsukumo chuckled lightly. For you, the Ninja Academy may not provide any substantial enhancement to your abilities. However, I hope you can forge friendships there, much like with Might Guy. He is not my friend. We have only met once, and I merely know his name. Let us head home now, father. All right, let us return home. With that, Tsukumo turned towards their residence, glancing back to offer a smile and a nod in Tai's direction. Caught staring, Tai pondered whether to approach and greet them but decided against it. Thinking there would be ample opportunities in the future, he opted to return home instead. After a morning filled with activity, he had exhausted his eel rice and decided to go to Ichiraka Ramen. Chapter 4. The first step of training. Indeed, Ichiraka Ramen, a favorite of the prince, was delightful for a reason. No matter how many times one indulged, it remained utterly delicious. Patting his full belly, Tai lay on his bed and, without realizing it, drifted into slumber. In the realm of those who have faced me, you are undoubtedly the strongest, surpassing even Hashirama. Come now, young one. Dance with abandon. Delight me. Dance? I'll smash your face in. Take this, the mighty Vajra kick. A piercing scream echoed through the air as a figure tumbled from the bed, clutching their leg, tears welling in their eyes. What happened? It was just a dream, yet I kicked the corner and it hurt so badly. Tai embraced his calf, taking a moment to recover before rising to his feet and examining his leg. Fortunately, it was not broken, merely swollen. He planned to step out shortly to procure some ointment for the bruising, confident that the swelling would subside in a few days. Just as Tai was about to dress and leave, a knock echoed through the room. Tai, are you home? Uncle Dahechuan has come to see you. Dahechuan. The name stirred a memory. He was a comrade of Tai's parents, reputedly saved by his father's valor. Thus, he shared a particularly close bond with Tai's family. However, as a high-ranking shinobi during these tumultuous times, his duties often kept him away from home. I'm coming. Tai could only limp his way to open the door for Dahechuan. What a surprise. What happened to your leg? Did someone bully you? Tell me who it is, and I shall help you settle the score. Upon seeing my swollen calf, Dahechuan's expression turned serious. I just bumped it. I was sleepwalking and... Didn't you hear the screams a moment ago? Oh, I see. I thought a cat had its tail stepped on. However, if someone is indeed bullying you, you must tell Uncle. Do you understand? Rest assured, no one bullies me. By the way, Uncle Chuan, what brings you here? I just completed a mission and can take a few days off. Today marks the start of ninja school. I intended to escort you, but alas, I ran out of time. I'm truly sorry, Tai. Dahechuan looked at himself with a face full of guilt. It's all right, Uncle Chuan. Just having you here makes me very happy. You weren't injured on your mission, were you? To say I wasn't moved would be a lie. Having traversed to another world, with my parents gone, it is heartwarming to know someone cares for me. Perhaps this is what they call bonds, as mentioned in Hokage. Who is your Uncle Chuan? I am a true Jainin. A mere task is but a walk in the park. To celebrate your school opening, I shall treat you today. How about barbecue? That sounds wonderful. I'm quite hungry. With that, I put on my clothes and limped along with Dahechuan as we headed out. The journey was filled with laughter, as Dahechuan recounted his heroic deeds during missions. detailing how he would defeat foes with a single move or send enemies flying with a mighty fireball. Tai was undoubtedly aware of his bluster. For when had the fireball ever claimed a life, right? Upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant and ordering an abundant feast of grilled meats, the two indulged in their culinary delight in silence until their hunger was satiated, at which point they began to slow down. Don Juan took a sip of his drink and remarked, "I shall be in the village for the foreseeable future. Should you encounter any issues with your training, feel free to seek my guidance." "Training?" he replied. "I am currently unfamiliar with what chakra even is. How could I possibly train?" Tai struggled to swallow the roasted meat in his mouth, expressing his discontent. The chakra refinement technique. The very first lesson at the ninja school tomorrow will be to teach you how to refine chakra. You need not worry. What I mean is, feel free to ask me if there are any aspects you do not understand. Dawachuan picked up a piece of well-cooked meat and placed it onto Tai's plate. "How about this, Uncle Chuan? Why don't you teach me the chakra refinement technique right now?" Surely, the refinement techniques taught by a jonin would be far superior to those imparted at the ninja school. Tai looked at Takagawa with an eager expression, hoping to acquire a more advanced chakra refining technique from him, which would lay a solid foundation for Tai's cultivation and narrow the gap with the prodigies. Upon hearing Tai's words, Takagawa burst into hearty laughter. "Who told you, young one, that the chakra refining technique used by a jonin is superior? In reality, refining techniques do not adhere to a hierarchy. The essence of the techniques remains the same for everyone. The distinction lies within the unique constitution of each individual." He continued. "For instance, let me illustrate with an apple." Suddenly, a thud resounded. "Ouch. That hurt. Uncle, why did you hit my head?" Tai rubbed his head, which had just received a sharp thump, and exclaimed with dissatisfaction, "Enough with the banter, pay close attention. The essence of chakra refinement lies in the amalgamation of mental energy and physical vitality, resulting in the generation of chakra. However, given that individuals possess varying constitutions and bloodlines, there exists a substantial disparity in both the quantity of chakra and the rate of its recovery. For instance, consider the recently annihilated land of whirlpools, where the Uzumaki clan boasted an exceptionally robust constitution, endowed with formidable vitality and an astounding volume of chakra, often exceeding that of an ordinary person by a factor of 10 to several dozens. This exemplifies the distinction thus. The variance does not reside in the chakra refinement technique, but rather in the individual. Do you comprehend? After delivering this explanation in one breath, Dawachuan took a sip of sake. "So, does that imply that ordinary individuals can never surpass those prodigies? Then what is the purpose of my arduous training? It would be better to simply lead the life of an ordinary person." Tai wore a face full of complaints. After his unexpected journey to this new world, he felt quite disheartened without any extraordinary abilities, and Dawachuan's words only deepened his gloom. "But do not lose heart, nor should you give up. Even commoners have achieved success. Take Lord Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. He hails from humble beginnings, lacking any exceptional bloodline, yet he has earned the esteemed title of Sannin. With diligence, you too can attain greatness. Believe in yourself." Observing that Tai seemed disheartened, Dawachuan made an earnest effort to console him. "Do not underestimate my awareness. Lord Orochimaru is a prodigy. It is said that he mastered the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu after merely one glance. Such feats are beyond my reach." Tai still appeared to be disheartened. In truth, he was well aware of what Dawachuan had articulated. As a man who had watched the entirety of Naruto, he understood that at its core, Naruto was merely a tale of familial discord ultimately leading to reconciliation. Tai possesses a deeper understanding of the inequalities brought forth by lineage than Dahechuan. His display of being downtrodden is merely an act to evoke sympathy, hoping that Dahechuan might take his guidance more seriously. As anticipated, Dahechuan felt an increased sense of guilt upon hearing Tai's words, as if they had struck a chord within him. Unsure of how to console Tai, he sat there, somewhat at a loss. "Oh, never mind me, uncle. I will not be defeated. I merely feel a sense of reflection. If I wish to catch up with those prodigies, I must exert even greater effort." Tai chuckled. "Ha ha ha. I knew that as the son of that Yagami fellow, you would never easily surrender. Whatever you wish to pursue, Uncle will support you." "Then, Uncle, could you teach me the chakra refining technique right now?" "Well, you can learn it tomorrow. Teaching you now won't cause any harm. But since you have the desire, I shall retrieve the scroll for you after dinner. Let us begin tonight." "Wonderful. I finished my meal. Let us set off at once." Tai's face brimmed with excitement. He was finally poised to immerse himself in the world of Naruto. "Very well, let us set forth now." Dahechuan settled the bill and, accompanied by Tai, made his way toward his home. Chapter 5. Chakra. The night in Konoha remained lively. The war had just concluded, and the village appeared tranquil. Yet, Tai understood that this facade merely masked the tumultuous undercurrents that lay beneath. As they traversed the bustling streets, they arrived at a rather secluded area. "Uncle, do you reside here?" Tai inquired. "My home is just a short distance ahead." However, Tai pondered, as an elite jonin, Uncle possessed the means to purchase a residence in the bustling district. What could have led him to dwell in such a humble abode? Taichi, perplexed, inquired. "The uncle does not wish to reside here either. It is primarily due to peculiar circumstances, a matter shrouded in secrecy." "A secret? Peculiar circumstances? Does this imply that something extraordinary necessitates the guardianship of ninjas here?" Perhaps this vicinity is not solely under the watch of the esteemed Ikawa. As Taichi approached closer to Ikawa's residence, he began to grasp why such a formidable ninja would be stationed in this location, the Uchiha clan's stronghold. Within a kilometer of Ikawa's dwelling stood imposing walls adorned with the emblem of the Uchiha clan, resembling a ping-pong paddle. This entire kilometer was an expanse of open land, with the Uchiha territory clearly visible. At this juncture, had the Uchiha already fallen from grace? Given such treatment, even I, if I were of the Uchiha, would contemplate rebellion. The duties of the security division are inherently unpopular. The higher-ups in Konoha not only fail to bolster the Uchiha's reputation but also surreptitiously besmirch it. Moreover, the Uchiha clan's members often perceive themselves as superior. TSK, such repercussions are hardly surprising. Nevertheless, the Uchiha could serve as a formidable ally. To subdue the Uchiha would necessitate considerable strength. Tai rested his chin on his hand. His mind racing as a plan began to take shape in his thoughts. However, to bring this plan to fruition, he would need strength. He hoped his first step would go smoothly. What are you thinking about? Dahechuan inquired as he observed the contemplative Tai. Nothing much. Is this your home, uncle? Upon lifting his gaze, Tai was greeted by the sight of a charming two-story house accompanied by a private garden. It's much larger than my home, uncle, he exclaimed. Haha. This place is rather secluded, which makes the houses quite affordable. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to purchase such a spacious abode, Dahechuan replied, his face beaming with pride. Resembling a blossoming chrysanthemum, Tai could not help but think to himself, what is there to boast about to a mere child? Perhaps this house does not even belong to you. It could merely be a temporary arrangement by the third Hokage, in the event of an uprising by the Uchiha clan. You and your ilk would undoubtedly be the first to become cannon fodder, yet here you are, rejoicing. However, it is unlikely that the Uchiha will revolt. Instead, they are destined for annihilation. Thus, Dahechuan's residence here is relatively secure. Come in, he said. I shall fetch the scroll for you, and then send you home. Children ought to retire early. Dahechuan opened the door, gesturing for Tai to enter. Ahem, uncle, how long has it been since anyone lived in this house? It's covered in dust. As Tai stepped into the house, he was immediately assailed by the dust within, causing him to cough several times. Dahechuan appeared quite embarrassed. The duration of this task had been excessively long, and upon returning to the village, he sought out Tai without taking the time to tidy up. You wait outside for a moment. I will grab the scroll and be right out, he suggested. Why don't you stay over at my place tonight? We can clean up tomorrow. Otherwise, you'll be busy late into the night. That sounds fine. I would be glad to impose, Tai replied. It's no trouble at all. I am truly delighted to have you at my home. Dahechuan affectionately ruffled Tai's hair before turning to rummage through the room. After quite some time, he emerged holding a scroll. Let us be off to your abode, he exclaimed. Absolutely. Upon returning to Tai's home, he eagerly unfurled the scroll, revealing instructions on the refinement of chakra along with essential considerations. Up, down, left, right, Alibaba, blah blah blah. Is this truly the method for chakra refinement? It appears rather straightforward. Indeed. However, the shorter the time taken for the initial chakra refinement, the more it reflects one's potential. Shall we give it a try to see if you possess genius within you? Dahechuan looked at Tai, his gaze imbued with encouragement. All right. Though I certainly do not consider myself a genius. Tai readily agreed to begin extracting chakra according to the methods inscribed on the scroll. As moments passed, he devoted his entire being to his body, hoping to harness the energy emitted by his cellular structure to refine chakra. However, contrary to his expectations, the more anxious he became, the less he could perceive the energy of his cells, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. It appears I am truly no genius. I must rely on diligence to compensate for my shortcomings. Meanwhile, Dahechuan noticed that Tai had entered a state of cultivation and decided to find an empty room for a deep slumber. Wake up, Tai. Dahechuan shouted while vigorously nudging the prostrate Tai. What's wrong, uncle? I'm not fully awake yet. Let me sleep a little longer. Tai turned over, preparing to meet the Lord of the Underworld. Do not slumber any longer. You are about to be late. Tai abruptly awakened, only to realize that he could no longer afford the luxury of sleeping in. He was now a student. Alas, even in this new world, he was required to attend school. Hastily, he rose and freshened up. Fortunately, Dahechuan had already prepared breakfast. After hastily consuming a few bites, Tai seized his coat and dashed towards the ninja academy. However, just as he stepped outside, he stumbled and fell flat on his face, aggravating the pain in his calf from yesterday's mishap. Seeing Tai sprawled at the doorway, Dahechuan swiftly helped him to his feet and retrieved a vial of an unfamiliar potion from his ninja gear, applying it to Tai's calf. Within moments, the pain subsided, allowing Tai to move again. This was a special analgesic specifically designed for ninjas. Once you become a ninja, you too will possess such remedies. Be cautious on your way to school, and when you return, I shall apply some medicine for your bruises. In no time, you will be well. After applying the ointment, Dahechuan affectionately ruffled Tai's hair. Stop messing with my hair, or I won't grow taller. Tai disdainfully swatted away Dahechuan's hand, provoking a hearty laugh from him. Ignoring Dahechuan's continued amusement, Tai hurriedly dashed towards the ninja academy. Fortunately, he was not late. Upon entering the classroom, he discovered that the substitute teacher had yet to arrive. While most of the students had already gathered, the cool Kakashi sat in his seat, eyes closed in repose, surrounded by a group of young girls who were fawning over him. Asuma was busily attending to his entourage, lavishing attention on Yugao, while the remaining students formed small clusters, engaged in their own conversations. Tai paid little attention to the surroundings. Apart from Kakashi, Obito, and Guy, the rest were not worth his concern. He returned to his seat and resumed his attempts to refine chakra. There was no alternative. In the absence of talent, one must strive diligently. Before long, the substitute teacher entered, neglecting to call the roll and directly commencing the lesson. Today, we shall delve into chakra, exploring its 5 elemental attributes and the methods of refining it. Chakra is fundamental to a ninja's existence, to a certain extent. The quantity of chakra one possesses determines a ninja's capabilities. After all, the more chakra one has, the more jutsu one can unleash, and the greater the potency of those techniques, thus expanding the realm of possibilities. He elaborated further, the 5 elemental attributes, wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning interact in a manner of mutual restraint while also possessing the potential for harmonious collaboration. For instance, wind chakra can amplify the power of fire-based jutsu, a category known as fusion techniques. Listening to the substitute teacher's incessant lecture, Tai felt utterly disinterested. The content being presented had long been dissected and theorized by later generations of Naruto enthusiasts, rendering it devoid of novelty. Tai is currently more intrigued by the knowledge of the dual attributes of yin and yang rather than the 5 properties. However, judging by the demeanor of teacher Longao, it appears that he possesses limited understanding in this regard. He may not even be aware of these 2 attributes. Indeed, it is true that, aside from a select few prodigies, only certain clan ninjas can wield the powers of yin and yang. For commoners, acquiring such knowledge is only feasible upon reaching the rank of jonin, and even then, such common jonin are exceedingly rare. This serves as a fundamental explanation of chakra. Next, we shall learn how to extract it. With that, teacher Longao began to inscribe the methods of chakra extraction upon the blackboard. The common students, having emerged from their previous state of bewilderment, realized that the method of extracting chakra could be the pivotal factor in altering their destinies. Without chakra, one remains an ordinary individual. With it, one may ascend to the ranks of a ninja. This marks a moment of potential transformation. Once he finished writing, teacher Longao turned and addressed the class. Everyone, please practice according to the methods on the blackboard. I will remain here to assist you, and if there are any uncertainties, feel free to ask me. Those who have successfully extracted chakra may move about freely. No sooner had he spoken than several scions of prominent families began to rise and exit the classroom, including Kakashi, Asuma, Yugao, and members of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the classroom was vacated, leaving behind only a handful of commoners. Indeed, it is evident that the offspring of esteemed families have already begun to extract chakra at such a young age. Although this was already known, it still evoked a sense of discouragement. Such a disparity is not easily bridged. With unwavering determination, he focused his mind, disregarding the whispers of his classmates, and commenced his practice. Time passed gradually until the bell for the lunch break rang. Tai discovered that his mental energy had finally captured a trace of cellular energy, which began to merge, transforming into a glowing point radiating blue light. Chakra. It has finally manifested. Chapter 6, Might Guy's enrollment with the successful extraction of chakra. Tai took his first step toward becoming a ninja. Congratulations, Tai. You have successfully refined your chakra. Although you have not articulated your dreams, I believe you possess aspirations of your own, and you have now embarked on the journey towards them. Mr. Longao approached Tai, initially offering his congratulations, then adopting a serious demeanor as he continued. However, there is an important piece of advice I must impart. Given your tender age, do not excessively strain your body in pursuit of rapid chakra growth. Such actions could hinder your potential and, in severe cases, may even affect your lifespan. Do you understand? I have witnessed many individuals who, in their eagerness to enhance their abilities, overexerted themselves and ultimately stagnated at the Chunin level. Therefore, you must exercise caution. At that moment, Tai noticed a fleeting expression of melancholy on Mr. Longtao's face. It seemed that he was speaking from personal experience. Rest assured, Mr. Longao, I will be cautious. I still have my dreams to realize. Tai gazed at the supporting role teacher with unwavering determination, as if he were indeed a model student. Oh, supporting role teacher. You have been profoundly influenced by the will of fire. Dreams and bonds are but tools employed by the 3rd generation to indoctrinate the common folk. Without such indoctrination, how could you willingly accept the role of cannon fodder? Now, dear Tai, you are free to roam. Thank you, teacher. Tai left the classroom, intending to have lunch. He had rushed out that morning and forgotten to bring his bento, so he needed to find a place to resolve his lunch dilemma. As he passed by the playground, he spotted a figure with a hairstyle reminiscent of a mushroom, adorned with a banner that read, "Complete 500 laps to make up for enrollment." Nearby, a few children mocked him, uttering nonsense about self-discipline. What absurd self-imposed regulations are these? I know his ninjutsu and genjutsu are utterly ineffectual. Besides merely moving his body, he has little else to demonstrate. There is no need to exhaust oneself to such an extent. Upon recognizing the figure, Tai immediately identified him. Might Guy? Is this the self-discipline of the 8th gate? What do you little brats understand? That's a man who nearly kicked his way to the grand finale. If it weren't for that cunning old man Kishimoto, Guy's kick would have indeed concluded the story. Tai gazed at the sprinting Might Guy and exclaimed, Might Guy, this is youth. Let it blaze. Youth. I shall not disappoint my father. As long as I can complete 500 laps, I am certain I can achieve it. Yet, my body grows increasingly weary. Can I truly accomplish this? As he continued to run, Might Guy fervently encouraged himself, but the fatigue weighed heavily upon him, threatening to bring him to his knees. The incessant taunts from those around him further provoked his spirit. At that moment, a resounding shout reached his ears. Youth? Indeed. This is my youth. With Might Guy's powerful declaration, his resolve solidified, and an inexhaustible energy surged within him. Hey, how can you say such things? Do you truly believe that this bushy-browed fellow can complete 500 laps? 2 onlookers chimed in mockingly. First of all, my name is not Hey. Didn't your mother teach you basic manners? Tai retorted. Secondly, he can not only finish these 500 laps, but he can also kick off a grand finale. Turning to face the 2 approaching boys, one with a book in his mouth and the other wearing sunglasses, Tai mused. The one with the book must be Konohamaru Sarutobi, the leader of Team Konohamaru, who has served as a bodyguard for the 4th Hokage. The 3 of them can utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. The one in sunglasses is likely Aoba Yamashiro. His character lacks significant highlights in the original, so Tai's memory of him is somewhat vague. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you want a beating? Aoba Yamashiro reacted to Tai's words, raising his hand as if to strike. Tai was prepared to counterattack, blocking the right hand aimed at him before delivering a swift kick to the groin, incapacitating one opponent to avoid being surrounded by 2. Given his current physical condition, he regrettably realized that resorting to underhanded tactics was not an option. It was evident that a rigorous physical training regimen was imperative. Just then, Shiranui Jinkin intervened. Enough. We are classmates after all, and you are indeed quite rude. Upon hearing this, Yamashiro Aoi became even more irate, struggling fiercely. Jinkan, if you want to help me, at least don't join him in teaching me a lesson. Let me go. I must properly teach him a lesson. As Yamashiro's struggles intensified, Shiranui Jinkin had no choice but to lead him away in another direction. I apologize. I will take him away now. Yamashiro Aoi continued to shout as he was pulled away. Don't let me encounter you during physical training. I will definitely teach you a lesson. Tai paid little heed to Yamashiro's outburst and turned his attention to the still-running Might Guy, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. Has he lost consciousness? Truly, he is the strongest in martial arts. Even in unconsciousness, his body continues to run. Such a state is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Before he could finish his thought, Might Guy collapsed with a thud. Oh no, will this flatten his nose? As Tai pondered Might Guy's nose, a figure swiftly appeared beside the fallen hero, lifting him onto their shoulder. Thank you for recognizing my son. The iconic green bodysuit, gleaming teeth, and a beaming thumbs up identified the figure as Might Dato, the first to open the 8th gate and defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen. Seeing Dato's thumbs up, Tai responded with a smile and a thumbs up of his own. Dato, encouraged by Tai's response, took his leave, carrying his son away. Was my earlier display a bit too melodramatic? I couldn't help it after witnessing the exuberance of Guy. His youthful spirit is so infectious. Reflecting on his earlier actions made Tai cringe, feeling as though he could dig his toes into the ground in embarrassment. After finding a place to enjoy lunch, Tai opted not to return to the classroom but instead sought a quiet spot to continue his training, focusing on chakra control. After all, most ninja techniques demanded a high level of chakra manipulation. The amount of chakra one could harness increases with physical fitness and mental fortitude, thus enhancing the quantity of chakra available for refinement. After a period of practice, Tai decided that establishing a solid foundation was paramount, as his physical condition improved. So too would his chakra capacity. Concluding his chakra training for the day, he turned his attention to physical training, recognizing that martial arts would be vital against formidable foes in the future. Let us begin with 50 laps around the field. If I cannot manage that, I shall resort to 100 push-ups. Emulating Guy's self-discipline, Tai commenced his physical training. However, he soon realized he had overestimated his abilities, unable to complete even 5 laps before his injured calf succumbed to the strain. Ultimately, it was the substitute teacher who escorted Tai back home. Daichuan scolded Tai thoroughly, forbidding him from engaging in physical training until his calf had healed. In the days that followed, Tai devoted himself to enhancing his chakra control while cheering for Might Guy at the playground. Life felt both monotonous and fulfilling until his calf had completely healed. At that point, Daichuan informed Tai that he was to embark on a new mission. Tai, I will be leaving for a new assignment soon. I cannot say when I will return, so take care of yourself in my absence. Daichuan packed his bag and ruffled Tai's hair. Don't worry, uncle. I will take good care of myself. You must also prioritize your safety during the mission. Rest assured, Tai, I will return swiftly. When I do, I shall treat you to barbecue. With that, he disappeared in a flash. Uncle, please stay safe. Although Daichuan was not related to Tai by blood, their recent interactions had fostered a sense of familial warmth, prompting Tai to genuinely hope for his safe return. Was this the bond that the Hokage spoke of? Upon arriving at the Ninja Academy, the teacher announced, "Classmates, today we welcome a new student. Let us greet him warmly." With that, the substitute teacher led the applause. And the classmates murmured among themselves. How can there be a new student after several days of class? I don't know. Perhaps it's a member of that prominent family who gained admission through connections. New student? Could it be? Hello everyone, I am Might Guy. You are the first to acknowledge my youth. May I know your name? After introducing himself, Might Guy took a seat beside Tai, excitedly grasping Tai's hand. Tears streaming down his face as he inquired. I am Yagami Tai. You may simply call me Tai. However, I am not the first to recognize your potential. That honor belongs to you. It is your dedication and self-discipline that have led to your success. Tai gently extricated himself from Might Guy's grasp. Wary of the potential for tears and mucus to mar his attire. Upon hearing Tai's words, Might Guy became even more animated. Truly, a man who acknowledges my youthful spirit speaks splendidly. Henceforth, you shall be my dearest friend and a person whom I shall cherish and protect. Might Guy, please refrain from excessive noise during class. Should this happen again, you will be sent out to stand as punishment. Yes, Dragon Roll teacher. Ha ha ha, look at his expression. The banter between Might Guy and the Dragon Roll teacher elicited laughter from their classmates, and Tai couldn't help but smile at Might Guy's comical demeanor. The class then resumed its normal course, with the morning dedicated to honing chakra control. The afternoon session shifted focus from chakra refinement to an exposition on the will of fire. Here it comes, the brainwashing technique of the third Hokage. Tai couldn't help but muse inwardly. The third Hokage, how your interpretation of the will of fire, originally instilled by the first Hokage, has become so distorted. You have failed to grasp any of the virtues of the second Hokage, yet you have fully embraced the malevolence of the Uchiha. During this lesson, Tai found himself disinterested and without the opportunity to skip class. He could only surreptitiously cultivate his chakra control. This endeavor was akin to a slow and steady grind, requiring gradual accumulation unless one possessed extraordinary talent. Meanwhile, his companion, Might Guy, seemed thoroughly engrossed, perhaps even displaying an expression of fervor on his face. Alas, poor child. You have been severely brainwashed. Tai gazed at Might Guy, his thoughts swirling within. In stark contrast, Kakashi remained aloof, eyes shut in a meditative state, seemingly devoid of interest, untouched by any form of indoctrination. Yet, Tai understood that once the tragic demise of White Fang, Minato, Obito, and Rin occurred, Kakashi would inevitably join the Umbu, subsequently undergoing the rigorous brainwashing of the third Hokage, infused with the will of fire. However, at this moment, Tai felt powerless. The crux of the matter lay in strength. Regrettably, the innate potential of this original body was woefully inadequate. The chakra he possessed paled in comparison to Kakashi, and even among his civilian peers. He found himself at a disadvantage. In the ensuing days, the bond between Tai and Might Guy deepened, as they engaged in physical training together after school each day. Tai, in celebration of our youth, let us run 500 laps around the track. If you cannot manage that, then complete 1,000 push-ups. Let us commence. Upon uttering these words, Might Guy surged ahead. Ever since he accomplished the feat of running 500 laps upon enrollment, he seemed to have shattered his physical limits for him. 500 laps had become a mere trifle, often accompanied by additional training sessions. Yet for Tai, the prospect of running 500 laps was daunting and insurmountable task. Over the past few days, his best achievement had been a mere 50-some laps before being carried home by Might Guy, who still had the vigor to run back to his own house after escorting Tai. What a beast. Truly a beast. Tai is truly envious. Might Guy possesses an exceptional physique. No matter how arduous the training was the previous day, he always rises the next morning brimming with vitality. It is impossible for Tai not to feel a twinge of jealousy. The recent period of rigorous exercise has not been without its merits. Tai can sense a fortification in his physical condition, even noting a slight increase in his chakra ceiling, albeit modest. Nevertheless, this serves as proof that his efforts in training are indeed fruitful. A month has swiftly passed, during which Tai has experienced both fulfillment and monotony. He has finally managed to shed the detrimental habit of oversleeping, now engaging in morning runs. The Ninja Academy has introduced new courses, including physical training and projectile weaponry. Aside from the lessons on the will of fire, Tai has diligently immersed himself in all other subjects. He understands that he lacks the protagonist's aura and cannot wield power like the prince, who triumphs effortlessly. Mastering the fundamental knowledge of ninjutsu will undoubtedly enhance Tai's chances of survival in the Third Great Ninja War. Tai's chakra reserves have significantly increased. According to Master Long Ao, Tai's chakra has now reached the level of a lower ninja. Ordinary training no longer proves effective. He must either wait for his body to mature gradually or engage in weighted training. However, excessive training may impede Tai's physical development, as not everyone possesses the extraordinary physique of Might Guy. Tai had once sought low-level ninjutsu from teacher Long Ao, but the teacher had declined his request. It was prohibited to teach students any lethal ninjutsu during their time at the Ninja Academy. The basic body replacement technique would be taught in the second year. And Long Tao's intention was for Tai to wait. Indeed, it was exceedingly difficult for an under-resourced commoner to rise above. While Kakashi had already mastered a variety of low-level ninjutsu by this time, this was a fact that Tai and Might Guy stumbled upon during a training session together. At that moment, Kakashi merely cast a glance at Might Guy before swaggering away, completely disregarding any notion of a challenge posed by Guy. Undeterred, Might Guy remained exuberant. proclaiming loudly, "I, Might Guy, will surely defeat you one day. Kakashi, you are my lifelong rival." In truth, Tai possessed another method to acquire ninjutsu, the uncle from the Great River. However, it had been over a month since the last mission, and the Great River had not sent any word, causing Tai to worry about his well-being. As per usual, after concluding his training with Might Guy, Tai returned home, weary, only to find the house, which was typically devoid of life, ablaze with light. "Uncle, you're back." The Great River, having completed his mission, finally returned, and Tai excitedly dashed into his embrace. "Tai, did you miss your uncle? I brought you a gift." The Great River lifted Tai into his arms and ruffled his hair with his free hand. "Of course I missed you, uncle. Were you hurt during your mission?" Taichi, with a look of concern, inquired, "But uncle is a jonin. How could such a simple task possibly harm him?" After saying this, Taekwon set Taichi down and produced a short blade from behind. "This is a gift from uncle to you. I acquired it during a mission from a ninja of the Hidden Mist Village. Its quality is quite decent, and I thought it would suit you well. What do you think? Do you like it?" "Absolutely. I love it. Thank you, uncle," Taichi exclaimed as he accepted the short blade, drawing it gently from its sheath. The blade, approximately 50 centimeters in length, gleamed with a chilling white light under the moon's reflection, appearing exceedingly sharp. This blade is infused with chakra-conducting metal, making it significantly superior in hardness, sharpness, and chakra conductivity compared to ordinary short blades. You might want to try channeling chakra into it. Upon hearing Taekwon's words, Taichi tentatively directed his chakra towards the blade, and as expected, a blue light shimmered along its edge. With a swift motion, he struck at the corner of a nearby table, slicing through it effortlessly as if cutting through butter. The edge was remarkably smooth, prompting Taichi to exclaim, "What a swift blade!" After retracting the chakra and sheathing the knife, Taichi returned it to Taekwon. "Uncle, this blade is far too precious. I cannot accept it. If you possess it, you will be safer on your missions. Please, take it back." Seeing Taichi's reaction, Taekwon's eyes filled with warmth as he replied, "It's all right. Since it is a gift for Taichi, I will not take it back. Moreover, as a ninja specializing in ninjutsu, I lack the energy to train in swordsmanship. I believe this blade will serve you better. Even if your ninjutsu talent does not flourish, possessing this short blade will enable you to become a particularly exceptional jonin. Wouldn't it? Uncle, you underestimate me. I will surely surpass you and become a more formidable jonin in the future, and you will have to retract your words," Taichi declared, though Taekwon found the statement somewhat hard to digest. Nevertheless, the blade indeed offered Taichi a means of retreat. His talent was not particularly outstanding, and the future remained uncertain. Plans often fall victim to the whims of fate, and whether Taichi's ambitions would materialize was unknown. This short blade could enhance his strength in the short term and pave a unique path for him as a jonin. After all, a particularly exceptional jonin is still a jonin, right? Then, uncle will await the day when Taichi surpasses him, and then I shall personally apologize to you. Chapter 8. The Art of Earth Release and Decapitation Techniques. To celebrate Taekwon's safe return, he took Taichi out for barbecue. After indulging heartily, Taichi broached the subject of wanting to learn ninjutsu and inquired, "Uncle, could you teach me ninjutsu?" Taekwon, slightly intoxicated, seemed to be reveling in his survival from the mission. Taichi had observed many such ninjas who, after completing their tasks, indulged in excess, for the life of a ninja teeters on the edge of danger, living for today without guarantee for tomorrow. "No problem, Taichi. Just a little bit of practice and you'll be a pro in no time." "Uncle, your tongue is getting tied. Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow for the lessons." Before he could finish, Taekwon collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Taichi's constitution had strengthened considerably, allowing him to manage Taekwon's adult frame. After settling Taekwon at home, Taichi retired early to bed. The following morning, a hungover Taekwon finally awoke and found breakfast and a note left by Taichi. "Uncle, remember to eat breakfast, and don't forget to teach me ninjutsu tonight." It seemed he had committed to something significant. Rubbing his temples, Taekwon pondered whether his headache stemmed from the hangover or the promise to teach Taichi ninjutsu. Meanwhile, at the Ninja Academy, Taichi was eager for the day to end so he could return home to learn ninjutsu. "I wonder what my chakra attribute is. If I possess all 7 attributes, that would be incredible. I could unlock the potential for bloodline limits." However, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. Aside from the Sage of 6 Paths, it appeared only Madara, the 2nd Hokage, the 3rd Hokage, Orochimaru, Kakashi, and Korezetsu had all 7 attributes. Among them, Madara had supplemented his yang chakra after acquiring Hashirama's cells, while Orochimaru did so through his reincarnation into Korezetsu's body. Kakashi gained his Yin attribute after obtaining the Sharingan, leaving only the 2nd and 3rd Hokage and Korezetsu as naturally born possessors of all attributes. Thus, Taichi's chances of being an all-attribute wielder were but a dream. After enduring the monotonous Will of Fire lesson, the substitute teacher announced an impromptu test, replacing the afternoon's physical training with a taijutsu sparring session. Soon, the time for the first sparring match arrived. "I'm so nervous. I wonder who my opponent will be. Hopefully, it's Kakashi. I'd love to teach him a lesson," Taichi thought. Hearing the whispers of his classmates, Taichi couldn't help but scoff. "You think you can teach Kakashi a lesson? Right now, facing him would be akin to bullying a child. Even the substitute teacher could easily outmaneuver you." If you don't end up in tears, consider yourself lucky. The same goes for me. Before long, the substitute teacher announced the first match, Kakashi versus Uchiha Obito. Both contestants, please proceed to the arena. Kakashi, upon hearing his name, sauntered to the center of the arena with his hands in his pockets, while Obito was nowhere to be seen. Has anyone seen Obito? The teacher asked, glancing around. One student raised their hand. Teacher, Obito has returned since his afternoon break. Obito was late again, both in the morning and now in the afternoon. The teacher's frustration was palpable. Taichi had no doubt that if Obito were to appear at that moment, the teacher would not hesitate to unleash a fireball jutsu at him. Kakashi, waiting in the arena, could not help but suggest, Teacher, if no one shows up, can we skip this match? Suppressing his irritation, the teacher relented, Kakashi. Your match with Obito will be postponed. If he does not return before the practice concludes, you will be declared the winner. I don't mind, Kakashi replied, dismissively waving his hand as he resumed his meditative stance. How cool. Kakashi is so impressive, exclaimed the girls nearby, while the boys glared enviously at him. Next, we will have a match between Extra B and Hyuga Hinata. Taichi found this match intriguing, as he was eager to witness the Byakugan and gentle fist techniques of the Hyuga clan. As the two contestants prepared, the teacher announced, Begin. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Hyuga Hinata swiftly stepped forward, striking Extra B in the abdomen. The latter's expression shifted dramatically as he doubled over in pain, eventually collapsing to the ground with a groan. The match concluded with Hyuga Hinata's victory, and both contestants performed the reconciliation seal. The supporting teacher approached and helped the fallen bystander, assessing his injuries, which were not severe. Meanwhile, Hinata Ruto, standing at the center of the scene, did not retreat. Instead, he pointed at Kakashi. Kakashi Hitaki, I challenge you, wagering the name of genius. Do you dare to accept? Kakashi, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them upon hearing Ruto's declaration. You are not my match, and I have no interest in engaging you in combat. Was Kakashi so arrogant in his youth? Tai scratched his head, secretly wishing to witness Kakashi's prowess, eager to discern the disparity between him and his contemporaries. Kakashi's audacious remarks elicited a chorus of delighted shrieks from the young girls present. At the center of the arena, Hyuga Riku's face flushed crimson. Taken aback by the unexpected humiliation inflicted by Kakashi, it became evident that even Tai had misinterpreted Kakashi's intent. Kakashi was merely indicating that his true opponent was Obito, who had yet to arrive, and that Riku did not serve as an appropriate sparring partner, rendering their confrontation meaningless. Unfortunately, his words were misconstrued, giving the impression of arrogance. In that moment, the supporting teacher stepped in to mediate, stating, Riku, your match has concluded. You should rest, for you are not Kakashi's equal. Goodness. The teacher's emotional intelligence was woefully lacking. With such a statement, Riku found himself unable to gracefully exit the stage, trapped in an awkward predicament. Tai stood helplessly at the back of the crowd, shaking his head. Indeed, Hinata Riku's anger intensified upon hearing the teacher's words, his face turning a shade of iron as he exclaimed, Kakashi, are you a coward? Or is the son of White Fang a coward? In that moment, a collective thought emerged in the hearts of all present. It's over for Riku. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's eyes sparkled with determination. I accept your challenge. With a swift movement, Kakashi appeared before Hinata Riku. The substitute teacher intended to interject, but upon witnessing the escalating tension between the two, he decided it was best to resolve the matter immediately. He reasoned that any unexpected developments could be swiftly curtailed, contrasting the potential dangers of a clandestine battle outside the school. With this in mind, the substitute teacher ceased his attempts to intervene and instead took a stance, declaring, both parties are to hold back. No serious harm is permitted. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will terminate the match at once. Is that understood? Understood. No problem, teacher. Very well. I declare the match between Hitaki Kakashi and Hinata Riku to commence. With the teacher's command, Riku, already poised for action, launched the first strike, a gentle fist aimed at Kakashi's abdomen. Kakashi was not as easily bested as an ordinary bystander. He sidestepped while raising his left hand to block the attack, simultaneously lifting his foot to kick Riku's abdomen. Riku, quick to react, blocked with one hand while unleashing a flurry of strikes with the other. The exchange continued, with neither side gaining the upper hand as they grappled back and forth. Observers, particularly the young girls, rallied in support of Kakashi, while the boys cheered for Riku, eager for him to teach Kakashi a lesson. Kakashi, I didn't realize your taijutsu was this impressive, truly worthy of the title genius. It seems I must get serious now. Byakugan, activate. With that, Hinata Riku formed hand seals, veins protruding around his eyes, and overwhelming pressure filling the air. What? Byakugan? A 4-year-old can activate Byakugan? Could this Hinata Riku possibly belong to the main branch of the Hinata clan? Such a prodigy surely deserves recognition, so why haven't we seen more of him before? Tai stood by with wide eyes, observing that the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan was distinctly different from the Sharingan. The Sharingan could only be activated under intense emotional stimuli, whereas the Byakugan was not innate. It required extensive and arduous training to awaken. To achieve such mastery at this age was undoubtedly a mark of genius. No wonder he dared to challenge Kakashi. He certainly had the confidence. Kakashi, in the midst of their battle, also experienced a moment of surprise. The Byakugan, huh? Even so, You are still no match for me. Do you still not acknowledge my prowess? Then allow me to demonstrate the might of the Byakugan. With the Byakugan activated, Riku's speed, strength, and techniques experienced a qualitative leap. After just a few exchanges, Kakashi found himself at a disadvantage. Kakashi, do you see this? This is the power of the Byakugan. Under these eyes, I can perceive the flow of your chakra with utmost clarity. Thus, no matter what techniques you employ, I shall know them in advance. You are destined to lose. Upon saying this, Rika seized an opening in Kakashi's defense and struck decisively. With a loud bang, a puff of white smoke emerged, revealing a wooden post in Kakashi's previous location. A substitution technique? Everyone present was astounded, realizing that Kakashi had already mastered this technique and could use it in combat. Kakashi appeared seemingly out of nowhere behind Riku, delivering a kick. I've been waiting for you. These Byakugan eyes can see anywhere I wish to gaze. Rika swiftly turned, evading Kakashi's strike, then pointed once more. With another bang, Kakashi transformed into a puff of white smoke. What is this? A shadow clone. Earth-style, decapitating technique. Hands emerged from the ground, grasping Riku's legs and pulling him down, leaving only his head visible, while Kakashi positioned a kunai against Riku's neck. You have lost. Chapter 9, Meeting Uchiha Obito. The battle concluded with Kakashi emerging victorious. Both parties performed the reconciliation seal. The instructor announced the results and pulled Riku from the ground. Kakashi extended his hand, and Rika mirrored the gesture as they performed the reconciliation seal together. Kakashi, you are truly formidable, deserving of the title of genius. However, I will not give up. One day, I will defeat you. I have no qualms about that, Kakashi replied, retracting his hand, yawning, and returning to his original position. So cool. I can't believe Kakashi has become so proficient in ninjutsu. Who cares about ninjutsu? I will master it one day too. The envy among the boys was palpable. While the girls continued to praise Kakashi's performance, the instructor had to intervene to quell the commotion. The next battle was between Inuzuka Kiba and Nara Shikamaru. The results came swiftly. Both the Nara and Inuzuka clans were known for their secret techniques, though the Nara clan tended to rely on strategy while the Inuzuka clan relied on brute strength. Thus, in the absence of ninjutsu, the physically superior Inuzuka Kiba claimed victory. In the following matches, members of the prominent clans consistently triumphed, making it exceedingly difficult for commoners to achieve victory over the well-trained offspring of established families. However, Might Guy was an exception. He defeated his opponent, a clan member, with just a few techniques. At that moment, a figure clad in blue and wearing goggles dashed in. Sorry, I'm late, sensei. The newcomer was none other than Uchiha Obito, who sought to create a world where Rin existed. Obito, you're late again. What excuse do you have this time? Gasping for breath, Obito finally managed to explain, I encountered an elderly lady on the way, seeing her struggle with a heavy package. I helped her home, which is why I'm late. Is it always about helping elderly ladies or rescuing kittens from trees? Can't you come up with a more original excuse? Enough. This is the last time. If you're late again, you'll stand in the corridor for the entire day. Do you understand? The instructor sighed, knowing Obito was perpetually late, with excuses that were all too similar. Yet, being from the Uchiha clan, the instructor often turned a blind eye. Understood, sensei. By the way, aren't we in a training session? Who is my opponent? Regardless of who it is, I will make them feel the power of the Uchiha clan. You still remember the training? You were supposed to face Kakashi. But due to your tardiness and Rika challenging him, your match with Kakashi has been cancelled. No way. I wanted to teach Kakashi a lesson. With disappointment etched on his face, Obito turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, are you willing to accept my challenge? Kakashi shrugged nonchalantly. I'm indifferent. Defeating you will be a breeze. It seemed Kakashi and Obito had a peculiar rivalry. Kakashi's demeanor was usually not so abrasive, yet he appeared to be somewhat carefree when it came to Obito. Silence. Obito, I have a plan. Our class has an odd number of students, meaning one person would be left out. However, since you are here now, you will face Taichi Yagami. The instructor halted Obito's attempt to provoke Kakashi and paired him with Taichi instead. I was wondering when I'd get a turn. I should have been the one left out, but now I have to fight Obito. I doubt I can match him. Even though I've learned some martial arts this past month, I know my own limits. Tai stood quietly amidst the crowd, contemplating his next move. There was no turning back now. He steeled himself and stepped into the center of the arena, forming a stance of defiance. Yagami Tai, I seek your guidance. He called out. Uchiha Obito, since I cannot teach Kakashi a lesson, allow me to demonstrate the might of the Uchiha clan upon you. The two prepared for battle. Let the duel commence, commanded the teacher. With that, Tai focused all his attention on Obito, who lunged forward with an impressive burst of speed, clearly poised to launch an attack with his right hand. In his heart, Tai pondered, as he had anticipated, that Obito charged towards him and struck fiercely at his cheek with a right hook. Tai slightly recoiled to evade the blow. Obito, emboldened by his advantage, relentlessly attacked with both fists and feet, leaving Tai no choice but to continuously dodge. Eventually, Obito, growing somewhat frustrated, paused to taunt Tai. Is dodging all you can do? You're nothing but a coward. A true man must confront his opponent head-on. In truth, Tai had been an ordinary person in his past life, a model student in school, and had never engaged in fights after entering society. Since arriving in this world, today marked his first encounter with physical confrontation. Tai could only muster the resolve to slap his own cheeks, repeatedly engaging in self-affirmation. Calm down. You can do this. This is not a peaceful world. It is a world that devours the weak. If you wish to survive, you must possess the strength to do so. This moment is your first test of survival in this world. If you cannot handle this mock battle, how will you face the prospect of killing and war in the future? So Tai, push yourself. After a relentless bout of self-encouragement, Tai's resolve solidified. And he bellowed at the Uchiha Obito before him, "Come." With that, Tai charged at Obito, throwing a punch aimed directly at his face. Obito skillfully dodged Tai's attack and retaliated with a punch of his own. Tai did not evade but absorbed the blow, countering with a strike against Obito, who winced in pain and returned the favor. The sparring quickly devolved into a chaotic brawl, with punches and kicks exchanged, hair-pulling, and ear-biting maneuvers employed. Having never been in a fight, Tai, under the duress of pain, forgot the techniques he had learned and resorted to wild, unrefined strikes, while Obito also lost his form. And their battle transformed into a disordered melee. "Stop this." Their instructor intervened, grabbing both Tai and Obito by the scruff of their necks and separating them. "Tai, how could you resort to such despicable tactics? Let me go, teacher. I need to teach this brat a lesson." Obito, still riled up, attempted to lunge at Tai once more, who defiantly responded, "Likewise. If you're dissatisfied, come at me again. Enough from both of you. I assign this sparring for you to hone your martial arts, not to engage in a street fight. The rest of you may leave early. You two will stand here until the end of the school day." With that, their instructor released his grip, unceremoniously dropping the bruised Tai and Obito onto the ground. The other students, hearing they could leave early, promptly turned to exit. Only Kakashi, as he passed by Obito, remarked indifferently, "Boring. Kakashi, don't leave. I want to teach you a lesson too." Provoked, Obito erupted in fury, attempting to charge at Kakashi, but was swiftly restrained by their instructor. "Behave yourself. Stand quietly until the end of school." With no choice, Tai and Obito remained under the watchful eye of their instructor until the sun set, exchanging not a single word, nor even a glance. Tai, finding solace in the quiet, devoted himself to chakra training. "Instructor, when can we leave?" Obito, unable to contain his impatience after standing all afternoon, finally inquired. Upon hearing Obito's question, the instructor leaped down from a tree, approaching the two. "Have you recognized your mistakes? We are all comrades in Konoha. How could you both resort to such heavy-handedness during practice? You will fight side by side on the battlefield in the future, do you understand?" "Understood, instructor. I deeply acknowledge my mistake and apologize to Obito." Tai was the first to speak, not out of cowardice, but rather due to his eagerness to return home. He had anticipated a prompt return after Dehechuen agreed to teach him ninjutsu, but an unexpected complication arose. Thus, Tai took the initiative to admit his mistake, hoping for an early departure. Upon hearing Tai's words, Uchiha Obito felt a twinge of embarrassment. "It's all right, I too share the blame. I should not have spoken to you in such a manner. My apologies, Tai." "Excellent," the mediator declared. "Now both parties shall perform the reconciliation seal. After completing the seal, you two are to become good friends henceforth." Tai was the first to extend his hand, followed closely by Uchiha Obito, whose hands joined together. Under the setting sun, the three of them shared a smile. Chapter 10, Dual Attributes of Wind and Fire. As Tai walked home, his face bruised and battered, many onlookers pointed and whispered about him. He could only shield his injured face and continue on his way. "Tai, what happened to you? Why is your face so swollen? Have you been bullied?" Passing by the dango shop, Tai was called out by the dango vendor. "You really know how to hit a sore spot, don't you, Uncle Dango?" "I wasn't bullied. I simply sustained injuries during a practice match with fellow ninjas." Tai, while expressing his grievances, also defended himself. "How could I possibly be bullied? It's a miracle that I don't bully others." He chuckled. "Haha, Tai, you truly are quite stubborn. Having watched you grow up, I know exactly what kind of person you are. Just wait here." With that, the uncle turned and re-entered the shop, only to emerge moments later holding a paper bag. "Here, take these leftover 3-color dumplings from today's closure and enjoy them." Upon receiving the dumplings, Tai felt a moment of daze. During his time here of over a month, aside from Dehechuen, this was the second person to show concern for him. He lifted his hand to accept the paper bag. "Thank you, uncle." Tai expressed his heartfelt gratitude with great fervor. Uncle Maruko gently ruffled Tai's hair and replied, "There is no need for thanks. In truth, we have all been watching over you. We are aware of the loss of your parents, and we understood that you were in a state of sorrow. Thus we refrained from disturbing you too much. However, it appears that you have undergone some changes since then. The ninja school seems to have had a significant impact on you. Tai, you must remember that regardless of who they are, as long as they hail from Konoha, we are all family, and we shall always support you." As Uncle Maruko finished his heartfelt words, the other shopkeepers nearby echoed his sentiments. One by one, they handed various items to Tai, offering him words of encouragement. "Keep it up, Tai. Do not lose heart. You will undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja." After graciously accepting the gifts from these kind-hearted individuals, Tai returned home, cradling his bountiful haul. Reflecting on the events of the day, he felt a deeper connection to this world. Not only had he accomplished his first victory in combat, but but he had also formed an acquaintance with Uchiha Obito. The memory of this encounter brought a smile to his face. After enduring a punishment of standing still, Obito had insisted on treating Tai to dango, feeling somewhat guilty. Especially considering that Tai had sustained far more injuries than he had. Tai had declined several times, yet Obito remained resolute. With no other option to hasten his return home to learn ninjutsu, Tai reluctantly promised to treat him next time. To his surprise, Obito readily accepted the offer and dashed away, fearing Tai might retract his promise. Who says Obito is foolish? This was quite clever of him. Employing a strategy of progression through retreat. Just as Tai was lost in regret, Takakawa entered the scene. Uncle, you've arrived. I have a plethora of delicacies here. Come. Let us feast together. Upon seeing the table laden with assorted packages, 3-color dumplings, crispy tempura, dorayaki, taiyaki, and more, Takakawa couldn't help but exclaim, have you stumbled upon a fortune? How did you acquire such an abundance? Tai recounted the events of the day to Deketsuin, who, upon hearing the tale, erupted into hearty laughter while clutching a skewer of tricolored dumplings. You were truly pathetic. Not only did you emerge from training with a bruised face, but you were also subjected to standing punishment. This is too hilarious. He guffawed. Uncle, if you continue to laugh, you shall forfeit the right to savor any of these delicacies. Tai remarked, prompting Deketsuin to stifle his amusement. No more laughter, no more laughter. The affection that the dumpling uncles have for you is a rare bond. You must not take it for granted, Deketsuin said, his expression turning grave as he delivered this admonition. Tai replied solemnly, I understand. Uncle, I will certainly not let Uncle Wanzi and the others down. Excellent. Deketsuin devoured the 3-colored dumpling in his hand and then produced 2 small cards, roughly the size of an inch, saying to Tai, do you remember that I mentioned teaching you ninjutsu? Of course I remember. Uncle, are you going to teach me ninjutsu now? Tai hastily set down the food in his hands and exclaimed with excitement, indeed, Tai. However, before we delve into the art of ninjutsu, we must first assess your chakra attributes. You must have learned about this in ninja school, am I correct? Yes, I have studied it. There are 5 chakra attributes, wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning. Am I right, Uncle? Absolutely correct. What I hold in my hand is chakra test paper. By channeling your chakra into it, the paper will react differently based on the attributes displayed. With that, Takahikawa directed his chakra into one of the test papers. The once smooth paper suddenly became wrinkled and then damp, to the point that water began to drip from it. Upon witnessing this, Tai immediately realized that Takahikawa possessed 2 chakra attributes, lightning and water. However, observing Tai's unperturbed expression, Takahikawa inquired with curiosity, aren't you intrigued by how this works? Tai suddenly realized that he should express curiosity, so he feigned surprise and explained, of course I'm curious. I just didn't grasp what was happening. Uncle, please tell me. Will you? Observing Tai's astonished demeanor, Deketsuin felt a sense of satisfaction in his pretentiousness and began to elucidate. This is the application of chakra test paper, which can materialize chakra attributes. Just like this piece of paper, it first becomes wrinkled, indicating that I possess lightning attribute chakra, and then it becomes damp, proving that I also have water attribute chakra. So, Uncle, can a person possess multiple chakra attributes? Tai feigned ignorance and inquired. Upon hearing Tai's question, Deketsuin elucidated. A person is not confined to possessing merely one type of chakra. Typically, a ninja possesses only one chakra attribute prior to reaching the rank of Jonin. Upon attaining this level, one can cultivate a second attribute. As demonstrated earlier by the chakra test paper, the water attribute emerged subsequent to the lightning attribute, indicating that my water affinity was developed only after I became a Jonin. However, there are many prodigies who are born with multiple chakra attributes. For instance, the 3rd Hokage was endowed with all 5 elemental attributes from birth and mastered thousands of ninjutsu techniques, earning him the title of the Doctor of Ninjutsu. After Deketsuin's explanation, Tai feigned a look of sudden comprehension. So that's how it is. Uncle, please test me as well. Tai eagerly snatched the chakra testing paper from Deketsuin's hands, infusing it with his own chakra, intrigued to discover the elemental affinity he possessed. As the chakra permeated the paper, it swiftly reacted. The paper suddenly split in 2, igniting into flames that quickly turned to ash, startling Tai into retracting his hand. Almost immediately, filled with excitement, he inquired of Deketsuin, Uncle, what elemental affinity do I possess? It should be fire, right? But what does it mean that the testing paper was severed in 2? Deketsuin, initially taken aback by the sight of the now ashen paper, regained his composure upon hearing Tai's question. Tai, you must never again claim you are not a genius. You possess not only a natural dual affinity but also a particularly rare wind element. Moreover, your 2 elements can synergistically enhance each other. Do you know why I chose water as my second affinity? It is because water can conduct electricity, thus, lightning and water can execute combined ninjutsu. Your wind affinity, in turn, can amplify fire-based techniques. As long as you avoid unforeseen circumstances, ascending to the rank of Jonin will be a mere formality for you. Upon hearing Deketsuin's words, Tai couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. Uncle, is it truly possible to attain the rank of Jonin merely through the dual attributes of wind and fire? Surely, the path to becoming a Jonin is not so simple. Indeed, it is not so straightforward. Regardless of innate talent, diligent cultivation remains paramount. There is much information you have yet to encounter. Once you graduate from the Ninja Academy, you will come to understand the significance of complementary attributes. However, Daechuan continued, I did not anticipate that you would possess the rare wind attribute, thus I was unprepared with wind techniques. At present, I only have a fire technique at hand. Upon hearing Daechuan's words, Tai quickly replied, that is quite all right, uncle. I am already thrilled to learn a technique. Please, teach me. Daechuan produced a scroll and said to Tai, this is a D-rank technique, the fire release, great fireball technique. It serves as a simplified version of the C-rank grand fireball technique, which is perfectly suitable for you at this stage. Once you have mastered this technique, learning the grand fireball will become significantly easier. Tai took the scroll and expressed gratitude. Thank you, uncle. Chapter 11. The requirements for learning the shadow clone technique. Tai formed hand seals and, accompanied by a resounding shout, unleashed, fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball, approximately 1 meter in diameter, erupted from his mouth. How is that, uncle? Is my great fireball technique up to standard? Tai gazed at the riverbank with an expression brimming with anticipation, while Daechuan looked at him with a sense of satisfaction. Well done, Tai. In just 3 days, you have managed to master the great fireball technique to this extent. Upon hearing Daechuan's words, Tai felt immense joy. For ever since that fateful night when he acquired the great fireball technique from Daechuan, he had embarked on his journey of training. However, Tai's aptitude for ninjutsu was rather average. It could not be deemed poor, but rather akin to that of an ordinary person. To have grasped a single technique within 3 days was already commendable, even if it was merely a basic D-rank ninjutsu. Nevertheless, this marked a significant milestone in Tai's path of growth. Thus, he said to Daechuan, uncle, to celebrate my successful acquisition of ninjutsu, I would like to treat you to a barbecue today. Observing Tai's exuberance, Daechuan could not help but temper his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Tai, do not let your excitement overwhelm you. This is merely a simple D-rank ninjutsu. Your hand-sign speed and proficiency in ninjutsu are still lacking. So you must continue to practice diligently. Do you understand? I understand, uncle. This is just a simple ninjutsu, and it took me 3 days to learn it. Which indicates that my talent in ninjutsu is not particularly remarkable. Therefore, I will strive to practice harder. After being doused with cold water by Daechuan, Tai regained his composure. Indeed, he realized he was not yet in a position to celebrate. If it took him so long to master a mere D-rank ninjutsu, how long would it take to cultivate a B-rank ninjutsu? An A-rank? Or even an S-rank in the future? Tai found himself deep in contemplation. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. How could he have forgotten this technique? The shadow clone technique, renowned as the most formidable ability within the realm of Naruto, was instrumental in Naruto's extraordinary achievements, largely due to the unparalleled advantages it provided. This remarkable technique allowed the user to create tangible clones using chakra, with each clone sharing the chakra of the original while possessing independent consciousness and a degree of resilience to physical harm. Upon dispelling the clones, their memories and experiences would return to the original, a crucial aspect of the technique. Essentially, every additional clone could be likened to having another individual training alongside oneself, exponentially accelerating the rate of development. However, this advantage came with its drawbacks. The pain and fatigue experienced by the clones would also be transferred back to the original. Should too many clones revert to the original simultaneously, it could lead to dire consequences, even resulting in death, a primary reason why the multi-shadow clone technique was classified as forbidden. Nevertheless, Tai did not require an excessive number of clones, as his chakra reserves were limited. Just 2 or 3 clones would significantly enhance his training effectiveness. With this in mind, Tai resolved to request the technique from Daechuan. However, the pressing question remained, how did he come to know about the shadow clone technique? He needed a plausible excuse. Observing Tai's silence, Daechuan speculated that perhaps his previous remarks had been overly harsh, leading him to console Tai. I do not intend to discourage you, Tai. In fact, your speed in learning ninjutsu far exceeds my own during my youth. Upon hearing Daechuan's words, Tai snapped back to reality. Uncle, I am not disheartened. I simply recalled something. During practice, why was Kakashi's clone able to launch an attack? The substitute technique, as the supporting teacher mentioned, is merely a diversion, lacking substance. Yet Kakashi's clone defies this explanation. Why is that? Though the topic shift was somewhat abrupt, it proved remarkably effective, piquing Daechuan's interest. Oh, a tangible clone? Please recount the details of your training. Consequently, Tai meticulously described the events of that day. Ultimately, whether or not Kakashi's clone was a true shadow clone was irrelevant. What mattered was that Tai needed Daechuan to articulate the technique for him to make his request. After listening to Tai's account, Daechuan could not help but marvel. Indeed, you are the son of the White Fang. At such a young age, you have already mastered 3 ninjutsu techniques and the shadow clone technique, and perhaps even more. You truly deserve the title of genius. Finally, Daechuan was intrigued, prompting Tai to eagerly inquire, Uncle, what is the shadow clone technique? Is it a variant of the clone technique? Daechuan began to elucidate the nature of the shadow clone technique. Without hesitation, Tai implored, Uncle, I wish to learn the shadow clone technique. It is such a formidable ninjutsu capable of attacking foes. With it, I could unleash the great fireball technique and the wind release technique simultaneously, allowing me to perform the fusion ninjutsu you mentioned all on my own. Initially intending to refuse Tai's request, Dahuchuan reconsidered upon hearing the latter's reasoning. The enhancement the shadow clone technique could provide Tai was indeed substantial. After careful deliberation, Dahuchuan finally spoke. Tai, I had no intention of teaching you the shadow clone technique, as it is not only a B-rank ninjutsu but also comes with inherent risks. However, considering your arguments, I have decided to offer you an opportunity. Tai eagerly inquired of Dahuchuan, what opportunity do you speak of? Last time during the ninja sparring, you returned with a battered visage. If you can enhance your combat skills to a level that satisfies me before my next mission, I shall impart to you the shadow clone technique. Hearing this condition, Tai did not hesitate for a moment and agreed, it is a promise. Uncle, I will ensure your satisfaction before you embark on your mission. Such determination, Tai. However, to reach a level that pleases me, being battered and bruised won't suffice. Dahuchuan chuckled heartily. Though 3 days had passed, Tai's injuries from his last spar with Obito had yet to heal. He remained quite bruised. After their laughter subsided, Dahuchuan waved his hand. Let us celebrate your successful mastery of the great fireball technique. I shall treat you to barbecue. That sounds wonderful. Uncle, how about I treat you instead? Tai suggested. Oh, no. As a jonin, let me handle the treating. You need only focus on eating. As the sun set, the two figures, one large and one small, made their way towards Konoha village. Chapter 12. The path of physical training begins. Since establishing the wager regarding the shadow clone technique with Dahuchuan, Tai's training became even more diligent. By day, he attended ninja school, and after classes, he engaged in physical training with Might Guy. Sometimes, Obito would join, but he rarely managed to keep up. At last, Tai could run 500 laps around the playground. 500 laps. I've finally done it. He gasped, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. Meanwhile, Might Guy continued to radiate youthful vigor, seemingly unfazed. Tai, congratulations on completing 500 laps. Now, let's do 1,000 push-ups together. Please, let me rest a moment, Kai. After a considerable time resting on the ground, Tai finally caught his breath and called out to Kai, who was doing push-ups. Kai, let us spar. In truth, Tai was capable of sparring with Might Guy long ago, but he had always been returned home by Guy after their physical training, lacking the opportunity until now. Having completed his 500 laps, he felt ready to propose a sparring session. Upon hearing this, Kai leaped into the air, executing a backflip. Tai, I've been waiting for your challenge for ages. Let us engage in a youthful duel. I am fired up. Seeing Kai's enthusiasm, Tai felt a twinge of apprehension. This won't end with me in dire straits, will it? Reluctantly, he recounted his wager with Dahuchuan, omitting no details about the shadow clone technique. Thus, I hope you can guide me in my physical training. My intent is to enhance my practical abilities rather than challenge you. I fear you might inadvertently end my existence. As he spoke, his voice grew softer. Might Guy, unable to clearly hear, awkwardly replied, Actually, I am not proficient in physical techniques either. My skills were developed by mimicking my father's moves during our sparring sessions. I cannot truly guide you. However, he added, if you wish, I can ask my father to instruct you. He is an incredibly skilled ninja in my eyes. His expression held a glimmer of hope. Observing the earnestness in Might Guy's gaze, Tai felt an inexplicable pang of compassion. The current Might Guy was in dire need of acknowledgement, lacking talent in ninjutsu and not yet appreciating the early benefits of physical techniques. It was only when he witnessed his father burning with passion that he began to grasp the meaning of his existence. To ignite oneself and transform into the nurturing essence for new growth. Ultimately, Might Guy fulfilled his life's purpose during his battle with the Sage of the Six Paths, opening the 8th gate, the Death Gate. Had it not been for Naruto's timely arrival with the power of the sun, Might Guy might have truly turned to ashes. Tai approached Might Guy, placing a hand on his shoulder as he met his gaze. Guy, you possess a remarkable father. It is a privilege to receive his guidance. And you, my friend, shall undoubtedly become the strongest man in this world. Might Guy's expression transitioned from surprise to deep emotion, culminating in a heartfelt exclamation of Tai. He enveloped Tai in a fervent embrace, weeping uncontrollably as if to release the pent-up pressures of time. Witnessing this poignant scene, Tai could do nothing but offer solace to the sorrowful Might Guy, eventually managing to calm him down. The two then resolved to head to Might Guy's home. His residence was situated far from the heart of Konoha, on the outskirts where property prices were modest and the accommodations notably aged. Standing at the threshold of Might Guy's home, his demeanor appeared somewhat uneasy. Tai certainly understood the implications of Might Guy's words and promptly interrupted him, saying, let us proceed. I am eager to seek your father's guidance. Without further hesitation, Might Guy led Tai into the living room. Father, I have returned with a friend. Yo, youth. I am Might Due, Might Guy's father. Welcome to our home. With this exclamation, a figure clad in a fitted green outfit appeared before Tai, adorned with that signature smile, showcasing his pearly white teeth and a thumbs-up gesture. Greetings, Uncle Due. I am Taichi Yagami, a close friend of Might Guy. To think that you have already found a good friend, Kai. This truly brings me joy. To celebrate, I have decided to run 100 laps around Konoha. Would you and your friend care to join? Absolutely, Dad. This is the essence of youth. Let us ignite the spirit. The father-son duo inexplicably became exuberant. Yet Tai quickly interjected, clarifying his desire to receive martial arts training from Might Due. Might Due readily agreed, tearfully assuring Tai that he would provide exceptional guidance. After securing Might Due's consent and arranging to commence training the following day, Tai felt compelled to take his leave, fearing he might be enlisted to run 100 laps around the village with the spirited duo. As Tai departed, Might Due suddenly turned serious and said to Might Guy, Kai, I have a premonition that your friend may become someone extraordinary in the future. Meanwhile, as Tai strolled through the streets, he unexpectedly encountered Obito Uchiha. Obito, where have you been? Tai was somewhat perplexed. Normally, a considerable amount of time had elapsed since school had dismissed, so Obito should have already returned home. How could he still be wandering the streets at this hour? Upon hearing Tai's voice, Uchiha Obito also noticed him for the first time. Faced with Tai's inquiry, Obito responded with a hint of embarrassment. I happened to encounter an elderly gentleman just as school let out. Seeing that he was carrying a great many items, I offered to help him home. Little did I realize, his residence was quite far, and I have only just returned. Why did this sound so familiar? Of course, it sounded familiar. The only difference this time was that the protagonist had transformed from a grandmother into a grandfather. Tai was also quite curious and asked, why do you always encounter elderly men and women in need of assistance? Surely, you haven't engaged in any questionable activities, have you? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito's face flushed crimson as he retorted loudly, how could I possibly engage in anything inappropriate? I'm only 4 years old. Don't speak nonsense. I have no idea why I keep running into those who require help. And by the way, aren't you still indebted to me for that meal of 3 colored dumplings? Surprisingly. You remember. I thought you had forgotten. How could I forget? After all, they are 3 colored dumplings. At this point, Obito's stomach let out a loud growl. And just as he felt embarrassed, Tai's stomach echoed the same sound. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter together. Let's go, Obito. I'll treat you to ramen. But I want 2 large bowls, so be careful with your wallet. The 2 small figures walked side by side into the distance, unaware of whether they would be friends or foes in the future. Chapter 13. Even geniuses strive hard. Since that fateful night when Might Guy agreed to mentor Tai in martial arts, Tai's arduous journey began. Tai, get up quickly. A man's youth cannot simply extinguish. Your opponents are not to be trifled with. You must fight with your life on the line. Get up. Might Guy shouted frantically into Tai's ear while holding a megaphone. At that moment, Tai, who was lying on the ground, regretted seeking Might Guy's guidance in martial arts. Over the past few days, he had learned little in terms of technique but was utterly exhausted. Each day, before dawn, he was dragged from his bed by Might Guy and Kai to run around the Hidden Leaf Village. During the day at the Ninja Academy, whenever there was a moment free, Kai would pull him into physical training. Whenever Tai sought rest, Kai would insist it was his father's wish that he first build a strong body before delving into profound martial arts training. With no choice, Tai could only acquiesce. And in the evenings, he continued to be dragged into training by the father-son duo. After training, he would return home to endure rigorous ninjutsu training from Okawa. This relentless schedule often left Tai dozing off in class, earning him punishments from his teachers. He was truly exhausted both physically and mentally. However, the silver lining was that in terms of stamina, chakra, and ninjutsu proficiency, he had made remarkable progress. This was the only motivation that kept him going. Uncle Guy, I really can't go on. If this continues, I'm doomed. Tai lamented, lying on the ground, refusing to rise. Tai, how can you give up here? Get up. You are the first man to acknowledge me, and I acknowledge you as well. Might Guy, still jogging in place, encouraged him. Yet, no matter how much the father-son duo pleaded, Tai remained stubbornly on the ground. It wasn't that he didn't wish to continue training. His body had simply reached its limit. Few in the world of Naruto could match the stamina of this father-son pair. Perhaps only the later generations Rock Lee could compare. Seeing that Tai could not be roused, Might Guy had no choice but to declare the training session over for the day. At that moment, they noticed that Tai had already drifted into a deep sleep on the ground. The father-son duo could only carry Tai home, where they encountered Okawa waiting for them. Oh, an elite J-nin? Might Guy, carrying Tai, was taken aback by Okawa's presence and quickly greeted him. Hello, esteemed J-nin. Upon seeing Tai asleep on Might Guy's back, Okawa inquired, what happened here? Might Guy hastily recounted the events. Okawa stepped forward to take the sleeping Tai into his arms and expressed his gratitude to the father-son duo. I apologize for the trouble Tai has caused you both. Are you the martial arts teacher you mentioned? He spoke highly of your skills. Might Guy quickly waved his hands. Feeling flustered, Tai is just joking. My martial arts could never compare to an esteemed J-nin like yourself. Okawa paid no mind to this and simply said, since Tai chose you, there must be a reason for it. I hope you will guide him well. I entrust him to you. Seeing Okawa's serious demeanor, Might Guy straightened his expression. Rest assured, I will devote myself to teaching Tai, for he is a friend of my son. Upon hearing Might Guy's assurance, Okawa said no more and politely invited the father-son duo inside. Though somewhat dense, they were not foolish and quickly declined the invitation. On the way back, Kai could not contain his curiosity and asked Might Guy, Dad, was that really an elite J-nin? Just being in his presence felt overwhelmingly oppressive. Might Guy ruffled Kai's hair and replied, "Indeed, but do not be disheartened. One day, you too shall become a person of such greatness." Meanwhile, Tai, cradled in Okawa's arms, slept soundly. Okawa looked at the peacefully slumbering Tai, feeling a sense of pride. "It seems you are truly working hard." He then quietly left the room. A night passed without incident. Today was a rare rest day. After a good night's sleep, Tai finally replenished his energy. Early in the morning, he set out with the father-son duo for training. Running through the forest in the morning, basking in the warm sunlight, Tai felt a profound sense of tranquility. And his steps felt light. Concerned, Kai asked, "Tai, how are you feeling? Is your body holding up?" Coming back to his senses, Tai, still basking in the sunlight, replied, "I'm fine, Kai. In fact, I feel like my body is getting stronger. Even after running such a long distance, I don't feel fatigued at all." Might Guy, who had been jogging alongside them, chimed in, "Oh, it seems that your body has truly surpassed its limits, Tai. This kind of qualitative improvement in physical conditioning only occurs under such circumstances. But I don't feel like I've pushed my limits at all," Tai said, confused. In novels and movies, don't breakthroughs usually require pushing the body to its extremes and then relying on sheer willpower to keep going? It seems absurd to think I could break through just by sleeping well. If that's the case, I wish I could experience this more often. Hearing Tai's confusion, Might Guy explained, "Actually, your body was already nearing its limits due to the recent high-intensity training. It is entirely normal to pass out from exhaustion after a breakthrough. Very few can remain conscious after surpassing their limits." "I see. So does this mean I can begin training in martial arts now?" Tai asked excitedly. Might Guy readily agreed. "I intended to teach you martial arts once your body broke through its limits, and now is the perfect time. Do you see that mountaintop ahead? That is our destination. Onward, young men. Let's go. Charge." Tai and Might Guy simultaneously accelerated, racing towards the distant mountain summit. In a moment, the trio of cultivators arrived at the base of the mountain, when suddenly, Might Guy halted, gazing upward. Upon witnessing the scene, Tai instinctively followed the direction in which Might Guy was gazing. There, on a nearly vertical cliff, a diminutive figure was scaling the rock face with one hand. "Is that Kakashi?" Tai exclaimed upon recognizing the silhouette. "Indeed. Even one hailed as a genius continues to strive relentlessly. How could I ever hope to surpass him?" Might Guy lowered his head in defeat. "Guy, you are quite concerned about his performance, aren't you? If that is the case, why not challenge him?" Might Due approached and placed a reassuring hand on Might Guy's shoulder. "If I can run 5,000 laps around the playground, I shall issue him a challenge," Might Guy declared with unwavering resolve. "Well said, my son." Tai gazed at the father and son embracing each other, feeling that his words of comfort were unnecessary. He turned to Kakashi, who was resting at the mountain's peak. "A challenge, Kakashi? If even you cannot surpass your limits, how can I hope to realize my dreams?" Chapter 14. 5,000 laps. Lord Hokage, this is the recent status of the students at the Ninja Academy. Seated behind his desk, the third Hokage listened to the report from the inconspicuous teacher while perusing Kakashi's files. After inhaling from his pipe and exhaling a cloud of smoke, the third Hokage remarked, "Truly, he is the son of White Fang. At such a tender age, he has mastered 3 ninjutsu techniques and can perform the shadow clone jutsu. What delights me most is his combat awareness. It is rare to find such insight at this age." Upon hearing the third Hokage's elevated appraisal of Kakashi, the inconspicuous teacher inquired, "Lord Hokage, should we pay special attention to Kakashi?" "No need. Let it unfold naturally. A talent like Kakashi shall not linger in the academy for long. The ninja world is where his abilities will truly shine." At that moment, the door to the Hokage's office was abruptly pushed open, revealing a middle-aged man with his right eye bandaged. As Hizashi entered, he noticed the inconspicuous teacher and swallowed the words he had intended to share. "Lord Danzo." The inconspicuous teacher greeted respectfully. Indeed, this man was Shimura Danzo, the leader of the Root and a disruptive force within Konoha, notorious for his ruthless methods. "Please leave." The third Hokage gestured dismissively to the inconspicuous teacher, who bowed and exited. Once alone, Danzo wasted no time in stating, "Hizashi, I have long insisted that you entrust the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to me. I assure you, I will transform her into the ultimate weapon. This time, the Cloud Village nearly abducted the Jinchuriki, so it is imperative that you hand her over to me." The third Hokage remained unfazed by Danzo's tone, accustomed to his confrontational demeanor. Danzo was an old comrade, and in private moments, such privileges were tolerated. "I will not surrender Kushina to you. She has found her bonds and is striving to integrate into the village. Thus, this matter is not open for discussion. Hizashi, the bonds you speak of are unreliable. This was merely luck. Should the Jinchuriki revolt midway, who shall bear the responsibility?" "Enough. Danzo, I am the Hokage." The third Hokage interrupted, rising from his seat with a thud. Furious, Danzo's face darkened. "Hizashi, you will regret your decision today." With that, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. The third Hokage gazed at the closed door, turning to look out the window at Konoha's nightscape, reflecting on Danzo's unusual behavior. "Danzo, after all this time, you come to argue about the Jinchuriki's safety. What scheme are you concocting? You had better refrain from actions that would harm Konoha, or else. Go for it, my son. The road of youth stretches straight ahead of you. On the playground of the Ninja Academy, Might Guy was fervently cheering for Might Guy with a megaphone. Since that day, he caught a glimpse of Kakashi. Guy resolved to challenge him after completing 5,000 laps around the track. Therefore, for the past few days, Guy had been tirelessly running laps, while Tai, under Dai's guidance, had corrected his offensive and defensive flaws and taught him a simple yet effective set of combat techniques. Thus, their routine transformed into a rigorous training regimen. In the morning, Tai practiced punches while watching Guy run. At noon, Dai provided techniques while Guy continued his laps. In the afternoon, they practiced throwing shuriken and punching, while Guy kept running. At night, they trained ninjutsu with Ohikawa, while Guy rested. Today marked Guy's greatest opportunity to complete the 5,000 laps. Since his first run, the number of laps he completed each day had been steadily increasing, astonishingly, regardless of how exhausted he was the previous day. Guy always seemed to be revitalized the next morning. How could an ordinary person possess such resilience? It was no wonder he was referred to as a rare beast by Kisame Hashigaki. Thus, after completing his training, Tai accompanied Guy for the laps. But by the 765th lap, he found himself resting on a bench by the track. Even if I pushed past my limits, it was merely an additional 200 laps? Guy, how are you so strong? Tai muttered as he lay on the bench, watching Guy run effortlessly. Behind Guy, Guy was panting heavily yet still encouraging. It's not time to give up yet, Guy. Lap 1000. Go, Guy. Lap 1507. Youth is still chasing behind you, Guy. Observing Dai's unwavering enthusiasm while resting on the bench, Tai couldn't help but admire Dai's youthful vigor. Uncle Dai, let me take over the cheering for Guy. Please, rest a moment. With that, he took the megaphone from Dai and began to cheer for Guy. Lap 2000. It's noon. Lap 3000. Afternoon has arrived, and Dai resumed his encouragement. Lap 4000. The sun began to descend, with Tai taking over the cheers. As Guy's movements began to slow by lap 4899, darkness enveloped his surroundings, and he gradually perceived a silhouette before him. I want to challenge you. I cannot lose. Suddenly, Guy, who had been moving sluggishly, burst forth with renewed speed. Lap 5000. Elated, Dai embraced the nearly collapsing Guy. Congratulations, Guy. This is youth. With those words, Guy finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing into Dai's arms. Congratulations, Guy. You did it. Tai gently remarked, watching from the side. Dai took Guy to the hospital, and Tai returned home. Upon his arrival, Ohikawa greeted him enthusiastically. Tai, why are you back so early today? In response to Ohikawa's query, Tai recounted Guy's remarkable achievement of running 5,000 laps. Ohikawa, astonished, stared in disbelief. Nanny, are you saying that child ran 5,000 laps around the Ninja Academy track without stopping? Tai gazed at the disheveled Dawachuan and nodded. One breath? He nodded slightly. 5 years old? He nodded again. Is this really a 5-year-old? Hey, no need for such language. Gradually calming down, Dahechuan spoke with utmost seriousness. This child is truly remarkable. Given time, he may well become a genuinely dependable man. As if this needed stating, Tai was well aware of Kaiser's unreliability, far more than anyone else. Uncle, how much longer do you have to rest? Tai inquired of Dahechuan. Upon hearing Tai's question, Dahechuan could not help but chuckle. What is this? Are you now ready to accept my challenge? Tai rolled his eyes and said, of course not. I merely wish to ascertain how much time I have left. You are a Jonin. If I am unprepared, I could easily be defeated in a single blow. Even a Chunin could fall to me in one strike. Dawachuan wore an expression that suggested he underestimated him, but continued, however, I shall not take you seriously. My test is designed to assess your level, not to undermine you. So rest assured. Upon hearing Dawachuan's words, Tai felt quite speechless. I am well aware you would not strike with full intensity, otherwise even Kakashi would be defeated in an instant. Dawachuan continued, ever since the last mission concluded, the borders have been relatively peaceful. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, I have another half month until my next rotation. This means you have half a month to improve yourself. Half a month? Tai began to contemplate how much progress he could make in that time. Physical training is not something that can be mastered overnight. It requires gradual practice. In half a month, the most he could hope for was to become somewhat more proficient in the techniques taught by Might Guy, and nothing more. In terms of ninjutsu, aside from the great fireball technique, Dawachuan had also imparted the body replacement technique to Tai. His practice during this period had enabled him to use the body replacement technique with relative ease. As for ninja tools, Tai's performance in throwing hidden weapons was above average in school, but this level of skill would merely serve as a distraction against a Jonin like Dawachuan. It would be far more effective to rely on his own ability to trip him up. Thus, to truly satisfy Dawachuan, he needed to focus on tactics. Chapter 15. Might Guy vs. Kakashi. Early morning. Taichi, as always, completed his training before heading to the Ninja Academy. While walking, he pondered how to impress Dahechuan during the upcoming test when he suddenly heard someone call his name. Taichi. The voice belonged to Might Guy, who had undergone a transformations. His previously long hair had been cut short, replaced with a bowl cut, and he donned a classic green jumpsuit. As Guy approached, Taichi greeted him. Good morning, Guy. Your new look is quite dashing. Upon receiving Taichi's compliment, Guy's face flushed crimson as he shyly scratched his head, replying, Good morning, Taichi. Ignoring Guy's bashfulness, Taichi inquired, Are you ready to challenge Kakashi? Indeed. I am fully prepared, Guy declared, his fist clenched with determination. When do you plan to challenge Kakashi? Taichi asked. This afternoon after school. I hope you can be there to witness it, Taichi. No problem, just call me when you're ready, Taichi assured him. In truth, even if Guy hadn't mentioned the invitation, Taichi would have eagerly volunteered to attend, as it presented a splendid opportunity to strengthen his bond with Kakashi. Life at the Ninja Academy remained consistently mundane, with the monotonous classes on the will of fire inducing drowsiness. There was always Obito arriving late, the aloof Kakashi, and the little girl swooning over Kakashi's cool demeanor, much to the envy of the young boys. Additionally, Might Guy, who spent the entire day absorbed in his studies, fixated on Kakashi, causing Kakashi to feel somewhat unnerved. Finally, during a break, Guy mustered the courage to approach Kakashi and issued his challenge. Kakashi, I wish to challenge you. Kakashi, displaying a nonchalant demeanor, replied, sure, now? Although Kakashi appeared indifferent on the surface, he held Guy in high regard, having encountered him during the Academy's enrollment event, where his father, the White Fang, had shown considerable respect towards Guy. Furthermore, just the day prior, Kakashi had witnessed Guy completing an astonishing feat of 5,000 laps while passing by on his way to buy grilled fish. Kakashi had been utterly astonished. Who could achieve such a remarkable accomplishment at the tender age of 5? It required immense talent and perseverance. Perhaps, as his father had suggested, if one does not strive, this man will undoubtedly surpass me one day. Guy, elated that Kakashi accepted his challenge, quickly clarified, not now, let's set the time for after school. Kakashi, having heard this, turned to leave, simply stating, all right, before long. The time for school dismissal arrived. Tai and Might Guy waited at the school gate for Kakashi. Observing the trembling form of Might Guy, Tai could not help but offer words of comfort. Guy, do not fear. Is this not what you have long anticipated? Therefore, regardless of the outcome, you must give it your all. Only by acknowledging the disparity can one truly progress. Would you not agree? Turning to Tai, Might Guy steadied his quaking body, exclaiming, Tai, I am not afraid. Rather, I am exhilarated. As you said, recognizing the gap is essential for advancement, and I am thoroughly prepared, no matter the result. This is the essence of my fiery youth. While Tai and Might Guy engaged in conversation, Kakashi approached them. Looking at Might Guy, he inquired, where shall we duel? Might Guy momentarily appeared dazed, having focused solely on challenging Kakashi without considering a suitable location. Noticing Might Guy's hesitation, Kakashi could not suppress a sigh. Placing a hand on his forehead, you do have a venue in mind, do you not? Might Guy stammered, well, I was thinking. But before he could finish, Kakashi interjected, let us do this. Follow me. All right. Might Guy replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he asked, Tai, may I bring you along? Kakashi, already a few steps ahead, glanced back and replied, it matters not. With Kakashi's consent, Might Guy eagerly grasped Tai's arm. Let us go together, Tai. Nodding slightly, he followed closely behind the two. After a while, the trio arrived at a grove, where a clearing lay before them, adorned with 3 large wooden stumps at its center. Why did this scene appear so strikingly familiar? Tai couldn't help but think to himself, suddenly recalling that this scene resembled the one where the 3 little ones fought for the bell. Had this place always existed? Kakashi, taking the lead, spoke first. This is where I usually train. Let's conduct our match here. All right, let's commence, exclaimed Might Guy, clashing his fists together with exuberance. Do you need me to act as the referee? Tai interjected, unable to contain his enthusiasm. After all, this is the inaugural duel between the esteemed Kai and the illustrious Kakashi. It holds significant meaning. Kakashi replied nonchalantly, do as you wish. Then I entrust this to you. Tai, Might Guy said. Competitors, prepare. Begin. With the agreement of both, Tai announced the start without hesitation. At the sound of his command, Kakashi and Might Guy charged towards each other. Their fists collided in midair with a resounding thud, and as they landed, a fierce exchange of blows ensued, punctuated by the sounds of impact. Kakashi, in the realm of taijutsu, I shall not be bested by you, Might Guy declared, launching a powerful kick aimed directly at Kakashi's face. Kakashi swiftly raised his hand to block the strike, but was taken aback by its tremendous force. He promptly altered his strategy, opting for a more evasive approach rather than a direct confrontation. This strategy proved effective, as Kakashi managed to dodge most of Might Guy's attacks, with only a few unavoidable strikes being skillfully mitigated. The battle raged on for several minutes, ultimately culminating when Might Guy, in his eagerness, exposed a flaw, allowing Kakashi to seize victory. As the match concluded, both combatants were left panting heavily. Might Guy was disheveled, his face marked with noticeable bruises from Kakashi's punch. Kakashi appeared slightly better off, though his once pristine attire was now dust-laden, and his hands trembled slightly from the exertion. After all, Might Guy's strength was formidable, not typical of someone his age. After a brief respite, Kakashi spoke first. Since it's over, I shall take my leave. He turned to depart. At that moment, Might Guy chimed in, 1-0. This was our first encounter. You emerged victorious, but I shall not relent. I will challenge you again at any moment, Kakashi. Suit yourself. I shall always be ready, Kakashi replied without looking back. Suddenly, Tai interjected, how about we grab a meal together? No, I will head home, Kakashi continued walking. What about grilled mackerel? Tai suggested. Kakashi paused momentarily. I've heard the salt-grilled mackerel at the nearby restaurant is quite famous. And the miso soup with eggplant is also delightful. Are you interested? Upon hearing this, Kakashi stopped, turning to Tai with a hint of anticipation in his gaze. Seeing this, Tai took Might Guy by the hand and rushed to Kakashi's side, declaring, "It's on me." Kakashi remained silent but nodded slightly. All right. To the grilled mackerel restaurant. Chapter 16. 5 grilled mackerels for instruction in swordsmanship. Ever since that night when Tai treated Kakashi to grilled mackerel, their relationship had grown considerably closer. Each day after school, Tai would drag Might Guy along to Kakashi's place for meals. The primary reason for this was White Fang. Might Guy had recently been absent from home due to temporary assignments. Meanwhile, Might Guy was also pulled away for patrol duties due to a shortage of personnel. Notably, the Great River Patrol was among them, returning home late each day. Thus, Kakashi, Might Guy, and Tai had become a trio of semi-boarding children. Tai and Might Guy were both inept in the culinary arts. The meals they produced could merely be described as edible, sufficient to sustain life but lacking in any culinary delight. In stark contrast to Kakashi's superior skills, which were vividly illustrated in the original work where Kakashi skillfully grilled fish. Tai shamelessly coaxed Might Guy into training with Kakashi daily, subsequently mooching off his meals. Through these days of camaraderie, the bond among the three deepened considerably. In the original narrative, following the demise of White Fang, Kakashi exhibited a demeanor that was cold, rational, and devoid of humor, prioritizing missions above all else. It was only after Obito's death that Kakashi began to transform, and the subsequent losses of Rin and Minato led him to completely shut himself off, joining the Umbu. However, through the guidance of the third Hokage and the influence of his 3 young companions, his character evolved into one that was gentle, sunny, and somewhat mischievous. At this juncture, White Fang had yet to take his own life, which meant Kakashi still retained a semblance of coldness and sharp wit, though overall, he was still amiable. Initially, Kakashi was resistant to Tai and Might Guy's habit of freeloading on his meals. However, Tai's audacity proved insurmountable as he stubbornly lingered at Kakashi's home. Ultimately, Kakashi had no choice but to tacitly accept this behavior. During this period, Tai greatly benefited from the training sessions with Kakashi and Might Guy, witnessing a marked improvement in both his physical and ninjutsu skills, as well as a significant enhancement in his practical combat abilities. Tai has also engaged in a contest with Kakashi, but the outcome was rather dismal. He could hardly last 3 minutes before being left bruised and battered. Kakashi was undoubtedly avenging Tai's incessant dining habits, as each strike seemed deliberately aimed at Tai's face. After school, Tai and Might Guy followed Kakashi as usual. Kakashi glanced back at the 2 trailing behind him, 3 dark lines appearing on his forehead as he exclaimed, "How long are you 2 planning to freeload at my house?" Initially hesitant to impose, Might Guy had grown accustomed to it over the past few days, especially since Kakashi's culinary skills were quite remarkable, providing daily opportunities for challenges. Thus, Might Guy found himself thoroughly enjoying the experience. By the way, the score between the two had reached 7-6, with Kakashi currently holding a narrow lead. "Kakashi, I'm only following you to challenge you. Definitely not for your cooking, absolutely not," Might Guy replied, his face betraying no shame as he discreetly wiped the corner of his mouth. "You wiped your mouth when I mentioned food, didn't you? You definitely did." Kakashi roared inwardly, then turned his gaze towards Tai beside him. Tai noticed Kakashi gazing at him and quickly turned his head to the sky, exclaiming, "The moon is truly full today." Kakashi looked up at the descending sun, his veins bulging with irritation. "What you see up there is the sun. Do not follow me for the same reason as Might Guy." Upon hearing this, Tai, with an air of shamelessness, replied, "I am merely here for a free meal." Kakashi, upon hearing these words, felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Tai, irritated by his audacity in admitting such a thing. Kakashi chose not to utter another word, turning on his heel to leave, fearing that prolonged exposure might provoke a heart attack. The duo, intent on their free meal, followed closely behind him until they reached the training grounds. Kakashi spoke first. "Today, I shall not accept any challenges. I intend to practice." The two, undeterred, silently began their warm-up exercises, acknowledging that Kakashi was their benefactor and thus, their modest demands were permissible, except for the allowance of free meals. Kakashi retrieved a short blade from his satchel and commenced his training, executing a series of techniques, slashes, thrusts, stabs, parries, and cuts, the blade dancing gracefully in his hands, radiating light. Suddenly, Kakashi sheathed his knife, closed his eyes, and assumed a poised stance, gathering his focus. In an instant, a flash of white light surged forth. Kakashi's figure vanished, and a large tree ahead began to topple, while he reappeared behind it, with the blade returned to its sheath. Kakashi took a few deep breaths to calm his restless chakra. "Is it still somewhat forced?" he murmured to himself. Meanwhile, the duo, engrossed in their warm-up, stood in stunned silence, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. "Kai, can you withstand that blow?" Tai inquired of Guy. Might Guy did not respond directly. "Is this what genius looks like? Is the chasm between us still this vast? Yet, I shall not yield. My youth forbids me from surrender." With that, he launched into an exuberant and fervent training regimen. Tai was acutely aware that the current Might Guy could not withstand this blow. Even if he attempted to evade it, the task would prove exceedingly difficult. The same could be said for Tai himself. This strike was something he could neither endure nor dodge. As he observed Kakashi returning, Tai hurried over and exclaimed, "That strike was remarkable. Why have I never seen you employ it before?" Kakashi replied, "This is a sword technique unique to the Hatake clan. My father told me it is intended for confronting foes, not for use against villagers. Moreover, I am still not proficient in it. Even in your inexperience, it is formidable. Imagine how powerful it would be in skilled hands. No wonder Hatake Tsukumo earned the title of Konoha's white fang wielding just a short blade. This technique's might is undeniable. Actually, I possess a short blade as well, but I have never studied swordsmanship. Could you possibly offer me some guidance?" Tai expressed his request. "This Hatake technique is not to be casually shared. Unless you obtain my father's consent, I cannot teach it to you," Kakashi replied, wrestling with his dilemma. "I fully understand this is a family secret and cannot be divulged. However, your swordsmanship is impressive. And I merely wish to learn the basics, just a few foundational techniques would suffice." Tai was aware that the Hatake swordsmanship could not be imparted to him. So he sought only to grasp some fundamental skills that might prove advantageous during the trials at the Great River. At this point, Kakashi seemed poised to acquiesce. But he suddenly shifted his stance and resolutely declined. Tai gazed at Kakashi, whose eyes sparkled with a playful glint. And it dawned upon him that he was being asked for a favor. "One serving of salt-grilled mackerel," he exclaimed. "No, make it 2. The techniques of the sword cannot be divulged. 3 servings. I'm only interested in the fundamentals of swordsmanship. I have no desire to learn your family's techniques. However, even the basic sword techniques bore traces of the Hatake style, and if they fell into the hands of someone with ill intentions, it could spell trouble. 5 servings. If you disagree, then I shall forego it entirely. Deal." Unbeknownst to the fervently exercising Might Guy nearby, a transaction had taken place between Tai and Kakashi. "Let my youth blaze forth. I shall surely surpass you, Kakashi." Chapter 17. The premature trial during your strikes. Remember to control your force. Do not swing with all your might, for if your opponent evades, you will lose the opportunity to recover. Tai practiced his swordplay as Kakashi provided guidance. Ever since Tai exchanged 5 servings of mackerel for Kakashi's instruction in swordsmanship, Kakashi had not prepared any meals, causing their plan to mooch off each other to falter. Yet, Might Guy remained unaffected, for he was content to eat regardless of who was footing the bill. It must be said that Kakashi's instruction was of considerable quality. In just a few days, Tai had transformed from an utter novice who could barely hold a sword into a fledgling practitioner capable of wielding one. Yet, mastery of swordsmanship is not something one can achieve in a short span, and Tai felt an urgency as the trial approached with little time remaining. "Kakashi, this method of practice is not viable. I cannot possibly reach a sufficient level in such a brief period. It would be more beneficial to train in taijutsu instead." Tai set down his sword and plopped onto the ground, venting his frustrations to Kakashi. Kakashi, unyielding, retorted sharply, "Do as you wish. The meal is already finished. I knew you were doing this out of spite. Kakashi, you heartless fiend." Tai sprang up from the ground, pointing an accusing finger at Kakashi. Kakashi merely rolled his eyes and turned back to his training. Seeing that Kakashi remained unmoved, Tai resorted to a playful approach, wrapping his arms around Kakashi. "Kakashi, please help me," he pleaded, nuzzling his head against Kakashi's cheek. Kakashi, exasperated, pushed Tai away, bellowing, "Get off. Don't come any closer." Meanwhile, Might Guy observed the scene, laughing uncontrollably on the ground. Realizing he could not dislodge Tai, who clung to him like a stubborn gum, Kakashi finally relented. "All right, I'll offer you a suggestion. But do not expect it to be effective. After all, your opponent is a jonin. Even I would struggle to withstand a few blows." "Yes, Kakashi, you were the best. I knew you wouldn't abandon me," Tai exclaimed, rubbing his head against Kakashi's shoulder once more. Kakashi, in a frenzy, shouted, "Let go! Let go!" standing beside them. Tai looked at Kakashi with a pleading expression. Kakashi, adjusting his disheveled hair, spoke, "Since you deem this a trial, your opponent will likely refrain from striking back. It should merely be a test of your skill. Therefore, you only need to— Whoa, Kakashi, that's rather devious. What if we injure the old man? What if he gets angry?" Tai interjected, disbelief etched across his face at Kakashi's suggestion. "You're overthinking it, even with you, me, and Might Guy combined. We pose no threat to a jonin," Kakashi replied disdainfully. "However, I currently lack powerful offensive techniques. Would you teach me another move?" Tai proposed, lunging toward Kakashi. Kakashi swiftly sidestepped, and seeing Tai prepare to pounce once more, he resignedly agreed, "I will teach you another technique, but you must not act like you just did." Upon hearing this, Tai nodded repeatedly. In the following days, he diligently followed Kakashi's guidance, engaging in targeted practice and mastering the secret techniques taught by Kakashi. What is happening? Why has the AB duo from the Land of Lightning suddenly launched an attack on the borders? Asked Rinke Haru, seated behind the Hokage's desk. The third Hokage exhaled a cloud of smoke and replied, "We have just received reports from the front lines, but the specific motives remain unclear. This sudden assault has inflicted significant losses on our border forces. Those from the hidden cloud seem to only think about warfare. It's been barely any time since the Second Great Ninja War ended, and they are already stirring up trouble again." Watergate Inazuma remarked. The most pressing issue now is how to address this situation, the third Hokage stated. This matter cannot be overlooked. Since the Hidden Cloud wishes to fight, the Leaf Village shall respond in kind, Watergate Inazuma asserted. T-Rin-K Haru interjected. It is said that the newly appointed AB duo from the Hidden Cloud possesses formidable strength, with one of them being the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. We will certainly engage, but whom shall we dispatch for reinforcement? Upon hearing this, the third Hokage began to contemplate. He had been pondering this dilemma since receiving intelligence from the Umbu. Jiraiya had gone to search for Tsunade and was currently absent from the village. Orochimaru was stationed at the Iwagakure defense line, while White Fang was at the border of Sunagakure. Both were indisposed. As he ruminated, a figure suddenly flashed through his mind. He then commanded the hidden Umbu, fetch Minato. Understood. The Umbu vanished as soon as they received the order. Minato? Jiraiya's disciple? Watergate Inazuma inquired upon hearing the third Hokage's words. Indeed, that is correct, the third Hokage confirmed. T-Rin-K Haru expressed some skepticism. Is he not too young? Does he possess the capability to contend with the AB duo? The third Hokage, maintaining an enigmatic demeanor, refrained from answering. Observing this, T-Rin-K Haru and Watergate Inazuma felt a twinge of discontent, but chose not to express it, awaiting Minato's arrival to form a more informed judgment. Before long, a knock echoed through the room. Enter. The third Hokage instructed. The door opened to reveal a figure clad in a ninja vest, with golden hair and a bright, reassuring smile, none other than the future fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and not particularly skilled in sage techniques. Good day, Hokage-sama, and esteemed elders. Minato greeted the three as he entered. The third Hokage nodded and promptly stated, Minato, I have a mission for you. We have received reports from the Hidden Cloud's borders that their AB duo has attacked our station forces. I need you to lead a team for reinforcements. Understood. When shall we depart? Minato replied. I will grant you a night for preparations. You are to set out with your team tomorrow morning. Understood. Minato acknowledged. Taking the scroll and exiting the Hokage's office, Watergate Inazuma and T-Rin-K Haru, who had remained silent until now, queried, Can he truly handle it? The third Hokage nodded. You should be on the verge of mastering that technique. The elder duo exchanged puzzled glances. Which technique are you referring to? Why must we guess? You were never this cryptic before. However, with the third Hokage unwilling to divulge more, they could only collaborate with him to discuss the personnel and supplies needed for the reinforcements. Meanwhile, having concluded his training, Tai returned home, where he found Ozeki waiting for him. Uncle, why are you back so early today? Aren't you supposed to be on patrol? Ozeki explained. There has been an issue at the front lines. I must depart for reinforcements tomorrow morning, so tonight serves as the time for your trial. Are you prepared, Tai? Surprised by this news, Tai felt unready. Uncle, will you be in any danger on this mission? Reinforcement missions carry some risk, but remember, I'm a Jonin. Do not underestimate me. Ozeki replied. What is the reason for this mission? Tai inquired curiously. Ozeki half-joked, the Hidden Cloud is becoming restless again. I must send them back to their homes. Clearly, Ozeki's jest was intended to ease Tai's worries. After all, this was the renowned AB duo. Along with the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Ozeki could only hope that the Jonin leading the team would be strong enough. With this thought, he let out an almost imperceptible sigh. Tai, however, remained oblivious to this, mulling over the timing of the Hidden Cloud's attack. Could it be the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee? Would Minato soon gain renown? Would the legendary Yellow Flash soon emerge? Observing Tai lost in thought, Ozeki asked, So, shall we proceed with the trial now? Of course, if you are not ready. We can wait until I return. Ozeki's words snapped Tai back to reality. Yes, of course, I am ready. Tai responded eagerly. Tai had come to a clear realization. With the opportunity to prepare against the formidable Daechuan now, would there be a chance to ready himself for other adversaries in the future? Evidently not. Thus Tai, on one hand, was honing his shadow clone technique, and on the other, he was engaging in a preliminary rehearsal for the life of a ninja. After all, defeat would not equate to death. Very well, let us proceed to the training grounds. Daechuan declared as he rose to depart. Tai spoke, Uncle, you may go ahead. I have exhausted my shurikens. I will fetch a few more. Daechuan paid it no mind, turning to leave with a casual remark. I shall await you at the training ground. At the training ground, Daechuan, who had been waiting for some time, could not help but comment upon Tai's tardiness. I thought you had fled. Tai felt a twinge of embarrassment. How could that be? It merely took some time. Shall we begin, Uncle? Indeed, let us commence. With that, Tai assumed a determined stance, while Takahikawa remained relaxed, standing in place. If a seasoned Jonin had to brace himself for a mere child who was not even a ninja, then Takahikawa would need to undergo a complete retraining. Tai paid no heed to Daechuan's demeanor, swiftly flinging two shurikens from his hand. As the shurikens soared towards Daechuan, Tai followed closely behind, demonstrating a tactical approach by clearing the path with his projectiles. Daechuan, however, remained unfazed, effortlessly retrieving a kunai from his tool pouch and deftly deflecting the incoming shurikens. In that very moment, Tai closed the distance, raising his fist aimed squarely at Daechuan's vulnerable area. Daechuan's eyes widened in alarm as he hurriedly raised his hands to block Tai's strike, exclaiming in panic, Do you wish to render me childless? Do you not desire a charming younger brother? Tai paid no heed to Dahechuan's words. Upon seeing his fist blocked, he utilized his waist strength to execute a scorpion tail strike aimed directly at Dahechuan's face. Did he still wish for the uncle to be disfigured? Dahechuan, of course, effortlessly blocked the kick, even taking care to avoid injuring Tai by sheathing the kunai in his hand and using the back of his hand to deflect the blow. Tai seized the moment to launch a powerful kick, transforming his blocked fist into a gripping hand that clasped the wrist of Dahechuan. In a fluid motion, he swung himself like a pendulum from Dahechuan's waist to his rear. Simultaneously, he retracted his foot and aimed a kick at Dahechuan's lower region, eliciting a frown from Dahechuan, who was displeased by this underhanded tactic targeting such a sensitive area. Dahechuan swiftly grasped Tai's ankle and with a sudden force, hurled him into the air. As Tai spun in midair, he quickly formed a series of hand seals and shouted, "Fire release, great fireball technique." A colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, consuming nearly a third of his chakra, its power rivaling that of the great fireball technique. In response to the impending inferno, Dahechuan remarked, "Impressive, Tai. This fireball is potent enough to be likened to a C-rank ninjutsu. However, it remains too simplistic for me." With a deft motion, Dahechuan drew a kunai, infusing it with his chakra, causing a radiant white light to emanate from its surface. With a gentle flick, he effortlessly cleaved the fireball in two. Just as Dahechuan was about to speak, he noticed 4 shurikens trailing behind the split fireball. Easily deflecting the shurikens, Dahechuan commented, "Well done. Using the fireball to obscure my vision was clever, but this level of strategy is rather naive. Shurikens pose no threat to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Tai abruptly transformed into a cloud of white smoke. A clone? When did he? Dahechuan exclaimed in surprise, realizing that Tai had managed to perform 2 jutsu and throw shurikens in such a brief span of time. Just then, a wave of danger surged through him. Dahechuan spun around to find a kunai, tethered to a parachute, descending slowly before him, adorned with a detonating tack. Where did this kid procure a detonating tack? Ignoring his astonishment, Dahechuan quickly retreated while forming hand seals for water release, water barrier technique. A torrent of water materialized, enveloping Dahechuan in a protective cocoon. A resounding explosion followed, sending debris flying. When the dust settled, Dahechuan emerged unharmed from the water barrier. It seems I'll have to provide a thorough explanation to the Umbu. I never anticipated a minor test would escalate into such a commotion, Dahechuan mused as he dispelled the water barrier, revealing his figure as the water flowed away. Suddenly, from behind Dahechuan, a shadowy figure wielding a short blade lunged at his nape, none other than the long-hidden Tai. Dahechuan chuckled lightly. "I've been expecting you." He spun around, raising his kunai to block the incoming blade. The instant the kunai met the tip of the knife, a puff of smoke erupted, and Tai transformed once more. Another clone? Dahechuan wondered in disbelief. Just as the clone vanished, a small pebble at Dahechuan's feet morphed into Tai's true form, revealing his actual position. In a swift motion, Tai executed the Lushan Rising Dragon Fist aimed at Dahechuan's chin. Dahechuan instinctively reacted, leaning back just in time for Tai's fist to graze his chin. Yet, it was a success. No matter how slight, Tai had managed to strike Dahechuan. Incredulously, Dahechuan stumbled back 2 steps, gingerly touching his grazed chin. Though the impact was minimal, it was indeed a hit. Observing Tai posing triumphantly, Dahechuan burst into hearty laughter. After a prolonged fit of mirth, he finally declared, "Congratulations, Tai. You have passed with flying colors." Chapter 19, The Shadow Clone of Distinct Personality Shadow Clone Technique. A puff of white smoke enveloped the area, revealing a figure identical to Tai. "Wonderful. I finally succeeded," Tai exclaimed, dancing with joy. It had been half a month since Tai had acquired the Shadow Clone technique. Indeed, it took him this long to master it, primarily due to his inadequate chakra control. Throughout his previous training, Tai had never focused on chakra control, resulting in his chakra being unruly during intricate manipulations. Over the past month, he had engaged in tree climbing and water walking exercises, which ultimately enabled him to execute the Shadow Clone technique. "Splendid. This will exponentially enhance my training speed." Tai beamed at his Shadow Clone. "Do not rejoice too soon. I sense I cannot maintain this for long, at most 3 hours, and that is under conditions of inactivity. If I engage in training, the time will diminish further." The Shadow Clone shot a glance at Tai. "Ah? How can this be?" Tai replied, astonished. The Shadow Clone disdainfully remarked, "The chakra distribution is uneven. It is not evenly allocated. I possess merely about a third of the chakra within me, and I feel quite unstable. It might dissipate with just a light touch." Much like the clone technique. Upon hearing this, Tai began to ponder, "Is the distribution of chakra uneven? I feel as though only half of my chakra remains. Yet why does it dwindle to merely 1/3 when it reaches my Shadow Clone?" As Tai contemplated, the Shadow Clone spoke slowly. "It is still a matter of insufficient chakra control. A portion of the chakra is wasted during the manifestation of the clone. Furthermore, there is a lack of understanding of oneself, leading to an expenditure of chakra to materialize one's own image. However, I executed the clone technique quite well." Tai felt a twinge of indignation. The Shadow Clone scoffed further. "The clone technique is merely an illusion, akin to gazing into a mirror. While the Shadow Clone is akin to molding clay, it goes without saying which requires a greater level of skill. How did I end up with such a foolish original?" With a sigh, the Shadow Clone lamented. Being disparaged by his own shadow clone was something Tai found hard to accept. Wait a moment. Why do you possess such a distinct personality? Logically, the shadow clone should share the same traits as the original, yet you seem to understand so much. Could it be that my inner self embodies the persona of a scholar? Tai inquired with astonishment. The shadow clone raised its gaze towards the original Tai. I am uncertain. I too am in the dark, though I suspect it may be the case. That case? Are you implying? Tai contemplated a possibility. Indeed. We are not natives of this place. Perhaps in certain jutsu related to the soul, consciousness, or spirit, there may be variations compared to the locals. The shadow clone articulated. It is indeed a possibility. So does this mean I possess an advantage? Tai mused. The shadow clone cautioned. Do not overthink it. This may not necessarily be a boon, as it could attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. It is prudent to remain vigilant. Tai nodded slightly. I will exercise caution. But it is you who must be more vigilant. When I utilize my shadow clone, I must ensure that my true character remains concealed. Subsequently, the shadow clone of Tai astonishingly resolved all the current cultivation challenges faced by the original Tai, while also refining certain aspects of his plan. Tai was utterly astonished. How remarkable. The shadow clone is more intelligent and gifted than the original. If others were to discover this, wouldn't I be dissected? Shadow clone Tai replied, not necessarily. Perhaps not every clone is like me. Well, my time is up. I hope the original has made some progress by our next meeting. With a loud pop and a puff of white smoke, shadow clone Tai vanished into thin air. After being lectured by the clone, I might just be the easiest original to bully. Tai gazed at the spot where the clone had disappeared, murmuring, if each clone possesses a distinct personality, then you should have a name. Since you're the first clone and quite clever, I shall call you Smart Scholar Tai number 1. Perhaps that is a bit too long. When we meet again, it will feel awkward to call out such an extended name. Thus, he decided to simplify it to Scholar 1, clear and concise. Who knows? There may even be a Scholar number 2 in the future? That would be perfect. Subsequently, Tai performed the shadow clone technique once more. This time in front of a mirror to conserve the chakra required for manifestation. With another loud pop and a puff of smoke, tada. Shadow clone no. 2 made a dazzling entrance. As soon as clone number 2 emerged, it struck a striking pose. The original Tai was left utterly speechless. Although I had anticipated this, I never expected such a vibrant personality from the clone. Tai rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Hey, original. Come on, give me a name too. Clone no. 2 eagerly looked towards the original Tai, filled with anticipation. Tai stroked his chin and remarked, there's no rush regarding the name. Let us first discuss the outcome of my shadow clone technique. The second clone responded, the results are rather favorable, significantly better than the situation with Scholar 1. I have acquired an additional measure of Nii's chakra, which has considerably enhanced my physical stability. As he spoke, he demonstrated with his index finger and thumb to indicate the extent of Nii's influence. Tai was not surprised. He simply reached a conclusion. It appeared that he needed to enhance his proficiency with the shadow clone technique. After all, he did not rely on shadow clones for combat. Their primary purpose for him was training, thus stability and duration were paramount. Do you possess any special talents, akin to the academic prodigy? Tai inquired. Indeed. My greatest asset is my charm, replied clone number 2, striking what he deemed an attractive pose. With a resounding thud, clone number 2 was dispelled. You have been named Narcissist 1, Tai remarked with a stoic expression. Subsequently, Tai repeatedly employed the shadow clone technique, ultimately concluding that there were roughly 5 distinct categories of clones. The first type was an intelligent persona, reminiscent of the academic prodigy. The second type represented a negative persona, characterized by traits such as insecurity, selfishness, and even social withdrawal, akin to Narcissist 1. The third type was an emotional persona, led by Anger 1, exhibiting traits of calmness, arrogance, and melancholy. The fourth type embodied a training-focused persona, eager to engage in practice, be it physical techniques or ninjutsu. The fifth type was rather unremarkable ordinary shadow clones, which appeared most frequently after performing ninjutsu. Having summarized the characteristics of his shadow clones, Tai felt a slight headache. He would need to exercise caution when utilizing them in the future. The first, third, and fifth types posed little trouble, while the second type was manageable as long as it did not succumb to withdrawal. However, the fourth type was particularly troublesome as those clones were utterly unresponsive to commands. Thus, it was imperative to elevate his proficiency with the shadow clone technique. Ideally, he would be able to choose the persona of his clones, selecting a training persona during practice and a regular clone for combat, while consulting the intelligent persona for problem-solving. The mere thought of this brought him great satisfaction. With such musings, Tai drifted into a weary slumber. Chapter 20. Frontline News. First encounter with White Fang. Ever since mastering the shadow clone technique, Tai's training speed had significantly accelerated. His physical body attended classes and trained alongside Kakashi and Might Guy, while his clones engaged in technical exercises such as tree climbing, water walking, and honing swordsmanship. Due to the limitations of the shadow clone technique, which did not enhance his physical constitution or chakra capacity, Tai's primary body was responsible for all physically demanding training. Additionally, the drawbacks of the technique prevented him from creating too many clones at once. He could manage only 2. or else the clones would dissipate too quickly and overwhelm him with memories, leaving him utterly fatigued. Tai, your recent progress is remarkable, Kakashi and Might Guy remarked. Indeed, Tai. Have you been secretly training without us? Guy added, how could I not be included in the vibrant pursuits of youth? Not at all, I've merely advanced a tad. Tai replied, his face radiant with pride. Surely, you haven't been practicing any sinister ninjutsu? Might Guy asked apprehensively. Kakashi rolled his eyes. How could there possibly be such a ninjutsu? Even if it existed, do you think Tai would have access to it? Feeling slightly embarrassed. Guy scratched his head. You're right. I have yet to hear of any malevolent ninjutsu. Then how did you even conceive of that? Tai countered, shaking Guy by the collar as if he were a rattle drum. Do you see me in such a light? Seeing Guy on the verge of fainting, Kakashi hurriedly intervened and shifted the topic. Have you heard? Not long ago, the Hidden Cloud launched a surprise attack on the Leafestation forces. At the mention of this topic, both Tai and Guy perked up, for every man harbors an interest in military affairs. Of course. The old man's mission is to support the Leafestation forces. Has there been any outcome? Tai queried curiously. I've only heard rumors from the village elders. They say that under the leadership of a newly appointed Jonin, our forces routed the Cloud's AB team, but the veracity of this remains uncertain, Kakashi whispered. Kakashi, you've changed. Has Might Guy influenced you? You no longer exude your usual aloofness. Why have you become so gossipy? In your current state, you could easily blend in with the village gossipers, Tai thought to himself, yearning for the return of his formerly cool-headed Kakashi. Guy leaned closer, adding, Indeed. I heard from my father that this Jonin has golden hair and is exceptionally handsome. His strength is formidable enough to face the Cloud's AB team single-handedly. Facing the AB team alone? It seems that Minato has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, Tai pondered inwardly. Why are you so silent? Guy turned to Tai, who found himself under the scrutinizing gaze of both Kakashi and Guy. Taichi lifted his gaze, taken aback by the two individuals who were intently staring at his face. He hastily took a couple of steps back, exclaiming, Please, do not look at others in such a manner. It is quite unsettling. Might Guy interjected, Well? We noticed your silence and wished to inquire about your thoughts on this matter. Thoughts? Taichi pondered. What thoughts could I possibly have? War may be on the horizon, and Konoha will not falter. However, once war commences, who knows how many lives will be lost and how many families will be shattered. He gazed at the setting sun, reflecting on the gravity of the situation. Observing Taichi's state, Might Guy and Kakashi felt a pang of sadness. Might Guy was the first to speak, offering words of comfort. Do not worry, Taichi, I will undoubtedly protect you. You are the first person who acknowledged me, and you are my most cherished friend. Kakashi turned to Might Guy, his eyes conveying unspoken sentiments. What is this? Am I not your friend? Might Guy hastily replied, Kakashi, you are also one of my most important friends. And I will protect you too. Kakashi responded, I do not require your protection. It would be prudent for you to safeguard yourself first. With that, he turned and walked away, prompting Might Guy to chase after him. Are you feeling jealous, Kakashi? It seems you truly regard me as a friend. Might Guy teased. Avoid making such easily misunderstood remarks. Watching the playful banter between the two, Taichi felt a sense of relief. It was merely a small skirmish. Not only had it yet to commence, but even if it did, he could simply lie low and endure. Why have you two followed me again? Kakashi exclaimed, eyeing the duo like a pair of persistent shadows. Tai and Might Guy exchanged a glance and simultaneously exclaimed, Let's mooch a meal. Kakashi sighed deeply, tightly shutting his eyes, and wore an expression of utter desolation. From this day forth, no more free meals. You must assist, or else you can return home to dine. Kakashi declared through gritted teeth. Might Guy replied, I shall take charge of gathering firewood and tending the fire. Tai, washing pots and dishes. Kakashi waved his hand, beckoning the two to follow him inside. The duo, thrilled at the prospect of a free meal, exclaimed, Operation Free Meal successful. Upon entering Kakashi's living room, they spotted a middle-aged man with white hair seated and sipping tea. Father, when did you return? Kakashi inquired, surprised to see the man who should have been stationed at the border between Konoha and the sand village, Hataki Tsukumo. I just got back. The issues between Konoha and the sand have been resolved, and the Hokage will announce it tomorrow, Tsukumo replied gently, setting down his teacup. He then asked, Who are these two? Might Guy, known to Tsukumo as the son of Might Dato, was a diligent young man, while the other child was a stranger. The duo, standing awkwardly at the door, felt embarrassed at being caught while attempting to mooch a meal, particularly given the noise they had just made. Surely, it had been overheard. Especially considering their audience was the renowned White Fang. Tai, the first to recover, promptly introduced himself. Hello, Senior Tsukumo. I am Taichi Yagami, a friend of Kakashi. Hearing this, Might Guy chimed in loudly, I am Might Guy. Tsukumo smiled warmly, nodding in acknowledgement, and said, Welcome to my home. Let's dine out today. So there's no need for chopping wood, lighting fires, or washing dishes. Upon hearing this, the duo's faces flushed crimson as they hastily waved their hands, stammering, No. It's no trouble, we'll be leaving now. However, as they attempted to retreat, Tsukumo called them back. Wait. As a father, I am pleased that Kakashi has made friends. Please do not decline my invitation. He then gently ruffled Kakashi's hair. Caught between a rock and a hard place, the duo hesitated should they leave and risk offending, or stay and endure the embarrassment. Just then, Kakashi interjected, "After all, we're all here for the same reason. It doesn't even matter where we eat." He added with a smirk, even though the three present could not see it. Tsukumo replied, "Do not be so discourteous to your friends, Kakashi." Kakashi retorted, "I learned it from them." Tsukumo then turned his gaze to the duo, who, no longer conflicted, chorused, "We apologize for the intrusion." Tsukumo nodded, smiling. "Then let us set off." Chapter 21. New Year. Since that fateful evening when the duo encountered the White Fang, 6 months had passed. During this time, the bonds between Tai, Kakashi, and Might Guy had deepened, with the three becoming each other's most cherished companions. The duo had started visiting Kakashi's home, no longer merely to mooch meals, but also to gain insights from Tsukumo regarding Kakashi's training. This led to a period where Kakashi harbored considerable resentment towards the duo, at times wishing to unleash his swordsmanship upon them. Nonetheless, one could not deny Tsukumo's reputation as the White Fang of Konoha, his combat experience and understanding of ninjutsu, as well as the unique characteristics of various nations, were extensive. Furthermore, Tsukumo was more than willing to impart his knowledge to the duo, dedicating himself earnestly to their instruction. Under Tsukumo's guidance, Tai's combat prowess soared, now rivaling that of Might Guy. Although a gap still existed between him and Kakashi, it was primarily due to Might Guy's inability to utilize ninjutsu. As Might Guy's physical development plateaued, his improvements in strength and speed began to wane. Meanwhile, Tai not only enhanced his physical abilities but also developed commendable swordsmanship. In terms of ninjutsu, aside from mastering a great fireball, he acquired the wind release, great breakthrough from Tsukumo. Thus, with the assistance of shadow clones, Tai successfully performed his first fused ninjutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. Tai wished to bestow an impressive name upon his inaugural fusion ninjutsu. However, upon reflection, he realized that if he were to grant a splendid name to a D-rank and C-rank fusion technique, future, more advanced techniques might lack appellations. The fireball technique, executed with Tai's utmost effort, possessed a power rivaling that of the B-rank great fireball. Despite the significant increase in his chakra over the past 6 months, the necessity for shadow clones resulted in considerable chakra expenditure. Gazing out at the fireworks, Tai felt a twinge of melancholy. Has a year truly passed? Time indeed flows swiftly. I wonder how my parents are faring? After my departure, perhaps only they will remember me. A solitary tear trickled down Tai's cheek. On this festive night, a lonely soul, disconnected from this world, struggled to find the path home. Tai, are you at home? A sudden voice interrupted his reverie. Tai hastily wiped away his tears. Yes. He rose and approached the door, opening it. Kakashi? What brings you here? Tai exclaimed in surprise, gazing at Kakashi, who stood at the threshold. Given that Kakashi's home was quite a distance away, and with snow falling today, his hair and shoulders were dusted with flakes, Tai hastily stepped aside, hoping to let Kakashi in to warm up. However, Kakashi shook his head, saying, My father has invited you to our home as a guest. Why? Tai inquired, somewhat perplexed. It's the new year, and as an outsider, what would I be doing there? I don't know. You will find out once you go, Kakashi replied, raising his hand to signal Tai to follow. But I haven't even gotten dressed. Tai thought little of it and quickly grabbed a piece of clothing before heading out. Walking alongside Kakashi on the bustling streets, they were surrounded by a myriad of lights. Today, Konoha was the only place without a curfew. Yet the specter of war still loomed ominously. Discerning minds recognized that the Third Great Ninja War was merely a matter of time. Only today could people celebrate without restraint, channeling the pent-up emotions of an entire year. Tai glanced at Kakashi beside him and inquired, What is it that requires my presence at such a late hour? Kakashi replied, Perhaps it is simply because you have been alone, and my father suggested you join us for the new year. Upon hearing this, Tai paused momentarily, a cascade of perplexing thoughts flooding his mind. Thank you, he uttered. Kakashi, unaffected by the gratitude, responded nonchalantly. Your refraining from mooching meals in the future would suffice as my greatest appreciation. That was inconceivable. After all, Kakashi's culinary skills were indeed remarkable. Then I shall refrain from expressing gratitude. Such formalities are unnecessary between us, Kakashi said, turning to fix his gaze intently on Tai. Tai was under Kakashi's gaze, gradually revealing a smile. You are right. There is no need for thanks between us. Kakashi, you seem quite different from the original narrative, don't you? Indeed. This is a real world, perhaps even a parallel universe. Nonetheless, this version of Kakashi is truly endearing. Come on, why are you dawdling? Kakashi called out loudly to Tai, who was lost in thought and had fallen behind. I'm coming. Tai, interrupted from his reverie, tightened his clothing and hurried to catch up. Upon arriving at Kakashi's home, Shuahao had been waiting for quite some time. I am delighted you could come, Tai. Please, step inside and warm yourself. Shuahao said with a cheerful smile. Tai performed a courteous gesture and respectfully said, I apologize for the intrusion. You never used to be so polite, Tai remarked. Here, it is just like being at home, Shuomo replied. Tai, with a bashful smile, reminisced about how he had spent a significant portion of the past 6 months dining at Kakashi's home. Typically, the presence of Might Guy alleviated his embarrassment, but today, Being alone and on such a special occasion, he found himself feeling considerably more reserved. At that moment, Kakashi, who had already settled in after shedding his outer garment, remarked, "You actually feel shy? I thought your skin was thicker than a city wall." To which Tai responded, "Kakashi, I've told you before, such rudeness is unwarranted." Hashirama tousled Kakashi's spiky hair and urged, "Come on, Tai." Tai nodded slightly, removed his outer garment, and took a seat, observing the still somewhat reserved Tai. Hashirama smiled and raised his glass, wishing everyone a Happy New Year. Let the children substitute with juice. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Tai and Kakashi cooperatively raised their glasses of juice. After several rounds of drinks and an array of delicacies, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Tai gazed longingly at the sake before him, a desire to taste it swelling within him. In his previous life, he had been quite the drinker, indulging in spirits by the jug and beer by the crate. However, he had never sampled sake, which piqued his curiosity to surreptitiously take a sip. Just as he was about to act on his impulse, a firm grip seized his hand. Baya had caught him. "Tai, you're underage. Drinking is not permitted," Shuangmao said with a playful smile. "Hiki, I merely wish to know the flavor of sake," Tai replied, retracting his hand with an embarrassed grin. "Once you reach adulthood, you will understand," Shuangmao said, raising his cup for another sip. Kakashi, who had been observing quietly, interjected, "What is so delightful about it? It has a pungent aroma." "You will comprehend it when you are older," Shuangmao reiterated. At that moment, Shuangmao stood up, saying, "Excuse me for a moment." As Tai watched Shuangmao leave, his gaze returned to the sake on the table. Kakashi, noticing his intent, spoke up. "You don't intend to drink it secretly, do you? Are you not tempted to try?" Tai's voice took on a coaxing tone. "This is a beverage only for adults. Perhaps it is this very elixir that has endowed Shuangmao-senpai with such strength. Do you not wish to experiment? How could such a thing possibly confer strength?" Kakashi retorted. Yet his eyes betrayed his curiosity as they lingered on the sake resting on the table. As Tai sensed the timing was just right, he promptly seized the sake and poured a generous amount into both Kakashi's and his own cup. Just as Kakashi began to speak, Tai interrupted him. "Cheers, Kakashi. Happy New Year." With that, he downed the drink in one go. Kakashi, witnessing this, found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to drink or abstain. Tai directly picked up Kakashi's cup and poured it towards his mouth. Kakashi, despite protesting, drank it all without spilling a drop. His words of refusal belied the honesty of his body. Another cup. Tai, eager to continue, remained blissfully unaware that Kakashi's gaze had begun to grow hazy. Meanwhile, Shomu, on his way back, was still lost in thought. Tai is a child of commendable character, harmonizing well with Kakashi, after a period of observation. He could indeed be accepted as a disciple. Over the past 6 months, Tai has expressed his desire to become a pupil of Sarutobi, though the latter declined his request. Nevertheless, Sarutobi has been closely monitoring Tai's progress. While his innate talent may not be exceptional, his diligence shines through, particularly in his swordsmanship, which shows a glimmer of promise. Thus, Sarutobi decided to extend the observation period. However, upon his return, he stumbled upon the notorious duo caught in the act of pilfering sake, sprawled on the ground beside an empty sake bottle. Sarutobi shook his head, declaring an extension of the observation period. Chapter 22. Uncle Snake time invariably flows swiftly. Following the recent sake theft incident, Tai gleaned a significant lesson. One must not measure their current self against memories of a past life. While he was indeed a heavy drinker in his previous existence, he now finds himself utterly incapacitated after a single cup, following a hangover. Both he and his companion received a stern reprimand from Sarutobi, who warned them that any further clandestine drinking would result in their legs being broken. The fearsome visage of an irate Sarutobi intimidated both Kakashi and Tai, the latter of whom had never witnessed Sarutobi's wrath before. As a consequence of this incident, Tai refrained from visiting Kakashi for several days in search of a meal. Having concluded his solitary training, Tai, gazing at the darkened sky, resolved to seek sustenance. Adorning himself, he muttered, "Which shadow clone dares to request a holiday? Ultimately, it falls upon me, the beleaguered original, to undertake the training alone. While you all are busy honing your skills, I have not been idle either." Just as Tai grumbled and opened the door, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within him. Peering into the pitch-black street, he felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow, as if stepping outside would invite an unknown entity from the darkness to swallow him whole. This sensation mirrored the trepidation of a lower being confronting a higher one, an instinctual fear rooted in the very essence of his being. Frozen at the threshold, Tai struggled to close the door, rendered immobile. A voice emerged from the shadows. "You are quite intriguing, little one." Orochimaru was in a particularly foul mood today. Not only had his experiments gone awry, but that old fool Danzo had once again encroached upon his affairs. Were it not for the necessity of Danzo's financial support and experimental materials, he would have long since disposed of him. Furthermore, a new contender had emerged for the position of Hokage, a youthful figure by the name of Minato Namikaze, who recently provided assistance at the border and was rumored to have mastered the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique, surpassing even the original. Orochimaru found himself curious about this Minato Namikaze. As he mused, Orochimaru noticed Tai standing at the entrance of his residence. The fact that Tai, unaware of his presence, could still sense danger piqued Orochimaru's interest. It is known that only those with exceptional talent or seasoned warriors possess the sixth sense to perceive peril. This sixth sense is enigmatic. It cannot be proven to exist or to not exist. Even Orochimaru had evaded mortal danger several times thanks to this remarkable intuition. The fact that this young boy could sense danger without Orochimaru displaying any murderous intent intrigued him even further. Thus, the aforementioned scene unfolded. Initially paralyzed by fear, Tai was startled by the voice, and the ominous atmosphere dissipated. Tai hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall who it belonged to. As Tai pondered in confusion, a figure gradually emerged from the darkness. Upon seeing the person's face, a fresh wave of cold sweat broke out on Tai, and he exclaimed, "Uncle Snake." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's face flickered with surprise. Yet his interest in Tai intensified. What an intriguing appellation. Pray tell, what is your name, young one? Orochimaru licked his lips. Observing this signature gesture, Tai became even more certain of the visitor's identity, the only person in the ninja world who believed in science, one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Confronted by Orochimaru, a myriad of questions flashed through Tai's mind. How did Orochimaru come to be here? Is he interested in me? Is he planning to capture me for experimentation? However, the most pressing concern was not this. It was whether Orochimaru, standing before him, would abduct him outright or even take his life. Even within the confines of the village, Orochimaru possessed countless methods to end a life. While Tai was lost in his frantic thoughts, Orochimaru spoke again. "Young man, did you not hear my question? You were rather impolite." As Orochimaru's words echoed, the air around them seemed to freeze, and in Tai's perception, it felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Tai steadied his mind. If he remained silent any longer, he might truly meet his demise here today. Thus, with a trembling voice, Tai finally spoke. "I am Tai Yagami, Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru retracted his murderous intent, which was merely a fraction of his true power, yet it was more than sufficient to intimidate someone as inexperienced as Tai, who had never taken a life. "Ah, so it is you, Tai-kun. Pray tell, where do you intend to venture at such a late hour?" Orochimaru inquired with keen interest. He was a man of immense charisma, and every one of his subordinates harbored profound loyalty towards him. Furthermore, Orochimaru's verbal prowess was formidable, with just a few words. He could easily manipulate the young Kankuro during his childhood. This illustrates that Orochimaru's eloquence was rivaled only by that of the prince himself. Taichi dared not conceal his thoughts. It was prudent to exercise caution in the presence of such a formidable adversary. "Lord Orochimaru, I intend to step out for a bite to eat. What about you?" "My lord?" The moment the words escaped his lips, Taichi regretted them, wishing he could slap himself for his impulsiveness. A classic case of his previous life's habit resurfacing. Would Orochimaru disclose his intentions? Even if he did, Taichi had no desire to know. "Ah, so Taichi-kun is off to dine. How fortuitous, for I find myself rather hungry as well. Would you mind if we shared a meal?" Upon uttering this, Orochimaru gently caressed his abdomen, seemingly to lend credence to his statement. At that moment, Taichi's inner voice cried out, "This is what you get for your loose tongue." Yet on the surface, he maintained a facade of flattery, expressing how honored he felt to dine with Lord Orochimaru, while secretly fearing that Orochimaru might not be accustomed to his culinary preferences. "Not to worry, I shall treat you, Taichi-kun." Wait, is Orochimaru truly so unoccupied? Shouldn't you be preoccupied with dissecting a couple of subjects instead of indulging in a meal? How delightful it is, Lord Orochimaru. Taichi did not wish to decline, for the glint in Orochimaru's eyes conveyed a silent warning. Dare to refuse, and you shall face the consequences. Tai truly wished to straighten his back and declare, "Let us give it a try." However, regrettably, that would merely lead to a futile end. "Then follow me, Tai-kun." With that, Orochimaru turned and strode away. Tai had no choice but to follow Orochimaru's figure with his trembling legs. Orochimaru remained silent throughout the journey, and naturally, Tai felt it inappropriate to speak. Lost in contemplation about why he had caught Orochimaru's attention and how he could extricate himself from this predicament. "We've arrived, Tai-kun." Suddenly, Orochimaru, walking ahead, came to a halt. Tai looked up to find a sushi restaurant. "I wonder if Tai enjoys sushi." Tai nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "I love it. I love it. As long as it's food, I enjoy it all." "That's wonderful," said Orochimaru, relieved that it would suit Tai's taste. With that, Orochimaru turned and led the way into the sushi restaurant. Tai hesitated at the entrance, contemplating whether he should enter. "Tai-kun?" At that moment, the voice of Orochimaru echoed from within the sushi restaurant. Tai realized there was no escaping his fate. With a heavy heart and closed eyes, he resolutely stepped into the sushi restaurant. Chapter 23, A Misguided Endeavor, the Sushi Restaurant. Tai entered the sushi restaurant, only to find that the once vibrant atmosphere had succumbed to an unsettling silence. With patrons engaged in hushed whispers. "Is that Lord Orochimaru? How extraordinary that Lord Orochimaru would take the time to dine here. What do you mean? Even someone of Lord Orochimaru's stature must partake in meals. But still, I can't help but wonder why such a prominent figure would frequent a place like this." Enough of this chatter. We mustn't attract Lord Orochimaru's attention. Orochimaru, for his part, paid no heed to the murmurs surrounding him. He had encountered such situations numerous times before. His pursuit of the ultimate mastery of ninjutsu rendered the opinions of others inconsequential. With a serene smile, he turned his gaze towards Tai, who stood at the entrance. While the waiter respectfully lingered nearby, awaiting Orochimaru's instructions, Tai trembled under Orochimaru's gaze and obediently seated himself across from him. Tai-kun, would you like to have something to eat? Orochimaru inquired with a sly smile. I can have anything. You may order, Lord Orochimaru, Tai promptly responded. Very well, I shall take charge of the selection. 2 servings of apple tempura and 2 servings of omurice, if you please, Orochimaru instructed the sushi restaurant server. The server, initially astonished by Orochimaru's presence, was taken aback further by the sight of him dining with the child, even allowing the child to choose the dishes. It felt as though his jaw had dropped in disbelief. Nevertheless, his professionalism quickly kicked in. Certainly, Lord Orochimaru, please hold on for a moment, the server replied courteously. The patrons nearby were equally astonished, speculating about the child's identity. Could he possibly be Orochimaru's illegitimate son? Yet, the manner of address suggested otherwise. Might he be a newly accepted apprentice? Such thoughts remained unspoken, as no one dared voice them aloud. Tai-kun, you appear rather anxious, Orochimaru remarked with a playful smile. Upon hearing this, Tai dared not glance at Orochimaru but responded honestly, I feel a bit anxious. After all, I am dining with Lord Orochimaru. There is no need to be nervous, Tai-kun. I am quite amiable, you see. It is merely that I am often preoccupied, which has led to some misunderstandings among everyone. Upon hearing these words, Tai couldn't help but inwardly muse that had this been stated during the Second World War, he would have believed it. However, since that tumultuous period, Orochimaru, having endured countless brushes with death, had shifted his aspirations from mastering ninjutsu to the pursuit of immortality. From that moment onward, Orochimaru embarked on a frenzied quest. Collaborating with Danzo to study Hashirama's cells, delving into cursed seals, conducting human experiments, scheming for the Sharingan, investigating bloodline limits, transforming himself into the white phosphorus serpent, developing the reanimation jutsu, and exploring the impure world reincarnation technique, among other endeavors. Oh, dear serpent, I truly fail to comprehend what you see in me. Is there no possibility for me to change? While grappling with these thoughts, Tai maintained an unfazed demeanor and remarked, Lord Orochimaru indeed exudes a remarkably amiable aura. And as a legendary Sannin, his prowess must be formidable. Flattery, after all, is a timeless art. Tai's sole intention was to placate Orochimaru, hastening through his meal to make a swift exit, fervently wishing that Orochimaru would not set his sights on him. The title of Sannin, however, bore a rather disreputable origin. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, as Tai's words evoked memories of the battle against Hanzo in the Rain Village. The trio had been thoroughly overwhelmed, devoid of any means of resistance, ultimately being bestowed the title of Sannin by Hanzo, who had looked down upon them from his lofty perch. This narrative persisted throughout the ninja world. While the other two may not have shared this sentiment, Orochimaru himself felt quite disgruntled by the recollection. Upon observing Orochimaru's expression, Tai realized that something was amiss. Just as he contemplated saying something to mitigate the situation, the waiter arrived with their meal. Tai was taken aback by the swiftness of the service. It appeared that those of high status enjoyed certain privileges, even when it came to dining. Indeed, the owner of the sushi restaurant, upon recognizing Orochimaru, personally took to the kitchen, ensuring the highest quality while preparing the meal with unprecedented haste. Fearing that Orochimaru might become displeased if made to wait too long, the arrival of the omelette, rice, and tempura brought a sense of ease to Orochimaru, who clasped his hands together and proclaimed, I shall commence my meal. He then began to eat without hesitation, prompting Tai to reluctantly follow suit. Throughout the meal, the two exchanged not a single word. Orochimaru savored his food with great delight, while Tai found the flavors utterly bland, unable to fathom Orochimaru's true intentions. At last, once Orochimaru had finished, he set down his utensils, clasped his hands together once more, and expressed, thank you for the hospitality. Tai pondered. Isn't this situation typically confined to certain everyday anime? Does Orochimaru possess such a habit as well? As Orochimaru set down his utensils, Tai seized his own meal, wrestling with his thoughts before finally mustering the courage to inquire, Lord Orochimaru, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Upon uttering these words, Tai felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, fearing that Orochimaru might declare, young one, I have taken a liking to you. Come, be my vessel. Or perhaps, young man, you would make for excellent experimental material. Just the thought sent shivers down Tai's spine. Should Orochimaru take note of him, it would surely spell trouble. Orochimaru gazed intently at Tai and remarked, there is nothing particularly pressing. I simply found that you possess certain unique qualities. Unique? What could possibly be special about me? Can I just be ordinary? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Tai felt a chill run down his spine. As a mere student, how could I have anything extraordinary? Lord Orochimaru, you certainly have a sense of humor. With that, he chuckled awkwardly, attempting to feign ignorance. Orochimaru, unfazed by Tai's pretense, continued, Tai-kun, do you have any dreams? Upon hearing this question, Tai felt a headache coming on. Why do the ninjas in Naruto often discuss their dreams? Orochimaru, being such a pragmatic individual, why would you pose such a trivial inquiry? However, after a moment of contemplation, Tai realized that any casual response could potentially displease Orochimaru. If he were to indulge him by expressing a desire for immortality, it might lead to a similar situation as before, where he would be met with disdain. Therefore, only one option remained, the most prevalent dream within the world of Naruto. Tai immediately struck an exaggerated pose and declared loudly, "My dream is to become Hokage, to protect everyone's village." The others in the sushi shop witnessed this scene and smiled warmly. Every child's aspiration is to become Hokage, and weren't they once the same? Alas, how things have changed. Only Orochimaru, observing this moment, seemed to see a reflection of his former disciple, a boy who dreamed of becoming Hokage but ultimately perished in his embrace. "What a splendid dream, Tai-kun. Might you be interested in visiting my laboratory?" As he spoke these words, Orochimaru fixed his gaze intently upon Tai. Tai's heart skipped a beat. It was over. He had truly walked into the lion's den. Chapter 24. A new opportunity for training, medical ninjutsu. No matter how meticulously he had calculated, Tai never anticipated that he would ultimately be brought to Orochimaru's laboratory. Throughout the journey, Tai pondered that he was undoubtedly ill-suited for cunning schemes. He vowed never to engage in such mental gymnastics again. Furthermore, with his current capabilities barely at the level of a mere genin, he mused that if he possessed the strength of a Kage, he would have no fear of Orochimaru. He would have dispatched him long ago. As for fleeing, that was a distant thought. Orochimaru had a firm grip on Tai's arm, and with a few Shunshin techniques, he whisked Tai away to the laboratory, leaving him no opportunity to escape. However, the silver lining was that this laboratory did not appear to be one where Orochimaru conducted human experiments, as it was situated near the Konoha hospital and was quite conspicuous. Tai also beheld the white snake shedding, which profoundly influenced Orochimaru's life, resting upon the table in the laboratory. Thus, it can be reasonably concluded that this laboratory is indeed the one featuring Mitarashi Anko as depicted in the original work. Tai let out a quiet sigh of relief, thankful that he was not in a particularly hazardous laboratory, for otherwise, his life could be at stake. After leading Tai into the lab, Orochimaru remained silent, fixating his gaze on the shed skin of a white snake. Observing this, Tai refrained from speaking, instead surveying the arrangement of the laboratory. This appeared to be the first room of the lab, featuring a central table adorned with a microscope, pipettes, beakers, and various other instruments, alongside a collection of documents. Against the adjacent wall stood a row of filing cabinets filled with an array of archives. Before Tai, there was also a door, currently closed, concealing whatever lay beyond, though Tai speculated that it likely led to the experimental area. Gently placing the snake's shed skin down, Orochimaru addressed Tai. "Tai-kun, your words about dreams reminded me of someone, a person who shares the same aspirations as you." A person with the same dream? Tai was perplexed. Who could it be? In the original narrative, numerous individuals aspired to become Hokage, Obito, Naruto, Konohamaru, Minato Namikaze, among others. Yet, who could evoke such memories in Orochimaru? This individual must share a very special bond with him. His name was Senju Tree, Tsunade's younger brother and my first disciple. Regrettably, he perished in my arms during the Second Shinobi World War. As Orochimaru spoke, a hint of sorrow flickered across his countenance. "I apologize, Tai-kun. I am uncertain why I felt compelled to share this with you. Perhaps, as I mentioned, you truly are exceptional." Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Tai found it hard to believe. When had Orochimaru ever bared his soul to another? Even in the original tale, this was absent. Was I truly so special? I am unaware of it. Or could this be merely Orochimaru's method of fostering intimacy? "It is of no concern, Lord Orochimaru. I am honored to be your confidant," Tai feigned surprise, while inwardly reflecting. "As long as you do not covet my life, my body, or my soul, you may desire nothing else. Then, Tai-kun, as a reward for listening to my confessions, you may make a modest request, and I shall endeavor to fulfill it," Orochimaru replied, his melancholic demeanor vanishing as if it had never existed, replaced by a cheerful smile. Indeed, this seemed to be Orochimaru's strategy for deepening their connection. Observing Orochimaru's swift change in expression, Tai felt increasingly convinced of his suspicions. How could I possibly make a request of Lord Orochimaru? It is an honor to be your confidant, and I shall keep your secrets. Tai wished fervently that you would forget him entirely and sever any connection with him. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru slowly emanated a hint of murderous intent. Tai-kun, it would be wise for you to heed my words. Tai sensed the ominous aura exuded by Orochimaru, causing a cold sweat to break out instantly. He could only stammer, But I am still uncertain about what demands to make." Orochimaru retracted that fleeting menace and spoke slowly. "Wealth, power, whatever Tai-kun desires, you may take your time to contemplate." Tai initially found himself in a state of anxious contemplation. Money? What purpose could that serve? This is the shinobi world, not a tale set in a bustling metropolis. Power? Must he seek out Orochimaru as a mentor? Absolutely not. Orochimaru would inevitably betray him. The question then would be whether to follow or to distance himself. Either choice would be fraught with peril. Perhaps he could request a sample of Hashirama's cells from Orochimaru? Such audacity. Tai shook his head, banishing that thought from his mind. To even suggest such a thing would surely lead to his immediate demise. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Tai. Knowledge. Orochimaru's scientific expertise. That was the true treasure possessed by Orochimaru, one that could significantly aid his future endeavors. But how to approach it? Tai recalled his hurried passage by the Konoha hospital. A plan formed. He could use the pretext of learning medical ninjutsu to clandestinely acquire Orochimaru's scientific knowledge. Even the rudimentary concepts from Orochimaru's laboratory would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Determined, Tai spoke up. Lord Orochimaru, I find myself in need of a small favor. What favor? Orochimaru inquired. I wish to study medical ninjutsu alongside you. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. Slightly taken aback. Medical ninjutsu? To learn from me? I must confess, I am not particularly adept at it. The true expert in medical ninjutsu is Tsunade, though she has since departed from Konoha. I have heard it said that you, Lord Orochimaru, are a versatile ninja, proficient in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu alike. Surely, medical ninjutsu would not be beyond your capabilities. If it is, might you assist me in finding a teacher well-versed in medical ninjutsu? Tai's tone was respectful, yet bore a hint of provocation. Orochimaru mused to himself. Ah, young one, such a crude method of provocation. Nonetheless, he proceeded to inquire, pray tell, Tai-kun, what motivates your desire to learn medical ninjutsu? Tai's face was etched with sorrow as he lamented, my parents perished from severe injuries during a mission. I wish for no one else to endure such suffering, which is why I aspire to master medical ninjutsu, to heal every wounded soul. Oh, I had no idea that Tai-kun harbored such a poignant story. While I may not excel in medical ninjutsu, I can certainly provide you with some basic instruction. Once you have honed your skills, I can introduce you to a more accomplished teacher. What do you think? Orochimaru remarked after listening to my reasoning. Upon hearing Orochimaru's agreement, Tai's spirits soared as he respectfully bowed and expressed, thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Splendid. A new trump card has been added to our arsenal. And there lies the opportunity to harness the wonders of science. One must acknowledge that in the realm of Naruto, when it comes to scientific pursuits, Orochimaru is unrivaled. Thus, Tai, I shall send someone to escort you tomorrow. Please make the necessary preparations, Orochimaru instructed. Certainly, Lord Orochimaru. I shall take my leave now. Tai responded with utmost respect as he bid farewell. Orochimaru merely waved his hand, signaling Tai to depart, and then proceeded to enter the confined laboratory. Closing the door behind him, Taichi was eager to discover what lay within, yet he found himself thwarted by Orochimaru's impenetrable presence, unable to catch a glimpse. Reluctantly, he decided to depart, hoping for another opportunity in the future. Chapter 25, The Prodigy of Medical Ninjutsu? The following morning, as Taichi prepared for his usual morning exercises, he was surprised to find Orochimaru awaiting him at the entrance. Good morning, Taichi-kun, Orochimaru greeted with his characteristic, sly smile. Good morning, Lord Orochimaru. Wasn't he had said that someone would come to escort me? Why have you come in person? Taichi inquired, feeling the weight of Orochimaru's presence. I am but a shadow clone. My true self remains in the laboratory. Today, I shall be your instructor. I look forward to our time together, Taichi-kun, Orochimaru explained. Realizing it was merely a shadow clone, Taichi understood this indicated Orochimaru's significant interest in him. Otherwise, he could have easily sent someone else to fetch him. I am honored. Lord Orochimaru, I shall do my best to learn from you, Taichi replied respectfully. Then let us proceed, Taichi-kun. Today's tasks are quite substantial, Orochimaru stated before turning towards the direction of the laboratory. Tai promptly followed suit. Throughout their journey, the two remained silent, with Tai contemplating whether to purchase something to eat, as he had yet to have breakfast. Upon finally arriving at the laboratory, Orochimaru gestured toward the breakfast laid out on the table and said, Tai-kun, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? You may have your meal first, and then we shall commence our studies. Tai gazed at the breakfast laid out before him. Were it not for his understanding of Orochimaru's true nature, he might have felt a twinge of gratitude. The danger of being in Orochimaru's company was ever present. Such subtle gestures, when extended by another, would surely evoke feelings of appreciation, if not an increase in affection. After all, the themes of bonds and the recognition of others resonate throughout the narrative of Naruto. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Tai feigned an expression of deep gratitude as he settled at the table. I shall begin. He swiftly devoured the breakfast with remarkable efficiency. Thank you for the hospitality. Tai neatly arranged the utensils after finishing his meal. With a beaming smile, Orochimaru unfurled a scroll and began, Tai-kun. This is a B-rank jutsu I have simplified from the A-rank technique, healing arts. While this healing technique demands less precise control over chakra compared to the original, it still presents a considerable challenge. Correspondingly, its healing efficacy and chakra consumption fall short of the original technique. However, it is sufficiently adequate for a novice. Thus, your task for today is to master healing arts. Should you succeed, I will provide you with further instruction. Conversely, if you fail, I shall recommend you to the Konoha hospital. Do you understand, Tai-kun? As he spoke, a flicker of anticipation danced in Orochimaru's eyes, though skepticism loomed larger. Tai was taken aback that his first B-rank jutsu would be this healing technique, which had never appeared in the original work. It must have been developed solely by Orochimaru, presumably for his benefit. What peculiar trait could he possess that would intrigue Orochimaru? The prospect of mastering a B-rank jutsu within a single day seemed implausible. He had struggled for days to learn the great fireball technique, let alone a jutsu of a higher rank. Yet, if he succeeded, he would free himself from Orochimaru's grasp, albeit at the cost of not gaining further knowledge from him. Nonetheless, the opportunity to study at the Konoha hospital was also appealing. A myriad of thoughts raced through Tai's mind as he finally spoke. I understand, Lord Orochimaru. Should I fail to meet your expectations, I shall not squander your time. The adage rings true. Flattery can penetrate the most steadfast barriers. As long as Orochimaru did not seek his demise, he was amenable to anything. Let us commence then. Should you have any queries, feel free to ask, though my willingness to respond will depend on my mood. Orochimaru extended the scroll towards him, a playful expression gracing his features. Taichi-kun, let me witness your potential and see if you can meet my expectations, Orochimaru contemplated. Tai took the scroll and, upon opening it, discovered it contained the intricate pathways of chakra for healing techniques, how to utilize chakra to stimulate cells and treat injuries, as well as the appropriate chakra applications for various types of wounds. After reading it twice, he summarized the essence. The practitioner's chakra can be harnessed to activate the injured party's chakra, thereby facilitating healing. Just as he contemplated testing his newfound knowledge, he realized he lacked a subject for experimentation. At that moment, Orochimaru produced another scroll, unfurling it to reveal a technique. With a swift gesture of his hands, a fish materialized before Tai with a resounding pop. Orochimaru indicated, let us use this fish for the demonstration. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Tai replied with a slight nod. Tai placed his hand upon the fish, channeling his chakra according to the flow of healing techniques. Soon, a gentle green light emanated from his palm. Tai was filled with excitement, never expecting that he would be able to perform the healing technique on his very first attempt. Who would dare to claim he was not a genius now? However, as time passed, Tai's chakra was nearly depleted, and the fish remained unresponsive. It was Orochimaru who finally spoke up, saying, enough, Tai-kun. It has been too long. This fish is already dead. Upon hearing this, Tai awkwardly withdrew his hand and replied, I sincerely apologize, Lord Orochimaru. What shall we do now? Orochimaru then spoke. First, you must replenish your chakra. As for the test subjects, I have an abundance at my disposal and can provide them indefinitely. Tai could only sit cross-legged on the ground, replenishing his chakra while reflecting on the recent application of his healing technique. The sensation he experienced while executing the healing art differed fundamentally from that of other ninjutsu. It flowed with an unprecedented smoothness. Despite the technique's apparent success, why did the fish remain unresponsive? Medical ninjutsu operates by invigorating the target cells with chakra to facilitate healing. This necessitates first attuning to the subject cells, followed by stimulating them with chakra to promote self-repair. Once he had restored his chakra, Tai resolved to give it another attempt. Without uttering a word, Orochimaru, standing nearby, promptly retrieved another fish. Tai placed his hand upon the fish, once more invoking the art of healing. He began by searching for the source of its injury. Oh fish, where have you been wounded? In Tai's perception, the fish's entire body radiated a verdant hue, save for its head, which was shrouded in darkness. What is this? I can actually sense the condition of this fish's body. Why have I not been able to do so before? Is it due to the healing technique? Upon discerning the site of the fish's injury, Tai concentrated his chakra upon it, swiftly perceiving a resonance between the fish's cells and his own chakra. The next step was to activate the cells. As the injured cells harmonized with Tai's chakra, they began to divide incessantly, transforming the blackened wound into a vibrant green. The fish flailed vigorously in Tai's grasp. Incredible! Have I truly succeeded? Tai exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement as he beheld the lively fish on the table, scarcely able to believe that this was only his second attempt at the healing art. Beside him, Orochimaru also expressed astonishment. For him, a B-rank ninjutsu posed no challenge, especially one of his own creation. Yet, witnessing Tai achieve success on his second attempt, and in a shorter span of time than he himself required, was nothing short of extraordinary. Taichi-kun, you have piqued my interest even further. Chapter 26, Truly a Genius. Mastering healing techniques in 3 attempts. Continuing from the previous text. As Taichi successfully mastered the healing technique, Orochimaru remarked, it seems that Taichi-kun has underestimated himself. To master a ninjutsu of this caliber with only 2 attempts, especially in the realm of medical ninjutsu, is indeed a testament to Taichi-kun's considerable talent. Upon hearing Orochimaru's commendation, Tai felt a twinge of embarrassment. I merely stumbled upon success by sheer chance. In truth, my aptitude for ninjutsu is rather lacking. I never anticipated that mastering the art of healing would come so effortlessly. Tai's words were quite intriguing. Although they were somewhat difficult to comprehend, it was evident that he possessed a profound humility. Nonetheless, having acquired the healing technique, he decided to explore the realm of sage arts. With that, Orochimaru, as if performing a magic trick, produced a scroll from behind him. Tai was filled with curiosity about where Orochimaru had placed the scroll. He couldn't help but exclaim, oh no, I shouldn't think about it. How unsightly. Instantly, Tai's gaze towards the scroll transformed. Although the thoughts of Tai remained a mystery, his expression seemed rather impolite. Orochimaru's smile faded, and he fixated his gaze intently upon Tai. Tai hastily accepted the scroll, offering a wry smile as he said, I am merely taken aback that Lord Orochimaru would impart 2 ninjutsu techniques to me in a single day. The total number of ninjutsu I have learned thus far does not exceed 2. So I confess I am rather overwhelmed. Upon hearing Tai's explanation, Orochimaru averted his gaze and spoke in a languid tone. It is best that way. Continue your practice. Tai wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead and cautiously unfurled the scroll. The art of palm healing bore little distinction from conventional healing techniques. Save for its heightened demands on chakra control, rendering it more efficient in chakra usage and capable of addressing a wider array of injuries with superior efficacy. After noting the method for employing the palm healing technique, Tai turned his gaze toward Orochimaru. In response, Orochimaru readily summoned a fish and remarked, "Utilizing the summoning scroll is quite straightforward. One simply needs to connect with the scroll using their own chakra, followed by forming the necessary hand seals. You may attempt it yourself next time." It seemed that Orochimaru had grown weary of playing the role of a mere tool. Indeed, not everyone could be treated with the same reverence as Sasuke, who elicited such paternal affection from Orochimaru. "Very well, Lord Orochimaru." Tai extended his hand towards the pitiable fish brother, pondering the fish's gender without any particular reason. Discarding the trivial thoughts from his mind and drawing upon his successful experience with healing techniques, he effortlessly located the injury using his perception. He then commenced stimulating fish brother's cells with chakra. However, to his bewilderment, the cells exhibited no response, despite meticulously following the instructions inscribed on the scroll. The anticipated resonance failed to materialize. Subsequently, Tai attempted to cast the healing technique, and soon, fish brother was restored to health. Observing the lively fish brother, Orochimaru displayed a look of astonishment. Did it succeed on the first attempt? While still contrasting the differences between the healing technique and the sage technique, Tai promptly clarified, "No. I employed the healing technique, not the sage technique." Noticing Orochimaru's perplexed expression, Tai hastily explained that he had initially attempted the sage technique without any effect, leading him to try the healing technique instead to discern the distinctions between the two methods. Orochimaru remained silent, merely observing Tai. Tai felt a chill run down his spine as he was observed. He swiftly formed a hand seal. With a resounding thud, he called forth the next brother, the fish. Placing his hands upon the fish, Tai once again invoked the celestial palm technique. Following the same procedure, he successfully elicited a resonance from the injured cells. Although the rate of cellular division was notably slower than that of the healing technique, Tai paused his mastery of the celestial art. Reflecting on the distinctions between his two attempts, the first had failed to elicit any resonance, while the second stirred a measure of cellular activation, albeit rather feebly. What could be the reason for this discrepancy? Recalling the sensation of wielding the healing technique, an epiphany struck Tai. The issue lay within his chakra. Since healing was merely a simplified form of the celestial art, the chakra it generated was inherently of inferior quality. In his endeavor to invoke the celestial art, he had unconsciously mirrored the feeling of the healing technique, which led to his failure. Even if he had succeeded, the incomplete resonance would have resulted in diminished cellular activation, ultimately causing the technique to falter. Thus, a mere adjustment in his resonance approach would suffice. Placing his hands once more upon Brother Yu, he initiated the technique again. And indeed, after this renewed effort, Brother Yu swiftly regained his vitality, springing back to life with exuberance. Witnessing this spectacle, Orochimaru inquired, "Is this still the healing technique?" Tai exclaimed with excitement, "No, this time I have successfully mastered the sage art." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru displayed a look of astonishment, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. 3 attempts? Merely 3 attempts to learn the sage art? Tai, you have truly surprised me. You are undoubtedly the chosen one. Congratulations, Tai. You have passed my test. Beginning tomorrow, I shall personally instruct you in medical ninjutsu. I hope you will be punctual. As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru transformed into a puff of white smoke, needing to relay this news to his original self. Mastering the sage art in just 3 attempts meant that, with some time and guidance, Tai could partake in certain experiments, significantly accelerating the progress of his own research. Watching Orochimaru vanish, Tai, who had initially been elated, suddenly regained his composure. This was alarming. He had not anticipated his own remarkable talent in medical ninjutsu. Would he attract Orochimaru's attention as a potential vessel for the impure world reincarnation? No, at this stage. It was likely that Orochimaru's plans for that were still in their infancy. What had genuinely caught Orochimaru's eye was Tai's aptitude in medical ninjutsu. Could it be that Orochimaru sought an assistant, akin to Kabuto? If that were the case, it would be a perilous yet opportunistic situation. There was a chance to encounter the cells of Hashirama, yet participating in Orochimaru's experiments could lead to dire consequences. Especially in the event of Orochimaru's defection, he could silence Tai or even face retribution from the higher-ups in Konoha. However, those were Hashirama cells. It was worth the gamble. And he still had a fallback, White Fang. This time, you must not perish. If you do, I shall be rendered powerless. Tai accurately discerned Orochimaru's intentions. Indeed, Orochimaru sought to have Tai serve as his assistant. Yakushi Kabuto only joined Orochimaru after his defection from Konoha to Akatsuki, leaving Orochimaru without a capable companion. That fateful night, Tai's extraordinary perceptive abilities captured Orochimaru's attention. Furthermore, Tai expressed a desire to learn medical ninjutsu, prompting Orochimaru to seize the opportunity. Should Tai prove to possess genuine talent, Orochimaru would not hesitate to cultivate it. If not, it would merely serve as a diversion. Orochimaru stood to gain regardless. However, he was unprepared for the extent of Tai's innate talent, a caliber he had only witnessed in Tsunade. Meanwhile, as Orochimaru conducted his experiments, he suddenly received memories relayed from his clone, and a smile graced his previously stern visage. You have truly surprised me, Tai-kun. Chapter 27, Uncle Snake's Guidance, Part 1. A new day dawned, as the rising sun dispelled the darkness that enveloped the earth, casting a gentle light upon Tai's face. Tai's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he opened his eyes, squinting at the newly risen sun. A new day has begun, and how he detests the early mornings. Tai longed to linger in bed a little longer, yet the sunlight streaming in from every direction incessantly reminded him that it was time to rise. Resigned to the sun's persistence, Tai reluctantly emerged from his slumber, casting a glance at the celestial body above. One day, I shall bring you down. Alas. The brightness of the sun momentarily blinded him. After this brief encounter with the sun's glare, Tai dressed and stepped outside. The air is still quite chilly. Observing the white vapor escaping from his mouth, Tai felt a sudden yearning for a cigarette, yet this world lacked such indulgences. In his current state bore no craving for tobacco. It was best to abstain. Moreover, in this realm, smoking was prohibited for minors. Wrapping himself snugly in his garments, Tai made his way towards Orochimaru's laboratory, pausing briefly on the street to procure his breakfast. Here I come, Lord Orochimaru, Tai announced loudly, standing outside the laboratory. Come in, came Orochimaru's voice from within the lab. As Tai pushed open the door and entered the laboratory, he beheld Orochimaru standing before the experimental table. Behind Orochimaru, a covered object lay concealed beneath a white cloth, rendering it indistinct to Tai's gaze. Good morning, Lord Orochimaru. I humbly seek your guidance today, Tai said, bowing respectfully. Orochimaru smiled warmly and replied, Good morning, Tai-kun. There is no need for such formalities in the future. Simply refer to me as teacher. Very well, esteemed teacher Orochimaru. Shall we delve into new ninjutsu today? Tai inquired. No, you have already demonstrated your aptitude in medical ninjutsu. However, being a medical ninja requires more than merely mastering healing techniques. One must also possess a thorough understanding of human anatomy. As he spoke, Orochimaru revealed the object on the table, pulling away the white cloth to unveil a human corpse before Tai. We shall familiarize ourselves with human anatomy. The fastest way to learn is to combine theoretical knowledge with practical application, Orochimaru said. A playful smile gracing his face as he anticipated Tai's reaction to the sight of the human remains. Tai, though somewhat prepared for this moment, felt an unsettling mix of emotions upon confronting the reality of the corpse. Was it fear? Perhaps not. Rather, a sense of discomfort washed over him, accompanied by an instinct urging him to flee from the scene. Perhaps this instinct is ingrained in human genes. Flee. There lies the body of a fellow human. It signifies danger. Yet, Tai could not permit himself to leave. He steeled his resolve and turned to Orochimaru. Esteemed teacher Orochimaru, might this be too soon? I have yet to learn any theoretical knowledge. Tai-kun, this is an essential path to becoming a medical ninja. In your future as a ninja, you will face far more harrowing scenarios than this. If you cannot bear it, you may choose to leave, Orochimaru stated. Listening to Orochimaru's words, Tai acknowledged that one day he would inevitably confront even more terrifying realities. War is a colossal meat grinder, capable of ensnaring anyone. If he wished to avoid such a fate, he must grow stronger than others. Having fortified his resolve, Tai proclaimed, the dead are not to be feared. It is the living who are truly frightening. Teacher Orochimaru, I am ready. Seeing Tai's determination, Orochimaru gestured for him to approach. Tai obediently approached the laboratory table. Gazing at the corpse before him, a faint scent of blood lingered in the air, and the body bore a surprisingly ruddy complexion, suggesting that it had not been deceased for long, almost as if it had only just succumbed to death. Tai was taken aback. Could it be that Orochimaru had killed this to teach him about human anatomy? After all, how could it be so fresh? Has Orochimaru truly descended into madness? Observing Tai deep in thought, Orochimaru spoke up. Do you have any questions, Tai-kun? I can't shake the feeling that you are pondering something rather impolite. Tai was startled by Orochimaru's tone, stammering, No, I wasn't thinking anything inappropriate. I was merely pondering why this corpse appears, how shall I say, rather fresh? Orochimaru regarded the flustered Tai with a smile, replying, This corpse was once a wandering ninja who, after killing a Konoha ninja during a mission, was apprehended. Following the extraction of information, he was slated for execution today, but I intervened and claimed him. Upon hearing Orochimaru's explanation, Tai felt a sense of relief, realizing that the individual was merely a condemned criminal, alleviating his conscience. He had initially feared that Orochimaru had procured an innocent civilian. At that moment, the corpse on the examination table suddenly opened its eyes. Where is this? Who are you? With a loud thud. Tai was so startled that he fell to the ground, his face pale as he pointed towards the speaking corpse. It's a zombie. A zombie. Lord Orochimaru. It's a zombie. Orochimaru, with an expression devoid of emotion, looked down at the fallen Tai and said, Did I not inform you that he was still alive? Tai glanced at Orochimaru and then at the corpse that was still clamoring nearby. After a considerable pause, he managed to regain his composure and spoke. You explicitly stated it was a corpse. You never mentioned it was still alive. Oh, is that so? I do not recall, Tai-kun. Whether alive or dead is of no consequence. Today, it shall serve as our experimental subject. Of course, there is a slight distinction to be made. One must exercise caution during the procedure. Should you inadvertently cause its demise, you will have to practice on an actual corpse. Orochimaru's chilling words sent shivers down Tai's spine. The indifference towards life conveyed in his tone instilled a profound fear within Tai. Is this what it means to be a ninja? No. I cannot accept this. If this is the case, I refuse to participate. Tai stumbled to his feet, making his way toward the laboratory door. With a swift motion, Orochimaru blocked Tai's path. Tai-kun. Congratulations on passing the test. With that, Orochimaru formed a series of hand seals, accompanied by a decisive proclamation. In front of Tai, the scene flickered, and he found himself still standing at the laboratory's entrance, the experiment table draped with a white cloth, while Orochimaru remained in his original position. What is this? An illusion? Tai gazed around at the familiar surroundings in bewilderment. Orochimaru nodded slightly and proceeded to explain, your talent in medical ninjutsu is exceptional, Tai-kun. I feared you might stray into dangerous territory, so I sought to test your limits. I did not anticipate your strong sense of ethics. Many medical ninjas would readily seize such an opportunity, as there is a significant distinction between the living and the dead. A test? Tai spoke, still in a daze. However, he sensed an underlying oddity in this examination. Chapter 28, Uncle Snake's Guidance, Part 2, continuing from the previous text, although Tai felt that Orochimaru's actions were somewhat peculiar. He could not pinpoint the exact nature of the strangeness. Moreover, given Orochimaru's inherently elusive nature, Tai chose to temporarily set aside his suspicions and resolved to contemplate the matter more thoroughly when he was alone. For now, it was imperative to manage the situation with Orochimaru. Tai slowly spoke, is everything a fabrication? Is that corpse also an illusion? In response to Tai's inquiry, Orochimaru turned and unveiled the white cloth draped over the examination table, revealing a cadaver marked by numerous dissection incisions. Simultaneously, Tai detected a faint scent of formalin in the air. The corpse was undoubtedly real. Otherwise, what purpose would it serve for experimentation? A sly smile crept across Orochimaru's face. He then continued, let us commence without delay. There is much to learn today, and we must make the most of our time. Tai approached the experimental table, gazing at the corpse that starkly contrasted with the illusions, and let out a sigh of relief. He silently expressed his gratitude for Master Tai's selfless dedication. Subsequently, he donned various protective gear, emulating Orochimaru's mannerisms. Orochimaru produced a book from behind him and handed it to Tai. Upon receiving it, Tai discovered that the book was entitled Illustrated Human Anatomy, the subject of today's study. Engaging with the material while simultaneously practicing, Tai was sure to grasp the concepts more swiftly. As soon as he spoke, Orochimaru seized a scalpel and commenced the procedure. Ugh. On his journey from Orochimaru's laboratory to his own doorstep, Tai nurtured every tree along the way with his own care. 7 days, an entire week, one must admit that the potential of humanity is truly boundless. Tai not only endured the arduous task of memorizing the entire anatomical diagram under Orochimaru's relentless guidance, but he also developed a profound understanding of human anatomy. As for how he accomplished this, Orochimaru spent merely 2 hours elucidating the contents of the book, intertwining theory with practice, and then instructed Tai to perform the tasks himself. Whenever he faltered in answering questions, he was made to start anew. Tai could only repeatedly torment the body of the teacher, until he skillfully mastered the function of every organ and could effortlessly detach or reattach them. During this time, Orochimaru provided Tai with several different teachers, including an elderly man, a woman, a child, a ninja, and even a corpse possessing a bloodline limit. However, Orochimaru did not disclose the specifics of this corpse's bloodline limit, and Tai could not discern any obvious characteristics from it, ultimately failing to deduce what the bloodline limit was. Tai incessantly engaged in practice, attending to all his needs within the confines of the laboratory. From an initial reluctance and aversion, he gradually reached a state of tranquility, his heart growing as cold as if he had spent 20 years at the fish market. It was only when Orochimaru declared him competent that Tai was permitted to leave the laboratory. Before his departure, Orochimaru presented him with a substantial collection of books, instructing Tai that for the next month, his presence would not be required, as he had a task at hand. He advised Tai to master these texts within that time frame and informed him that he had recommended him to the Konoha hospital, where he was also expected to engage in genuine practice during the month. Tai was unaware of the task Orochimaru was to undertake. All he knew was that he could finally leave the laboratory. Clutching a box filled with books, he dashed out of the lab. Upon stepping outside, Tai inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, exclaiming, today's air is truly refreshing. However, as he breathed in the crisp atmosphere, memories of his actions over the past week flooded his mind. Despite having held back his nausea during experiments, he now embarked on the monumental endeavor of fertilizing every tree in Konoha. At last, he arrived home, having succumbed to waves of nausea along the way. Lifting his pale face, he gazed upon the small abode that had remained untouched for 7 days, tears of joy brimming in his eyes. Weak and weary, he stepped inside, carelessly tossing the box of books onto the floor before retreating to his bedroom, where he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Orochimaru observed Tai's departing figure, licking his lips before vanishing in a puff of white smoke. Throughout the past week, Orochimaru had diligently employed a shadow clone each day to guide Tai, as a single clone could not sustain itself for such an extended period. In the past 7 days, Orochimaru has keenly observed Tai's remarkable progress, truly evidencing his innate talent. During this period, Tai not only mastered the intricacies of human anatomy but also assimilated the cellular biology knowledge that Orochimaru had inadvertently imparted. This compelled Orochimaru to acknowledge Tai's exceptional aptitude in this domain. However, Tai's reaction when confronted with Orochimaru's Jinjutsu left much to be desired, indicating that time is still needed for cultivation. I hope you can meet my expectations, Tai-kun, Orochimaru mused, licking his lips as his gaze fell upon the feeble specimen on the experiment table. After a day and night of slumber, Tai finally awakened. The sound of his stomach growling resounded, a protest against the prolonged absence of sustenance. Rubbing his belly, Tai declared, "It is time to treat myself." During the 7 days spent in the laboratory, Tai had endured a dismal routine of insufficient food and sleep, managing only 2 to 3 hours of rest each day. Had it not been for his chakra, an ordinary individual would have long succumbed to exhaustion. As for his meals, they were tailored to Orochimaru's preferences. Apples and eggs were staples, with every meal featuring these two items. While apples were tolerable, Tai harbored a strong aversion to eggs. Yet, under such circumstances, one must bow to necessity. He gritted his teeth and endured 7 days of this regimen. Today, however, he could finally indulge in a well-deserved treat. After Tai finished his morning routine and donned his clothes, he made his way to Ichiraku Ramen. At that time, the proprietor of Ichiraku was still quite youthful and remarkably handsome, though not nearly as dashing as the readers might envision. Ichiraku Ramen had already garnered significant popularity, and after waiting for quite some time at the stall, Tai finally secured a vacant seat. Upon settling down, he called out to the proprietor, "Uncle, I would like a large bowl of tonkatsu ramen." Hearing someone refer to him as uncle, the chef turned around while preparing the noodles and exclaimed, "Tai, how many times must I tell you? Do not call me uncle. I'm still quite young." One large bowl of tonkatsu ramen coming right up. The other patrons watching this exchange couldn't help but chuckle. Every time this young lad Tai visited, he would address the chef as uncle, and the chef would invariably retort. Their playful banter brought a momentary joy to the diners. Before long, the large bowl of tonkatsu ramen was served at the table. Tai expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Uncle, I shall begin." He then dug into the ramen with gusto, mumbling between mouthfuls, "The ramen made by Uncle is simply delicious." The chef, visibly exasperated, replied, "How many times must I say it? Do not call me uncle." Just then, a voice rang out, "Tai." Tai turned around and saw that the newcomers were none other than Kakashi and Might Guy. Chapter 29, The Reunion of the Trio. "Kakashi? Might Guy? What brings you here?" Tai swallowed the ramen in his mouth and inquired of the two approaching figures. Kakashi rolled his eyes, wearing an expression of disbelief, and regarded Tai with the words, "Then why are you here again?" Tai confidently replied, "Of course, I am here to dine. Otherwise, what purpose would bring me to this place?" Tai suddenly realized what one could do at Ichiraku Ramen. Of course, it was to enjoy a bowl of ramen. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and said, "What a coincidence. You all came to eat ramen as well." Kakashi shot Tai a sidelong glance before taking a seat next to him and calling out to Uncle Ichiraku, "A large bowl of miso ramen, please." Might Guy also sat beside Kakashi and ordered a bowl of miso ramen. "2 bowls of miso, please wait a moment," Uncle Ichiraku replied without turning around. After placing his order, Might Guy addressed Tai, "I haven't seen you around lately. Kakashi and I have visited your home several times, but no one was there. Have you been engaged in some secret training?" Kakashi, curious as well, turned his gaze toward Tai, eager to learn what he had been up to during this time. Tai harbored no secrets, for there was little to conceal. Perhaps his records were already laid bare upon the desk of the third Hokage. He had not engaged in anything extraordinary, merely apprenticing under Orochimaru to master the art of medical ninjutsu. "Lord Orochimaru!" exclaimed Kakashi and Might Guy, rising in astonishment from their seats. The surrounding patrons fell silent, their gazes converging upon Tai. In that fleeting moment, the ramen shop was enveloped in the solitary sound of boiling broth, bubbling gently. Tai felt a chill run down his spine under the gazes of the crowd and softly remarked, Sir, your ramen is about to clump." Only then did y'all realize the situation and hurriedly retrieve the noodles. The surrounding people gradually resumed their lively chatter, yet many continued to steal glances at Tai, whispering among themselves. At that moment, the astonished duo also came to their senses. After resuming their seats, Might Guy leaned in closer, exclaiming, "Lord Orochimaru. He is one of the legendary Sannin. How is it that he has taken you as his disciple?" Tai hurriedly interrupted Might Guy, correcting him. "No, don't speak nonsense. Lord Orochimaru has not taken me as his disciple. He merely imparted some medical ninjutsu and related knowledge to me. I'm not yet worthy of being his apprentice." "That is still quite impressive," Might Guy exclaimed with enthusiasm. After all, Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sannin, a ninja of great renown. He was genuinely delighted for Tai, for not everyone has the privilege of receiving guidance from one of the Sannin. Tachi hurriedly covered Might Guy's mouth, nodding to those around him while apologizing. "I'm terribly sorry, my apologies for the disturbance." As the onlookers redirected their attention, Taichi released his grip on Might Guy, casually wiping his hand on Guy's clothing before whispering, "Please keep your voice down. I prefer not to draw too much attention." And Orochimaru's guidance is hardly a favorable circumstance. This made Taichi ponder the true intent behind the illusion Orochimaru had cast upon him. "Why do you wish to learn medical ninjutsu? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to pursue it at the Konoha hospital? As far as I know, Lord Orochimaru is not a medical ninja, Kakashi suddenly inquired. The question piqued not only Might Guy's curiosity but also that of the surrounding diners, who discreetly leaned in to listen. After all, the gossip surrounding Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, was too tantalizing to resist. Tai noticed that the attention of those around him had converged upon him. Just as he was about to speak, he held back his words. At that moment, Uncle Yao brought over the bowls of ramen for Kakashi and Might Guy. 2 bowls of miso ramen, please enjoy, he announced. First, savor the ramen. After finishing, we can discuss more at my home. Kakashi realized that the inquiry was somewhat abrupt and inappropriate for a public setting, so he restrained Might Guy, who was eager to speak, and the 3 began to devour the ramen before them. The onlookers, seeing that Tai remained silent, felt a twinge of disappointment. I've prepared the ramen, yet this is all we get? They mused. However, since Tai chose not to speak, they could not compel him to do so, lest they risk being apprehended by the Umbu on charges of espionage. After finishing their meal, the trio approached Tai. Tai, you still haven't answered Kakashi's question. I too am curious why you decided to study medical ninjutsu. Might Guy inquired impatiently as they walked part way. What's the rush? We are almost there. Is this something one can casually discuss in public? What if a spy overhears? That would be a grave mistake. Tai replied with righteous fervor. In truth, Tai was not particularly concerned about revealing Orochimaru's knowledge of medical ninjutsu to any spies. After all, Orochimaru possessed a wealth of abilities, and medical ninjutsu was but a minor facet of his expertise. The crux of Tai's caution lay in his suspicion that the Umbu might already be monitoring him. He believed that since the day he dined with Orochimaru, he had entered the purview of Konoha's higher-ups. Thus it was wise to maintain a low profile for the time being. This was not to say he was concealing his strength. Tai's capabilities were transparent. Akin to removing one's trousers to reveal their undergarments, there was nothing to hide. Therefore, there was no need to disguise his abilities. Rather, he needed to be vigilant about not disclosing the intelligence he possessed, for that could lead to dire consequences. Indeed, Might Guy felt a pang of guilt, realizing Tai's profound awareness. I was being quite thoughtless. I shall punish myself by walking on my hands until we reach your home. With that, Might Guy executed a handstand and began to walk on his hands. Remarkably, he managed to keep pace with Tai and Kakashi. Kakashi glanced at the upside-down Might Guy and remarked, it seems you are not punishing yourself but merely restless. He then turned to Tai, his keen intuition suggesting that Tai's flimsy excuse would only deceive the naive Might Guy. Tai, do you harbor any secrets? I sincerely hope you refrain from committing any acts that may betray the village. Otherwise, in the blink of an eye, they arrived at Tai's residence. Once seated, Tai gazed at the expectant faces of the two and felt compelled to share the recent events with them. Upon hearing the news, Might Guy displayed a look of astonishment. Is it truly that simple? To venture out for a meal and casually encounter a trio of legendary ninjas? Why can't I have such fortune? Soon, however, his expression shifted to one of despondency. Observing Might Guy's downcast demeanor, Tai could not help but offer some words of comfort. Fear not. Given your circumstances, not even the Hokage could rescue you. It is best for you to continue on your own path. At the end of that journey, a different landscape awaits you. All you must do is strive and persevere until the very end. Is that so? Tai, thank you for believing in me. Encouraged by Tai's reassurance, Might Guy reignited his spirit. Meanwhile, Kakashi, standing nearby, rolled his eyes and remarked, what a simpleton. Kakashi then turned to Tai, inquiring, so, does this mean you have already mastered 2 medical ninjutsu techniques in such a brief span of time? Tai humbly waved his hand, declaring, oh, it's nothing. Strictly speaking, healing techniques are merely a simplified version of the art of palm mastery, so I have only mastered an A-rank ninjutsu. Although Tai spoke with modesty, the smug expression on his face caused Kakashi's right hand to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 30, the first use of palm mastery continuing from the previous text. Kakashi restrained his eager right hand and said to Tai, A-rank ninjutsu is a highly advanced technique, typically requiring at least the proficiency of an elite J-nin to master. Furthermore, the precision of chakra control demanded by medical ninjutsu far exceeds that of other ninjutsu. How have you managed to acquire such a skill? Tai, sensing Kakashi's disbelief, promptly declared his intent to prove himself. Find me an injured person, and I shall heal them immediately. Kakashi, utterly exasperated, replied, where am I supposed to find an injured individual? I cannot simply wander the streets and randomly inflict wounds on someone. Tai spread his hands and remarked, then there is nothing to be done. At that moment, Kakashi directed his gaze towards Might Guy, who was leisurely enjoying his snack nearby, and Tai followed suit. Might Guy, blissfully savoring his treat, suddenly felt the weight of 2 pairs of eyes upon him, their stares akin to that of a wolf fixating on a little lamb. Trembling slightly, he hesitantly inquired, what do you intend to do? It's him. Kakashi pointed decisively at the bewildered Might Guy. Tai nodded in agreement, certainly. Might Guy, in his singular focus, suddenly realized, you aren't planning to turn me into a patient, are you? With that, he sprang to his feet, preparing to flee. Kakashi swiftly grasped Guy's arm, interjecting, how could that be? Just look at yourself. You resemble an injured person already, lacking innate talent for ninjutsu. Might Guy had devoted himself to the rigorous practice of taijutsu, and as a result, his body bore the marks of countless scrapes and bruises. surveying his own condition. Might Guy reassured himself. It's nothing to worry about, Kakashi. Mastering sage techniques is hardly painful. Come now, you shall be the first to experience my healing services. Observing the eager Tai and the vigilant Kakashi beside him, he realized escape was futile and reluctantly conceded. Just be gentle. Before he could finish his sentence, Tai pushed Might Guy down, positioning himself atop Guy's chest. Through the sensation of chakra, Tai discerned a multitude of ailments afflicting Might Guy, slight muscle strains, skin abrasions, bruises, and even a minor fracture in one of his fingers. Unable to contain his concern, Tai exclaimed, Guy, you are training too intensely. Not only do you have numerous hidden injuries, but you haven't even noticed that your little finger is fractured. Is that so? I didn't feel any pain. This level of discomfort is still bearable for me. Might Guy responded nonchalantly. Kakashi, overhearing their conversation, was taken aback. Was Might Guy truly training that hard? It appeared that even in solitude, he had not eased his efforts, prompting Kakashi to reflect on his own commitment. You must take care of yourself, otherwise these concealed injuries could adversely affect your body. After all, your livelihood depends on taijutsu, and serious hidden injuries could jeopardize your future. Tai earnestly educated Might Guy, then unleashed his palm technique. A verdant radiance blossomed from Tai's hands as he healed Might Guy's most severe bone fractures and some concealed injuries, before withdrawing his power. Might Guy felt a warm current coursing through his body. The pain in his little finger had vanished, and other lingering discomforts had dissipated as well. How miraculous! Tai, I feel so much lighter. I am immensely grateful, exclaimed Might Guy, springing to his feet and executing 2 backflips. Kakashi, witnessing this astonishing scene, was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that Tai possessed such advanced medical ninjutsu. However, noticing the scrapes adorning Might Guy's body, he could not refrain from inquiring. Since you can heal bone fractures, why did you not also tend to the scrapes on Guy's body? He gestured towards Might Guy as he spoke. Tai elucidated that while the healing technique could swiftly mend injuries, it came at the expense of rapid cellular division. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, it was preferable to allow minor wounds to heal naturally. Both Might Guy and Kakashi appeared perplexed, questioning the relevance of this to their treatment. Observing their naive yet clear-eyed expressions, Tai realized that this was their first encounter with medical ninjutsu, and they were unaware of the consequences associated with the healing technique's rapid recovery. He continued to explain, the human body's cellular division is limited. If one frequently accelerates this process, it could severely shorten one's lifespan. Consequently, unless in emergencies, most medical ninjas opt to bandage wounds, allowing them to heal naturally. If one were to rely on the healing technique for every injury, they would not live long. Kakashi grasped Tai's point with ease, while Might Guy, still bewildered, murmured. So if I've been treated with the healing technique, my lifespan is reduced? I have been treated. Does that mean, Tai, will I die? Might Guy clung to Tai's leg, desperately pleading, I don't want to die, Tai. I have yet to fulfill my dreams. My youth cannot end like this. Let go. Release me. Tai exclaimed, attempting to shake him off. Finding it futile to free himself from Might Guy's grasp, Tai offered reassurance. You won't. With injuries like yours, a little treatment won't have any adverse effects. I was referring to life-threatening injuries. Life-threatening injuries? Really? Might Guy looked up, his eyes bright yet innocent. Tai nodded slightly. Really? Have I ever deceived you? Upon hearing this, Might Guy finally released Tai's leg. Tai hastily distanced himself from Might Guy and took a seat beside Kakashi. Ignoring their playful antics, Kakashi spoke up. Now that you have mastered medical ninjutsu, what are your future plans? Are you considering becoming a medical ninja? In response to Kakashi's inquiry, Tai shook his head. I'm not sure yet. Learning medical ninjutsu was quite unexpected for me. As for becoming a medical ninja, I still have much to learn. Orochimaru recommended that I intern at the Konoha hospital, but I haven't gone yet. Suddenly, a piercing scream startled Might Guy and Kakashi, leaving their ears ringing. After a moment, they recovered and realized that Tai had vanished. Turning to look outside, they caught a glimpse of Tai's figure sprinting towards the Konoha hospital. They exchanged glances, shrugged in resignation, and got up to leave, not forgetting to lock the door for Tai. Meanwhile, as Tai dashed forward, he realized that if he hadn't discussed the Konoha hospital with Kakashi, he might have completely forgotten about Orochimaru's instructions. This was not merely a trivial matter, primarily if he failed to complete the task as directed by Orochimaru. Who knew what sort of punishment awaited him when Orochimaru returned in a month? Given Orochimaru's unpredictable nature, it was anyone's guess what he was thinking. After a fervent sprint, Tai stood panting at the entrance of the Konoha hospital. Chapter 31. Konoha Hospital. The medical institutions in Konoha are divided into 3 parts. Konoha Hospital, the Medical Emergency Team, and the Beast Training and Rehabilitation Team. The Medical Emergency Team was established under the leadership of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. It is not that such an entity did not exist before, rather, the previous emergency team was not well structured. Tsunade once proposed to the 3rd Hokage that a medical ninja be added to the conventional 3-man squads, but her suggestion was rejected due to a lack of personnel and insufficient skills. Consequently, the Medical Emergency Team was formed to concentrate the training of those proficient in medical ninjutsu. The success of Konoha in each of its wars owes much to this team. The beast training and rehabilitation team, in essence, serves as veterinarians, primarily responsible for treating the combat companions of certain special clans, as well as summoning beasts. For instance, the Inuzuka clan frequently seeks assistance from the beast training and rehabilitation team. While they can handle minor ailments themselves, serious issues necessitate professional help. As for the Konoha Hospital, there is little need for introduction. Hospitals are a common institution in every nation and village. However, thanks to Tsunade's presence, the Konoha Hospital boasts superior technology and a greater number of medical ninjas than those found in other villages. Tai entered the Konoha Hospital, taking note of its layout. The Konoha Hospital was vast, comparable in scale to many top-tier hospitals from his previous life, though it lacked considerable height. The establishment was primarily divided into several sections: the inpatient department, emergency services, surgical unit, diagnostic area, and administrative offices. Tai's destination was the administrative office, however. As it was his first visit, he was utterly unaware of its location. Fortunately, the Konoha Hospital was bustling with numerous doctors and nurses. Tai noticed a lovely young nurse and approached her, inquiring, "Excuse me, do you know where the administrative office is?" The nurse, hurrying along, turned around upon hearing someone call out to her, only to find no one there. Looking down, she discovered it was just a little boy. She then crouched down and gently asked Tai, "Little brother, what brings you to the administrative office? Are you unwell?" Tai gazed at the exquisite young lady, who astonishingly possessed a pair of Byakugan eyes. Was she a member of the Hyuga clan? What could she possibly be doing at the Konoha Hospital? Upon reflection, it made sense. If anyone were to epitomize the ideal medical ninja, it would undoubtedly be a member of the Hyuga clan. The Byakugan was practically a gift from nature, designed for the role of a medical ninja. During examinations, it rendered even X-rays unnecessary. Furthermore, the Hyuga clan's chakra control was formidable, as the gentle fist technique primarily aimed to restrict the opponent's chakra. Without adequate chakra control, even a successful strike would yield no effect. Despite his initial surprise, Tai quickly regained his composure and spoke, "Miss, I am not ill. I am here for an internship." The young lady, upon hearing this, found it hard to believe. Surely this child was jesting. At such a tender age, he was likely still in school, perhaps even yet to master ninjutsu. How could he possibly be interning at a hospital? However, she recalled that Lord Orochimaru had recommended a candidate to the director, someone who reportedly mastered the sage technique in a remarkably short span of time, having learned in 7 days what had taken her an entire year to grasp. That truly was a prodigy. Yet, it was perplexing that, despite Lord Orochimaru stating that this individual would report yesterday, they had not shown up. The director had even thought Lord Orochimaru was joking, but how could someone of his stature indulge in such frivolity? Children who lie are not well behaved. Pray tell, what is your true purpose here? The excuse of an internship seems far-fetched. The young lady suddenly realized, "You claim you were here for an internship." Her exclamation attracted the attention of passing doctors, nurses, and patients in the hospital plaza. Tai felt a buzzing sensation in his ears. An uninformed passerby, a doctor, approached, inquiring, "Vice-Dean Yuko, what has transpired?" Hinata Yuko, the young lady from earlier, snapped back to reality upon hearing the doctor's words. Could it be that the person mentioned by Lord Orochimaru, that prodigy, is this child before her? Although Hinata Yuko harbored doubts, a flicker of belief ignited within her. After all, apart from Orochimaru, the dean, and herself, only the individual involved could possibly know about this matter. Realizing this, Hinata Yuko grasped Tai's hand, declaring, "I shall take you to meet the dean." Caught off guard, Tai was unexpectedly pulled away by Hinata Yuko. Standing nearby, a passerby doctor observed the scene. Along the way, Tai attempted to free himself from Hinata Yuko's grasp, yet found her hand surprisingly smooth and pleasant to hold. Pondering that perhaps it was acceptable to remain in her grasp for a while, he reassured himself, thinking he was not a lecher. After all, it was she who initiated the contact. Furthermore, Hinata Yuko possessed an exceptionally sweet appearance, standing at about 1.60 meters, embodying a petite and adorable figure. Her physique was quite impressive, albeit not quite rivaling that of Tsunade, Hinata, or Samui. It made one wonder, do all women from the Hinata family possess such allure? Whether it be Hinata or the later Hanabi, they all exude a captivating charm. Is there perhaps some unique attribute inherent to the Hyuga clan? Tai was led by Hinata Yuko through the corridors of Konoha Hospital. As they traversed the halls, Tai noticed that there were surprisingly few patients in the hospital, which piqued his curiosity. Ordinarily, one would expect a hospital to be bustling with activity, so the tranquility here struck him as peculiar. His curiosity compelled him to inquire, "Sister Yuko, why are there so few patients in the hospital?" Upon hearing Tai's question, the flustered Hinata Yuko slowed her pace and replied, "What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Isn't it a joyful thing for a hospital to have so few people? I would prefer it if no one ever had to come to the hospital at all." Tai-san remarked, to my surprise, "This Sister Yuko is indeed a compassionate and skilled physician. With her assistance, I shall no longer be burdened with daily overtime. It has been quite some time since I last tended to my skin, and lately, it has lost its smoothness." Yuko paused for a moment before speaking again. In truth, the scarcity of people is merely a superficial observation. Those you see are either mildly injured patients or individuals on the verge of discharge. The truly gravely injured are currently receiving treatment in the inpatient department. War is indeed detestable. Tai, indeed, you remain that compassionate young lady. Just refrain from mentioning your skin. During their conversation, Hinata Yuko led Tai to a door, marked with a sign that read Dean's office. Knock, knock, knock. With 3 forceful raps, Hinata Yuko prompted an irate shout from within. Yuko, how many times must I remind you? Be gentle. You've nearly shattered the door. Tai glanced at the door of the dean's office. Having been preoccupied with his surroundings moments ago, he now observed closely and noticed a small indentation on the door, precisely where Hinata Yuko had just knocked. With a resolute determination, Taichi understood that Hinata Yuko was not to be trifled with. He silently and forcefully withdrew his hand from hers. Unbeknownst to her, she overlooked this subtle detail and proceeded to open the door. At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized at the entrance with a loud thud. Ah! A piercing scream escaped her lips as Hinata Yuko crouched down, clutching her head. Let us see if you dare to do that again. The newcomer was a young and strikingly beautiful woman, perhaps simply youthful in appearance, for even Tsunade looked remarkably youthful in her 50s. Tai glanced at Hinata Yuko, who was squatting on the ground, her eyes brimming with tears, and then turned his gaze to the formidable female dean. Tai, well, this female dean is not to be trifled with. Chapter 32, The Quirky Dean and the Vice Dean Yuko. Why are you here instead of inspecting the wards? Who are you? After reprimanding Hinata Yuko, Dean Fujimi turned to scrutinize Tai. Ah, Dean Fujimi. Your strikes are rather harsh. I feel as though my head might shatter. Hinata Yuko stammered, having crouched on the ground for a while to regain her composure. Dean Fujimi was incensed by Hinata Yuko's remark and raised her hand to deliver another blow, causing Hinata Yuko to hurriedly shield her head and retreat behind Tai. You have already damaged 3 doors. This would be the 4th. If it breaks, I shall use you as a doorstop. By the way, who is this child? Seeing that Dean Fujimi's hand had lowered and she seemed to have abandoned the idea of striking her again, Hinata Yuko quickly approached the dean, wrapping her arms around her arm and began to pout. Dean, I was anxious too. I promise it won't happen again. Suddenly reminded of business, Hinata Yuko turned to Tai and said, Dean Fujimi, this child claims to be here for an internship. I wondered if he might be the one Lord Orochimaru mentioned. So I brought him along. Upon hearing this, Dean Fujimi's interest in Tai was piqued. She bent down, bringing her exquisite face close to Tai's, scrutinizing him intently. Too close. Too close, Mariana Trench. Tai's heart raced as he gazed at that indescribable area. To his astonishment, Dean Fujimi's attire concealed such formidable allure. Her posture presented Tai with an entirely different vista. After examining Tai without discovering anything particularly remarkable, Dean Fujimi wondered how this boy had garnered Lord Orochimaru's favor. Noticing Tai's gaze wandering to inappropriate areas, she raised her hand and struck his head. Ah! With a cry, Tai crouched down, clutching his head. This scene felt eerily familiar. Why did you hit me? Tai rubbed his painfully throbbing head, feeling the rapidly swelling bump. He had indeed become a standout figure. You little rascal. Learning nothing good at such a young age. If you dare to steal glances again, the punishment will not be so lenient. Dean Fujimi declared fiercely, shaking her tiny fist. Well, you actually dared to peep at Dean Fujimi. Hinata Yuko stealthily gave Tai a thumbs up from the side. Bang. Ah. The scene became even more familiar as the 2 figures, one large and one small, crouched on the ground, cradling their heads. One might mistake them for being caught by the inspectors. How could the dean, with such beauty, not captivate? Though I am a child, I am still a man. No man can resist the allure of the dean. Tai hastily clarified, fearing that Dean Fujimi might strike again in her momentum. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh dear. You little one are indeed quite the silver-tongued charmer. Come in. Flattered by the praise, Dean Fujimi returned to her office, clearly pleased. Indeed, no woman dislikes hearing sweet nothings, no. Rather, genuine words. Hinata Yuko, standing nearby, secretly gave Tai another nod of approval. The 2 rose and entered the dean's office, which was modest in size, furnished with a desk, a sofa set, a coffee table, and a bookshelf devoid of any other items. The bookshelf was filled with medical texts, among which Tai recognized diagrams of human anatomy that he had studied, along with several books that Lord Orochimaru had instructed him to master over the month. Once seated again, Dean Fujimi resumed her serious demeanor, as if the earlier playful reprimand had been the work of another person. With a grave expression, Dean Fujimi inquired, What is your name? Tai answered honestly, fearing that this eccentric director might spring another surprise on him. My name is Yagami Tai. I was sent to Konoha Hospital by Lord Orochimaru to accumulate practical experience. Well, you are indeed the genius that Lord Orochimaru spoke of? Yet you appear to be merely a child? Hinata Yuko exclaimed in astonishment upon learning his identity. Hey, Yuko, that is quite rude to call someone a little brat. Tai retorted indignantly. Hinata Yuko responded nonchalantly, but you were just a little brat. All right. Although you were introduced by Orochimaru, whom I still consider trustworthy, I must conduct a series of assessments. If you do not meet the required standards, you shall return to your studies, for Konoha Hospital is no place for mere games. Just as Tai was about to retort, he was interrupted by Director Fujimi. Understood. Tai promptly agreed. Excellent, then follow me. Fujimi led the way outside. with Tai and Hinata Yuko trailing behind her. In no time, the trio arrived at the inpatient department, where Fujimi brought them to the entrance of a room labeled critical care. Yuko, why are you still tagging along? Do you not have your own duties? Fujimi turned to relay instructions to Tai, only to notice Hinata Yuko still following closely behind. Hinata Yuko clung to Fujimi's arm and began to plead. Fujimi, nay. I've completed my tasks and wish to see if this little brat is truly as talented as Lord Orochimaru claims. May I? Fujimi was taken aback by Yuko's antics. Feeling a shiver run down her spine, she swiftly withdrew her arm and said, all right, I concede. However, you must remain silent and not interfere. Understood? Otherwise, you will be thrown out. Hinata Yuko quickly gestured with her fingers to signify a zipper closing her lips. Fujimi nodded in satisfaction and addressed Tai. The individual inside is a critical patient. Your task is to conduct an examination and report his injuries to me. Do not take it upon yourself to administer treatment. I do not wish for you to exacerbate the patient's condition. Is that clear? With a slight nod, he reassured, rest assured. I am not one to put on a brave front. Fujimi responded with a nod. Very well. Remember your words. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall cast you out. As Fujimi opened the door to the ward, a pungent odor of medicine wafted forth. Tai pondered, what profound injuries must this individual have endured to require such an array of medications? Moreover, his status is undoubtedly extraordinary. A common person would have relinquished treatment long ago. Yet, how could someone of such significance be subjected to my examination? With a sense of intrigue, Tai directed his gaze toward the figure upon the hospital bed. The patient was ensnared in a labyrinth of tubes, oxygen tubes, drainage tubes, and more. What captivated Tai most was the presence of a blood circulation device affixed to the patient. This apparatus is primarily employed for the purification, filtration, and circulation of blood externally. Typically, only those afflicted with incurable poisons resort to such devices to prolong their lives. Tai could not help but inquire, has he been poisoned? Indeed, Fujimi replied, it is an incurable toxin. At present, I am engaged in the development of an antidote, yet I have made little progress. It is merely by chance that you were able to see me today. I am currently perusing the notes left by Lord Tsunade. Otherwise, you would likely have to venture to the laboratory to find me. Then what is the identity of this individual? How could he succumb to such an unresolvable poison? It seems rather inappropriate to use this patient for my tests, Tai questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion. To his surprise, Fujimi retorted sharply, he is not from Konoha. As long as you are not the one who caused his demise, there is no issue at hand. You wouldn't have killed him, would you? With that, Fujimi narrowed her eyes and leaned closer to Tai. Tai, the trench. The Great Trench. Chapter 33, The Acknowledgement of the Third Generation. With his newfound experience, Tai merely cast a fleeting glance before promptly diverting his gaze. Should he be caught again, he would inevitably face a painful reprimand. Tai hastily shifted the topic. What brings you here? Judging by that person's appearance, aside from the poisoning, there are no other injuries. I cannot administer an antidote, as I have yet to learn how. Dean Fujimi straightened up. At least you are honest. No injuries? Then let us create a solution. Yuko, proceed. Understood, Fujimi's sister. With that, upon the dean's command, Hinata Yuko stepped into the ward and casually closed the door behind her. Tai was bewildered. Is that so? Who is the villain here? How can one so casually inflict harm upon a patient? He sensed her thoughts. Put away your tiresome sympathy. This individual has slain numerous ninjas from Konoha. If you wish to feel pity, direct it towards those who fell by his hand and their grieving families. It seemed that Fuji could perceive Tai's sentiments, and she spoke with disdain. Upon hearing these words, Tai fell into contemplation. Indeed, what Fujimi stated held merit, irrespective of what may transpire in the future. For the present, I am a member of the Konoha faction. Moreover, what concern is it of mine how the people of this world behave? With this thought, Tai gradually found tranquility. At that moment, Hyuga Yuko opened the door and said, come in, let me see if you truly possess the prowess that Lord Orochimaru has spoken of. Tai nodded slightly and entered the ward, with Tang Mei following closely behind, positioning herself just behind him. Tai turned to Tofu Mei and said, at present, I have only mastered the art of palm healing, so if there are ailments that cannot be cured by this technique, I am powerless to assist. Tofu Mei replied, it matters not. You need only to heal the ailments within your capability. I primarily wish to ascertain your prowess. Let us begin. Tai nodded slightly, placing his hand upon the chest of the unknown ninja, channeling his chakra. A vivid image of the human anatomy materialized within Tai's mind. It appeared that Yuko Hyuga had suffered severe injuries. 2 ribs were fractured, one with a smooth break, likely severed by a chakra scalpel, while the other had been shattered, possibly from a direct blow. Additionally, there was a comminuted fracture of the little finger, and the tendons of the right hand were ruptured 2/3 of the way. The left calf's Achilles tendon was completely severed, and 1/10 of the liver had been excised, with a kunai embedded in the palm of the left hand. Tai could not help but exclaim, Sister Yuko, your approach is rather ruthless. Are you not afraid he might perish? Hinata Yuko replied nonchalantly. Both the director and the deputy director of Konoha Hospital are present. How could he possibly die? If he were to truly pass away, it would serve as a fitting vengeance for those who perished at his hands. Tai glanced at the silent Tangmei beside him, then turned his gaze to the unfortunate ninja. He couldn't help but ponder, what grave misdeed had you committed to suffer such a fate, poisoned and left here for novice doctors to practice upon? How tragic indeed. Tai recounted the injuries he had just discovered and requested a pair of medical gloves from Hinata Yuko to prevent contact with the toxic blood while extracting the kunai, a venomous substance he wished to avoid. He then commenced treatment, first employing his palm healing technique to smooth the fractured rib, followed by addressing the lung damage caused by the broken rib, reconnecting the tendons, and finally extracting the kunai to treat the penetrating wound. After completing these procedures, Tai turned to Fujimi and said, "This is all I can do. Without further techniques, I cannot address the remaining issues." Fujimi nodded and personally examined the areas Tai had treated. After a moment, she spoke, "Impressive. Your palm healing technique is remarkably proficient. Hard to believe you have only recently mastered it. You have passed, Yuko. Tai is now in your hands. Ensure this fellow does not perish." "No problem, Fujimi sister. Leave it to me." Hinata Yuko teased Tai. "Thank you, Director Fujimi, and please guide me as well, Yuko." Tai replied respectfully. "Very well. Hinata Yuko will be responsible for your care and instruction during your hospital stay. If you have any issues, do not hesitate to seek me out," Fujimi stated before turning to leave the ward. "Tai, I will now teach you how to manage the remaining injuries. I appreciate your guidance, Yuko." Meanwhile, upon returning to her office, Fujimi found herself alone and ready to vent her thoughts. A genius. Truly a genius. In all these years, I have only witnessed such effective palm healing under Lady Tsunade. How can such talent be handed over to that rogue Orochimaru? It is a sheer waste. I must report this to Lord Hokage. With Tai in the medical corps, how many lives could Konoha save? She then drafted a report detailing Tai's exceptional abilities and sent it to the Hokage's office. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sat smoking, contemplating the increasingly severe border issues, with the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone engaged in relentless conflict, dragging Konoha into the fray. Just as they had barely concluded the Second Shinobi World War, was the Third World War already looming? Additionally, his old friend Danzo was a constant source of concern, especially with his apprentice Orochimaru's dubious activities. He could only hope they would not overstep their bounds. A series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. "Come in, Hokage-sama. This is a report from Director Fujimi of Konoha Hospital, emphasizing the necessity of your immediate attention." The messenger respectfully handed a document to the third Hokage's desk. "Understood. You may leave." The Hokage waved him off, lifting the document. Once alone, the third Hokage perused the file, which contained the profile of a ninja trainee. Noting Fujimi's assertion that this child could potentially evolve into a medical ninja of Tsunade's caliber, the report stressed that Tai should not be placed under Orochimaru's tutelage. Setting the file aside, the Hokage retrieved 2 more documents from a nearby stack. One was a request from Orochimaru proposing Tai's training at Konoha Hospital, with the intention of making him his experimental assistant afterward. The Hokage speculated that Orochimaru's reluctance to personally mentor Tai likely indicated some ulterior motive involving Danzo. The second document detailed an investigation into Tai conducted by the Umbu following Orochimaru's report, providing comprehensive information about Tai's background, his relationships with Kakashi and Might Guy, his interactions with White Fang, and the 7 days spent in Orochimaru's laboratory, everything one could possibly need to know. The third Hokage exhaled a plume of smoke, obscuring his face as he contemplated the 3 documents before him. "Yagami Tai, such a promising seed to inherit the will of fire. I will not allow you to be led astray by Orochimaru. This child is off limits." If Tai were to learn that the third Hokage viewed him as a potential inheritor of the will of fire, he might very well laugh until tears streamed down his face. Chapter 34, Plans Foiled. It has been a month since Tai joined the ninja hospital, during which Hinata Yuko has imparted a wealth of knowledge to him. Among the most significant teachings are 3 new medical ninjutsu techniques: the A-rank technique, chakra scalpel; the B-rank technique, minor ailment extraction; and the A-rank technique, healing regeneration, which requires the cooperation of multiple practitioners. Throughout this month, Tai has garnered a modest reputation at the Konoha Hospital, befriending numerous injured patients. His medical ninjutsu proves to be more effective than that of other medical ninjas, leading many to express their desire to include him in their teams upon his graduation, alleviating their concerns about injuries. However, each time such remarks are made, Hinata Yuko sternly admonishes the speaker, deeming their perspective myopic. She insists that someone like Tai should provide medical support from the rear, thereby saving more lives, and questions how they could protect him on the battlefield when they struggle to safeguard themselves. Ultimately, the speaker is left speechless. Tai expresses deep gratitude for Hinata Yuko's care, as she has looked after him like an elder sister, imparting knowledge and wisdom along the way. Tai once jokingly told Hinata Yuko to wait for him for a few years, promising that he would marry her once he grew up. However, Hinata Yuko shyly replied that she already had someone she admired. This revelation piqued Tai's curiosity, and he eagerly pressed her for details. Despite his inquiries over several days, Hinata Yuko remained tight-lipped, only revealing that the person was an exceptionally skilled ninja. This left Tai at a loss. After all, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And even if this individual were not particularly formidable, in Hinata Yuko's eyes, he could easily defeat the likes of 8 Gates Guy or 6 Pads Madara. Ultimately, Tai abandoned the notion of guessing who Hinata Yuko's crush might be. During this time, an interesting event unfolded. Minato returned from the border. Tai encountered him on the street, but he refrained from greeting him as Minato was out shopping with Kushina. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had taken Minato's place on the front lines, which left Tai baffled. What had Orochimaru been up to for the past month? Logically speaking, the situation between the Cloud Village and Konoha was merely a minor skirmish, hardly warranting Orochimaru's involvement. After all, White Fang was still at home, lying low, only occasionally accepting missions. Tai was puzzled by the third Hokage's intentions. Most importantly, with Orochimaru's departure. Did that mean he was no longer required to join his laboratory? Yet, upon Orochimaru's return, would he still be invited to join? If not, what would happen to his plan to obtain Hashirama's cells? Should he attempt to extract them from White Zetsu? That was absurd. He could very well end up getting beaten to a pulp by Akatsuki. If he were accepted, what about his safety? For the past few days, Tai had been mulling over these questions. His feelings towards Orochimaru's laboratory were a mix of admiration and trepidation. He admired the plethora of invaluable research outcomes. Yet he was wary of Orochimaru himself. Given his current strength, he felt like mere prey before Orochimaru, who could easily consume him whole. As Tai pondered these matters, the door to the duty room suddenly swung open. Hinata Yuko entered, announcing, "Tai, the director's office is calling for you." "Who is it?" Tai asked, startled. "You'll find out when you get there. It's a person of great importance," Hinata Yuko replied mysteriously. Upon witnessing the situation, Tai refrained from further inquiries and promptly rose to follow Hinata Yuko to the dean's office. His recent interactions had afforded him a profound understanding of Yuko's temperament, which bore the traits of a child, petulant and stubborn. If she chose not to divulge information, no amount of questioning would elicit a response, particularly concerning matters of which he possessed knowledge, but he did not. Throughout their journey, Tai remained silent, while Yuko, unable to contain herself, inquired, "Aren't you even a little curious, Tai?" In truth, Tai was deep in contemplation regarding the identity of the significant figure Yuko had alluded to in the dean's office. Firstly, the only individuals deemed important by someone of Yuko's stature, a member of a prominent family and an associate of the Vice Dean, would likely be the heads of various clans, high-ranking officials in Konoha, or even the legendary Sannin. However, Orochimaru was swiftly ruled out, as he was currently stationed at the border, and Tsunade's return was improbable at this juncture. Jiraiya, while a possibility, was also considered unlikely, given Tai's current standing. It was improbable that he would attract the attention of the major clans, thereby elevating the likelihood that the figure in question belonged to the upper echelons of Konoha. As for who that might be, aside from the third Hokage, who was known for his interactions with commoners and his emphasis on the will of fire, there were few others in Konoha's hierarchy who would engage with the populace. Could it be the esteemed third Hokage? Tai ventured, casting a sidelong glance at Yuko. "Well, Tai, I never expected your analytical skills to be so remarkable. How did you arrive at that conclusion?" Yuko exclaimed, taken aback by Tai's unexpected prowess in matters concerning ninjas. "Just a guess." Tai retorted tersely, for he was uncertain how to approach the third Hokage. After all, this old man had a penchant for causing trouble, having ensnared the fourth Hokage, Tobi, and Konoha itself in various predicaments. It was imperative that he tread carefully to avoid falling into any traps. Upon hearing Tai's brusque response, Yuko playfully lunged at him, intent on subduing him. Tai swiftly dodged, well aware that being caught by Yuko was no trivial matter. The two engaged in a light-hearted tussle until they reached the door of the dean's office. "Enough of this ruckus. We have arrived," Tai exclaimed, shaking off Yuko's grip and attempting to tame his disheveled hair. "Humph. Let's see if you dare speak to me like that again next time," Yuko declared, raising her small fist in a mock display of defiance. Upon witnessing this, Tai hastily knocked on the door, and a sweet voice from within responded, "Come in." As Tai opened the door, he beheld the third Hokage, clad in the traditional Hokage robe and adorned with the Hokage hat, seated on the sofa with a pipe resting between his lips. Tai hurriedly greeted, "Greetings, Hokage." "Greetings, Dean." The third Hokage set down his pipe, smiling as he said, "Hello, you must be Tai Yagami, correct?" Taichi nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Indeed, Lord Hokage." He was aware that Orochimaru had referred to him as a genius in medical ninjutsu and expressed a desire to have him as his experimental assistant. However, he remained uncertain about his own aspirations. While there were enticing prospects with Orochimaru, the risks of being in his vicinity were considerable. Just as Taichi was deep in contemplation, the third Hokage interjected, "Director Fujimi has also consulted me, expressing her hope that you remain at Konoha Hospital. She believes you have the potential to become a medical ninja on par with Tsunade." Director Fujimi chimed in, "Indeed, Taichi. Your aptitude for medical ninjutsu is something I have only witnessed in Lady Tsunade. If you choose to stay at Konoha Hospital, I will dedicate myself to your training. And should we uncover Tsunade's whereabouts in the future, I will do everything in my power to persuade her to take you as her apprentice. I promise to uphold my word." Upon hearing the grand scheme articulated by Feng Meiwa, and considering the sudden shift in defense orchestrated by Orochimaru and Minato, one cannot help but observe the insincere smile of the third Hokage. Tai understood that, regardless of his desire to remain by Orochimaru's side, such a prospect was now utterly unattainable. Moreover, should he insist on joining Orochimaru's laboratory, the third Hokage would undoubtedly disallow it. This indicated that his plans had been thwarted before they had even commenced. Chapter 35. Return to Ninja School, Kakashi's preparation for early graduation combined. Following the previous text, Tai finally comprehended that his every move was utterly incapable of escaping the watchful eyes of the third Hokage, as long as the third desired it. There existed no intelligence within Konoha that eluded his grasp, whether it pertained to the sordid deeds of Danzo or the clandestine human experiments conducted by Orochimaru. All of these transgressions transpired under the tacit approval of the third, with the guidance of the second Hokage. The third did not shy away from conducting experiments or delving into forbidden techniques. Rather, he believed that any research yielding results could bolster Konoha's strength. The burden of accountability was not his to bear, while the benefits were entirely his to reap. Truly, the third was a master of cunning. Had it not been for Orochimaru's excessive ambition in conducting human experiments, reaching even into the ranks of his own village and targeting children, which ultimately led to his exposure, the third would have continued to turn a blind eye. Sarutobi Hiruzen, perhaps you may not become the Hokage that the first and second envisioned, yet as a politician, you are undoubtedly exceptional. In reflecting on this, Tai recognized that the third intended to groom him as Tsunade's successor. In truth, the medical ninja initiative proposed by Tsunade greatly intrigued the third. From the perspective of the village and its shinobi, Tsunade's suggestion was one that should be wholeheartedly supported. However, once the matter became entangled with vested interests, the situation altered dramatically. The implementation of this plan would not only bestow immense prestige upon Tsunade, but considering she was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the combination of these factors posed a potential threat to the third's position as Hokage. At that time, he had only recently ascended to the role. How could he permit anyone to jeopardize his authority? Furthermore, the involvement of various clans' interests meant that the matter ultimately faded into obscurity. Now, with the emergence of a candidate who could rival Tsunade, it would require only slight cultivation to reignite the medical ninja initiative. With Tsunade absent and the specter of war looming ever closer, the third's ambitions grew increasingly vibrant. Tai harbored a reluctance to become entangled with the upper echelons of Konoha, at least for the time being. He found himself lacking in strength, influence, and the necessary acumen to navigate the complexities of such relationships. Whether it was the third Hokage or the Elder Council, he felt ill-equipped to contend with them. Not to mention the shadowy figure of Danzo, who enjoyed the third's favor. The moment was not ripe for such engagement. But he pondered what excuse could serve to decline their overtures. As Tai wrestled with these thoughts, the ever-smiling third Hokage interjected, Tai, you need only to express your true feelings. There is no need for any burden. We are all from the same village, all family. This old body will support your decisions, for the future of Konoha belongs to you young ones. Are you threatening me? Tai thought to himself. You must be threatening me. To listen is to be part of the family. Without obedience, what future remains? Tai finally devised a plan. Since the third Hokage places great importance on children, how would you respond to my strategy, esteemed sir? Lord Hokage, my foray into medical ninjutsu was, in fact, an unforeseen circumstance. My encounter with Lord Orochimaru was merely serendipitous. Subsequently, Tai recounted the tale of how he met Orochimaru, the latter's candid revelations, and all that transpired within Orochimaru's laboratory, expressing that his desire to learn medical ninjutsu stemmed purely from a fear of Orochimaru, which he used as a pretext. Fear of Orochimaru? The third Hokage appeared perplexed, remarking that although Orochimaru's demeanor may seem frigid, he is not truly as fearsome as one might believe. Tai recounted his encounter with Orochimaru, embellishing the narrative to portray him as a malevolent demon. Under his vivid description, Orochimaru transformed into a sinister figure, one who nearly brought Tai to his demise. This left the third Hokage and Principal Fujimi exchanging bewildered glances. Was Orochimaru truly as terrifying as Tai made him out to be? In Tai's account, Orochimaru seemed akin to a monstrous creature that devoured 3 children in a single meal. As Tai spoke, he discreetly pinched his thigh, coaxing out a few tears, embodying a pitiful demeanor. He lamented that his pursuit of medical ninjutsu was coerced by Orochimaru, embellishing the tale of being confined in the lab for 7 days, incessantly dissecting corpses. Seeing this, Fujimi hurried over to console him. Having spent ample time together, she had come to regard Tai as a younger brother. Lord Hokage, it is utterly unforgivable that Orochimaru would subject Tai to such treatment. He must not be made to assist Orochimaru. Even returning to the Ninja Academy as a mere student is unacceptable. Initially, Tai only intended to feign distress to elicit sympathy. However, as he reflected on his unexpected journey into this unfamiliar world, devoid of family and friends, and reminisced about his loved ones, his act transformed into genuine sorrow, leading him to weep uncontrollably. Fujimi, witnessing his escalating tears despite her attempts at comfort, felt her heartache further. Without regard for their hierarchical relationship, she embraced Tai tightly and shot a fierce glare at the third Hokage, clearly expressing her discontent. Look at the misdeeds of your esteemed disciple. The third Hokage, taken aback, found himself in a state of bewilderment, pondering, who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? He was thoroughly flummoxed. What just transpired? Moments ago, everything was fine. How did we suddenly plunge into a scene of mass victimhood? Why do you all regard me as a tyrannical landlord oppressing virtuous peasants? That is Orochimaru's doing. I am the Hokage. As Tai's cries grew ever louder, the third Hokage realized that this could not continue. He cleared his throat and spoke. Tai, I shall provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. Although you were compelled by Orochimaru to study medical ninjutsu, your talent in this field is undeniably genuine. Thus, you should consider joining the Konoha hospital. Upon hearing the words of the third Hokage, Tai thought to himself, aha. The old fox has finally spoken. He then lifted his head from the embrace of Tengu and declared, Grandfather Hokage, I do not wish to remain in the Konoha hospital. I yearn to become a true ninja. I aspire to be Hokage. The old fox, having been addressed as grandfather, should not compel his grandson to undertake endeavors he does not favor, Tai mused. The third Hokage felt a surge of joy upon hearing Tai refer to him as grandfather Hokage, but his delight waned when Tai expressed his refusal. Yet, upon learning that Tai's dream was to become Hokage, his spirits lifted once more. The fluctuations in his emotions resembled a roller coaster ride. To the third Hokage, it mattered not who you were. As long as your aspiration was to become Hokage and safeguard the village, congratulations were in order. You would become his first choice for indoctrination. For such individuals were the easiest to guide. The third Hokage replied, Tai, being a medical ninja can also lead to becoming Hokage, just like Tsunade. Had she not chosen to leave the village, she might have already been the fourth Hokage. Tengu, who was wiping away Tai's tears, also encouraged him, saying, Indeed, Tai, as long as you become a medical ninja akin to Lady Tsunade, you can also achieve the title of Hokage. Tai shook his head. His tear-streaked face adorned with a serious expression as he declared, I wish to stand shoulder to shoulder with my comrades. I possess medical ninjutsu, and should anyone be injured, I shall be the first to provide aid. I aspire to become a Hokage who can protect everyone. The third Hokage and Fujimi gazed at Tai, who seemed to radiate an inner light. Excellent. Tai, I wholeheartedly endorse your dream and hope you can fulfill it. You need not remain at the Konoha hospital. Pursue what you truly desire. However, do not neglect your training in medical ninjutsu, for you have vowed to protect your companions, the third Hokage said earnestly. Of course. Grandpa Hokage, my ninja way is to uphold my promises. Tai unabashedly borrowed the phrase from the prince's ninja way. The third Hokage let out a hearty laugh. Who would have thought that even before becoming a ninja, Tai would already have his own ninja way? Remarkable. Well then, the Ninja Academy will commence in a few days. Organize your time accordingly. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, the third Hokage rose and departed. Tai hurriedly greeted, Goodbye, Hokage Grandpa. Fujime also stood up to see off the third Hokage. At last, they managed to navigate through that situation. Tai let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the third Hokage departed from the Konoha hospital, strolling back towards the Hokage building. Passers-by on the street continuously greeted him, and he acknowledged each with a nod. This little trickster, attempting to play me like this with a feigned act of vulnerability, I abandoned such childish games long ago, the third Hokage mused to himself. Taichi's lackluster performance had long been discerned by the third Hokage. However, the third chose not to confront Taichi, recognizing his youth and understanding that there was ample time to mold him into the desired shape. The protection of Yagami Taichi was elevated to a higher level. Furthermore, all intelligence regarding Yagami Taichi was to be reported directly to me. I do not wish for anyone else to be privy to this matter. The third spoke to the air as he navigated through the crowd. No one replied, as if he were merely conversing with himself. But the third knew that his orders had been successfully conveyed and that the Umbu would execute his commands. In truth, from the moment the third became aware of Taichi's information, he had already dispatched the Umbu to safeguard him. It was both a protective measure and a means of surveillance. On one hand, it was to prevent Taichi from suffering persecution, and on the other, it allowed for insight into his growth while also thwarting any ill-intentioned individuals in the village from approaching him. Indeed, the one with ulterior motives was Danzo, the scapegoat of Konoha. Danzo relished in contesting with the third for coveted treasures. Whatever the third desired, Danzo sought to possess. Those aware of their power struggles would recognize it, while others might mistakenly perceive it as a trivial lover's quarrel. In fact, the third exhibited an extraordinary level of tolerance towards any matters concerning Danzo. Taichi, I hope you do not disappoint my expectations. The third murmured as he gazed at the distant Hokage rock. Meanwhile, after the departure of the third Hokage, Taichi ceased his weeping and nestled contentedly against Fujimi's chest. The trench. The great trench. Fujimi comforted him for a while, only to realize her chest was ticklish and that there were no more sounds of sobbing. Looking down, she found Taichi grinning broadly as he rubbed against her. Thump. Ah. Tai crouched on the ground, clutching his head. Tears that had previously ceased now flowed uncontrollably. What are you doing, Sister Tongmei? It hurts. Tongmei disregarded Tai's lamentations, turning to sit on the sofa, crossing her legs gracefully, her crimson lips parting slightly. Now, do enlighten me, what is the purpose of this performance before the third generation? Upon hearing this, Tai hastily rose and approached Tingmei, offering to massage her shoulders. I didn't expect you to notice, he chuckled. Tingmei, with a look of disdain, replied, with such trivial tricks, who could you possibly deceive? It's not just me. Even the third generation has seen through it. They are merely playing along with your charade. And do you truly believe you hold any significance? Tai fell into contemplation, his hands unwittingly coming to a halt. Do not stop. Continue to knead. Tai hastily resumed his ministrations on Fengmei's shoulders, adopting a servile demeanor, and spoke. It is important yet not important. Fengmei glanced back at Tai, surprised. I didn't expect you to possess a modicum of cleverness. Indeed. You are of significance to the third Hokage, yet also not. While your talents are commendable, growth necessitates time. Moreover, whether you can reach the heights of Lady Tsunade remains uncertain. Therefore, it would be prudent to refrain from employing such trivial tactics to gauge the Hokage's disposition. Do you understand? Lest you attract unnecessary trouble. Upon hearing this, Tai exhaled in relief, thinking, did you discover something? Is that all? You assume I was probing the third's sentiments? In truth, I simply wish to avoid entanglements with Orochimaru beneath the third's watchful eye. Once I possess sufficient strength, I intend to collaborate with Orochimaru. After all, who would not desire Uncle Snake's cutting-edge technology? After a moment of silence, Fengmei, having received no response from Tai, impatiently inquired. Did you hear me? Tai hurriedly replied, I assure you it won't happen again, and I must express my gratitude to Sister Fujimi for your assistance this time. Only then did Fujimi nod in satisfaction, saying, I cannot discern the truth behind your earlier words, but I understand that remaining at Konoha Hospital would not bring you peace. Therefore, I shall allow you to leave, but I have one request. What is the request? Tai inquired. Regardless of the circumstances, do not abandon medical ninjutsu. Even if you become the strongest in this world, Fujimi stated with a serious expression. Understood. I promise you. Tai solemnly replied. Fujimi nodded in satisfaction and waved her hand. Now, go and bid farewell to Yuko and the others. Tai wore an expression of bewilderment. I am not on the verge of death. Why the farewell? He exclaimed. Sister Tongmei, I am not departing from the hospital for good. I am merely returning to the Ninja Academy to continue my studies. I shall return to assist whenever I have free time. Why does this feel like a heartbreaking separation? Tongmei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Indeed. This troublesome boy would not be gone forever. Why was she indulging in such melancholic sentiments? Feeling awkward, Tongmei rose to deliver a playful slap to Tai's head. Upon witnessing the scene, Tai swiftly took to his heels, exclaiming as he ran, Sister Tingmei, I'm leaving now, but I shall return to see you. Tingmei, observing Tai's retreating figure, couldn't help but chuckle softly. That mischievous boy. After departing from Konoha Hospital, Tai rested at home for several days, and finally, the ninja school commenced its new term. Tai entered the classroom, surveyed the surroundings, and then seated himself beside Kakashi, casually greeting him. Long time no see, Kakashi. Kakashi, ever polite, responded, Indeed, it has been a while. Were you not interning at the Konoha Hospital? I had presumed you would not return to the Ninja Academy. Tai, a slight mishap occurred, and I have returned to school once again. I humbly seek the guidance of the illustrious Kakashi. Kakashi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Yet before he could utter a word, a voice resonated, Tai. Long time no see. The newcomer was none other than Might Guy, who promptly took a seat beside Tai. Tai responded with a smile, Long time no see, Kai. Might Guy curiously inquired, What were you just discussing? Tai recounted the recent conversation to Might Guy, who, upon hearing it, could not help but exclaim, You will no longer have the opportunity to receive guidance from Kakashi, Tai. Confused, Tai inquired, Why is that? Kakashi responded, I have already applied for early graduation. As soon as Lord Hokage approves and I pass the examination, I will be able to graduate ahead of schedule. Tai, graduating early? Suddenly, Tai recalled that Kakashi had indeed graduated from the Ninja Academy after only 1 year, becoming a Chunin the following year. He never expected it would come so swiftly. Congratulations in advance, Kakashi. Chapter 36. A year later, Kakashi's successful graduation came as no surprise to Tai. After all, in the original storyline, Kakashi graduated effortlessly. For a prodigy like him, graduating early was merely a trivial matter. Since Kakashi became a genin, the bond among Tai, Kakashi, and Might Guy remained strong. And they often trained together. Perhaps the third Hokage had intervened with the academy, as the management of Tai was notably lenient. At times, even when Tai skipped class or arrived late, the substitute teachers did not impose any significant restrictions. Moreover, Tai had essentially completed the curriculum of the Ninja Academy. And he finally understood Kakashi's desire to graduate early. Now, within the entire academy, aside from the instructors, no one was a match for Tai. Even Might Guy could only best Tai when he refrained from using ninjutsu. This was primarily due to Tai's mastery of the shadow clone technique, which he had diligently practiced over the past year. While his swordsmanship was not yet perfect, it had certainly reached a commendable level. His chakra control was exemplary, as evidenced by his proficiency in medical ninjutsu. He had also learned new jutsu, namely the B-rank wind release, vacuum sphere, and the C-rank fire release, phoenix fire technique. The latter was taught by Oikawa, who returned shortly after Orochimaru's departure for the borders. Pleased with Tai's progress, Oikawa imparted these two new techniques to him. The wind release, vacuum sphere allows the user to expel chakra into the air like bullets during exhalation, launching several waves of wind to assault foes. Similar to the phoenix fire technique, this ninjutsu enables the user to discharge accumulated chakra from their mouth like projectiles. This technique can unleash short bursts of breath continuously, akin to a machine gun, capable of turning a large tree into a hive of holes. However, controlling its accuracy is challenging when fired too quickly. It becomes difficult to aim precisely, and the vacuum sphere suffers from a similar flaw. Nevertheless, through rigorous training with his shadow clones, Tai managed to maintain a kill radius of half a meter, even if he could not guarantee every vacuum sphere would strike the same point. As for the Phoenix Fire technique, it requires little introduction, being a favorite of Itachi. These two jutsu serve as foundational skills, with increased proficiency and chakra reserves. They can evolve into variant forms and upgrades. The vacuum sphere can transform into the vacuum wave, essentially reshaping the chakra projectiles into blade-like forms, necessitating high precision and chakra control. Yet for Tai, this was a minor hurdle. After learning the vacuum sphere and seeking guidance from Oikawa, Tai was able to achieve the vacuum wave. Additionally, the upgraded form of the vacuum sphere is the vacuum great sphere, which is more straightforward to comprehend. If the vacuum sphere is akin to a bullet, the vacuum great sphere is comparable to a cannonball, possessing far greater power. A single shot can effortlessly sever a large tree. However, Tai's limited chakra reserves mean that the vacuum great sphere can only serve as a trump card. The variant form of the vacuum great sphere, known as the vacuum continuous wave, turns the cannonball-like chakra into rotating wind blades. Danzo once applied the vacuum continuous wave to shurikens, resulting in astonishing destructive power. Lastly, there is the advanced form of the Phoenix Fire technique, known as the Phoenix Flower Jutsu, frequently utilized by Itachi. However, it posed some challenges for Tai, primarily because his shuriken throwing skills were limited to targeting, with success being somewhat random. Thus, this technique held little practical value for Tai. Although he had only mastered 2 new jutsu, they would suffice for quite some time. Shortly after imparting these techniques, Oikawa returned to the front lines. Tai could not help but express his frustration. Has Konoha truly fallen to such a state of despair? Must a single Jonin resort to such desperate measures? Were the higher-ups of Konoha to hear Tai's sentiments, they would undoubtedly concur. Indeed, Konoha is currently devoid of talent. Tsunade has departed, and Jiraiya, under the guise of searching for her, has ventured out, if it were not for the constant flow of intelligence. The third Hokage would have assumed Jiraiya was nearing his end. As for Orochimaru, the last incident of expelling him to the borders incited fierce disputes between Danzo and the third Hokage, escalating into arguments that drew the Elder Council into the fray. Ultimately, the third Hokage, left with no choice, recalled Orochimaru from the front lines after merely half a month. He then dispatched Kakashi to cover for him at home. While Minato emerged as the backbone for Konoha's high-stakes missions, tirelessly engaged day in and day out. Who could blame him for his diligence? Given his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, his success rate in missions is commendable, and his swift execution is further complemented by his striking appearance. To speak candidly, Minato alone accounts for a third of Konoha's mission output. It is no wonder he ascended to the position of fourth Hokage, for his dedication to the village is commendable. Moreover, a pivotal decision loomed before Tai, who sought early graduation. After all, he could no longer enhance his abilities within the confines of the Ninja Academy. The remaining knowledge could be acquired post-graduation as a genin. Upon becoming a genin, not only would he earn rewards for completed missions, but he would also gain access to ninjutsu, a privilege the Academy could not offer. Although leaving the Academy meant relinquishing a life of comfort, the specter of war loomed ominously. To remain at the Academy until graduation would risk complacency, potentially leading to his demise in the impending conflict. Tai, understanding this, resolutely approached his instructor for permission to graduate early. His instructor, devoid of surprise, remarked, "I expected you to apply when Kakashi did. I did not anticipate you would wait an entire year." This statement illuminated a truth for Tai, though he viewed himself as lacking in genius. It appeared others regarded him as belonging to that esteemed category. Before long, Tai's application for early graduation was approved, and it was rumored that the third Hokage himself would attend the ceremony. This revelation astonished the students of the Ninja Academy, sparking animated discussions. Tai had maintained a low profile during his time at the Academy, and it was unclear whether the instructor had intentionally arranged for him to practice with Might Guy, as his performance in other subjects was merely average. Could someone of such stature truly graduate early? Was this merely a spectacle? Yet, the prospect of the Hokage's attendance compelled belief, for the last individual to receive such an honor was Kakashi. Tai, I never expected you to graduate early as well. Pay no heed to the opinions of others. I have always recognized your strength. Wait for me alongside Kakashi. I shall certainly catch up to both of you, exclaimed Might Guy with enthusiasm. Since Kakashi's promotion to genin, Tai had predominantly trained alongside Guy, who was acutely aware of Tai's true prowess. Tai disregarded the whispers circulating in the classroom and addressed Might Guy, assuring him, "Rest assured, Guy, I shall not take their words to heart. They are no longer on the same level as I am. I now have far loftier ambitions." Chapter 37, The Graduation Examination, Opponent, Minato Namikaze? Soon, the time for the preliminary graduation examination arrived. The instructor led Tai to the schoolyard, where a multitude of individuals had gathered. Among them were the third Hokage, Principal Fujimi, YKO Hijie, Kakashi, and even Minato Namikaze, along with 2 other ninjas whom Tai did not recognize. Nevertheless, the scene was quite grand. and nearly all of Tai's acquaintances, with the exception of Dehechuan, were present. Tai gazed at the scene before him, astonished. He had not anticipated that his early graduation would attract such a multitude of distinguished figures, while the presence of the third Hokage, Tsunade, Hinata Yuko, and Kakashi was somewhat understandable. The appearance of Minato Namikaze left him utterly bewildered. Tai, without much time for contemplation, greeted everyone present. Hello, Hokage. Director Fujimi, Yuko elder sister. Kakashi, what brings you all here? Of course, we are here to cheer you on, little brother Tai. You must do your best. Yuko raised her small fist in encouragement. Next to her, Fujimi shot a glance at Hinata Yuko, realizing that the Hokage had yet to speak, while she had already initiated the conversation. Hastily offering an apologetic look to the third Hokage. The third Hokage, unfazed, addressed Tai. The matter of your early graduation is of great significance. We are here to assess your abilities. If you do not meet our expectations, you shall remain in the Ninja Academy. For the life of a ninja is no trivial affair. Hokage, do not underestimate me. I am not the same as I was a year ago. I possess the strength to earn your recognition and that of everyone. Tai proclaimed loudly, imitating Naruto from his past life. Excellent. Such vigor. Given your unique circumstances, there will be an additional test. The third Hokage said with a smile. That old man. Whenever he wears that smirking expression, trouble is surely afoot. What sort of test? Tai replied resolutely. It will depend on what Director Fujimi decides. Do not forget, you are still a medical ninja. The third Hokage gestured towards Director Fujimi. Upon hearing this, everyone present was not surprised, except for the inconspicuous teacher, who was astonished to learn that his long-taught student was indeed a medical ninja. Furthermore, judging by the third Hokage's demeanor, it seemed that Tai's role was not simply that of a doctor, for it had drawn the attention of the director and deputy director of the Konoha hospital. Even more astonished were the students peering in from the teaching building. The news caused an uproar. Tai is a medical ninja? But isn't he still a student? Could the Hokage be lying? This is simply unbelievable. The standards for medical ninjas are far higher than those for ordinary ninjas. Why bother with all this? The test will commence shortly. We shall soon discern the truth. Meanwhile, Director Fujimi, surprised that the third Hokage wanted her to pose a test for Tai, thought, wasn't he supposed to let me observe Tai's performance? He didn't mention orchestrating this. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she spoke up. Hokage, I believe Tai's medical ninjutsu need not be tested further. Over the past year, Tai has assisted the Konoha hospital in successfully treating 76 critically injured patients, 243 with minor injuries, and 14 cases of difficult ailments. As for other minor ailments, there are no detailed records, so I believe Tai's medical proficiency is already established. Upon hearing Fujimi's words, both the third Hokage and everyone present were taken aback, rendering the teaching building silent. Is that so? Then you have passed in terms of medical ninjutsu, but the subsequent test will not be simple. The third Hokage, recovering from his astonishment, continued. Originally, he had planned for the inconspicuous teacher to be Tai's opponent, allowing Tai to graduate early if he could only hold out for a while. However, after hearing about Tai's remarkable achievements from Fujimi, the third Hokage hesitated to let go of such talent. How many lives could he save in the future? If Tai could not demonstrate sufficient combat prowess, his early graduation would be out of the question. That's fine. I shall not shrink from any test, Tai declared. By the way, I haven't introduced you yet. This is Minato Namikaze, Kakashi's teacher and also an elite jonin. The third Hokage did not assign Tai an opponent outright, but instead introduced Minato, who stood nearby. Wait. Isn't Minato Kakashi's teacher now? Wasn't he only supposed to become the team leader after Obito and Rin graduated? Is this a butterfly effect? Or a hidden storyline? Hello. I am Tai Yagami. It is a pleasure to meet you. Minato greeted Tai with a radiant smile and extended his hand. Minato's gentle voice and sunny smile interrupted Tai's thoughts. Observing Minato, Tai reflected, no wonder he garnered the title of the most popular man with 792,257 votes. He truly exudes warmth, charm, and reliability. In the world of Naruto, if there were someone most worthy of trust and reliability, aside from Naruto, Minato Namikaze would undoubtedly be among them. Only by facing Minato could one truly feel the unwavering sense of security and charismatic presence he radiated. Hello, Minato and I. Tai, inspired by Minato's warm smile, responded with a heartfelt smile of his own, gently grasping Minato's hand. His hands felt remarkably soft. Nothing like those of a ninja accustomed to living on the edge. What am I thinking? Tai quickly dismissed the peculiar thought from his mind, almost swayed by Minato's demeanor. He hastily withdrew his hand, afraid to look at Minato again, lest strange thoughts resurface. Minato was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, Tai had called him Minato and I. And now it was as if they had touched a live wire while shaking hands. Minato looked bewilderedly at the third Hokage, who merely shrugged, equally perplexed by Tai's thoughts. Your opponent is him. As long as you can snatch this bell from Minato, you will successfully graduate. The third Hokage said, producing a bell from his pocket. What? Everyone present was left agape, to allow a mere academy student to snatch a bell from an elite jonin like Minato? Let alone a genin. Even a seasoned jonin would struggle to last 5 minutes against Minato at full power. Obito, with his Kamui, managed only 3 exchanges before Minato discerned the mechanism of Kamui. Had it not been for Obito possessing Hashirama's cells, he would have been taken out by Minato's Rasengan. Although Minato was not as formidable as he would later become, and his Flying Thunder God technique was not yet mastered, he was undeniably a genuine elite jonin. Even the students peeking in found this challenge impossible, with some already beginning to mock. Ha ha ha, I doubt Tai will graduate early. Wouldn't it be better to stay in the Ninja Academy until graduation? Trying to emulate Kakashi the genius is simply absurd. Indeed, he's merely seeking attention. Chapter 38, truly the man known as the Yellow Flash. Upon hearing that his opponent was Minato, Tai felt a sudden buzz in his head. What was this old man up to? Did he wish to prevent his graduation? Was it truly necessary to make things so arduous for him? Kakashi's opponent for early graduation had merely been a background teacher. And now he was expected to single-handedly seize a bell from Minato, the fastest man in the ninja world? Such a feat seemed utterly impossible. Director Fujimi was the first to react, directing an inquiry towards the third Hokage. Hokage-sama, do you not think your expectations for Tai are excessively high? This is nothing short of tormenting him. No one could possibly complete such a test, not even you could manage to seize a bell from Minato. She believed that he had no intention of allowing Tai to graduate early. Beside her, YKO Hige tugged at Fujimi's sleeve, signaling her to temper her tone, reminding her of the authority of the Hokage. Yet, YKO also felt a sense of injustice for Tai, though she lacked the courage to voice her thoughts. Listening to Fujimi's accusations, the third Hokage candidly acknowledged, "You are correct. This is indeed a challenging task. Furthermore, I do not wish for Tai to graduate early. The life of a ninja is fraught with peril, and considering Tai's remarkable talent in medical ninjutsu, I hope he will remain in Konoha, where he could contribute more to the village. Unless he can prove to me his capability to survive in this harsh ninja world, I will not allow him to leave." Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Fujimi fell silent, and those present began to reflect. Indeed, given Tai's accomplishments over the past year, saving lives and addressing ailments, he was regarded as a treasure, a feat that only Tsunade could rival in Konoha. But one must not forget that Tai was merely 7 years old. If he could achieve such feats at this age, what might he accomplish as he matured? Very well. I agree. As long as I can seize a bell from Minato and I can graduate, right? Tai did not wish to be confined to Konoha Hospital for the rest of his life. His dream was not solely to save lives. Studying medical ninjutsu was merely a means to research the cells of Hashirama and sage techniques. Thus, regardless of the difficulty, he was determined to give it a try. Indeed, as long as you meet the requirements, you may graduate and become a genin, the third Hokage replied, though internally he mused that such an event was unlikely to transpire. Let us commence, Tai declared, stepping into the center of the training ground and addressing Minato. Observing Tai's stubborn expression reminded Minato of a certain red-haired girl. Their defiant demeanor was strikingly similar. Were it not for the fact that Tai possessed black hair instead of red, Minato might have wondered if he were Kushina's brother. Hokage-sama, I believe this exam poses a considerable challenge for Tai, and I request an adjustment, Minato stated, turning to the third Hokage, surprised by Minato's unexpected plea for Tai. The third Hokage pondered how he could advocate for a boy he had just met. Yet, Minato must understand Tai's significance to the village. In truth, the third Hokage had already begun contemplating Minato as the fourth Hokage. With Tsunade's departure, Jiraiya's disinterest in the position, and Orochimaru's numerous transgressions, the village would be in peril if such matters came to light. Danzo was wholly unsuitable for the role. His leadership would only lead Konoha to ruin. Thus, Minato, as Jiraiya's disciple and the host of the Nine Tails, was the ideal candidate. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage asked, "How do you propose to modify it?" Minato, sensing an opportunity, replied, "Let him endure for 10 minutes under my guidance. If he can manage that, he may graduate early." But how is that any different from seizing a bell? You are an elite genin. Tai would struggle to last even a second. Fujimi interjected, feeling a sense of injustice for Tai. She had initially believed Minato was advocating for him, only to find that the difficulty had escalated. Ignoring Fujimi's objections, the third Hokage calmly responded, "Do you have such faith in him?" Minato replied, "Not yet, but we shall see his performance, shall we not?" After a brief silence, the third Hokage consented, "Very well." Meanwhile, Tai was perplexed as to why Minato was assisting him. Was it simply because he referred to him as Minato and In truth, although the nature of the exam had not changed, the requirements had subtly shifted from seizing a bell to enduring for 10 minutes against Minato, which held its own intricacies. Firstly, if the task were to seize a bell, regardless of Tai's performance, the outcome hinged solely on whether he could grasp the bell. Even if he displayed genin-level prowess, failure to seize the bell would mean he could not graduate. Some might argue that Minato could let Tai succeed in grabbing the bell. Indeed, he could, but would the third Hokage be oblivious to such favoritism? Absolutely not. Should the third Hokage suspect this, even if Tai managed to seize the bell, it would be deemed a failure. Conversely, the revised format of enduring for 10 minutes offered Tai a chance to showcase his abilities, as long as he demonstrated sufficient capability to protect himself. And the third Hokage was satisfied. Minato could offer a few words of praise, and it could lead to his graduation. This was evident to anyone with discernment, including Fujimi. who promptly raised her concerns about Minato's overwhelming strength. Minato, understanding the implication, quickly reassured, "Do not worry, Director Fujimi. I will not strike too swiftly. I shall provide Tai with the opportunity to demonstrate himself." The third Hokage observed the unspoken exchange between the two and nodded. Could he truly be oblivious? Certainly not. If he were to overlook such a minor ruse, Konoha would have long been devoured by rival ninja villages, and he would not sit in the position of Hokage today. However, the third Hokage chose not to confront the issue directly. He desired to witness the extent of Tai's abilities. If Konoha could produce another Tsunade, the future would undoubtedly be bright. When shall we begin? I've waited long enough, Tai urged, eager to solidify the arrangement. Fearing that the third Hokage might have a change of heart. Since we have reached a decision, let us commence, the third Hokage declared, with a swift motion. Minato appeared before Tai. "I look forward to your guidance, Tai," he said gently. So fast, truly deserving of the title Yellow Flash. The speed of his body flicker technique left Tai utterly bewildered. Tai was also aware that this was a reminder from Shui Min, urging him not to underestimate the situation or grow complacent. Tai assumed a stance, addressing Watergate with a respectful tone. "Please guide me, Brother Watergate." In the vicinity of the teaching building, Watergate showcased his remarkable body flicker technique, eliciting fervent reactions from the ninja students, whose exclamations echoed in a crescendo of excitement, further diminishing any faith in Tai's abilities. Chapter 39, The Clash. Spiraling Sphere. With his stance firmly established, Tai gazed at the smiling Watergate across from him, feeling an overwhelming pressure wash over him. Is this the prowess of an elite jonin? More precisely, is this the essence of Watergate? Merely standing there, devoid of any motion, emanated an indescribable pressure that rendered Tai hesitant to make a move. He fixated on Watergate, who appeared utterly relaxed, contemplating his predicament. Kakashi, observing Tai's discomfort, recognized that Tai, having never experienced genuine combat, would undoubtedly struggle to acclimate to the intensity radiating from their teacher, Watergate. The battle commenced. Kakashi suddenly shouted, his voice resonating like thunder, shattering the silence of the arena and simultaneously lifting the oppressive atmosphere Watergate had cast upon Tai. The spectators instinctively turned their attention towards Kakashi, who felt the weight of their gazes converge upon him, causing an involuntary flush to rise to his cheeks. Fortunately, his mask concealed his embarrassment, sparing him from exposure. Tai felt a wave of relief wash over him as his body regained its ability to move. With a surge of strength in his legs, he propelled himself forward, dashing towards the Watergate. As the onlookers witnessed Tai's offensive move, their attention shifted back to him and the Watergate. Kakashi also exhaled a sigh of relief. Being scrutinized so intently by a crowd was quite uncomfortable. "Tai, I can only assist you up to this point." Tai is immensely grateful for Kakashi's assistance. Had it not been for Kakashi's intervention to break the deadlock, Tai might have faced defeat even before the examination commenced. Tai swiftly dashed towards Swordsmanship, accompanied by 3 shurikens that he had flung into the air in an instant. Swordsmanship, observing the rapidly approaching shurikens, effortlessly deflected them with a flick of his hand, causing a sense of foreboding to settle in Tai's heart. Tai observed with clarity that Watergate utilized the varying flight speeds of the shurikens, skillfully flicking his fingers at the center of each one, effortlessly neutralizing the 3 shurikens. Had they been thrown by a chunin, Watergate would not have needed to feign such prowess. However, recognizing that Tai was still a child, whose shuriken throwing relied more on physical aptitude than chakra, Watergate decided to adopt this facade to instill greater psychological pressure on Tai, thus compelling him to unleash his latent potential. As Watergate deftly sent the shurikens flying, Tai felt a tinge of regret for charging directly at him. From this display alone, it was evident that Watergate's taijutsu was formidable, perhaps even exceptional. Yet, with the arrow drawn, there was no turning back. Tai harnessed the momentum from his run and aimed a kick at Watergate's lower regions. Watergate's smile faltered, his expression transforming into one of sheer shock. Am I not already in a relationship? Is this an attempt to rob me of my happiness? He swiftly raised his hand to block Tai's assault. In quick succession, Tai followed up with a punch aimed at Watergate's face. Watergate felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Was this a kick of eternal misfortune or a punch of disfigurement? Had he provoked Tai in any way? Slightly tilting his head, he evaded the incoming punch and remarked, "Tai, recklessly approaching an opponent without understanding their strength is not a wise choice." As Tai realized that his 2 surprise attacks had yielded no results, he commenced a relentless offensive, while Mizuki's skillfully countered each of his advances. The duel was fierce, predominantly characterized by Tai's assaults against Mizuki's staunch defense. However, after Tai's 7th attempt to disrupt Mizuki's tranquility, the latter could no longer contain himself. Seizing an opening in Tai's strategy, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Tai flying through the air. The onlookers could hardly bear to witness such an act. After all, what kind of ninja resorts to targeting an opponent's vulnerable areas? Kakashi, observing from the sidelines, could only let out a silent sigh. Yet, even as Tai was propelled away, he did not remain idle. He swiftly hurled 3 shurikens for cover, and while airborne, he performed a series of hand seals. Upon landing, 2 resounding thuds echoed through the air. From the billowing smoke emerged a figure, Tai's shadow clone, bearing a bloodthirsty expression as it unsheathed the short blade that Tai had yet to employ, charging toward Mizuki with fervor. Suddenly, the hand that was forming the seal came to a halt. What a disaster! How did this creature manage to escape? Tai's shadow clone possesses a distinct personality, and the manifestation that has emerged is the very one he least desired to release, a persona driven by a thirst for bloodshed. It is not that this clone exhibits extraordinary strength. After all, it is merely a shadow clone, easily dispelled at any moment. The primary concern lies in the potential exposure of the fact that Tai's shadow clones possess autonomous personalities. Fortunately, this murderous persona has not caused any unforeseen complications and is diligently preoccupied with confronting Minato. Minato, faced with this peculiar shadow clone, immediately sensed something amiss. Although he had never witnessed Tai wield a blade, this clone's expertise with a short dagger demonstrated a power, speed, and level of threat that far exceeded what he experienced when confronting the original. As Minato and the shadow clone engaged in a fierce struggle, Tai, alongside another shadow clone, finally completed a series of hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great fireball. The two ninjutsu techniques merged seamlessly in the air, their nearly identical chakra ratios greatly amplifying the potency of this combined technique. The wind fanned the flames, and the fire harnessed the wind's ferocity. The original 2-meter diameter great fireball instantaneously expanded to twice its size, an overwhelming wave of flames surging toward Minato. As the searing heat enveloped the battlefield, those observing were struck with astonishment, unable to fathom that Tai, at such a tender age, could manifest such formidable ninjutsu. Even the third Hokage nodded in slight approval. The power of this technique could barely rival that of a B-rank fire technique, achieved with merely 2 C-rank techniques, a remarkable feat for one of Tai's age. Yet, relying solely on this technique to satisfy the third Hokage would still fall significantly short. Meanwhile, Minato, entangled with the shadow clone, quickly took note of the approaching flames. He was somewhat surprised, impressive, yet still insufficient. Confronted with the encroaching inferno, Minato resolved to disengage from the shadow clone, delivering a forceful strike that transformed the clone into a plume of smoke. He had no intention of evading the impending attack. Instead, he slightly extended his hand, and a chakra sphere radiating a blue luminescence materialized in Minato's grasp. Observing this, the third Hokage raised an eyebrow. Minato has even resorted to this technique? Onlookers hastily inquired. What is this ninjutsu? Why have we never witnessed it before, and how does it require no hand seals? The third Hokage elucidated. This is an A-rank technique of Minato's own invention, Rasengan. The crowd gasped in astonishment. An A-rank technique? Let it not be assumed that A-rank ninjutsu is commonplace at this stage. It is rare for even an average Jonin to possess more than a couple of B-rank techniques, which qualifies them as formidable. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, various formidable figures emerged, and advanced techniques became more common. But in the true realm of ninjas, lower-tier techniques were far more prevalent. High-level ninjutsu is not only more challenging to master, but also demands a greater quantity of chakra. Not everyone possesses the ease of use as a prince, wielding shadow clones as effortlessly as one drinks water. With a decisive shout, Minato exclaimed, Rasengan. He then aimed the Rasengan at the oncoming flames. The moment the Rasengan made contact with the fire, the flames swiftly dissipated, and at the center of the inferno, a vortex emerged, causing the surrounding flames to spiral away in a clockwise direction, leaving Minato unharmed. As the crowd marveled at the overwhelming might of the Rasengan, Tai dashed toward Minato with great speed. Just as they were about to caution him about the danger of the Rasengan, they beheld Tai grasping an identical blue chakra sphere in his hand. Chapter 40. Graduation accomplished. Tai's fusion ninjutsu was effortlessly countered by Minato's Rasengan. Just as Minato intended to retract his Rasengan, he noticed Tai charging towards him with a Rasengan identical to his own. In reality, Tai had long been training in the art of Rasengan. Ever since he mastered the shadow clone technique, the cultivation of Rasengan had been on his agenda. However, the chakra capacity of the shadow clones was insufficient, resulting in brief training sessions, and with numerous other techniques to learn, Tai had only recently completed his Rasengan. As the sole ninja in the Hokage's legacy to possess a clearly defined and explicit training process for this jutsu, how could Tai possibly neglect its mastery? After all, the derived techniques from Rasengan are exceedingly potent, especially considering it is a technique that requires no hand seals. The spectators were astounded to witness Tai's manifestation of the Rasengan. According to the third Hokage, as an A-rank jutsu, it is not something that can be casually taught to others, not to mention that this technique was invented by Minato. How then did Tai come to master it? The notion of him having stolen the knowledge is nearly impossible, while the Umbu do not overly interfere in Tai's life. Any attempt to pilfer jutsu would surely come to the third's attention immediately. As for the possibility of Minato having taught Tai, that too seems implausible. For Minato and Tai had only just met today, and furthermore, Minato had not imparted the Rasengan to Kakashi. Thus, even if Kakashi had taught it to Tai, such a scenario remains highly unlikely. This leaves only one possibility. Tai had created his own version of the Rasengan. Contemplating this, the third Hokage's eyes sparkled with insight. Although he could not comprehend the sheer coincidence of such an event, Tai's demonstrated prowess had garnered the third's recognition. His lack of practical experience could be remedied with a proficient mentor, and Minato was the ideal candidate. In the midst of the battle, Minato was equally astonished, however. Faced with the Rasengan in Tai's hand, He could not afford to dwell on thoughts for long. After all, having developed the Rasengan himself, he was acutely aware of its destructive potential. Consequently, Minato channeled more chakra into his hand, causing the dissipating Rasengan to coalesce once again. And he launched it towards Tai's Rasengan with fervor. In this moment, Tai had intended to exploit the cover of flames to launch a surprise attack on Minato with his Rasengan. However, he was taken aback to discover that Minato had also unleashed his own Rasengan. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. Confronted with Minato's Rasengan, Tai could only brace himself and collide his own Rasengan against it. The instant their Rasengans met, a piercing explosion resonated across the entire training ground, shattering the windows of the distant classroom and eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlooking students. Almost immediately, the force generated by the collision sent a cloud of dust swirling around the arena, causing the spectators' garments to billow wildly. The third Hokage, instinctively pressing down his nearly dislodged Hokage hat, squinted towards the center of the field, astonished by the sheer potency of the Rasengan. Kakashi shielded himself with outstretched arms against the dust stirred up by the shockwave, his eyes widening as he gazed at Tai's diminutive figure. He couldn't help but exclaim, "I thought I had made significant progress, yet it seems, Tai, you have already caught up to me." In the heart of the arena, at the moment of impact between the two Rasengans, Tai felt an overwhelming pressure. It became apparent that Minato's Rasengan possessed a far greater rotational force and precision than his own. In a state of desperation, Tai was compelled to continuously amplify his chakra. Failure to do so would result in his Rasengan being swiftly obliterated by Minato's Rasengan, leaving him severely injured. Meanwhile, Minato effortlessly perceived the essence of Tai's Rasengan, exclaiming, "Incredible! The chakra's circulation mirrors my own precisely, devoid of any alterations in nature. It is merely an exquisite display of chakra transformation. However, there exists a disparity in power. Likely due to a lack of proficiency, Tai must have only recently mastered this technique." At that moment, Minato sensed that Tai's Rasengan was beginning to lose its spherical form. And upon observing Tai's visibly distressed expression, he understood that Tai's chakra was waning. Recognizing the peril of continuing their clash, Minato addressed Tai. "Tai, listen to me. With all your strength, maintain the integrity of your Rasengan. At my command, I shall employ the body flicker technique to retreat. When I do, you must direct your Rasengan to strike the ground. Otherwise, the unstable Rasengan may detonate and cause you harm." Tai was on the brink of collapse. The reduction of chakra rendered his Rasengan unstable, resembling a bomb poised to detonate at any moment. Upon hearing Minato's words, Tai felt as though he had found a beacon of hope, promptly responding, "No problem, Minato brother." Meanwhile, the observing third Hokage sensed the impending crisis. His body tensed and ready to act at a moment's notice. Tai could not afford any mistakes, particularly with those hands. "All right, 3, 2, 1. Just as Minato's voice fell, he vanished from the spot with a swift motion. Tai also lost his focus, his body leaning uncontrollably forward, and in that moment, he propelled the Rasengan downward with great force. A resounding explosion echoed as Tai was hurled into the air, leaving a substantial crater in the ground from the unstable Rasengan. The third Hokage was about to catch the airborne Tai when a swifter figure soared through the air, cradling Tai in a princess carry. It was none other than Minato. Upon landing, the crowd swiftly gathered around them, with Director Fujime rushing to Tai's side to examine his condition. "How is he?" the third inquired, a hint of urgency in his voice. After a thorough examination, Fujime sighed in relief. "There are no significant issues. He merely lost consciousness due to the explosion. His hand, used for ninjutsu, has sustained minor injuries, but nothing serious. A simple treatment will suffice." With that, Fujime invoked the healing technique, a gentle green light emanating from her hands. And within moments, Tai began to awaken gradually. Upon opening his eyes, Tai was startled to find himself surrounded by a circle of people. "Why do you all look at me like that?" he exclaimed. "You still ask? Who would have guessed you were exerting yourself so fiercely? We thought we were here to celebrate your early graduation, only to discover you have to work overtime." Tingmei scolded him with exasperation. It was then that Tai became acutely aware of the intense pain radiating from his right hand, causing him to grimace in agony. He repeatedly urged Tingmei to be gentler. However, Tingmei was unyielding. As she tended to his injury, she remarked, "This is the only way you'll learn a lesson. Let's see if you dare to recklessly employ such dangerous techniques again." This time, you were fortunate to have Minato's guidance. Had the Rasengan's power not been released, and if it had detonated directly in your hand would likely have been obliterated. The third Hokage chimed in, agreeing that Tai had indeed been recklessly impulsive this time. Tai, slightly embarrassed, smiled at the third Hokage and Tsunade, while expressing his gratitude to Minato. "What about my advanced graduation exam? Consider it passed." The third Hokage replied, somewhat irked. Tai's displayed prowess today had indeed far exceeded the third's expectations. Initially, he believed that due to Tai's exceptional medical ninjutsu, he would lack the time and energy to excel in other areas. However, he was pleasantly surprised. "I passed? That's fantastic. From today onward, I shall be a ninja." Chapter 41. Was the Rasengan merely coincidental? Observing Tai's exuberance upon passing the exam, the third Hokage and others also broke into smiles, offering their congratulations. "Kakashi, congratulations, Tai. Irika, Well done, Tai. From today, you are officially a ninja. Hinata Yuko, you were amazing. Tai, keep up the great work. Director Tsunade, not bad, you little rascal. I thought you might need a bit more time in the oven. Minato, you performed remarkably well, Tai. Congratulations on becoming a ninja of Konoha. The third Hokage, I initially thought you might dedicate most of your time to honing your medical ninjutsu, which could have hindered your overall strength. However, your performance has earned my approval. Soon, we shall head to the Hokage's office, where I will personally present you with your headband. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished by the third's regard for Tai. Such treatment was typically reserved for exceptionally talented individuals. It appeared that Tai had truly gained the third's recognition. Tai rose from the ground, smiling as he addressed everyone. Thank you all for your recognition. From today onward, I shall embrace the identity of a ninja. And I humbly ask for your guidance. The crowd responded with smiles and nods of approval. At that moment, the inconspicuous supporting teacher stepped forward to speak. Tai, from now on, you need not attend school any longer. Would you like to bid farewell to your classmates? Tai shook his head and said to the supporting teacher, hee. Teacher Longgao, it's not like we will never meet again. A farewell seems unnecessary, especially since I have no real friends in the class. However, Tai paused his speech, leaving everyone curious about his intentions. He then turned to the teaching building and shouted, Kai, I'll be waiting for you ahead. So do your best to catch up. Kai? Who is that? Aside from the third Hokage and Kakashi, the others were puzzled about this Kai's identity. The substitute teacher was aware of Might Guy, yet did not comprehend the connection between Kai and Tai. Don't slack off, Tai. I'll catch up with you shortly. This is the essence of youthful passion. The voice of Might Guy soon echoed from the direction of the teaching building. He stood by the window, overwhelmed with emotion. While the other students wore expressions of confusion, unable to grasp the situation. Why was Tai's early graduation causing such excitement? How could these mere mortals ever understand the vibrancy of Kai's youth? Receiving a response, Tai turned to the third Hokage and inquired, Can I go receive my forehead protector now? Of course. Since you can hardly wait, let us proceed to the Hokage building together. With the third's affirmative reply, Tai elegantly turned, waving his hand as if bidding farewell to his school days. Despite his outward nonchalance, Tai's inner thoughts were, this gesture should appear quite impressive. I wonder if any little girls are cheering for me. However, the truth was that the students of the Ninja Academy were preoccupied with their own affairs. Who would be bored enough to watch a small child trying to show off? Moreover, Tai was far from handsome. He could only be described as average. The group exited the Ninja Academy and made their way to the street. Upon reaching an intersection, Principal Fujime and Hinata Yuko bid their farewells. Hokage-sama, we have work to attend to, so we must return to the hospital, Fujime said to the third Hokage. The third exhaled a puff of smoke and replied, Yes, the work is indeed important. You both may head back. Fujime nodded slightly and addressed Tai. Do not become complacent now that you are a ninja, prioritize your safety, and remember to visit the hospital whenever you have time to lend a hand. Tai nodded solemnly and spoke, Rest assured, Sister Fumika, I shall take good care of myself. I will return to offer my assistance when I have the time. Fumika gently ruffled Tai's hair before turning to leave. Hinata Yuko then chimed in, Tai, remember to visit your sister often. As she spoke, she cast a glance to the side, not allowing Tai a moment to respond, and swiftly turned to chase after the departing director Fumika. Tai felt that Hinata Yuko's gaze seemed to be directed at Kakashi beside him, yet he was uncertain, for Minato stood alongside Kakashi. If Yuko were attracted by Minato's charm, it would be understandable. However, dear Yuko, you and Minato are unlikely to have a favorable outcome, as Minato is already involved with Kushina. Tai did not linger on his thoughts for long and swiftly followed the others to the Hokage building. Previously, he had only seen it on television. And after his arrival in this world, he had lacked the qualifications to approach the Hokage building. Access was typically reserved for ninjas or employers seeking to issue missions. Ordinary individuals could not enter. Upon entering the interior of the Hokage building, he found that its layout was indeed reminiscent of what he had seen on screen. Tai had anticipated being led to a room akin to a registration office, but to his surprise, the third Hokage directly guided the group to the Hokage's office. Upon arriving at the office, the third Hokage took a seat at his desk, placed his Hokage hat atop it, and fixed his gaze intently on Tai. Meanwhile, Minato, Kakashi, and the two unidentified ninjas lined up, all directing their attention towards Tai. Taichi felt a sudden surge of anxiety. What could this mean? Was it related to the Rasengan? At that moment, the third Hokage, with a serious demeanor, addressed him. Taichi, there is something I need to confirm with you. Indeed, it must pertain to the Rasengan. Otherwise, the third wouldn't exhibit such a solemn expression. What is it, Grandpa Hokage? Taichi inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. The third Hokage leisurely lit his pipe, took a deep draw, and released a plume of smoke before speaking. Taichi, which jutsu did you employ during your battle with Minato? As expected, Taichi replied nonchalantly. That was a technique of my own invention, called Rasengan, but I noticed that the technique used by brother Minato appears quite similar. My apologies, Minato. Whoever mentions it first claims it is theirs, he added playfully. The third's expression grew more grave as he regarded Taichi. You are not deceiving me, are you? This technique was recently completed by Minato. What proof do you have that you independently conceived it? What proof could I possibly provide? This ninjutsu was developed solely by me, and I have disclosed it to no one. Is there an issue with that, Grandpa Hokage? Taichi feigned innocence, asking innocently. The third had no intention of cornering Taichi. In truth, he understood that it was virtually impossible for Taichi to have learned the Rasengan from Minato. Minato would never have imparted the technique to Taichi without permission. And furthermore, Taichi was under the watchful eyes of the Umbu. Thus, it was plausible that this Rasengan was indeed Taichi's original creation. However, the striking similarity in both the technique and its name was rather coincidental. At that moment, Minato interjected, Taichi, may I inquire about the inspiration and thought process behind your development of the Rasengan? Would you care to share? The third Hokage cast a glance at Minato but remained silent, his curiosity piqued. Minato's inspiration stemmed from the tailed beast bomb, and he had created the Rasengan to assist Kushina in mastering the immense chakra of the Nine Tails. What, then, was the source of Taichi's inspiration? Chapter 42. On the birth of the Rasengan combined. Inspiration, you say? The inspiration for the Rasengan? Taichi found himself momentarily flummoxed. Was he to admit that he lacked inspiration and that his ability to master the Rasengan stemmed from learning through anime? The hesitant demeanor of Tai did not escape the notice of those present, and in an instant, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. The third Hokage ceased his smoking, placing the pipe down, fixating his gaze upon Tai. Should Tai fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, he would swiftly take action to apprehend him and hand him over to the interrogation department. Even Kakashi's eyes bore a flicker of doubt. Could it be that Tai truly harbored some issue? Yet, why would he expose the Rasengan? Deep down, Kakashi held a firm belief in Tai. But his recent conduct left him with lingering uncertainty. Only Minato maintained his serene smile, gently inquiring, is there something you find difficult to disclose? If you prefer not to share, rest assured, I trust you. Tai sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. He was certain that if he failed to articulate a thoughtful response, the third Hokage would undoubtedly apprehend him. As Tai pondered intensely, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. If I reveal my technique, wouldn't everyone easily master my Rasengan? Embarrassed, Tai scratched his head. The third Hokage paused, clearly taken aback by Tai's unexpected consideration, while even Minato appeared somewhat awkward. Indeed, it was an oversight on my part, since you were unwilling to share. Let us leave it at that. Minato spoke with an air of regret. Upon hearing Minato's words, Tai hurriedly waved his hands, exclaiming, No, it's not that. I merely have a small request. He then gestured with his thumb and forefinger to illustrate a minuscule size. The third Hokage's curiosity was piqued. The matter of whether or not you are a spy remains unresolved, yet you still seek an advantage? What is your request? The third Hokage squinted, scrutinizing Tai. Tai, somewhat bashful, began, I have heard that if one submits their developed ninjutsu, they may receive a reward. I wish to know if I can obtain a ninjutsu of equal rank in exchange for my Rasengan, as I am currently in need of jutsu. Is that all? I expected you to request something absurd, like the Book of Seals. The third Hokage mused for a moment. If Tai posed no issues, the third would not mind granting him some rewards. Moreover, the third possessed all of Tai's information, yet, the secrecy surrounding the Rasengan raised suspicions. If Tai were indeed a pawn, there was only one person in Konoha capable of orchestrating such a scheme, and that was that man. With this thought, the third glanced at Minato, who nodded slightly. The third then spoke, Very well, the Rasengan is an A-rank ninjutsu. If the origins of your Rasengan are sound, I can teach you an A-rank ninjutsu. Wonderful. Then I shall share with you the story of how I invented the Rasengan. The inspiration struck me while watching a kitten play with a water ball. A kitten playing with a water ball? The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. How could such a sophisticated technique as the Rasengan stem from something so trivial? It was well known that Minato was inspired by the tailed beast bomb, with assistance from Kushina and Jiraiya, taking 3 years to develop the Rasengan. Yet, Tai claimed he could create an A-rank ninjutsu simply from observing a kitten? They collectively wished for a kitten of their own, one for each of them. Seeing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Tai beamed with pride. So, what do you think? I possess talent, don't I? Thud. Ouch. Kakashi, why did you hit my head? Tai exclaimed, clutching his head in indignation. Ever since arriving here, his head had either been ruffled or struck. He was certain he would never grow tall. Kakashi looked at Tai with exasperation. These are your elders. Show some respect. Be polite and continue. Tai rubbed his aching head, apologizing to the third Hokage, Minato, and the 2 masked ninjas. The others were not perturbed and simply urged Tai to continue. It was quite straightforward. When I observed that little kitten playing with the water balloon, it did not extend its claws but repeatedly nudged the balloon until it burst with a pop. This piqued my interest. Perhaps the water balloon had come into contact with something else, causing it to explode. Such a possibility was not out of the question. At that moment, the slightly plump member of the masked duo spoke up. Dingzwa, do not interrupt him. Let him continue. The third Hokage gestured for silence. Dingzwa? Akimichi Dingzwa. Father of Akimichi Choji? It was then that Tai scrutinized the masked duo more closely. If the slightly plump fellow was indeed Akimichi Dingzwa, then the leaner one, carrying a gourd reminiscent of Gaara's, must be Yamanaka Shina, the father of Yamanaka Ino, coupled with Minato and Kakashi forming a quartet. This could only pertain to that particular mission. Tai, what are you pondering? Kakashi inquired, nudging Tai as he seemed lost in thought. Nothing much. This gentleman's reasoning is sound. I have contemplated this matter myself, dedicating considerable time to its verification. Ultimately, I discovered that if the water within the balloon spun at high speeds, it could rupture the balloon from the inside. Thus, I embarked on the first step of my training, concentrating chakra into my hand to form a chakra sphere, albeit with feeble potency, nearly negligible. Upon hearing this, Minato nodded in agreement. Although Tai's source of inspiration diverged from his own, the training methodology bore striking resemblance. How did you resolve this issue? Minato inquired, eager to ascertain whether Tai's solution paralleled his own. Initially, I thought that if the power was insufficient, I should simply increase the chakra. However, even after augmenting my chakra significantly, the chakra sphere merely expanded without any increase in potency. Thus, I considered employing hand seals to channel the chakra for an increase in power. Yet, this too was futile. Why? This time, it was Kakashi who asked. It is quite simple. The Rasengan is a non-elemental ninjutsu and cannot be paired with any hand seals. Tai, the little bear, raises his hands in acceptance. Indeed, the Rasengan is merely a transformation of chakra, devoid of any elemental attributes. In my conception, the Rasengan is an incomplete technique. It represents only the initial phase. Subsequently, one must incorporate nature transformation to achieve the complete form of the Rasengan. Minato concurs with Tai's perspective. Tai, filled with excitement, exclaimed to Minato, "Brother Minato, we share the same thought. I also believe that incorporating nature transformation into the Rasengan is what truly completes it as a ninjutsu. In fact, I have already contemplated this. Ahem. Perhaps you should continue discussing the training process of the Rasengan, and we can explore the next steps together when time permits." Sensing the conversation was straying, the third Hokage quickly interjected to bring the focus back. Minato and Tai exchanged glances of mild annoyance towards the third, yet they found themselves unable to contend with the old man. Thus, Tai resumed his previous topic. I have pondered numerous methods to enhance its power, and one day, while observing the lid of a kettle being lifted by steam, inspiration struck me. Pressure. Kakashi interjected, a glimmer of insight shining in his eyes. Precisely. Kakashi. You are quite astute, Tai replied with a smile, ruffling Kakashi's hair affectionately. Kakashi, displeased, rolled his eyes and swatted Tai's hand away, retreating a step. I believe the Rasengan lacks sufficient power due to an inadequate density of chakra, which hinders its ability to deliver a formidable strike. Thus, I embarked on the second phase of training, focusing on increasing the chakra density within a limited unit to amplify its potency. And how did you achieve that? The third Hokage inquired, his curiosity piqued. Tai felt a surge of happiness upon finding someone willing to cooperate with him, chuckling softly, it's simple. We can utilize a ball made of sturdier material. With a sharp sound, the voice came from Minato, who, with his hands interlaced, remarked, I see. During my training for this technique, I merely focused on compressing chakra. If using a more resilient ball can achieve the same effect while conserving energy, what comes next? The Rasengan at this stage cannot be considered a success. Observing Minato's eagerness, Tai did not keep him in suspense and replied directly, You are correct, Minato. Even the Rasengan developed through this phase merely possesses initial power. The underlying issue is its lack of refinement. When the Rasengan strikes, its force dissipates instead of concentrating at a single point. Therefore, I devised another method, to maintain the Rasengan within a balloon for an extended period, thereby allowing for chakra concentration and enhancing its potency. However, I still need to perfect the final step, as the Rasengan remains somewhat unstable, which is why it detonates at the critical moment. At this point, Tai felt a twinge of embarrassment, for he had only recently completed his training of the Rasengan. This exposure served both as a test of his progress and a realization that his limited techniques would not suffice against Minato in an exam. After listening to Tai's account, the third Hokage spoke, You may leave for now, Minato, stay. The group silently exited the room, leaving Minato alone. Once they departed, the third Hokage turned to Minato and inquired, What are your thoughts? Minato pondered for a moment before responding, Lord Hokage, this may merely be a coincidence. Tai is unlikely to be a spy from another village. After all, he has grown up in our village, and his parents are both jonin from Konoha. The third Hokage replied thoughtfully, It is indeed improbable for him to be a spy from another village. However, we cannot dismiss the possibility of him being influenced from within. Manipulating someone is not particularly difficult. At this, Minato's mind flashed to a certain figure, and he asked, Are you referring to that individual? The third Hokage remained silent. But there is no need for such actions. Given his standing, he could freely access the sealing techniques. Why would he covet a technique like the Rasengan? Moreover, Tai shows no signs of being under Genjutsu. If he were truly manipulated, why would he expose himself so publicly? Minato voiced his concerns in one breath. The third Hokage shared his confusion. I too cannot fathom this. Perhaps he is indeed innocent, or perhaps his exposure carries a deeper intention. Nonetheless, I wish for his innocence. However, we must remain vigilant. I will arrange for Tai to join you on your next mission. Keep a close watch on his actions. No abnormalities would be ideal. But if there are, you know what to do. Understood. Minato responded promptly. Meanwhile, outside the door, Tai felt a mix of anxiety and uncertainty. wondering if his flimsy explanation would suffice. Had he known the content of the discussion between the third Hokage and Minato, Tai would have found it utterly amusing. Realizing that the esteemed third Hokage and the future fourth Hokage were engaging in a battle of wits with thin air. Who would have thought you could develop such a technique? Tell me, Tai, did you truly create it yourself? Kakashi asked Tai with utmost seriousness. Kakashi was acutely aware that if Tai had indeed pilfered the Rasengan, the consequences would be grave. Tai could face arrest for espionage, and he would lose a dear friend. However, theoretically, such a scenario seemed implausible. The odds of independently developing a technique identical to one that took Minato 3 years to perfect were far less likely than the possibility of Tai being a spy. Even Akimichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino, who stood nearby, were drawn in by the incredibility of the situation. It was akin to a stranger performing a family secret technique right before their eyes and claiming it as their own creation, an utterly ludicrous scenario. Tai gazed into Kakashi's solemn eyes and replied earnestly, Kakashi, I assure you on behalf of my parents. The Rasengan is a technique I developed independently. Its resemblance to Lord Minato's jutsu is purely coincidental. Will you trust me? Sensing Tai's sincerity, Kakashi nodded. I believe you. At that moment, the door to the Hokage's office creaked open, and Minato addressed the assembled crowd. Please, come in. There is a mission to discuss. Upon witnessing this development, Tai secretly exhaled in relief, realizing he had likely navigated the situation successfully. Otherwise, he would have been apprehended and confined rather than allowed into the Hokage's office. Kakashi also felt a sense of relief, as it confirmed that Tai was indeed one of their own. The group filed in, and the third Hokage rose. Directing his attention to Tai, Yagami Tai. Here. Tai responded, startled and unsure of what was happening. The third continued, Yagami Tai. In light of your exemplary performance during the exam, I hereby announce that you have successfully passed your early graduation test. From this day forth, you shall be an independent ninja. With that, the third picked up a forehead protector adorned with the Leaf Village symbol from his desk and approached Tai, fastening it around his head. Congratulations, Tai. As of today, you are a genin. Chapter 43, the first task of a genin Tai. You must engrave the will of fire in your heart and pass it on. The third Hokage said solemnly, placing a hand on Tai's shoulder. Understood. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire shall continue to thrive. I will become a capable ninja, protecting the village and upholding the will of fire. The third Hokage, pleased with Tai's response, returned to his desk and spoke. Tai, I just conferred with Minato. As a reward for submitting the Rasengan, I can teach you an A-rank ninjutsu. Is there anything you wish to learn? Tai was filled with excitement, finally having the opportunity to address his shortcomings. He had long realized that his ninjutsu was primarily offensive, lacking any defensive techniques. Perhaps this moment could serve as a chance for rectification. Lord Hokage, I find myself lacking in defensive ninjutsu. Do you have any recommendations? The third Hokage contemplated the information regarding Tai and confirmed that he indeed possessed no defensive ninjutsu. He replied, no problem, but if I recall correctly, your chakra affinities are wind and fire, correct? Neither of these elements leans towards defensive techniques. Is that so? Then what can be done? Tai asked, a hint of frustration in his voice. He had hoped to find a solution from the esteemed third, but it seemed even the so-called master of ninjutsu was at a loss. Observing Tai's dejection, Minato placed a reassuring hand on his head and said with a smile, have faith in Lord Hokage. He is indeed renowned as a master of ninjutsu, and such trivial matters will not deter him. Really? Tai looked up at the third with eager anticipation. The third, feeling a twinge of annoyance at Minato's interference, thought to himself, I had intended to use this as an excuse to teach Tai a couple of low-level techniques and pass it off, but now, how can I do that? As he met Tai's fervent gaze, the third was compelled to speak. There is indeed a technique that suits you well. What technique? Tai inquired hastily. The summoning technique of the first Hokage, Rashomon. The third declared. Of course. How could I have forgotten that? Its defensive capabilities are quite formidable. Although Orochimaru's triple Rashomon failed to withstand Naruto's four-tailed beast bomb, it has been proven that the first 5 Rashomon was capable of deflecting the tailed beast bomb unleashed by the fully realized Nine Tails, reinforced by Madara's formidable Susanoo. Thus, this technique possesses remarkable defensive strength. Tai, despite his understanding of this ninjutsu, feigned ignorance and inquired, I seek a defensive ninjutsu, not a summoning technique, Lord Hokage. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room erupted into laughter, for even a cursory understanding revealed the formidable nature of this technique. It was our beloved elder brother, Minato, who took the time to elucidate for Tai that this was the ninjutsu of the first Hokage, renowned for its immense power. After absorbing this information, Tai expressed his excitement, declaring, Lord Hokage, I wish to learn this technique. The Hokage replied, since you have requested this technique, I am willing to teach it to you. However, it comes with a caveat. The Rashomon consists of 5 gates, and with each additional layer of defense, the power multiplies. Yet, summoning the Rashomon requires a significant amount of chakra. The more gates you summon, the more chakra is consumed. Given your current chakra reserves, you could summon a maximum of 3 gates if you deplete all of your chakra. Do you comprehend my meaning? Tai nodded slightly, acknowledging, understood, Lord Hokage. Excellent. The learning of this technique is quite simple. You merely need to inscribe your name upon the summoning contract. When the time comes, you can summon it using the summoning technique. As for the hand signs of the summoning technique, allow Minato to instruct you on the way, the third Hokage remarked. With that, he waved his hand, and an umbu appeared out of thin air, holding a large scroll. The third Hokage took the scroll, opened it, and beckoned Tai to step forward and sign. Tai stepped forward, gazing at the spiritual scroll that bore 4 names: Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Orochimaru. Sign here, he instructed, while also suggesting the placement of a hand seal. The third Hokage gestured towards the blank space beside Orochimaru. Tai meticulously inscribed his name, using chakra to pierce his 5 fingers and imprint his hand seal. The third Hokage carefully stored the scroll and handed it to the umbu, who promptly vanished with the scroll. However, Tai was plagued by a question: if the summoning technique was essential for invoking the Rashomon, how did Zwajin manage to execute it? Was there an alternative method to summon Rashomon? Or was it perhaps a product of Uncle Snake's advanced technology and cunning? Now, as long as one mastered the summoning technique, invoking Rashomon became feasible. Nevertheless, there was an important mission that required Tai's attention, the details of which would be conveyed by Minato. You may depart now, the third Hokage stated. Wait, I've just graduated and already I have a significant mission? But I'm still a genin, Tai exclaimed, astonished. At that moment, Minato approached, draping an arm around Tai's shoulders, and addressed the third Hokage. We take our leave. The others bid farewell to the third Hokage as well. Left with no choice, Tai also said his goodbyes and followed the group outside. Once outside, Tai eagerly questioned Minato, yearning to uncover the nature of the mission. In truth, Tai had his suspicions. The 4 individuals, Minato, Kakashi, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Inoichi, were all engaged in a singular task: the sealing of the dragon vein in the land of Lulon, which was the storyline of the film The Lost Tower. Minato, what exactly is the mission? How can I, a mere genin, participate in a task meant for jonin? Even Kakashi is a chunin, Tai inquired. Minato, smiling at Tai's curiosity, replied, Kakashi is accompanying us on my request to Lord Hokage, while your involvement is a direct arrangement by the third Hokage himself. Surprised by Minato's explanation, Tai pondered why the venerable third Hokage had assigned him to this mission. If he were to realize that this task was classified as an S-rank mission, he would understand that despite the film's seemingly low danger, the dragon vein puppets possessed strength surpassing that of Chunin and could even fly, significantly heightening the risk. What exactly does the mission entail? How about this? I'll grant you some time to prepare. We shall convene at the village gate at 1 in the afternoon, where I will introduce the mission details and simultaneously teach you the summoning technique, Minato said with a smile. Realizing he could not extract more information, Tai acquiesced and, after a brief acknowledgement, Minato issued the command to disperse. In an instant, Minato, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Inoichi vanished, leaving Kakashi and Tai exchanging perplexed glances. After a moment of silence, Kakashi broke the stillness. Let us go. I'll accompany you to gather your supplies. After all, it is your first time leaving the village, and preparation is essential. How considerate of you. Don't you have any questions for me? Tai inquired. Of course I do, but let's discuss it on the way, Kakashi replied, turning towards the weapons shop, with Tai hastily following. In Chapter 44, Task, Prevent and Lushan, Kakashi led Tai to the weapons shop, where they replenished their supply of shuriken and kunai. Tai also purchased several explosive tags, and they proceeded to the pharmacy to acquire soldier pills and antidotes. Along the way, Kakashi shared crucial tips for executing missions, and in celebration of his newfound status as a genin, Tai insisted that Kakashi treat him, to which Kakashi reluctantly agreed. However, given the impending mission, they ultimately decided to stop by Ichiraka Ramen. Upon arriving at Ichiraka Ramen, the proprietor, noticing Tai adorned with a ninja headband, exclaimed in astonishment, Tai, have you become a ninja? Tai raised his hand to gently adjust his headband, a look of pride illuminating his face as he proclaimed, indeed, from this day forth, I shall be a formidable ninja, entrusted with the protection of our village. The patrons savoring their ramen nearby, upon hearing Tai's grand declaration, offered their heartfelt blessings. Uncle Lee, visibly delighted, promptly announced that he would treat Kakashi and Tai to ramen today. Tai hastily interjected, there's no need for you to treat us, Uncle. Kakashi has already offered to treat. Uncle Yao waved his hand dismissively and replied, do not decline. Allow me to treat you today. Kakashi can take care of the next meal. With the matter laid out so plainly, Tai felt it inappropriate to refuse further and, alongside Kakashi, expressed his gratitude to Uncle Yao. Kakashi even gestured with open hands, mimicking a bear, clearly conveying the message. See, it's not that I am unwilling to treat. Someone else has already taken that role. Tai, remaining unperturbed, gently held the ramen and suggested, you don't treat me to the cheap ones. Once our mission concludes, let us indulge in some barbecue, accompanied by Brother Minato and those 2 esteemed seniors. Kakashi replied, how did I overlook that? It would be wiser to host a gathering now. The 2 feasted heartily, and upon realizing the time, bid farewell to Uncle Yao before setting off to gather at the village entrance. Kakashi mused, I am rather curious as to why the third Hokage would assign a freshly graduated ninja like myself to such a high-level mission. With a contented sigh, Tai rubbed his full belly and let out a satisfied burp. How should I know? Logically speaking, even I am not qualified for such a task. A mission executed by 3 Jonin is at least classified as an A-rank mission, Kakashi replied nonchalantly, his hands resting behind his head. According to Brother Minato, he specifically requested your participation in this mission. Has he taken you on as his apprentice? Why would the 3rd Hokage introduce Brother Minato as your teacher? Tai voiced his confusion, noting that during this period, Minato should indeed be Kakashi's instructor. Kakashi, equally perplexed, stated, I am unaware of why the Hokage chose to introduce him that way. Today was my first encounter with Senior Minato. From my analysis, perhaps after this batch of students graduates from the Ninja Academy, your trio may be led by Brother Minato. This is merely to help you acclimate beforehand. What you say holds some merit, but why dwell on such matters? We should focus on how to successfully complete this mission. At the village gate, Minato's team had already assembled. As they were all familiar faces, having collaborated on numerous missions, they were well acquainted with one another. At this moment, Akimichi Dingzu inquired, Minato, the danger level of this mission is considerable. While these 2 children possess commendable strength, they are still quite young. Do you think any unforeseen incidents may occur? Beside him, Yamanaka Shimi nodded in agreement. Although she had witnessed Tai's prowess and had heard of Kakashi's capabilities, they were still children. Kakashi had some practical experience, while Tai was a complete novice, which could prove challenging should any danger arise, as he would need to divert his attention to safeguarding the 2. I do not share that sentiment. Both Kakashi and Tai will undoubtedly evolve into capable ninjas. Presently, they merely require our assistance to nurture the next generation's growth. Is it not our duty to protect them? Minato smiled as he gazed toward Tai and Kakashi approaching. Upon hearing Minato's words, Akimichi Dingzu and Yamanaka Shimi could not help but reminisce about their own childhoods, reflecting on the times they were guided by their seniors on missions. Indeed, this was how we all grew, and this is the legacy of Konoha. Tai and Kakashi hastened their pace upon observing that the Minato team had been waiting at the Konoha gate for quite some time. Minato, you all have arrived quite early. Tai greeted Minato while also nodding in acknowledgement to Akimichi Choza and Aburame Shino, who had yet to introduce themselves. Even though Tai knew who they were, he could only offer a nod. We apologize for our tardiness, Kakashi said, his demeanor more formal than Tai's, given that the other party consisted of Jonin. Now that everyone is present, let us embark. The details of the mission will be discussed along the way. Tai, as this is your first mission, feel free to voice any concerns now. Once we commence, strict adherence to my orders is imperative. Do you understand? Minato stated, his tone shifting to a serious one as he retracted his smile. I understand, Captain. Tai promptly altered his form of address towards Minato, demonstrating his willingness to obey. Minato nodded in satisfaction and declared, let us set forth, destination, Lulon. No sooner had Minato spoken than the 5-person team vanished from their original position. As Tai had anticipated, the task at hand indeed involved sealing the dragon vein. Minato's description of the mission aligned closely with Tai's recollections. The Chancellor of the Lulon Kingdom, in Lushan, had produced a multitude of puppets in an attempt to dominate the ninja world through the dragon vein's power. It was unclear how the 3rd Hokage had received this intelligence, but he had dispatched Minato's team to thwart Lushan's nefarious plans. Minato, recognizing Kakashi's potential, had requested the 3rd Hokage to allow Kakashi to accompany them on this mission. Coincidentally, today marked Tai's advanced graduation examination, and the 3rd Hokage thought it would be beneficial to bring along Tai if his strength proved adequate. Hence the presence of Minato and others to observe Tai's graduation. That sums it up. Does anyone have questions? Minato inquired with a smile. Do we possess any concrete intelligence regarding the puppets in Lushan? Choza asked. None. We only know that Lushan has manipulated the dragon vein through a unique method, utilizing its chakra to create a vast number of puppets, Minato replied, shaking his head. Given this, the mission certainly seems challenging. We lack any intelligence on Lulon, Kakashi remarked. Indeed, but Lushan is unaware of our intent to thwart his plans, which could be considered an advantage, Minato responded. May I ask a question? Tai raised his hand cautiously. Of course, Minato replied with a smile. What exactly is the dragon vein? Tai expressed his curiosity. The concept of the dragon vein had not been clearly defined in the films, with its portrayal limited to time-space travel and manipulation of puppets by Lushan, prompting Tai to seek clarity from Minato. The dragon vein, you see, is scarcely documented. Some claim it to be a vast natural energy, while others assert it is the origin of chakra. However, these assertions are largely speculative. In my view, the dragon vein is essentially a colossal conglomeration of chakra. If I were to liken it to something, it would resemble a tailed beast, Minato elucidated. Tailed beast? The 4, including Tai, expressed their astonishment. Could the dragon vein be akin to a tailed beast? Certainly not a literal tailed beast. Rather, the dragon vein shares similarities with one. If it were indeed a tailed beast, Lulon would have exploited it long ago instead of sealing it for so many years. The 4 nodded in agreement with Minato's explanation. But Tai's mind began to churn with possibilities. If the dragon vein were indeed harnessable, it could effectively compensate for his chakra deficiencies. Any further questions, Tai? Minato asked. None. Tai replied. Then let us proceed. Chapter 45, Naruto. The ruins of Lulon. Lulon was once a magnificent kingdom, yet it succumbed to destruction due to warfare. Leaving its people vanished and only a desolate relic behind. Amidst the swirling sands, the previously deserted Lulon ruins echoed with the sounds of combat. With a swift motion, Naruto drew a kunai to block the rapid strike from an approaching puppet's claw, only to be forcefully sent flying by the puppet's extended arm. Gritting his teeth, Naruto regained his footing and hurled several shuriken. The puppet's sharp fingers transformed into blades, spinning rapidly to deflect the incoming shuriken. Then, the puppet pressed its hands against the ground, its eyes morphing into drill-like projectiles as it lunged toward Naruto. With no retreat available, Naruto brandished his kunai once more, attempting to parry the puppet's onslaught. However, the puppet's strength surpassed his expectations, forcing Naruto against the stone wall behind him. Just as he struggled to withstand the assault, the puppet's chest suddenly opened, revealing multiple sharp blades that pierced through Naruto's torso. With a loud bang, the impaled Naruto dissipated into a cloud of white smoke, revealing that it was merely a shadow clone. Get down, you fool. Amidst the swirling sand, a figure clad in red, with cherry blossom-colored hair, leaped onto the puppet, delivering a powerful punch that sent it crashing down. It was Sakura Haruno. However, the downed puppet quickly regained its footing just as Naruto emerged from the haze, clutching a blue chakra sphere. Rasengan. Naruto sprinted forward, landing a decisive blow on the puppet's face, the Rasengan's immense force shattering it into fragments. Yet, the airborne debris was laced with explosive tags, and Naruto gazed at the imminent detonations. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions resonated, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. According to the no injury when there's smoke law, Naruto was rescued by Sakura, who rode in on a black lion, the creature clutching one of Naruto's legs and hopping over to a platform, where it unceremoniously dropped him to the ground. Do not be careless, admonished Sai, the newest member of Team 7, accompanied by their acting captain, Yamato, known for his greening efforts. Do not be deceived by the puppets. The key lies in severing the chakra strings controlling them with your chakra blade for greater efficiency. Did we not discuss this before setting out? Sakura scolded Naruto, who clearly had forgotten this detail and attempted to divert the conversation. I know, but more importantly, where has that bastard Baizu gone? In the distance, the dust from the puppet's self-detonation cleared, revealing a deep crater. Approaching the edge of the pit, Yamato spoke. Baizu's objective is the dragon vein beneath the Lulon ruins. The dragon vein? Naruto questioned, perplexed. It is a colossal energy crystallization flowing underground, essentially an inexhaustible source of chakra, currently dormant deep below, Yamato explained. Simultaneously, Sai employed his super beast imitation technique, summoning a large bird to carry the 4 members of Team 7 down to the bottom of the pit. Upon traversing the expansive hall, they arrived at the location of the dragon vein seal. That's it, Naruto exclaimed, his voice echoing in the vast underground space. Yamato gazed toward the distant altar and remarked, that is the sealing technique of the 4th Hokage. The altar housing the dragon vein was covered with intricate inscriptions, combined with the kunai of the 4th Hokage embedded in the dragon vein, forming the seal for the dragon vein. Baizu. Suddenly, the creature known as Baizu appeared upon the Dragon Pulse altar, gradually making its way towards the 4th Hokage's flying thunder god kunai. You lot have arrived rather too late. My puppet technique is about to harness the power of the Dragon Pulse, and thus, the entire ninja world shall be under my dominion. Baizu stood before the kunai, taunting Team 7. You are powerless to dispel the 4th Hokage sealing technique. In response to Baizu's bravado, Yamato remained unperturbed. Baizu was well aware of this fact, so he proceeded to unleash an arcane ninjutsu. With each strange incantation, the altar of the Dragon Pulse illuminated with a brilliant radiance. Chakra from the Dragon Pulse gradually coalesced from Baizu's hands, forming intricate purple patterns upon his body. Noticing the dire situation, Naruto dashed towards Baizu, closely followed by Yamato. Yet the distance was far too great. With a firm grip on the flying thunder god kunai, Baizu exerted force, effortlessly drawing it forth. A tremendous surge of purple chakra erupted skyward, utterly shattering the Dragon Pulse seal. As the chakra's light beam expanded, Naruto, unable to escape in time, was engulfed by the luminous column. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yamato swiftly performed a jutsu. Would release. Great forest technique? As the technique was executed, several wooden stakes rapidly entwined around Naruto. However, it was too late. With a desperate cry of Captain Yamato, Naruto vanished within the chakra beam, and Yamato, ensnared by the same wooden tendrils, disappeared alongside him. Sakura attempted to rush forward to assist, but was rescued by Sai riding on a large bird. That rascal! As Sakura shouted, a blinding white light enveloped the scene, as the ruins of Lulon were obliterated by the overwhelming chakra released from the Dragon Pulse. Meanwhile, after a relentless journey, the 5-member team led by Minato finally reached the border of the Lulon Kingdom. We only need to traverse this forest to arrive in Lulon. Let us take a moment to rest here, to recover our chakra and replenish our strength, Minato announced, pausing beneath a grand tree. At last, we can rest. I never imagined traveling could be so exhausting, Taichi exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground. Over the past few days, they had merely sipped from their water canteens when thirsty, subsisted on soldier pills when hungry, and taken turns keeping watch at night, resulting in a state of perpetual discomfort and fatigue. I long for Uncle Irus ramen, Uncle Maru's 3-colored dumplings, and grilled fish and meat. As Taichi spoke, saliva flowed uncontrollably, yet he had no choice but to satisfy his hunger with soldier pills. Disgusted, he swallowed the dark, unappetizing soldier pill, acknowledging that while it replenished energy and chakra, the taste was abysmal and offered no sense of fullness. Consuming it felt like a torment. Let us endure a bit longer. Once the Lulon mission concludes, we shall return to the village, Minato said with a smile, simultaneously consuming his own soldier pill. For Minato, enduring meals on the go had become routine. Even Kakashi adapted well to such circumstances, having graduated a year earlier than Taichi and thus having undertaken more missions. After a brief respite, the group pressed onto the forest edge. The moment they emerged from the thicket, towering structures came into view. Wow, I didn't expect the buildings of Lulon to be so tall and of Gothic style. Taichi marveled at the distant kingdom, realizing that witnessing Lulon's architecture in reality was far more astonishing than in the anime. Yet he pondered the reasons behind Lulon's destruction by war. Chapter 46, Divided Actions, Rescuing Yamato, Part 1. So that is Lulon, is it, Minato-sensei? What exactly are Taichi and I to do? Kakashi inquired, gazing at the distant kingdom. I have a task for you both. Are you prepared to undertake it? Minato turned gently towards Kakashi and Taichi. Yes, I will do my utmost. Kakashi replied promptly, while Taichi continued to observe the kingdom of Lulon. Tai, pushed by Kakashi, regained his composure and addressed Minato, stating, I will put forth my utmost effort. Minato replied gently, there is no need to feel anxious. Your mission is quite straightforward. Although Enlushan has harnessed the Dragon Vein chakra to create numerous puppets, the Dragon Vein is ultimately a force of nature. Therefore, Enlushan must have employed a special device or technique to manipulate the Dragon Vein chakra. Your task is to locate this device and destroy it. Do you understand? Understood. They both affirmed. Minato then instructed Kakashi, Tai is embarking on his first mission. Please take extra care of him. Kakashi glanced at Tai and assured, rest easy, Minato-sensei. I will look after him. Minato added with a smile, Tai, he Kakashi's commands. He is a nin, after all. However, Tai perceived a hint of mischief in Minato's smile. Nevertheless, he recognized that in terms of combat experience and mission knowledge, he was far inferior to Kakashi. To safeguard his own life, Tai resolved to closely follow Kakashi. Understood. Don't worry, Minato and I. With that, Minato commanded, let us depart. At his signal, the five-member team dashed toward the distant land of Lulon. In the heights of Lulon, a shimmering light illuminated the sky, evoking a myriad of emotions. The Dragon Vein, which must be protected, beckoned them. As they gazed skyward, a melodious song filled the air, and Naruto, still unconscious, began to awaken. Surveying his surroundings, he spotted a girl, seemingly of similar age, singing beautifully. Yet the tears on her cheeks betrayed her troubled state of mind. Hey, where is this place? Naruto's sudden inquiry startled the girl, prompting her to flee in haste. Wait, he called out, pursuing her into a corridor, where he encountered two identical puppets, launching an assault on him. The puppets' fingers unleashed flying blades. The proximity forced Naruto to drop to the ground. Just as the blades approached, a purple barrier materialized at the entrance of the corridor. The blades, upon crossing the threshold, fell powerless to the ground. Seeing their attack thwarted, the two puppets soared towards Naruto, who quickly retrieved two kunai from his ninja pouch. However, as the puppets breached the purple barrier, they disintegrated into pieces, much like the flying blades. Confused, Naruto stared at the scattered puppet remnants. The sound of grinding stone drew his attention. 3 heavy stone doors sealed the passage behind him. Hey, wait, he shouted, but received no response. Left with no choice, he scanned his surroundings and noticed a glimmer above. After a few leaps, he reached the source of the light, shattering a glass pane with a kick, and emerged into an expanse filled with towering buildings. What is this place? He wondered aloud, stepping into a plaza, awestruck by the impressive architecture. As Naruto marveled, a rushing sound approached, heralding the arrival of 3 flying puppets, which caused him to gasp in alarm. The puppets descended around him, forming a circle, and without hesitation, launched their attack. Naruto dodged the first puppet's strike, but the second's arm flashed with purple light, firing a chakra cannon. He leaped to evade the blast. Yet the puppets at ground level unleashed a barrage of purple chakra blades towards him. Attempting to perform the shadow clone technique, Naruto was interrupted by the onslaught of blades, forcing him to evade instead. Frustrated by his inability to catch Naruto, the puppets retracted their chakra lines and took flight. Naruto found himself leaping between structures to avoid their assaults. After several close calls, 3 additional puppets appeared, compelling him to quicken his escape. Suddenly, he noticed the puppets emanating purple chakra lines. A flash of inspiration struck him. Drawing his chakra blade, he infused it with chakra, causing it to glow blue. He charged at the puppets, severing the chakra lines tethering them. As the puppets fell, losing control, Naruto was still overwhelmed by their numbers and was struck down. Damn it. There are too many of them. Even with the chakra blade, I can't keep up. He grumbled, propping himself up as the puppets closed in. At that moment, one puppet's face opened, revealing a cannon that unleashed a powerful chakra blast, shattering the bridge beneath him. The explosion sent Naruto crashing to the ground, injuring his thigh. The puppet swiftly approached, sending forth dozens of chakra lines in an attempt to capture him. With his leg wounded, Naruto could only defend himself with the chakra blade. But just as he was about to be ensnared, a masked figure enveloped him and vanished from sight. Partial multiplication technique. Insect sphere. A colossal hand struck down 2 puppets in an instant, while a swarm of insects enveloped the remaining 2, rendering them immobile. The savior of Naruto was none other than Minato's team, who had just arrived in Lulon. Moments prior, after distributing their tasks upon entering Lulon, Minato, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Shirkuei separated from Kakashi and Tai. Minato had provided Tai with a mask for concealment, as Tai had not prepared adequately. Following their separation, Minato intended to gather intelligence discreetly, aiming to locate Enlushan. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must first capture the leader. If Enlushan could be eliminated directly, the mission would be accomplished. While scouting, they heard the sounds of battle and rushed towards it, witnessing Naruto surrounded. Recognizing the familiar hair color and face, especially Naruto's striking blue eyes, Minato felt an overwhelming urge to rescue him. Seeing Naruto adorned with the Leaf Village headband compelled him to act. Chapter 47, Divided Actions to Rescue Yamato, Part 2. After rescuing Naruto, Minato revealed his identity as a Leaf Village ninja. You are a Leaf Ninja, right? I am also a Leaf Ninja. Saying this, he lowered his mask slightly, revealing the leaf symbol on his forehead protector. Moreover, your wound requires bandaging. Deep within the depths of Lulon, a figure sat upon a throne entwined with chakra lines. It was none other than Baiju, now referred to as Enlushan. Enlushan wore a knowing smile. I never expected that they would evade my puppet ninja squad. They are quite capable indeed. The team led by Minato took Naruto to a secluded alley and tended to his wounds. Let us manage with this for now. It's a pity that Taichi isn't here. Otherwise, your injuries could be treated instantly, Minato remarked. Taichi? I asked, who exactly are you? Naruto scrutinized the trio. And despite Minato's declaration of being a Konoha ninja, the masks obscured their identities, leaving Naruto perplexed. I cannot disclose that information, Minato responded without hesitation. He had formed certain conjectures about Naruto's origins but deemed it prudent to avoid actions that might impact the future. Not deterred by Minato's silence, Naruto pressed on. What is this place? This is Lulon, Minato replied. How can that be possible? Naruto exclaimed, as he believed Lulon to be a desolate ruin. Such a vibrant locale could not possibly be Lulon. Minato wished to avoid further entanglement on this topic. There is no time for a detailed explanation. During our mission, could you please leave this town? Once our task is complete, we can discuss it further. Minato harbored a hint of selfishness. His suspicions regarding Naruto's identity instinctively motivated him to protect the young man. Look, turn left over there, and you can exit. Do you understand? It's a promise. As soon as he finished speaking, the trio vanished using the body flicker technique. Hey? Naruto called out, watching the trio disappear, struggling to rise. As he gazed at the towering buildings in the distance, he suddenly remembered, by the way, where did everyone go? Meanwhile, Kakashi and Taichi, having parted ways with Minato's team, entered Lulon from a different direction. Kakashi, where should we begin our search? Taichi inquired, gazing at the grand structures of Lulon. According to Minato-sensei's analysis, Enlushan seeks to manipulate the dragon vein, which requires a special mechanism. Our immediate task is to locate this device, Kakashi stated, meticulously surveying their surroundings. I understand. But where do we start? Tai was undoubtedly aware of the location of that peculiar device. In the heart of Lulon stood a towering structure, serving the purpose of a signal tower, akin to the manner in which Nagato commanded the 6 paths of pain. The dragon vein existed as a vast subterranean reservoir of chakra. Thus, to harness the power of the dragon vein effectively, one might ponder where that device could possibly reside. Kakashi's gaze lingered on an apparatus resembling a ground-level exhaust vent. Are you suggesting it lies beneath the surface? Tai also cooperated splendidly with Kakashi. It seems you are not foolish after all. Let us proceed. Kakashi took the lead, leaping gracefully to land on the exhaust vent. Tai let out a displeased huff and followed Kakashi to the ground. Shall we take a look inside? Tai inquired, gazing at the passage before him. Yes, but let's refrain from making too much noise, Kakashi replied, immediately assuming a vigilant stance, surveying their surroundings. Tai, understanding the situation, deftly drew the short blade from behind him and infused it with chakra, with the ease of a hot knife slicing through butter. He carved out an opening in the iron mesh of the vent, all the while ensuring to secure the cut piece to prevent it from falling and drawing the enemy's attention. Kakashi gave Tai a thumbs up and was the first to leap through the opening. Tai was also quite satisfied, remarking on his own attention to detail. After surveying his surroundings to ensure no one was present, he leaped down. Upon reaching the ground, Tai found Kakashi already on high alert. Noticing Tai's descent, Kakashi hastily gestured for him to conceal himself. Tai immediately concealed himself and grasped the dagger once more. The sound of footsteps echoed, growing ever closer. And with each passing moment, Tai tightened his grip on the blade. This was, after all, Tai's first genuine encounter with combat. A situation where a moment's inattention could lead to demise. No mercy would be granted. The tension in Tai's heart escalated, and his breaths became increasingly labored. At that moment, Kakashi gently placed his hand over Tai's, meeting his gaze with reassurance. Through his eyes, Kakashi conveyed a silent promise. Trust me, I shall safeguard your well-being. Remain calm. Tai gradually succumbed to the sense of security brought by Kakashi, his body slowly relaxing, and his breathing becoming more tranquil. At that moment, a figure appeared in the corridor. It was the puppet that Naruto had encountered earlier. The towering puppet, standing over 2 meters tall, instilled a profound sense of oppression in Tai. Fortunately, the puppet did not detect the 2 hidden individuals and continued its journey into the distance. Once the footsteps faded away, Tai let out a sigh of relief. "My goodness, that was nerve-wracking," he exclaimed. Kakashi reassured him, "You'll acclimate in due time. Let us proceed. This must be a patrolling puppet. We must remain silent to avoid detection." Before exiting the corridor, Kakashi cautiously peered out to ensure there was no danger. After confirming their safety, he gestured for Tai to follow him quietly. Just then, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the ground, evidence of Naruto's clash with the puppet. Has Minato-sensei been discovered? Kakashi expressed concern for the safety of Minato and the others. Tai understood that it was not Minato being discovered, but rather Naruto, who had traversed through time, engaged in battle with a puppet, and would soon be rescued by Minato. The reunion of father and son piqued Tai's curiosity. He yearned to witness Naruto during the Shippuden era. However, according to his current timeline, he would not have the opportunity to see him for over a decade. Moreover, the Naruto of his timeline would undoubtedly differ from this one, as his journey through time had irrevocably altered the fabric of this world. There is no need for concern. It may not necessarily be Minato and the others. Even if it is, their abilities should pose no issue. Our foremost priority is to locate the special device. Only then can we be of assistance. If Minato cannot handle the adversary, our presence would only complicate matters, Tai consoled Kakashi. Kakashi shot Tai a sidelong glance. Of course. I am aware, he replied curtly before turning to walk away. Tai rolled his eyes, exclaiming, I extend my kindness to comfort you, yet you respond with disdain. My goodwill is met with ingratitude. The duo scoured the subterranean depths without uncovering any peculiar devices that directed the power of the dragon vein. However, they stumbled upon an unexpected individual. Is this a ninja from Konoha? Kakashi gazed towards a cell guarded by 2 puppets, where a comatose ninja lay. Tai glanced back and immediately recognized the identity of the individual. It was indeed Yamato, who had traversed time alongside Naruto. No wonder Kakashi mentioned in the film that it was he who rescued Yamato. It turned out that Yamato had been imprisoned upon his arrival. Should we save him? Tai inquired softly of Kakashi. Although Kakashi was unfamiliar with the individual's identity, the headband of Konoha upon his brow and the attire of a Konoha ninja led him to resolve to effect a rescue. Yes, but we must have a plan. Chapter 48, Divided Actions, The Rescue of Yamato, Part 3. Kakashi determined to first extricate this individual, who resembled a Konoha ninja, from his predicament. Thus, he and Tai devised a strategy. Given that the guards were 2 puppets, severing the chakra threads that controlled the puppets would render them powerless in combat. Tai's short blade, infused with chakra, could accomplish this. Therefore, Kakashi decided to attract the puppet's attention while Tai executed a surprise attack. Aiming to resolve the confrontation as swiftly as possible, Tai felt a twinge of anxiety. Can I really do this? Perhaps I should serve as bait while you cut the wires? Kakashi shook his head. Consider this a test of your abilities. I have faith in you. Tai could only nod in agreement. Observing this, Kakashi drew a kunai and signaled to Tai before utilizing a body flicker technique to charge towards Puppet 1. The reaction of Puppet 1 was swift. After all, it had been enhanced by the dragon vein. Sensing the imminent danger, it raised its hand to block Kakashi's kunai effortlessly. Meanwhile, Puppet 2 initiated its chakra threads, launching several flying blades infused with chakra towards Kakashi. In a sudden burst of strength, Kakashi propelled himself backwards, narrowly evading the onslaught of the blades, while Puppet 1 seized the opportunity to follow up with an attack. Kakashi had no choice but to retreat again. As Puppet 2 retracted its chakra threads and advanced alongside Puppet 1 to assault Kakashi in unison. In the shadows, Tai meticulously adjusted his position, gripping his short blade tightly as he awaited the opportune moment. Just then, realizing they could not subdue Kakashi, both puppets halted in unison, extending their right hands to unleash chakra cannons. Now is the moment, Kakashi shouted with determination. Tai recognized that this was the most opportune moment. With a surge of chakra infused into his short blade, he leapt into the air and severed the chakra strings controlling the 2 puppets. As they lost their tether, the puppets disintegrated into a myriad of parts. What a tense situation. It was truly a matter of life and death, Tai remarked, gazing at the scattered remnants of the puppets before Kakashi. Next time, you should act as the decoy while I execute the ambush. No. Being a decoy is far too perilous, Kakashi replied, disregarding Tai's suggestion as he turned and approached the prison cell, deftly slicing through the lock with a kunai. Tai remained vigilant in place while Kakashi carried the unconscious Yamato out, and only then did the 2 depart together. After finding a secure location, Kakashi gently set Yamato down, and Tai immediately reached out to examine him. Fortunately, there were no injuries, just unconsciousness. Tai employed his healing technique, and in a short while, Yamato regained consciousness. Kakashi instantly assumed a combat stance, prompting Tai to leap aside. Upon opening his eyes, Yamato was met with the prepared Kakashi and a masked ninja nearby. Swiftly rising to his feet, creating distance, and adopting a battle-ready posture, Yamato scrutinized the appearance of the 2. The white-haired individual seemed familiar, with the recognizable Konoha forehead protector, the signature mask, and the striking white hair. Kakashi-senpai? The name slipped from his lips. Upon hearing Yamato's address, Kakashi heightened his vigilance. Although he did not comprehend why this ninja referred to him as Kakashi-senpai, it was evident that the individual recognized his identity. If he were an ally, that would be understandable. If an enemy, it posed a serious dilemma, for the oppressive aura emanating from this ninja clearly indicated a J-nin level of power. Tai and I alone would be insufficient to contend against him. I would have to restrain him, allowing Tai to seek assistance, hoping I could endure until Master Minato arrived. On the other side, upon hearing Yamato's words, Tai realized that a confrontation was unlikely. Yamato had recognized Kakashi, and thus was likely analyzing the situation. If Tai were to learn that Kakashi was contemplating a mutual demise with the opponent, he would surely chuckle. "Who are you?" Kakashi inquired while scanning the surroundings, contemplating how to facilitate Tai's escape after the initial assault. Yamato, drawing upon his memories in the current scenario, quickly began to deduce intelligence. Having come from the roots and once serving as a member of the Hokage's direct umbu, he soon reached a rather absurd conclusion. However, considering the present circumstances, it seemed he had returned to the past. In response to Kakashi's question, Yamato raised both hands, adopting a non-threatening posture. "I cannot disclose my identity, but I assure you, I am indeed a ninja of Konoha, and you may trust me." Observing Yamato's gesture, Kakashi relaxed slightly, though he maintained his internal caution. "What brings you here?" "My objective aligns with yours, to thwart the hundred-legged beast." "Hundred-legged beast?" At this revelation, Kakashi heightened his alertness. The mission target was not the hundred-legged beast, and it was clear this ninja was lying. "Tai, run." Kakashi was the first to launch an attack against Yamato, urging Tai to flee without delay. Tai and Yamato were utterly perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Their conversation had been proceeding smoothly, so how had it escalated into violence? This was a consequence of the inequality of information. Yamato, having traversed time, had yet to encounter the hundred-legged beings, and was unaware that they had since rebranded themselves as Lulon. Moreover, Kakashi was oblivious to the fact that Lulon was indeed the hundred-legged being. The Minato team possessed this intelligence, yet Minato chose not to disclose it to Kakashi and Tai. The rationale behind this secrecy was that the hundred-legged being hailed from the future, and such information needed to be concealed. If it fell into the wrong hands, it could precipitate even greater chaos. Thus, among the three, only Tai was privy to the entire truth, yet he was unable to voice it. For Kakashi would inevitably inquire about the source, and Tai could hardly claim to be a seer. Yamato attempted to explain, but Kakashi denied him the opportunity. Recognizing the futility of dialogue, Yamato resolved to subdue the two before elaborating further. Would release, the Great Forest Technique? Yamato's right hand transformed into several wooden stakes, swiftly hurtling toward Kakashi and Tai. This was Kakashi's first encounter with the legendary wood release, a bloodline limit that had not been wielded since the first Hokage. Caught off guard, he found himself ensnared by the rapidly approaching stakes. Although Kakashi sought to employ the body replacement technique, he found himself unable to succeed. While Yamato's wood release was far from the caliber of the first Hokage, it possessed the unique ability to absorb chakra, rendering Kakashi's attempts futile. As for Tai, he offered no resistance, knowing that Yamato meant no harm to either himself or Kakashi. Curiosity piqued, he wished to experience the essence of wood release firsthand. Tai's initial impression of wood release was its formidable hardness, far superior to that of ordinary timber, yet it could also morph like clay and absorb chakra. If Yamato's diminished wood release could exhibit such prowess, one could only imagine the strength of the first Hokage's technique. It was no wonder that Hashirama was revered as the god of shinobi, effortlessly capturing tailed beasts as one might catch chicks. Seeing both individuals ensnared, Yamato began his explanation. "I am indeed a ninja of Konoha, but due to unforeseen circumstances during a mission, I have arrived at this temporal juncture. Consequently, some of our intelligence may be skewed. Nevertheless, our objective remains the same, to prevent the hundred-legged being from harnessing the dragon vein." Upon hearing Yamato's words, Kakashi's mind raced as he engaged in a fervent analysis, ultimately posing a crucial question. "You claim your arrival here was accidental, implying that you were not of this time?" Yamato responded with an approving smile. "Indeed, Kakashi-senpai. It is impressive that you could deduce this from such scant information. Yes, I am a traveler from the future, and I cannot divulge too much, as it may interfere with the unfolding of events." Tai rolled his eyes and said, "It's unnecessary. No matter how much you speak, the future of this world will no longer resemble the future you envision. My arrival has already altered it beyond recognition." Chapter 49. I am Naruto Uzumaki. After the three engaged in dialogue, Yamato set down Kakashi and Tai. Kakashi expressed a tentative trust in Yamato, stating that any definitive stance on how to treat him would be determined after locating Minato. Yamato readily agreed, indicating that he would follow Kakashi's instructions without hesitation. "Very well. Let us proceed with the search for the special device," Kakashi proposed first. "There is no need to search any further. If you are seeking the device that controls the dragon vein chakra, it is not located here," Yamato interjected. Kakashi turned to Yamato and inquired, "How do you know? Do you possess any evidence?" Yamato explained, "Prior to our crossing over, when we confronted the hundred-legged beast, it was at the dragon vein altar. I believe that if one intends to utilize the dragon vein chakra, the device would not be far from its location. We need to return to the surface. Once I ascertain our current position and compare it with my intelligence, I believe I can determine its whereabouts. After listening to Yamato's explanation, Kakashi did not respond immediately but instead turned to Tai. Tai, what are your thoughts? In response to Kakashi's question, Tai stated nonchalantly, I have no preference. I will follow your lead. Tai? Who is this individual? Why do I have no recollection of him? En route, in the Umbu. There is a wealth of intelligence regarding numerous ninjas. While it is not accurate to claim that every member of the ninja world is familiar with Yamato, he certainly possesses a thorough understanding of the ninjas within the confines of Konoha. Moreover, judging by the demeanor of the two, it is evident that Kakashi-senpai and Tai share an acquaintance. Tai, adorned in the attire of a Konoha ninja, conceals his visage behind a mask. Could he perhaps be affiliated with the Umbu? Tai might merely be a pseudonym, akin to how I am known as A en route, and upon entering the Umbu, I became Tenzu. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, Yamato's curiosity about Tai's identity burgeoned, and upon witnessing Tai's nonchalant demeanor, Kakashi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Truly insufferable, such matters deserve deliberation. No need for discussion, the captain has instructed me to heed your commands. You may take charge, Tai retorted, adopting a dismissive attitude. Tai understood well that, regardless of the circumstances, everyone would ultimately converge. The current inability to locate them was inconsequential. Soon enough, the clash between Naruto and the centipede would reveal their whereabouts. As Tai began to exhibit a lackadaisical demeanor, Kakashi let out a resigned sigh and suggested, let us return to the surface for now. Following his command, the trio retraced their steps through the earlier passage back to the ground. Upon arrival, they found themselves amidst what appeared to be a celebration. With a cacophony of voices filling the air, seeking refuge in a discreet corner, they observed the throng below. Yamato inquired, what is the occasion for this celebration? Yet, it feels somewhat peculiar. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Although the crowd was vibrant and animated, he could not shake off an unsettling sensation. Tai, indifferent to the unfolding events, was aware that those below were mere puppets. As for the indigenous people of Lulon, the men had already been subjugated under the dominion of the Queen Sarah, compelled to toil in underground factories to create these marionettes, leaving only the elderly, women, and children behind. Tai was concerned that Naruto was likely nearby, keeping a watchful eye. Thus, he was incessantly searching for Naruto's whereabouts. What do you think, Tai? Kakashi inquired, addressing the silent Tai. Huh? Are you suggesting that the crowd below seems rather peculiar? Tai was pulled back to attention by Kakashi's words. Upon meticulous observation of the throng below, it became evident that if Tai had not previously learned that the individuals were puppets, he would have been unable to discern their authenticity merely by observation. If only we had Byakugan or Sharingan at this moment, Tai murmured to himself, everything would be revealed. What are you saying? Have you noticed something? Kakashi pressed, unable to catch Tai's words. No, I haven't discovered anything, Tai replied. At that juncture, Yamato suddenly interjected, have you noticed? The individuals below seemed to be repeating the same motion. Following Yamato's cue, Kakashi and Tai observed the crowd once more, realizing they were indeed engaged in a continuous, repetitive action. It feels akin to puppetry, Tai articulated his thoughts. Indeed, it appears that the kingdom of Lulon has been entirely subjugated by the 100 Feet. Transforming it into a puppet kingdom, Yamato concurred with Tai's assessment. At that moment, the crowd below erupted in jubilant cheers, chanting Lord Sarah. Our queen. Sarah? The queen? The three exchanged glances and turned their attention to a woman appearing atop a distant high tower, flanked by 2 dragonvein puppets. Is this the queen of Lulon? Yamato remarked. It seems she is oblivious to the current state of Lulon. This matter is of little consequence to us. You should swiftly ascertain the location of the dragonvein. Our primary concern is the mission. Once accomplished, Lulon can be saved, Kakashi urged Yamato. All right, Yamato agreed, contemplating. The current Kakashi-senpai is far more endearing than the Kakashi-senpai from 2 years hence. That incident has profoundly affected him, completely altering his demeanor. Before long, Yamato identified the location of the dragon vein by comparing it to the ruins of Lulon. It lay beneath a distant tower. However, reaching it would require circumventing the square below, being cautious of the puppets that could appear at any moment. Let us proceed, but exercise caution. Having determined the location, Kakashi planned a route and beckoned Tai and Yamato to follow the outlined path towards the tower. Tai reluctantly followed the two as they departed, still yet to catch a glimpse of Naruto, though he knew they would meet eventually. Meanwhile, after Minato and his companions left, Naruto sought to track down the whereabouts of Team 7. Upon hearing a call, he found a concealed spot to observe. However, oblivious to the fact that the crowd below was merely puppets in disguise, Naruto remained unwitting. It wasn't until Sarah appeared that he was taken aback, realizing that the girl he had just encountered was, in fact, the queen. She is the queen? He pondered, thinking that perhaps by inquiring, he could unravel the situation. Sarah was still on the platform, waving to her subjects below, when suddenly, a hand pushed her from behind. Sarah stumbled forward uncontrollably, and to her horror, the platform beneath her collapsed. Ah! She screamed as she plummeted. Seeing this, Naruto abandoned his concealment and rushed out to save her. However, the injury on his leg hindered him from stabilizing himself on the wall, forcing him to fall into the shadows of the square. Sarah had braced for the worst. believing she was destined to meet her end, until she felt a warm embrace. Opening her tightly shut eyes, she was met with the sight of a blonde-haired, blue-eyed face adorned with 6 whisker-like marks. Another scream escaped her lips. Slap, slap, slap. She delivered several resounding slaps to Naruto's face. Dazed, Naruto protested, "That hurts." "What are you doing?" "I just saved you." Realizing her mistake, Sarah hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry. I truly must thank you for rescuing me." Naruto, unfazed, inquired, "Are you Her Majesty the Queen?" "Indeed," Sarah confirmed. "I am the Queen of the Lulon Kingdom." "Lulon?" "I am Naruto Uzumaki, a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village." "Is this also Lulon?" "The dilapidated place I just came from was called Lulon as well." Naruto was still grappling with the reality of the situation. Upon hearing this, Sarah became agitated. "Please do not utter such nonsensical words. Lulon is a town inherited from my mother, more precious than life itself." Naruto, perplexed, asked, "Then why did you fall from above?" His expression bore an innocent confusion. Looking up at the tower with a hint of sorrow, Sarah replied, "It felt as if someone had pushed me." Naruto was astonished. "What? Is someone trying to take your life? How is that possible? You saw how much my subjects adore me. They were just welcoming me." Sarah quickly retorted, "But didn't you just say someone pushed me from behind?" "Perhaps it was merely an illusion. I must have been mistaken." Sarah's tone was laced with uncertainty. Deep down, she had indeed felt a presence pushing her. But with only one other person on the tower, she was reluctant to believe that individual would harm her. Suddenly, Minato's team appeared before Naruto and Sarah, startling them. "You did not adhere to our agreement," Minato addressed Naruto. "This was unavoidable. She just fell from the tower. You can't expect me to stand idly by," Naruto protested, unsteadily rising to his feet while brandishing a kunai in defense. "I ask again, who are you?" Sarah pushed through Minato's team to stand before the injured Naruto. "Are you here to take her life?" Naruto, exhibiting his usual lack of wisdom, mistakenly assumed Minato's team were assassins and, in the heat of the moment, lunged toward Minato with his kunai. With a swift leap, Minato evaded to Naruto's rear, holding a kunai to his neck. "I hope you do not misunderstand. We are here to protect Her Majesty the Queen. Let us find a quiet place to discuss this." Minato led them to a tall tower, and Naruto was bewildered by the recent events. Having been besieged by puppets, the ruins of Lulon now appeared so formidable, he was utterly lost. "If you know anything, please tell me." Exchanging glances with Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi, Minato sighed, "It seems I have no choice. I initially wished to withhold this information, but within my capacity, I will explain." Removing his mask, Minato, along with Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi, revealed their faces. "We hail from the Hidden Leaf, tasked with a secret mission. This is not the Lulon you are familiar with. If my conjecture is correct, you have traveled here from the future." "Future? Are you saying future?" Naruto was astounded by what he had just heard. "Yes. My reluctance to share this information stems from the potential consequences. If you, a person from the future, become too entangled with this era, it could alter the course of time, as this timeline is approximately 20 years ahead of yours." 6 years ago, a ninja also appeared suddenly. He too came from the future, and his name is Baizu. "Nani? The very person we are pursuing is Baizu," Naruto interrupted. Confusion etched on his face. "What is happening? I am completely lost." Naruto's mind struggled to process the complexities of the situation, clearly overwhelmed. Ignoring Naruto's complaints, Minato continued. "Can you recount what transpired before? Perhaps I can uncover some clues." Naruto recounted Baizu's actions at the Dragon Vein. After a brief analysis, Minato concluded, "In essence, both you and Baizu have returned to this time through space-time ninjutsu, correct?" Such profound matters were beyond Naruto's comprehension. "I still don't understand. Does this mean I cannot return?" "It is possible, but if, as you mentioned, Baizu has absorbed the technique, then defeating him may restore time to its original flow, and you could return to the future." "Really?" Naruto exclaimed, excitement coursing through him at the prospect of returning. "Indeed, but our foremost priority is to defeat Baizu." Suddenly, Naruto's eyes widened as he recognized a familiar face. "Wait, I think I have seen your face somewhere." He dashed toward Minato. Startled, Minato took a step back. "You look just like the 4th Hokage on Hokage Rock." Inoichi shook his head, unable to contain himself. "That is preposterous. The current Hokage is only the 3rd. However," Choza interjected, "but this boy hails from the future. Let us refrain from discussing the future. Knowing too much could alter it," Minato cautioned, interrupting the unfolding conversation. In conclusion, the most critical task at hand was to thwart Baizu, who was exploiting the power of the Dragon Vein to develop puppet weaponry. Naruto recalled Baizu's words before his journey, nodding in agreement, so that guy indeed mentioned something along those lines. "Be silent. Do not utter another falsehood." 6 years ago, it was not a creature known as the centipede ninja who arrived in this town, but a remarkable man named Lushan. He inherited his mother's legacy and has tirelessly labored for the betterment of this town in the pursuit of peace. He would never forge the weapons of which you speak. Suddenly, Sarah, who had been listening to Naruto and the others, erupted in indignation. How could Lushan possibly be that kind of person? He has upheld his mother's wishes and has always cared for my family. I cannot permit anyone to slander him in such a manner. Minato, observing the situation, expressed his helplessness and remarked, "Your Majesty, It is regrettable that you have been deceived by that man. Your words are what beggar belief. With that, Sarah turned to leave. Naruto hurriedly inquired, "Where are you going?" Sarah responded, glancing back at him, "I must ascertain the truth for myself." Naruto, filled with concern, attempted to dissuade her. "You just suffered an ambush and nearly lost your life. It could very well have been in Lulon, or rather, the hand of the centipede. Wait, unfortunately." Sarah disregarded Naruto's pleas and ran off without a backward glance. Minato then proposed, "Let us split up. I hope you can keep Her Majesty safe." Naruto affirmed, "It is imperative to protect Her Majesty, but I must also capture the centipede. Leave the pursuit of the centipede to us. We are more familiar with this town. Moreover, integrating you into the mission at this juncture would not be prudent. As a shinobi of Konoha, I trust you understand that safeguarding Sarah's life is of utmost importance." Naruto scratched his head, conceding, "It seems I have no choice. I understand." Minato stepped forward and extended a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. "Take this. With it, I can reach you instantly, no matter where you are." As Naruto held the kunai, a sense of familiarity washed over him. This is the kunai used in the sealing technique of the dragon vein, which confirms that this man truly is. "Ah, brother, you truly are. Now go. Time is of the essence," Minato interrupted Naruto's thoughts. "I understand. I leave Sarah in your hands." With that, Minato's team vanished from sight. And Naruto set off in pursuit of Sarah. Chapter 51, The Truth Beneath the Flourish, Part 1, as Naruto chased after Sarah. Taichi and his companions arrived near the towering structure. However, they were met with numerous puppets patrolling the area, with many more concealed in the shadows. Kakashi observed intently and remarked, "It appears this is indeed the place. If it were not a significant location, there would be no need for such a heavy puppet guard." A slight nod indicated agreement. "However, how should we proceed with our entry? We cannot simply charge in. For not only is there the question of whether we can do so unscathed, but engaging in combat would undoubtedly attract more puppets." Yamato meticulously scrutinized the movements of the puppets and realized that infiltrating the tower without alerting any of them was virtually an impossible feat. Gaining entry without detection proved exceedingly challenging. Kakashi, too, understood the difficulty of silently accessing the tower. However, this was his first mission of such caliber. And given that Sensei Minato held great expectations for him, Kakashi was determined not to disappoint. After careful observation, if no alternative presented itself, he would have no choice but to force his way in. Although Kakashi's plan lacked wisdom, it appeared to be the only feasible course of action at present. Tai, however, remained unperturbed as night fell. According to the unfolding narrative, Naruto should have already uncovered the truth of the Lulon kingdom, which meant that the moment for him to converge with Sarah and seal the dragon vein was drawing near. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Minato, Naruto finally caught sight of Sarah in an elevator. Just as he followed her into the tower, Sarah was abruptly pulled into a room. Naruto, wielding his chakra knife, rushed in to shield Sarah, exclaiming, "Sarah, stay back. Everyone." At that moment, a figure across the room raised their hands in surrender, pleading, "Help. Please don't kill me." With a click, the lights in the room flickered on, revealing the faces of those surrounding Sarah and Naruto, merely the elderly, women, and children. "We simply came to seek an audience with Lady Sarah," they explained. "What is it that you seek?" Naruto inquired. The leader, Yako, alongside Salai, guided Naruto and Sarah through the sewers back to the surface, where a vibrant celebration was underway. Sarah, delighted by the festive atmosphere, exclaimed, "How beautiful." From this angle, the celebration appears even more stunning. This event is hosted by Lulon, who encourages me, deeply saddened by the sudden loss of my mother, alongside his people. However, Salai had a different perspective, revealing that the populace privately referred to Sarah as the Puppet Princess. The Puppet Princess? Sarah gasped, astonished that her warmly welcoming subjects would bestow such a title upon her. Yako intervened to clarify the truth. After a brief exchange, Naruto and Sarah finally grasped the intentions of the gathered crowd. It turned out that one fateful morning, their families had been taken away by the Queen's order. "That is impossible. I have never issued such a command," Sarah protested. "Is that so? Yet my father and brother were taken," Salai interjected. Yako added, "Rumor has it they are being forced to manufacture weapons for the war somewhere within this kingdom. Hence, we have come directly to seek your assistance, Lady Sarah." Already suspicious of Lulon, Sarah's doubts were further kindled by their words, and Naruto seized the moment. "It sounds just like what that older brother said. This must be a deception. If that were the case, why would so many subjects welcome me?" Sarah remained in disbelief. "What subjects are welcoming you?" Salai retorted. "Can't you see all these people who are welcoming me?" Sarah responded, increasingly agitated. As Naruto scrutinized the crowd, he noticed something amiss. Looking up at the pipes above, a spark of insight struck him. He drew his chakra knife, infused it with chakra, and hurled it into the air. The knife spun above the crowd, and with two sharp sounds, it seemed to sever something. Suddenly, two figures within the celebratory throng collapsed helplessly. Naruto caught the returning knife and rushed to bring one of the fallen back to Sarah. Sarah stared incredulously at the person on the ground, mouth agape. "Look. They are puppets." "These people are mere marionettes," Naruto pointed out, kneeling beside the puppet and channeling his chakra into it. A blue thread extended from the puppet's finger, leading up to the pipes above. The chakra line emanating from the pipe turned blue under Naruto's influence. Sarah observed this phenomenon in astonishment as Naruto explained. The chakra line extends from that pipe. It carries the town's energy source, the power of the dragon vein. At that moment, another figure resembling Sarah appeared on a distant platform. Sarah, glancing from the tower to the puppet crowd, was overtaken by an inexplicable fear. The bizarre and absurd scene left her trembling. What is happening? Naruto glared at the puppet on the platform, seething with anger. That scoundrel Baizu intends to turn you into a puppet as well. Unable to bear the weight of such a revelation, Sarah, who had believed that Lulon was the only one she could trust besides her mother, found it unbearable. It's impossible. Lulon cannot be that kind of person. This must be a lie. Sarah dashed into the throng of puppets, prompting Naruto to shout after her. However, the sheer number of puppets proved overwhelming, and he ultimately lost sight of her. Soon, the celebration concluded, and the puppets, controlled by the chakra line of the dragon vein, dispersed. Naruto continued his search for Sarah's whereabouts. Where could she have gone? At that moment, he heard a familiar melody and discovered Sarah in a corner singing softly. This song, you were singing it when I first met you, he noted. Sarah looked up at Naruto, her eyes filled with nostalgia. This song was taught to me by my mother. And Lulon once advised her to harness the power of the dragon vein for the sake of the people. Combining her abilities with the technology he brought, Lulon rapidly transformed into a town adorned with thousands of towers. Yet, it was then that my mother departed from me. After her passing, only Lulon remained by my side. There was no one else, not a single soul, Sarah lamented, lowering her head in sorrow. Deeply moved, Naruto offered words of comfort. I too am without parents, save for a master known for his lecherous ways, who has since passed. However, he bequeathed to me precious lessons in the indomitable perseverance to uphold my ninja way, which I inherited from him. Surely, your mother left you something invaluable as well? Indeed, Sarah replied. Then reflect upon what your mother cherished most, that will illuminate the path you must take. Pursue your duty without yielding. Naruto's encouragement resonated with her, rekindling her resolve to save her people. Chapter 52, The Truth Beneath the Splendor, Part 2, persuaded by Naruto's words. Sarah reignited her spirit and resolved to rescue her people. Our queen possesses the ability to sense the flow of the dragon vein. We must determine where that pipe leads. All right, Naruto exclaimed, guiding Sarah along the path of the pipe to the source of the dragon vein. This is the place. This exhaust should connect to the dragon vein's convergence point. Descending from here will lead us to it, Sarah instructed, gesturing toward the exhaust. Turning to Yako and Salai, Naruto assured them, if I find your families, I will certainly rescue them. So wait here with your companions. Really? Salai asked, eyes wide. I vow to you by the name of the queen, Sarah declared solemnly to Salai and Yako. Then let us depart, Yako urged Salai. You must keep your promise. Salai implored Naruto as she moved ahead. Yes, leave it to me. I will fulfill my promise, Naruto affirmed as he opened the exhaust and said to Sarah. Let us proceed. Yes. The two individuals descended through the exhaust vent into the underground realm, where, under Sarah's intuition, they stumbled upon a factory where the centipedes fabricated puppets. Here, a multitude of citizens, shackled and fettered, toiled endlessly. One by one, the puppets were assembled on the production line, bolstered by the power of the dragon vein. The scene before them left them in utter disbelief, with Sarah feeling a surge of indignation. To her astonishment, Lulon was indeed exploiting the citizens to manufacture weapons. What should we do now? Naruto inquired of Sarah. I must put an end to his actions. Sarah scrutinized the factory below and suddenly spotted the dragon vein altar. Pointing to it, she urged Naruto, please take me there, quickly. Once there, I will sever the flow of the dragon vein's power. Without hesitation, Naruto scooped Sarah into his arms. All right, hold on tight. He leaped skillfully to the ground, evading the patrolling puppets, and soon they reached the dragon vein altar. Sarah instructed Naruto to keep his distance and approach the altar, extending her hands as she intoned, in the name of the queen, I command you. Sever the torrent of the dragon vein and restrain your power. Swiftly, as the incantation echoed, Sarah pressed her hands down, unleashing waves of violet light from the dragon vein, which subsequently fell silent. The flowing chakra within the factory dissipated, and the assembly line ceased its operations. Suddenly, the scattered puppet parts on the ground levitated, assembling into puppets as a voice resonated, my esteemed queen, what brings you here? Following the sound, Sarah beheld Lulon. I have halted the flow of the dragon vein. I will not permit you to wield its power for war. Is that Lulon standing there? Naruto observed the figure atop the platform, noting that he appeared quite different from the centipede he remembered, noticeably heavier. As your queen, I command you to cease the development of puppet weaponry and immediately release the oppressed citizens. Sarah wished to issue commands to Lulon, now more aptly referred to as the centipede. Little did she know that the centipede would never heed her orders. His objectives were nearly achieved. So you are aware of so much, that I can no longer allow you to live. Replacing you with a puppet will suffice. The puppet troupe has been completed, and I no longer require your control over the dragon vein's power. With his declaration, a multitude of puppets encircled Naruto and Sarah. Drawing his chakra blade, Naruto urged Sarah, quickly escape with the others. Leave this to me. Sarah nodded and dashed toward the oppressed citizens. As the puppets closed in, Naruto could not help but taunt the centipede. Hey, is that really you, centipede? You've certainly put on some weight. It feels like just yesterday since we last met. For me, it was merely yesterday. No matter how you've changed, as long as you're the centipede, I will capture you. Centipede? That petty name is long forgotten. I am now a minister of the kingdom of Lulon. In Lushan, Naruto's words struck a nerve with the centipede. With a flourish of his hands, the chakra threads controlling the puppets ignited, and a swarm of puppets surged toward Naruto. Swiftly, he dispatched the encircling puppets with remarkable ease. Seeing this, the centipede scoffed, declaring, I can produce as many of these puppets as I desire. He then extended his fingers, and even more puppets launched their assault on Naruto. While some turned to encircle Sarah, realizing the futility of facing numerous foes, Naruto leaped beside Sarah and said, I will create a path. You must dash out as swiftly as possible. All right. He then formed hand signs. Shadow clone technique. As the sound of swirling chakra filled the air, a Rasengan rapidly formed in Naruto's hand. He charged into the throng of puppets, and those struck by the Rasengan shattered, unable to withstand its might. Seizing the opportunity, Sarah swiftly broke free from the encirclement. Observing this, the centipede remarked, Oh? In that case, with another flourish of his hands, even more puppets advanced to attack Naruto. And soon his clones were obliterated. Naruto realized that severing the chakra threads controlling the puppets with his blade was far more efficient. Yet the sheer number of puppets overwhelmed him. The remaining puppets surrounded Naruto, their bodies shimmering with violet light as they began to disassemble and then reconstitute into an even larger puppet that ensnared him. Ah, hearing Naruto's cry, Sarah turned to see him captured. You can't muster any power now, can you? That puppet is absorbing your chakra. As Naruto struggled in vain, the centipede reveled in his triumph. Stop it. In Lushan, Sarah commanded defiantly. Dismissing her order with disdain, the centipede descended on a platform, reveling in his apparent victory. I owe you my gratitude, your majesty, for your diligent assistance has allowed me to swiftly complete the puppet regiment. To express my appreciation, you shall meet the same fate as your mother. A chilling realization gripped Sarah's heart. Indeed, your mother was a cunning queen. She quickly discerned my true intentions and refused to cooperate, leaving me with no choice but to eliminate her. The centipede descended to the ground, facing Sarah. And you, my dear, are the perfect marionette, just like those puppets I control. However, I no longer require you. It is time to exchange you for a true puppet. Understanding the centipede's sinister intent, Sarah realized he planned to kill her and use a puppet to impersonate her, effectively turning Lulon into a puppet kingdom. Yet, as fear of death engulfed her, Sarah's hands trembled uncontrollably, shadows of despair filled her heart, and silent tears streamed down her face as she crouched helplessly on the ground. Sarah, you are no puppet. Chapter 53, The Final Confrontation. The centipede manipulated the blades on the puppets via the chakra threads, launching them swiftly towards Sarah. As she stood on the brink of being struck, Naruto unleashed a torrent of chakra, transforming his blue chakra into a brilliant red. In that critical moment, he once again harnessed the power of the Nine Tails. With a fierce roar, the red chakra deflected the blades aimed at Sarah. The centipede looked at Naruto in surprise, soon feeling astonished by the immense chakra he emitted. This colossal chakra, how is this possible? Now is not the time for tears. You must press forward and accomplish what you must. The centipede beckoned, and the puppets restraining Naruto tightened their grip, increasing the efficiency of chakra absorption. Now, what can you do? You are utterly helpless. As the centipede was about to revel in its triumph, the puppet that ensnared Naruto began to swell. Crimson chakra seeping from the seams, threatening to burst. Observing this, the centipede had no choice but to retreat. With a resounding roar, Naruto broke free from the puppet's constraints and delivered a devastating punch that shattered the centipede's visage. However, as it lay on the ground, the centipede swiftly restored its injuries and began to manipulate additional puppets to encircle the two. In Lulon, my power is boundless, it declared, draping a cloak over itself. And in an instant, the centipede revealed its true form. It had long since transformed its body into that of a puppet. Now, it resembled a monstrous spider, supported by 6 razor-sharp claws, with a tail resembling pincers at its rear. Behold, this is my ultimate form. You shall meet your demise alongside her. With that, it transformed its front limbs into blade-like weapons and launched an assault on Naruto. Meanwhile, Taichi and his companions, unable to find an opportunity to evade the patrolling puppets, saw Kakashi's impatience boil over, prompting him to initiate an attack. Yamato concurred that this was indeed their last resort. Tai hurriedly urged the two eager to charge. Do not rush, let us wait a moment longer. Kakashi, perplexed, replied, waiting further serves no purpose. We must break through head-on. Patience, Tai insisted. We are not the only ones in Lulon. Others are present as well. An opportunity will surely arise. Tai remained steadfast in his belief, for the timing was nearly upon them. Are you referring to Lord Minato? They have more pressing matters and will not come to our aid. Certainly not, Tai countered. This ninja from the future is likely not alone. Perhaps his companions may offer us their assistance. Hearing Tai's words, Yamato remarked, you are overthinking it. While I did travel here with companions, that individual excels in combat but is not adept at stealth. What if an unexpected event occurs? Tai blinked innocently, gazing at Yamato. Suddenly, Yamato recalled that this individual bore the moniker of Unexpected Ninja No. 1, and pondered if he might indeed be capable. With Yamato now quiet, Kakashi felt disinclined to charge ahead alone and chose to exercise patience, though he set a final deadline. We shall wait 1 more hour, if no opportunity arises. We will proceed with force. That will not take so long, Tai waved dismissively. Kakashi, unsure of Tai's confidence, continued to observe the patrol routes of the puppets. At that moment, the puppets suddenly collapsed, as if their energy had been extinguished. Now is our chance, Tai exclaimed, leaping forward toward the tower. With Kakashi and Yamato swiftly following, Kakashi could not help but think, did this boy truly foresee this? Upon reaching the tower, the trio quickly surpassed the fallen puppets and entered. Just as they believed themselves to be safe, the puppets began to reassemble on the ground. Kakashi and Yamato immediately prepared for confrontation, while Tai swiftly pulled them into a corner to hide. The reassembled puppets did not resume their patrol as before. Instead, they collectively descended towards the depths of the tower. What is happening? Kakashi whispered. It appears something has transpired at the Dragon Vein. Someone is controlling these puppets to provide support, Yamato concluded after a brief analysis. Let us follow them and discover the truth. Tai, Day, and Kakashi exchanged glances, stealthily following behind the puppet. As they meandered through the labyrinthine paths of the puppet army, the trio suddenly caught the sound of combat. Someone was engaged in battle. Could it be Master Minato? Kakashi initially thought it was Minato clashing with the puppets. Day, however, carefully discerned the sounds emanating from the fray. They bore a resemblance to Naruto's voice. No, it was not Senior Minato, but rather another comrade who had accompanied me. What are we waiting for? We must rescue them. Suddenly, Tai sensed an ominous signal of danger and swiftly performed a roll to evade the impending threat. Though his posture was far from graceful, survival was paramount. With a thunderous boom, a large crater formed where Tai had just been standing, struck by a blast of purple chakra. Kakashi and Day, reacting in tandem with Tai's evasion, also managed to avoid injury, leaving all three unscathed. The three of them, Tai, stood ready, only to discover that a vast throng of puppets lay behind them. In their fervent pursuit of the puppets ahead, they had neglected to heed the situation behind, as they found themselves encircled by the puppets, with their objective tantalizingly within reach. Yamato stepped forward. I will hold them off. You two must swiftly complete the mission. Despite their brief acquaintance, Kakashi felt an inexplicable familiarity with this stranger named Yamato, as if he had known him for an eternity. What style? The Great Forest Technique? Yamato interrupted Kakashi's words with a series of hand seals. As long as you can destroy the device controlling the Dragon Vein, these puppets will lose their power. At that point, I will come to your aid. Go. Observing Yamato's resolute demeanor, Kakashi had no choice but to lead Tai onward to fulfill their mission. Tai, however, felt no concern whatsoever. This mere puppet was insufficient to threaten Yamato. Even if Yamato were to falter, escaping would pose no challenge. What thrilled Tai was the prospect of finally meeting Naruto alive. In the flesh, Tai and Kakashi demonstrated a remarkable synergy. Kakashi took charge of fending off the puppet attacks while Tai deftly severed the chakra strings. In a matter of moments, they broke free from the encirclement, with the sounds of battle guiding them. There was no longer any need for the puppets to lead the way. Furthermore, within Tai's perception, a vast chakra brimming with malevolence shone like a beacon, rendering it impossible to lose their way. Do you sense it? Tai inquired, asking Kakashi if he too felt the immense chakra. Kakashi nodded, responding, indeed, a tremendous chakra. Yet it is steeped in malice. Could it be the tumult of the Dragon Vein chakra? Since Kakashi had also sensed it, Tai could ascertain that the chakra must originate from the nine tails within Naruto. Not quite, Tai countered. Although the Dragon Vein chakra is indeed substantial, it lacks consciousness and thus cannot exude malevolence. Do you not find this sensation reminiscent of something else? Kakashi pondered Tai's explanation for a moment, and a thought struck him. Are you suggesting a tailed beast? But how could there be a tailed beast in Lulon? Who said it was Lulon that harbors a tailed beast? Perhaps it could be a companion of Yamato, Tai replied. Jinchuriki? Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment. Has a future Jinchuriki from Konoha traversed to this time? Could it be Sister Kushina? Why dwell on such speculations? We shall see for ourselves. Chapter 54. The Gathering of All. Tai and Kakashi traversed the passage, ultimately arriving at the source of the Dragon Vein, which is currently the puppet factory where Naruto resides. Tai caught sight of Naruto engaged in a fierce struggle with the centipede, with his golden hair, azure eyes, and a sporty outfit of orange and black. What stood out most were the iconic 6 whisker marks adorning his face. Tai murmured to himself that the real person was far more appealing than the animated version. What was that? Kakashi inquired, mistakenly thinking Tai was addressing him. Nothing. Did you notice those large tank-like objects below? I suspect they are mechanisms designed to store and regulate the chakra of the Dragon Vein. I sense the power of the Dragon Vein emanating from within them. Tai pointed towards the cylindrical structures beneath as he spoke to Kakashi. Kakashi nodded in agreement, promptly deciding that they should split up and, with utmost urgency, employ explosive tags to obliterate these devices. Tai halted Kakashi, who was about to set off, and extended his hand with a smile, saying, Could you lend me a few explosive tags? You know I'm short on funds. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Had it not been for the urgency of the mission, he would have certainly zapped Tai with a lightning bolt. Nevertheless, he retrieved a stack of explosive tags and thrust them into Tai's hands, grumbling, Make sure to repay me. With that, he leaped down to begin arranging the explosive tags. Tai flicked a handful of explosive tags, 12 tags, worth at least 10,000 taels. It would be sheer folly to return them. Why should one repay money borrowed through skill? The devices below were already scanned, so extracting 6 tags from the pile sufficed. Truly, I'm a little genius who seizes opportunities. Soon, Tai and Kakashi had arranged the explosive tags, and in perfect harmony, they detonated them together. Boom. The deafening sound of explosions echoed, causing the puppets to collapse helplessly to the ground. It appeared their endeavor was progressing smoothly. Watching Tai and Kakashi ignite the tags, Minato instructed Naruto and Sarah behind him. Now is the time to escort Her Majesty to safety. Naruto nodded immediately. Right? Sarah, quickly lead everyone to escape. Understood. Sarah dashed towards the entrapped citizens. Naruto formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. With a bang, a shadow clone appeared beside him. Got it. Good. The duo coordinated seamlessly. And a spiraling sphere sent the centipede, which sought to pursue Sarah, flying away. Seizing the moment, Sarah led the imprisoned citizens away from the tower. Minato and the others joined Naruto when the downed centipede suddenly stirred. Can it still move? Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Minato, with a serious demeanor, cautioned, do not underestimate it. It possesses incredible power. Do you think this is enough to defeat me? Just as the words left its mouth, the centipede unleashed a torrent of purple chakra threats, drawing all the scattered puppets back to itself, its form expanding. If it had once been the size of a rhinoceros, it now loomed like an ordinary elephant. I have already proclaimed that my power is limitless. As the centipede transformed, Tai and Kakashi regrouped. Kakashi, gazing at the enlarged centipede, could not help but remark. Did we not destroy the special devices? How can it still harness the power of the dragon vein? Tai thought to himself, this is merely the beginning. He will grow even larger shortly. His body has been transformed into a puppet, and perhaps he inherently possesses the unique ability to manipulate the dragon vein. What should we do now? Let us descend and offer our assistance. Kakashi seized his kunai, ready to join the fray. Tai hurriedly intervened, asserting that with our abilities akin to those of mere little potatoes, our involvement would only complicate matters. Should we venture forth? It is likely that Watergate would need to rescue us, leading to distractions and potential mistakes. There is no need for us to assist. Our presence would merely create chaos. We shall observe for now, and if anyone is injured, I can offer healing, while you shall protect me in that event. Kakashi, too, recognized that given his current strength, he could contribute little to such a battle of this caliber. Reluctantly, he set aside his kunai and continued to watch the unfolding conflict. Upon transforming into the centipede, Naruto wasted no time and immediately employed the shadow clone technique. In a cloud of white smoke, 7 or 8 clones emerged, armed with chakra-infused short blades, and they rushed toward the centipede, attacking fervently. However, the clone's strength proved insufficient to shake the recently upgraded body of the centipede, which swiftly dispatched them with ease. Tai gazed at Naruto's multiple shadow clones with a sense of envy. The technique was undeniably effective, though its application appeared rather crude. After all, possessing an abundance of chakra allows for such liberties. Tai, it seems that individual has sustained an injury to his leg, Kakashi remarked, pointing towards Naruto. Tai suddenly recalled that Naruto had sustained an injury to his leg during the battle against the puppets. We must assist him in receiving treatment, he declared. The two of them leaped down to Naruto's side. At that moment, Minato also began to direct the battle. CHG, he called. Received. Partial multi-size technique. In an instant, Akimichi CHG's arm expanded to a size surpassing that of a centipede, delivering a powerful blow that slammed the puppet into the wall. Indeed, it was the kind of impact that couldn't be easily shrugged off. But that was not the end. Minato continued, Shinobi art, insect sphere technique. A swarm of dark, ominous insects surged forth, swiftly enveloping the puppet embedded in the wall. The insects summoned by Oil Woman Shiwi could absorb chakra and restrict the puppet's movements. What are you doing here? This battle is not one you should be involved in, Minato said, observing Tai and Kakashi. We have come to tend to the wounded. Tai replied, gesturing towards the bandages on Naruto's leg. Naruto looked at Kakashi and Tai, pondering, who are these two youngsters? Who are you? As he scrutinized Kakashi's appearance, a sense of familiarity washed over him, and just as he was about to speak, Tai spoke first. Take a seat. I shall tend to your wounds. That fellow will not be easily vanquished. Naruto obediently sat down, yet still questioned with curiosity, at such a young age, do you truly possess the skill of medical ninjutsu? I have a companion who is also adept in medical techniques. Tai paid no heed to Naruto, focusing intently on administering treatment. Fortunately, the injuries were not severe, however. Naruto had been constantly on the move, neglecting proper rest. Otherwise, given his remarkable recuperative abilities, such wounds would have healed completely within mere moments. Meanwhile, Baizu found himself ensnared within the insect sphere conjured by Oil Girl Shimi, crashing through the ground and descending into the depths below. Watergate and his companions approached, while Naruto yearned to join them but was firmly restrained by Tai. Just a little longer, don't move. Ah, my apologies, you bear a striking resemblance to Sakura. Tai rolled her eyes, expressing her reluctance to be like her. All right, all is well now. Naruto was undoubtedly the simplest patient that Tai had ever treated. He possessed an inherent and formidable self-healing ability. With just a gentle nudge, his cells began to mend swiftly. Rising to his feet, he tested the previously injured leg. And indeed, the pain had vanished. Thank you. I never anticipated your medical ninjutsu to be so exceptional. As Tai was about to speak, the vexatious purple chakra line reappeared. This time dragging away all the puppet parts scattered on the ground. From the depths of the pit emerged the sound of 100 legs. Allow me to showcase the might of the ultimate puppet weapon I have crafted. Chapter 55, The Unveiling of the Ultimate Puppet Weapon. Behold my magnificent new form. Accompanied by the sound of 100 legs, a colossal puppet weapon erupted from the depths of the pit. The 100-legged creature grew even larger, prompting Naruto to launch the first attack. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Meanwhile, Sarah successfully reached the surface with those she had rescued. Oni-chan. Anada. The women waiting in the distance called out to their loved ones as they saw them being saved. After a brief moment of catching their breath, the men quickly joined the women. Thank you. Lord Sarah has honored our agreement. As Sarah gazed upon the reunited crowd, she suddenly comprehended the true value of what her mother had spoken of. The ground began to tremble as the massive form of the 100-legged creature broke through the earth. With a casual swish of its enormous body, it sent all of Naruto's shadow clones flying, leaving only Naruto's original form struggling to hold on. Damn it. I won't let go easily. Sarah, witnessing Naruto's perilous situation, could not help but exclaim, Naruto. At that moment, Naruto, entangled with the 100-legged beast, also noticed Sarah in the reunited crowd. Sarah, I'll find a way to hold this off. Quickly, get everyone to a safe place. Sarah was still deeply concerned for Naruto's safety, yet she understood that her presence would only distract him from protecting her. Sarah, you must protect your people. You are their queen. Resolute, Sarah made up her mind. After conversing with the others, she regained their trust and led them toward the central square. The 100-legged creature was overwhelmingly massive. A single strike could obliterate the surrounding structures. Naruto could not linger too long against it, so he leaped down in an attempt to halt its advance. You shall face me, Naruto declared to the rampaging beast. Do not hinder me, you little brat. The 100-legged creature retorted, swinging its arm to collapse the tower beneath Naruto. He leaped to an adjacent tower, expecting the creature to pursue him, but it instead bypassed Naruto, heading straight for Sarah. Naruto, puzzled by the creature's intentions, wondered, why is it so intent on eliminating Sarah? Just then, Minato, along with Tai, Kakashi, and others, arrived at Naruto's side. There must be some special reason behind this, he mused. Tai raised his hand and said, I do have an opinion on the matter. Naruto turned to Tai, inquiring, do you know what is going on? Tai did not respond directly to Naruto but instead turned his gaze towards Minato. Upon noticing Minato's gentle nod, he began to speak. It is said that the Queen of Lulon possesses the ability to control the dragon vein. Just a moment ago, Queen Sarah demonstrated such power. Perhaps Baizu fears that Sarah might completely seal the dragon vein. Consequently, Baizu wishes to eliminate her. Once Sarah is dead, he will be free of worry. Naruto slapped his forehead, a look of sudden understanding dawning upon him. I see now. No wonder Baizu is determined to get rid of Sarah. Minato also nodded slightly and addressed Naruto. Naruto, I must trouble you to protect Sarah for a while longer. We have matters to attend to. Naruto earnestly nodded, affirming, you can count on me. After saying this, Minato and the others vanished from sight. Naruto gazed at the spot where Minato had disappeared, musing to himself, why does it feel like I want to obey my brother the moment he speaks? Never mind. Protecting Sarah is the priority. With that, Naruto turned and raced towards Baizu's direction. Meanwhile, Tai and Kakashi reported to Minato about the situation thus far, particularly concerning Yamato. Minato offered little elaboration, simply acknowledging their efforts and suggesting that the ninja named Yamato likely hails from the future, so there was no cause for concern. Next, we must undertake an important mission. What mission? Tai, embarking on his first assignment, felt somewhat bewildered. Minato smiled and explained, we have located Baizu. Now we must gather information regarding his research on the dragon vein, as well as data pertaining to his creation of puppets. It would be best to collect some samples as well. Tai mused. It appears that Konoha is quite intrigued by the dragon vein as well. Now, let us proceed with our separate tasks. Kakashi, you shall accompany Tai to gather some puppet fragments. We shall regroup at the centipede in 5 minutes. Is that clear? Understood. For in an instant, Minato, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Shikaku vanished from their positions, leaving only Tai and Kakashi behind. Tai complained to Kakashi, collecting puppet fragments is no issue. But how do we bring back Konoha? Are we expected to carry it back? Kakashi looked at Tai with a bemused expression and produced a scroll from his ninja tool pouch. With a sealing scroll, of course. Surely you're not unaware of this? How did you manage to graduate early? Tai suddenly realized, indeed, how could he have forgotten about this item? Its convenience is comparable to that of a spatial ring. He must find a way to acquire one for himself. Tai glanced slyly at the sealing scroll in Kakashi's hand, just as he was about to reach for it. Kakashi swiftly tucked the scroll back into his ninja tool pouch. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. This item is far more costly than an explosive tag. If you desire it, you shall procure it yourself. Tai stood in stunned silence, gazing at Kakashi, only to soon replace his expression with one of sorrow. Just as he was about to speak, Kakashi leapt from the high tower, leaving no opportunity for Tai to voice his thoughts. This clever lad has learned well. It seems he will be difficult to deceive in the future. Tai closely followed Kakashi as they leaped down, for the task of collecting puppets was the simplest and safest, especially since all the power of the dragon vein was now concentrated in the 100 feet, rendering the puppets powerless. Soon, Tai and Kakashi had gathered various puppets. And as Tai watched Kakashi seal them into a scroll, tears of envy welled in his eyes. Unfortunately, Kakashi offered Tai no opportunity to touch the sealing scroll, fully aware that once it was in Tai's hands, reclaiming it would be impossible. Meanwhile, 100 feet had reached the central square, where Sarah and others had just begun to relax, believing the high towers could withstand the onslaught. They underestimated the current 100 feet. With a fierce impact, it demolished the towering structures, and as Sarah gazed at the looming 100 feet, despair enveloped her. Sarah, 100 feet bellowed, sending forth chakra threads from its fingertips. The purple chakra ensnared Sarah's limbs in an instant, transforming her into a marionette. Controlled by the chakra threads, Sarah's hands abruptly grasped her own neck, as 100 feet intended for her to perish before the people of Lulon, extinguishing any thoughts of rebellion. Seeing Queen Sarah on the verge of asphyxiation, Salai shouted, "Lady Sarah." He rushed forward to fiercely tear at the chakra threads binding her, and others followed suit to assist. Yet, with a mere flick of its finger, 100 feet sent the would-be rescuers flying. Observing the scene, 100 feet began to mock. "Sarah, you foolish and inept puppet princess, your mission is complete. Now, obediently perish." In Chapter 56, Sarah's life hung by a thread. At that moment, Naruto finally arrived, wielding a chakra blade, and with a single stroke, severed the chakra threads restraining Sarah, rescuing her. The heroic figure of Naruto emerged, cradling the weakened Sarah, his voice resolute. "You are not a puppet princess." He then handed the chakra blade to Sarah, who hesitated briefly before accepting it. "Now go and do what you must. I will handle things here." Naruto turned and sprinted toward 100 feet, while Sarah gazed at his retreating figure, an indescribable emotion swelling in her heart. As Naruto dodged the incessant barrage of chakra projectiles, he acted as bait to draw 100 feet's attention. Utilizing shadow clones, he unleashed a Rasen Shuriken, obliterating the sky bridge atop 100 feet, which caused the creature to crash heavily to the ground. Sarah recalled the lullaby her mother had sung to her, holding the chakra blade. She cut her elaborate gown short and tied her hair back, presenting a more resolute and capable demeanor, determined to seal the source of the dragon vein for her people. She exclaimed, "Naruto, do you remember the inner courtyard where we first met? If we reach there, the power of the dragon vein cannot touch us, and in Lulon cannot approach." "That's it." Akimichi Dingzu agreed, turning to Sarah to express his support. Sarah conveyed this thought to the people of Lulon, but they exchanged uncertain glances. Although Sarah had rescued herself, her past reputation was hardly favorable. In the critical moment, Salai and Yako stood firmly behind Sarah, and the crowd finally consented to follow her to the inner courtyard. Just then, 100 feet, having emerged from the rubble of the collapsed bridge, roared, "Sarah, I cannot allow you to live any longer. Quickly, Sarah, with unwavering determination, fulfill your mission." "All right, everyone follow me." Sarah nodded, leading the group toward the inner courtyard where she had first met Naruto. "I will not let you. Wait, this is our task. You should protect Sarah," Akimichi Dingzu interjected. Yamanaka Shimi added, "Splitting up will save time." Naruto expressed his dissatisfaction. "Fighting alongside my comrades is my style." "What are you all saying?" "They are right. That creature is formidable, and establishing multiple layers of defense is prudent." Minato stepped forward to advise Naruto. Though Naruto wished to say more, he was interrupted by Akimichi Dingzu. "Hurry, trust in our strength. Then I entrust it to you." With that, Naruto ceased his hesitation, joining Minato and the others toward the inner courtyard. "Sarah, I will not let you reach the dragon vein." The freed 100 feet charged into the central square. "Let us see you say that after defeating us." Yamanaka Shimi formed hand signs, summoning a swarm of dark insects from the ground to restrain the advancing 100 feet. Ninjutsu, insect binding technique. Following this, Yamanaka Shimi changed her hand signs, and a massive swarm ascended, completely enveloping 100 feet's colossal form. At this moment, Yamanaka Shimi declared with bravado, "You monster. Your time is up. My insects can devour any chakra. Now, it's over to you, Dingzu." With 100 feet immobilized by the insects, Akimichi Dingzu produced a black chakra pill, tossing it into the air before swallowing it whole. "Envelop me in this." Super expansion technique. Instantly, Akimichi Dingzu grew to the same size as 100 feet, leveraging the height from his jump to deliver a powerful blow to its head. He then grabbed 100 feet by the tail, spinning it around before flinging it away. The massive creature collided with a stone pillar, sending up a cloud of dust. According to the law of smoke and no injury, 100 feet emerged unscathed, its eyes snapping open. A flash of green light emanating as a purple lightning bolt from the distant dragon vein tower struck it. The overwhelming chakra caused Yamanaka Shimi's insects to perish, and as they died, 100 feet's form reappeared. "Its chakra is continuously increasing," Akimichi Dingzu remarked, observing the purple lightning enveloping 100 feet. Yamanaka Shimi sensed through the insects that the chakra was too vast for them to absorb. Chakra that the insects cannot completely consume. "Is that all the chakra you possess? You can have as much as you want." Akimichi Dingzu retorted, "In the end, it's still a puppet body. Even if it can absorb chakra, there must be a limit." Yamanaka Shimi glanced at the source of the purple lightning, realizing the gravity of the situation. "No. This creature's power may indeed be limitless. It seems to be receiving a particle-like chakra injected from the tower's peak. As chakra continued to flood in, 100 Feet's form began to transform further, additional blades sprouting from its body. Rotating puppet fist. As Tai and Kakashi completed their puppet collection and made their way to the central square, they witnessed the purple lightning. They exchanged a glance and quickened their pace. Yet arrived too late, chaos reigned in the central square. Akimichi Dingzu and Yamanaka Shimi lay on the ground, and 100 Feet was nowhere to be found. However, given the large hole nearby, it was easy to surmise that 100 Feet had pursued Sarah. Tai swiftly approached Akimichi Dingzu, who had succumbed to unconsciousness due to his severe injuries. Although the secret techniques of the Akimichi clan were indeed enviable, they ultimately relied on the physicality of direct confrontations, thus ensuring that injuries were invariably grave. Kakashi, please fetch Elder Jiwei, but do so gently, Tai instructed while administering aid to Akimichi Dingzu. Without hesitation, Kakashi swiftly transported himself to the side of YN Jiwei, whose injuries, in comparison to Dingzu's, were considerably less severe. After all, her combat primarily relied on her insect companions, negating the need for direct confrontation, and most of the assaults were borne by Akimichi Dingzu. Kakashi carefully lifted YN Jiwei and placed her beside Akimichi Dingzu. Tai increasingly felt that something was amiss with the treatment. It should not be the case. In the original narrative, both Akidu Danzu and Oil Woman Shimi did not manage to stop the centipede, yet they both made an appearance in the end. And their injuries did not seem as grave. Akidu Danzu had sustained fractures in half of his body, fortunately avoiding comminuted fractures, which made the healing process significantly easier. However, his chakra was nearly depleted, and he suffered from numerous external wounds inflicted by sharp blades, resulting in excessive blood loss and subsequent loss of consciousness. Oil Woman Shimi's condition was somewhat better, yet her body also bore multiple fractures along with numerous bruises likely caused by impact. Most concerning was that her brain seemed to have endured severe trauma, which accounted for her state of unconsciousness. Nonetheless, for Tai, these challenges posed no insurmountable obstacles. With a little time, he could successfully heal both individuals. Tai turned to gaze at the gaping chasm in the ground caused by the centipede. It was this creature that currently occupied his thoughts. The centipede seemed to possess far greater strength than its counterpart in the original tale. Could it be that the wings of this small butterfly had begun to stir the winds? Chapter 57, The Unusual Centipede, Part 1, Inside the Dragon Vein Tower. Sarah led the group as they sprinted up the spiral staircase. Minato and Naruto lagged behind, when suddenly, a swarm of insects surged toward them. Upon noticing, Minato halted, extending his hand to catch the insects, which transformed into various symbols on his palm. Is that truly the case? Naruto exclaimed urgently. What has happened? Minato relayed the information he had gathered. That creature has consumed the power of the dragon vein. As long as the dragon vein remains unsealed, its chakra is boundless. What did you say? Naruto gasped, unprepared for an adversary of such magnitude. Yet even boundless power must harbor a weakness, Minato asserted. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the tower, causing Naruto and Minato to look up in astonishment. The colossal form of the centipede emerged from the shadows. Sarah. The sound of her name halted Sarah in her tracks, and the overwhelming presence of the centipede compelled her to take a step back, her voice trembling. In Lushan. Sarah. Quickly, take everyone and flee. I will handle this. Naruto shouted towards the frozen Sarah, who, without further hesitation, urged the group to continue their flight. You shall not pass here, Naruto declared, summoning his shadow clones. With a flourish, he formed a Rasengan in his hand. Minato recognized this familiar ninjutsu, solidifying his suspicions. Naruto leaped into the air, aiming to deliver a decisive blow to the centipede's face, but the creature merely lifted a finger, effortlessly sending Naruto flying. Akin to how the Tintails would swat away tailed beast balls. The speed at which Naruto arrived was matched only by the swiftness of his retreat. He crashed into the wall, raising a cloud of dust. The centipede, unperturbed by the rules of combat, gathered chakra in its abdomen, the violet energy illuminating the subterranean expanse. Die, you wretched brat. The purple chakra beam shot forth, narrowly missing Naruto, as Minato appeared just in time to whisk him away from danger. Yet the centipede was relentless, twisting its massive body as the chakra beam followed closely behind Minato. I wonder how long you can evade us. The beam pursued relentlessly, obliterating every stone in its path. With a swish, a fragment of rock grazed Minato's calf, causing him to falter as the chakra beam closed in. Big brother, what do we do? Naruto cried out in desperation. Minato, however, remained composed. With the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, he could evade at any moment. Yet, he pondered the fate of those below if he were to abandon them. Summoning technique. Double summoning gates. With two resounding thuds. Two gates symbolizing the realms of the afterlife materialized before Minato and Naruto. Quite the predicament, Minato, a voice called out, prompting both to turn. Tai stood with his hands pressed against the wall, flanked by Kakashi, as well as the now recovered Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi. It seems you have mastered this technique, Tai. Minato remarked with a smile, genuinely surprised by their timely arrival. Tai chuckled, of course, it is thanks to Brother Summon's teachings. Naruto gazed at the Rasengan before him, feeling an uncanny familiarity, yet unable to recall where he had encountered it. He turned to Tai and remarked, you are truly impressive. capable of wielding such formidable ninjutsu at such a young age. Do not flatter me. You will surpass me by far in the future, Tai responded modestly. Just as Naruto was about to speak again, a resounding crash echoed from behind them, as the first Rasengan could no longer withstand the relentless flow of chakra. Shattering into pieces, while the second Rasengan teetered on the brink of collapse. Senior Dingzwa. Tai shouted towards Akimichi Dingzwa. Leave it to me. Dingzwa replied, leaping towards the centipede. As he drew a chakra pill from his pocket midair and consumed it. Super expansion technique. Feel the force of my punch. With the momentum from his leap. Akimichi Dingzwa delivered a powerful blow to the centipede, sending it flying, and the chakra cannon ceased its operation. Tai retracted his technique, and the Rashomon vanished. Brother Minato. What shall we do now? Minato stood up and addressed Naruto. Leave this to us. You must protect Sarah. Just as Naruto was about to protest, Minato interrupted him. Trust us. Just ensure that you help Sarah completely seal the dragon vein. Then we need not worry about the 100 feet. Understood, but you must wait for me. Naruto nodded, glanced at everyone, and turned to depart. Now, Shibi, you and I will assist Dings in a frontal assault. Tai and Kakashi. You two will provide support from the periphery while observing his weaknesses. This will also serve as your test. Understood, they replied in unison. Enough chatter. I can barely hold on. Akimichi Dings shouted, pinned beneath the 100 feet, gripping its claws tightly. Ninjutsu. Insect sphere technique. Oil woman Shibi immediately unleashed her jutsu, summoning a swarm of small black insects to envelop the 100 feet. Although the insects could not entirely absorb its chakra, they had a controlling effect. Indeed. As the insects began to drain its chakra, the 100 feet's movements grew rigid, allowing Akimichi Dings to seize the opportunity to hurl it away with great force. Minato took advantage of this moment, throwing a flying thunder god kunai while forming hand seals. Shadow clone technique, shuriken. Instantly, the kunai multiplied into hundreds, transforming into beams of green light that struck the 100 feet with tremendous impact. Tai gazed at the scene before him and couldn't help but exclaim, that's quite impressive. I really wish to learn it. Kakashi shot Tai a sidelong glance and replied, you desire to learn everything, yet with your talent for ninjutsu. It would take you at least half a year to master this technique. Tai was profoundly affected by Kakashi's words, and in a fit of frustration, he exclaimed. I mastered the Rashomon technique in just 2 days. Do not underestimate me. To be precise, it is a summoning technique, even if Guy were to learn it. It would not take long. How can you shamelessly boast after spending nearly 2 days on it? Kakashi retorted disdainfully. Tai has withdrawn into himself. Indeed. The art of spirit communication is so simple that even someone like Kai, whose talent for ninjutsu is virtually non-existent, can master it. It is surprising that he has managed to study it for 2 days. Kakashi, having not heard Tai speak for quite some time, turned around only to find him quietly crouched in a corner. Curiously, he inquired, what are you doing? Nothing much. Just drawing a circle to cast a curse on you. Tai replied. Kakashi's forehead twitched with 3 lines of annoyance, and just as he was about to say something, he heard Minato's voice. Hide. Tai and Kakashi simultaneously gazed at the center of the arena, where they beheld the centipede radiating a resplendent violet glow. Oh no, could it be preparing to self-destruct? Chapter 58, An Uncommon Centipede, Part 2. Suddenly, the figure of the centipede unleashed a 360-degree barrage of lasers. Goodness, I don't recall the centipede possessing such an ability. Tai was still astonished by the transformation of the centipede when Kakashi swiftly reacted and executed a ninjutsu. Earth style, earth wall. A robust earthen barrier erupted from the ground, standing tall between Tai and Kakashi. The surface of the wall was remarkably smooth, devoid of any grotesque carvings. As the earth wall rose, a laser beam struck it, piercing through the barrier in an instant. The searing laser grazed Kakashi's cheek, creating a gaping hole in the wall behind him. Akimichi Dingza, already engaged in combat with the centipede, swiftly utilized his extensive battle experience to dispel the super expansion technique the moment the laser was unleashed. He simultaneously employed a partial expansion technique to enlarge his arm, attempting to shield himself from the laser. However, the intense beam still penetrated his arm, leaving several gaping wounds and eliciting a pain cry from him. On the other hand, Yamanaka Shiori intended to use her insects for defense, but the frail creatures stood no chance against such ferocity. At the critical moment, however, Minato arrived just in time to save Yamanaka Shiori's life. Otherwise, her fate would have been sealed. Fortunately, Sarada had successfully activated the mechanisms of the inner courtyard with the help of her companions, preventing the group from being affected by the laser, and she was subsequently escorted away by Naruto. As the laser dissipated, the earth wall crumbled back into dust. Tai hurried to assess Kakashi's injuries. It's nothing serious, just a minor abrasion, Kakashi reassured him, waving his hand dismissively. I believe I just heard Dingza-senpai's cry. He must have been injured. Tai nodded slightly, indicating that he too had heard it. Per Ding, the senior ninja. I shall never become such a meat shield type of ninja, as injuries come more frequently than meals. Kakashi shot Tai a glance, and the two swiftly approached Akimichi Ding. Tai carefully examined the injuries sustained by Akimichi Ding. This time, the wounds were significantly less severe than before. There were merely a few puncture wounds on his arm, and the injuries had been cauterized by a laser, thus preventing any bleeding. Tai initiated the healing technique, Palm of the Immortal, to treat Akadu Dingzwa. Akadu Dingzwa. Feeling a bit embarrassed, remarked, I must trouble you once more, Tai. Tai jested, it's not troublesome in itself, but the body belongs to oneself. I've never seen someone so frequently injured at the Konoha hospital. Tai's words held merit. Dingzwa, you should be more cautious in the future, after all. I am not skilled in medical ninjutsu. With a swish, Minato and oil girl Shimi appeared beside Akimichi Dingzwa. Upon hearing Shimi's teasing, Dingzwa chuckled awkwardly, attempting to mask his embarrassment with a smile, yet no one joined in his laughter, amplifying his discomfort. Why has he stopped moving? Kakashi inquired, observing the motionless centipede in the distance. Perhaps his chakra has been depleted. It can't be that he is merely gathering strength for a transformation, Tai quipped. No sooner had he spoken than a bolt of purple chakra lightning struck the immobile centipede from the tower's peak. The centipede's tightly shut eyes opened, but this time, instead of the usual green glow, they radiated a vibrant purple light. Subsequently, the centipede's form began to shift. The once cumbersome puppet body started to contract, gradually transforming from a monstrous shape into a humanoid figure. The legs that had previously aided its mobility retracted into its body, evolving into two elongated legs, while the pincers on its tail fused into a drill, and its claws morphed into hands reminiscent of a human's. Tai gazed in astonishment at the current form of Baizu, which resembled a towering Gundam, albeit a rather unattractive one. Tai, you truly have the gift of foresight. Kakashi, equally taken aback by Baizu's transformation, gaped in disbelief, his dead fish eyes wide open despite the mask concealing his face. Minato's expression turned grave as he inquired, Tai, how much longer until Dingzwa's injuries are fully treated? 3, 2, 1, done. Seizing the opportunity during Baizu's transformation, Tai managed to mend Dingzwa's wounds to a considerable extent. Dingzwa moved his arm, feeling some lingering pain, yet it no longer impeded his mobility. Thank you, Tai. Once the mission concludes, I'll treat you to barbecue. Then you'll have to wait in line, Senior Dingzwa. Kakashi and Brother Minato have both offered to treat me as well. Kakashi, recovering from his shock, realized that no matter how formidable the enemy might be, there were always vulnerabilities, especially since he was not alone in this battle. That meal was your promise. I never agreed to anything. Kakashi, you can't just renege on your word. I never consented. Minato intervened, preventing the two from escalating into a quarrel, reflecting on how carefree the youth were even with danger looming before them. Yet, he found solace in this attitude, for such a mindset was essential for becoming a true warrior. If Tai had been privy to Minato's thoughts, he would have laughed heartily, as he felt reassured for two reasons. First, Minato's presence meant that retreat was an option if they faltered. Second, Naruto, as the protagonist, was destined to overcome any adversary. If all else failed, Naruto harbored an even greater power within him. Enough of the bickering. After the mission, I shall treat you all. Right now, our primary focus must be on the enemy at hand. Minato's gaze fell upon the fully transformed Baizu, and he sensed an unprecedented aura of oppression emanating from him. Far stronger than before. You insignificant insects. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of the dragon vein. Baizu raised his hands, revealing two cannon-like orifices in his palms. A flash of purple light erupted as a barrage of chakra projectiles surged forth like a tempest towards the group. Scatter. Minato commanded, and the others swiftly dispersed. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. Minato executed the technique once more, sending a flurry of flying thunder god kunai raining down upon Baizu. However, Baizu stood unfazed, the kunai striking him with the impact akin to that of steel, producing mere sparks before being deflected. Even more resilient than before, Minato observed in astonishment. Prior to his transformation, the shuriken had inflicted some damage, yet now Baizu appeared completely unscathed. There's no need to embarrass yourselves with such ninjutsu. Baizu mocked as he witnessed the futility of the shuriken. Secret technique. Insect sphere. A swarm of insects surged forth from Aburame Shimizu, racing towards Baizu. Yet, just as they neared, Baizu was enveloped in crackling purple lightning, exterminating the insects in an instant. Such bothersome pests. Baizu began unleashing chakra projectiles towards Shimizu, who, lacking any defensive ninjutsu, could do little but flee. Shimizu, watch out. Tai gazed at the beleaguered oil girl, Shimi, and called out, simultaneously forming a seal to unleash the Rashomon. Shimi understood the cue, leaping nimbly to Tai's side. Spirit technique. Double Rashomon. 2 gates. Emblematic of the inferno of the mortal realm, rose once more, repelling the dense barrage of chakra. Witnessing his assault thwarted yet again by these peculiar gates, Baizu's fury intensified. You insignificant insects. Perish. With a mighty gesture, Baizu merged his hands into a colossal cannon, channeling a destructive chakra that radiated malevolence. Sensing imminent peril, Tai, Kakashi, and Shimi dispersed from behind the Rashomon. Baizu fixed his gaze upon Tai, the source of his thwarted attacks, vowing that had it not been for this insufferable brat, he would have eliminated them all by now. Die, you detestable little brat. The malevolent chakra surged toward Tai, engulfing him in its overwhelming torrent. Chapter 59. An Unusual Baizu, Part 3. The immense chakra flow effortlessly penetrated the walls, its power undiminished. Should anyone have been on the ground, they would have witnessed a purple beam of chakra ascending toward the heavens. Yamato, having narrowly evaded the puppet's pursuit while tracing Baizu's path of destruction, was preparing to reunite with the others when a towering surge of chakra nearly dislodged his very consciousness. Gazing into the unfathomable pit before him, Yamato exclaimed in shock. I am terrified. What is happening? The potency of this ninjutsu rivals that of a tailed beast ball. Could it be Baizu? I never anticipated that the power of the dragon veins could reach such heights. This technique originated from beneath the ground, suggesting that Naruto and the others were likely underground as well, perhaps having already reached the altar of the dragon veins. Resolving to follow the path created by this ninjutsu, Yamato sprang into action. Tai. Witnessing Tai being consumed by the vast chakra flow, Naruto cried out in despair. Although their time together had been brief, Tai had not only healed Naruto's wounds but had also saved his life moments ago. Naruto had already come to regard Tai as a true companion. The thought of losing him now ignited an overwhelming blend of rage and sorrow within Naruto, compounded by the relentless battles that had depleted his own chakra reserves. Seizing the opportunity, the power of the Ninetales surged forth, transforming Naruto's eyes into fierce red slits. The crimson chakra erupted from within him, sending a shockwave that hurled Sarah aside, who lay trembling on the ground, staring wide-eyed at Naruto. If Naruto had previously exuded warmth and positivity, he now embodied an entity brimming with loathing and bloodlust. Baizu, I will kill you. A red Rasengan composed of Ninetales chakra materialized in Naruto's hand as he roared and charged toward Baizu. Suddenly, a hand rested upon Naruto's shoulder, and a familiar voice resonated in his ear. Naruto, what are you planning to do? At the sound of that voice, Naruto's reason returned, and the Ninetales chakra dissipated. Turning to look, he found Tai, Kakashi, and the entire Minato team standing behind him. The hand on his shoulder belonged to none other than Tai, who he believed was lost. Tai, you are alive. What a relief. Naruto exclaimed as he enveloped Tai in a heartfelt embrace. Tai disdainfully pushed Naruto away, stating, I have no fondness for boys. I only admire cute girls with ample bosoms. Naruto, wearing a wounded expression, paused for a moment before hurriedly responding. I also do not like boys. Please do not misunderstand. I have someone I admire as well. Kakashi, with a lewd grin, nudged Tai and remarked, so you prefer those with generous figures. Do not inquire how Kakashi, wearing a mask, discerned his lewdness. It is evident in his gaze. Before Tai could respond, Naruto continued to question, I clearly saw you fall victim to a jutsu. How is it that you remain unscathed? Tai rolled his eyes. Shadow clones, you fool. The one struck by the centipede was merely my shadow clone. The true selves of the three of us are behind the Rashomon gate. Brother Minato transported us here with the Flying Thunder God technique. Naruto appeared to have an epiphany. Indeed, his combat awareness was exceptional. Yet at times he displayed a certain dullness. There was no time for idle chatter. We must first devise a way to thwart the centipede. Minato interrupted the conversation. The centipede would soon realize that the figures outside were merely shadow clones. The only viable method to halt the centipede was to completely seal the dragon vein. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Sarah, who lay on the ground, stunned. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Sarah blushed and quickly rose, pointing towards the dragon vein altar. If I reach there, I can sever the flow of the dragon vein completely. Excellent, we will handle things here. Princess Sarah, please expedite the severing of the dragon vein. Understood. Complying with Minato's command, Sarah dashed towards the dragon vein altar. Roar. You filthy insects. How dare you deceive me? Sarah, I shall not let you escape. With a thunderous roar, the centipede's figure emerged at the entrance of the corridor. As it observed Sarah drawing nearer to the dragon vein, its hands began to converge once more. Sarah. A vast amount of dragon vein chakra coalesced at the cannon-like formations of the centipede's hands, emanating a chilling aura. Upon witnessing the scene, Tai and his companions were struck with alarm. Ordinarily, evasion would suffice. However, with Sarah positioned directly behind them, retreating would surely lead to her demise. Even if Minato employed the Flying Thunder God technique to escape with Sarah, the presence of the 100 legs would allow it to lie in wait, rendering the sealing of the dragon vein a mere fantasy. Was it not feasible to redirect the assault of the 100 legs using the Flying Thunder God technique? Minato had successfully redirected the tailed beast balls from both the Ninetales and Ten-Tails before. However, there were significant complications. Both the Ninetales and Ten-Tails were independent entities, whereas the 100 legs attack was continuous. Thus, the efficacy of the Flying Thunder God technique in this context remained uncertain. Moreover, and most critically, Minato lacked the proficiency. While the technique could indeed redirect attacks, Minato's current mastery of it was far from the level he would achieve years later. Consequently, they had no choice but to brace themselves for the impending onslaught, yet none possessed formidable defensive ninjutsu. It would be unthinkable for a Kimichi Dingswa to endure the assault with sheer physical resilience after employing the expansion technique. Such a fate would be too tragic for the elder. After a moment of contemplation, everyone turned their gaze toward Tai. Despite the immense pressure exerted by the charging attack of the 100 legs, Tai remained remarkably composed. Throughout his mission, he had developed a keen sensitivity to danger, from his fateful encounter with Orochimaru to narrowly evading a puppet's ambush. This heightened awareness instilled in him a strong belief in his own intuition regarding peril, often referred to as a sixth sense. Presently, his sixth sense merely indicated that he was in danger, devoid of any immediate lethal threat, thus he felt relatively untroubled. However, upon noticing the collective gaze of his companions upon him, he instinctively took a step back. What are you all planning? Surely, you don't expect me to block that thing. Do you? I cannot. I am incapable. Minato, observing Tai's hesitant retreat, smiled and said, among us, you are the only one with a powerful defensive ninjutsu. Thus this crucial task falls to you. This is impossible. That colossal chakra cannot be thwarted by the double Rashomon. Perhaps the five-fold Rashomon might stand a chance. But my chakra is nearly depleted. Tai's reluctance was not mere evasion. He had expended considerable chakra healing at Kimichi Dingzwa twice and Oil Girl Shimi once. Although Naruto's earlier consumption was negligible, he had also executed the double Rashomon technique twice and created a shadow clone, alongside various minor expenditures in between. Tai's chakra reserves were dwindling to a critical level. Unless someone can replenish my chakra. Tai unconsciously cast a fleeting glance at Naruto, though merely a moment. It was nonetheless captured in Minato's keen observation. Chapter 60, The Conclusion of the Mission, Part 1. Tai understood that the chakra of the Nine Tails could be shared with others. But that was only possible after Naruto reconciled with the beast, which was still a distant prospect for him. Therefore, Tai did not harbor high hopes. Chakra? I can do it. Naruto stepped forward. You must be out of chakra by now, Tai observed, looking at the disheveled Naruto. I indeed have no chakra left. But within me lies a creature endowed with immense chakra. Although I am reluctant to draw upon its power again, this is a crucial moment for protecting my comrades. Naruto's consciousness began to delve deep within, into the vast, dimly lit expanse of a sewer. His figure gradually materialized before an enormous iron gate. Kurama, I require your assistance, he cried out. His voice echoed throughout the space, and in the darkness, a pair of enormous eyes slowly opened. Did you not vow to forsake my power? How amusing it is for you, little brat, to now seek my aid. With a thunderous crash, a massive and sharp claw struck the ceiling iron door. The Nine-Tails' razor-sharp nails mere inches from Naruto's face. Unfazed by the scene, Naruto felt a pang of sympathy for the Nine-Tails. A stark contrast to the fright he would have experienced in his youth. I know your heart is filled with disdain for the world. While I cannot fathom the extent of your suffering, I promise that one day I will help you overcome that hatred. Naruto gazed sincerely into the Nine-Tails' enormous eyes. Humph. What are you? A mere child, understand. However, I have little else to do, so I shall lend you some chakra. Just make sure to put on a good show. The Nine-Tails retracted its claws, and just as Naruto was about to express his gratitude to the proud fox, it interjected once more. However, if you wish to distribute my chakra to others, you must extend your hand and fist bump me. Do you dare? Before the Nine-Tails could finish, Naruto had already thrust his hand through the iron gate. He smiled radiantly at the Nine-Tails. Since we are to resolve your resentment, let us begin by fostering mutual trust. Observing Naruto's genuine smile and outstretched fist, the Nine-Tails' gaze flickered, pondering something, before it enveloped its massive claw into a fist and met Naruto's small fist in a bump. The image of two beings of different species, one large and one small, joining fist was remarkably harmonious. Now, simply place your hand upon me. You shall perish alongside Sarah. Super Dragon Pulse, Grand Dragon Fire. This time, Baizu's attack was more than double that of the previous Super Dragon Pulse, Grand Dragon Fire. Its might surpassed that of an ordinary tailed beast ball. Watergate and the others were struck with horror at the overwhelming tide of purple chakra. If they did not evade, they would undoubtedly be reduced to nothingness. As Tai remained stunned by the attack from the hundred-legged beast, a hand rested on his shoulder, followed by a surge of immense chakra flowing into his body. This sensation was identical to the Nine-Tails chakra that Naruto had emitted moments earlier. To his astonishment, Naruto had somehow procured chakra from the Nine-Tails and shared it with him, indicating a significant improvement in their relationship. Feeling the chakra filling him, Tai wasted no time and immediately performed the summoning technique. Summoning technique. 5 Elemental Gate. Facing the approaching chakra stream, Minato resolved to use the Flying Thunder God technique to transport everyone away, for while a failed mission could be attempted again, a lost life was irretrievable. Suddenly, 5 gates symbolizing the underworld rose from the ground, standing before them. The Super Dragon Vein's powerful fire struck the first gate, unleashing a blinding white light that filled the subterranean space, followed by a deafening crash that temporarily rendered everyone deaf. As the light faded and the dust settled, the once towering form of the hundred-legged beast reverted to a more insect-like shape, with the last of the 5 gates in tatters. However, Tai and the others emerged unscathed. That was terrifying. I'm glad I managed to keep up, Tai sighed in relief. In truth, directly withstanding the full force of the hundred-legged beast's charged Super Dragon Vein fire would have been impossible. Thinking quickly, Tai had recalled Senja Hashirama's technique, adjusting the angle of the gates to deflect the attack diagonally, thus blocking it just before the last gate shattered. Otherwise, he would have suffered the same fate as Orochimaru, whose triple gate was obliterated by the Four-Tails Naruto's tailed beast bomb. Well done, Tai. The rest is up to us now. Minato praised, clearly impressed by Tai's performance, suggesting that Tai's potential rival that of Kakashi. It's all thanks to Naruto. Without his assistance, I wouldn't he have achieved this, Tai humbly replied, acknowledging his inability to continue fighting. Rest easy. We will handle the remainder, Akimichi Choza assured him. The hundred-legged beast appeared to revert to its previous form, indicating that Princess Sarah had likely succeeded. It seems the hundred-legged beast is immobilized, Yamanaka Shiroi remarked, observing the still figure of the beast. At that moment, Sarah shouted, "Naruto, I did it." Naruto turned to see Sarah waving, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "I knew you could do it, Sarah. You've actually halted the flow of the dragon vein. That is unforgivable." The 100-legged beast opened its eyes again, its massive body shifting towards Sarah. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. Minato hurled a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique at the 100-legged beast, hundreds of kunai raining down like meteors upon it. However, this time, lacking the enhancement of the dragon vein, the puppet-like body of the 100-legged beast was left riddled with dents, finally revealing its true form. It was apparent that this was its weak point. "Naruto, unleash another Rasengan to finish it," Minato directed, pointing out the location of the 100-legged beast's true body. "But I just gave all my chakra to Tai. I can't perform the Rasengan right now," Naruto replied sheepishly. "I will assist you," Minato gently reassured him. "No. The Rasengan is a technique of the 4th Hokage. Only I and the perverted sage can use it. That means I can use it too. Extend your right hand." "Huh?" Naruto stared at Minato in surprise. From the sidelines, Yamanaka Shirori and Akimichi Choza exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes. Although Kakashi was unaware of many details, he gleaned a hint from Naruto's claim that the Rasengan was a technique of the 4th Hokage. Did this imply that Minato-sensei would eventually become the 4th Hokage? Or was it this young man? He then turned to Tai, who was fixated on Minato and Naruto, seemingly more engrossed in the moment than in Kakashi's observations. After all, this was a momentous scene, the birth of a father-son Rasengan, or rather, a Tai Chi Rasengan. Chapter 61. The task concludes. Part 2. In a state of confusion, Naruto extended his right hand. Minato placed both of his hands above Naruto's right hand and gently waved, conjuring a blue Rasengan in Naruto's palm. Simultaneously, a green Rasengan materialized in Minato's hand. Naruto gazed in astonishment at the Rasengan in Minato's grasp. A Rasengan. At that moment, without Naruto infusing chakra into it, the Rasengan in his hand began to grow larger, while Minato's Rasengan maintained its size. "What is happening?" Naruto exclaimed, completely astonished. Hearing Naruto's confusion, Minato launched into a brief lesson. Chakra of similar nature resonates when brought close together, and when their energies fuse, it creates the most powerful Rasengan. Minato pushed his Rasengan towards Naruto's, and at the instant they met, a massive chakra cyclone erupted skyward. Once the swirling dust settled, a dazzling blue-green vortex enveloped them, as Naruto and Minato jointly lifted a constantly morphing new Rasengan. "That is incredible," Tai thought, regretting not having brought his phone to capture this moment. After all, this was the first interaction between Naruto and Minato, and missing the chance to document it felt like a loss. While Kakashi was equally astonished by the collaborative Rasengan, his focus remained on Tai. From the outset, Tai's behavior had been peculiar. Having spent so much time with him, Kakashi found Tai's actions today to be unexpectedly surprising. Moreover, Tai seemed to possess an intimate understanding of the unusual boy, appearing unfazed by the situation, as if he knew that no matter how the 100-legged beast fought, it would ultimately be defeated. This was not the Tai Kakashi was accustomed to, prompting him to ponder, "Who exactly are you, Tai? How are you so familiar with all of this?" Kakashi's determination solidified. He would inquire further once the mission concluded. Meanwhile, Tai was entirely focused on the Tai Chi Rasengan before him, oblivious to Kakashi's contemplations. Even if Tai were aware of Kakashi's thoughts, he would remain indifferent. After all, following the mission's conclusion, to prevent any disruptions in the timeline and safeguard the secret of the Dragon Vein as temporal traversal, the memories of both individuals regarding Naruto and Yamato would be sealed. Therefore, regardless of what Kakashi might uncover or suspect, he would forget everything entirely. This was why Tai felt somewhat liberated in the present moment. Returning to the matter at hand, Naruto gazed in awe at the newly formed Tai Chi Rasengan hovering above him and inquired, "What is this?" With a hint of pride, Minato replied, "This is the most powerful Tai Chi Rasengan." Although Naruto did not fully comprehend, he was deeply impressed. "It's all up to you now, Naruto." Minato entrusted the control of the Tai Chi Rasengan to Naruto, directing him towards the 100-legged beast's true body. "All right, here I go," Naruto declared, gripping the Tai Chi Rasengan and charging towards the 100-legged beast. "You shall not succeed." The centipede swiftly unleashed a barrage of blades in an attempt to thwart Naruto. Yet as the blades approached the swirling chakra surrounding him, they were effortlessly repelled. Teiji Spiral Sphere. Naruto then leapt into the air, resembling a blue-green meteor, propelled by an indomitable momentum as he charged towards the centipede. "Naruto, no matter what happens, just keep charging forward." The chakra cannon in the centipede's abdomen discharged a stream of purple chakra. However, devoid of the dragon vein's enhancement, the chakra posed no threat to Naruto. In an instant, it was obliterated by the Teiji Spiral Sphere. "You little brat." The centipede glimmered with purple light once more, revealing that it had retained a hidden reserve of power. Although the remaining energy from the dragon vein was limited, it was sufficient to fortify one of its arms. The centipede utilized this enhanced limb to withstand Naruto's assault. And the arm, fortified by the dragon vein, was exceptionally sturdy, preventing the Teiji Spiral Sphere from breaking through momentarily. The centipede then swung its other arm, which transformed into a massive drill, intent on eradicating Naruto. Partial multiplication technique. Our hardworking elder, Ding Zhuo, with his colossal hand, grasped the centipede's arm. However, The continuous injuries had drained his stamina, and the enormous drill was slowly advancing towards Naruto. Ninjutsu, insect sphere technique. The second diligent worker emerged. As an overwhelming swarm of insects charged fearlessly towards the centipede's arm, absorbing chakra while locking the joints of its limb, finally halting the monstrous drill's progress. So naive. The centipede bellowed, as its tail swiftly lunged at Naruto. In a critical moment, would release. Great force technique. Several sturdy wooden stakes ensnared the centipede's tail. Arriving just in the nick of time, the rescuer was none other than the ever-aloof Mr. Yamato. Although the centipede's attacks were now restrained, it was not a sustainable solution. Naruto's offensive remained obstructed, and Dingzhou, Shibi, and Yamato could not hold out much longer. As time wore on, the diligent elder Dingzhou was the first to speak up. Minato, think of something quickly. I can't hold on much longer. Minato's face was etched with conflict. He knew that if he took action now, the centipede would be doomed. Yet, he wished for Naruto to shine in this moment. However, plans never withstand the tide of change, and he had not anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. At that moment, Minato cast a glance at Tai, who was merely spectating the unfolding drama. Tai was watching the spectacle alongside Kakashi, pondering to himself that this centipede was far superior to the one depicted in the original narrative, displaying greater intelligence. As he was contemplating the creature, he suddenly noticed Minato staring intently at him. Is there something amiss, Minato? Tai inquired. With a smile, Minato responded, Tai, Naruto is in need of assistance. However, before Tai could articulate his thoughts, an instinctive warning surged within him, urging him to halt. Stop, stop, stop. Speaking further could prove fatal. Tai shifted the conversation. Have you contemplated how to offer assistance? Do you possess any insightful thoughts? Tai's obsequious expression resembled that of a sycophant. Shuemin discreetly returned the Flying Thunder God Kunai to his ninja tool pouch and addressed Tai. Naruto cannot break through the defenses of the 100 legs in a short time. Prolonging the stalemate would not be advantageous, so I must unleash the Rasengan to assist him. However, my chakra nature is entirely different from Naruto's. Won't that cause a conflict? Of course not. We shall not utilize your chakra, but rather the chakra that Naruto just infused into your body. Tai's heart sank with a jolt. Had he truly been discovered? Earlier, Naruto had shared some of the Nine-Tails chakra with Tai, but instead of depleting it entirely, Tai had reserved a small portion. Chapter 62. The task concludes. Part 3. Tai retained a small portion of the Nine-Tails chakra to validate a conjecture harbored within his heart. In the world of Naruto, aside from the Jinchuriki, there exist 3 individuals endowed with the power of tailed beasts, the brothers Kin and Jin from the Hidden Cloud Village, and K. Kin and Jin acquired the chakra of the Nine-Tails by consuming its flesh within its belly, enabling them to achieve a maximum transformation of half-tailed beast to the sixth-tail state. Meanwhile, K had the chakra of the Nine-Tails, which was left lingering in the air during the tumultuous events involving the beast, implanted within him. He could also attain a half-tailed beast transformation, reaching up to the fourth-tail state. However, ultimately, the chakra within K was reclaimed by Naruto's own Nine-Tails. Thus, Tai aspired to preserve a fragment of the Nine-Tails chakra for research purposes, envisioning that if this portion could serve as a seed, it would significantly amplify his own chakra reserves. Furthermore, this particular chakra was willingly shared by Naruto, considerably reducing its invasive nature, allowing even the current Tai to wield it with ease, almost as if it were his own. Yet, with Minato's decree in place, Tai found himself compelled to utilize this hard-won Nine-Tails chakra sparingly. With its quantity already limited, he pondered whether what remained could still serve as a viable seed. Tai let out a soft sigh, channeling the Nine-Tails chakra within him, as a crimson spiral sphere manifested in his hand. Excellent. Now all that remains is to merge your spiral sphere with Naruto's Taiji spiral sphere, and we shall surely bring an end to the 100 feet. Minato nodded with great satisfaction. With matters reaching this point, Tai knelt down, preparing to gather his strength. Kakashi. Upon hearing Tai's call, Kakashi readily understood Tai's intent. However, glancing at Tai's posture, a peculiar smile crept upon his lips beneath his mask. Regrettably, Tai's focus was not on Kakashi. Had it been otherwise, he would never have sought Kakashi's aid. I'm coming, Tai. Kakashi retreated a few paces, then exerted himself to sprint towards Tai, subsequently delivering a powerful kick to Tai's rear. Ah, Kakashi. I will remember this. With a cry of distress, Tai soared into the sky like a football. Kakashi, upon hearing this, stylishly brushed his bangs aside. No courtesy needed. Minato, witnessing the scene, could not help but chuckle heartily. That rascal. Naruto turned to see Tai, clutching the crimson spiral sphere, hurtling towards him in an odd manner. Before Naruto could comprehend the situation, Tai's crimson spiral sphere fused seamlessly with Naruto's Taiji spiral sphere. The amalgamation of 3 similarly potent spiral spheres exponentially amplified their power, causing the chakra whirlpool enveloping both Naruto and Tai to expand dramatically. Chakra of red, green, and blue converged, radiating a blinding white light. Perhaps due to the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra, Tai felt an unspoken connection with Naruto as their eyes met. Taiji Senkai Spiral Sphere. The arm empowered by the dragon vein was utterly obliterated by this overwhelming force. It was only when the Taiji Senkai Spiral Sphere approached the 100 feet that it incredulously roared. This is impossible. Impossible. Yet, regardless of how the 100 feet struggled, it could not escape the fate of utter annihilation. The formidable power of the Taiji three-talent spiral sphere utterly obliterated the entire body of the 100-legged puppet, leaving not a trace behind. Meanwhile, Akidu Daisuke, Oil Woman Shimi, and Yamato had retreated to a safe distance, fearful of being caught in the aftermath. Tai and Naruto landed on the ground together, gasping for breath. What a thrill. No wonder in action-packed anime, the protagonists must shout out the names of their techniques and roar during battles. It turns out this sensation is incredibly exhilarating. Tai murmured to himself, contemplating his experience. Naruto, slightly dazed, shook his head. What are you murmuring about, Tai? Huh? I didn't say anything. You must have misheard. The centipede has presumably been eradicated, and our task is finally complete. Tai hastily shifted the topic. Shuemin and others approached the two. Are you all right? Shuemin first examined Naruto, then turned his gaze towards Tai. Tai feigned indifference on the surface, yet his heart was in turmoil. You must have noticed, surely. For the sake of your beloved son, I fought tooth and nail. And yet you should first concern yourself with him, for I am quite discontented. The 100 feet, having been reduced to mere fragments by the Taiji Sankai spiral ball, did not trigger the self-detonation that would incite the tumult of the dragon vein as depicted in the original narrative. After a round of pleasantries, everyone gathered at the altar of the dragon vein. Naruto, please retrieve the flying thunder god kunai I entrusted to you. I must seal the dragon vein completely. Naruto complied, producing the kunai and handing it to Minato, who then approached the dragon vein. Seal. As Minato inserted the kunai into the eye of the dragon vein, a sealing technique unfolded, and the surging chakra of the dragon vein gradually calmed, slowly seeping back underground. With the sealing of the dragon vein, a faint white light emanated from both Naruto and Yamato. What is happening? Naruto looked in bewilderment at the light radiating from his body. The dragon vein is sealed. The technique has restored, and time has returned to its rightful course. It seems you are about to return to your own era, Minato explained, descending from the altar. Kakashi. Tai, your tasks have been executed commendably. I shall treat you upon your return. Kakashi-sensei? Naruto gazed in astonishment at the young Kakashi before him. Kakashi, with an air of arrogance, pointed at Yamato behind him. This Konoha ninja was also rescued by Tai and me. Can you believe he was imprisoned by that useless puppet? Yamato stood firm, fist clenched. Thud. A delightful sound. How painful. Why must you strike me? Kakashi covered his head, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Yamato. Ignoring Kakashi's ire, Yamato remarked with a sense of vindication, it's nothing. I could no longer bear your bullying. Huh? Kakashi's head was enveloped in a large question mark. When have I ever bullied you? Well done. Tai exclaimed, clenching his fist in excitement at Kakashi's predicament. Kakashi rushed forward, seizing Tai by the neck, but Tai defiantly reciprocated. Enough of this. Minato stepped in to separate them. Yamato approached Minato and bowed respectfully. It is an honor to meet you. Captain Yamato, do you know this elder brother? Naruto inquired, noticing Yamato's familiarity with Minato. Regrettably, I must bid you farewell, Minato replied with a tinge of sadness. Sarah looked at Naruto, her expression heavy with sorrow. Must we part so soon? Naruto paused, then smiled at Sarah. Yes, Sarah, have you not accomplished what you set out to do? You have become an outstanding queen. Even without our assistance, you would have succeeded. Encouraged by Naruto's words, Sarah resolutely declared, I shall never forget Naruto. However, Minato interrupted her thoughts, to avoid altering history. It is best that we erase our memories of one another. I have already set a technique in motion to ensure we forget. No, wait a moment. Did you not promise to let me finish speaking? Naruto urgently wished to discuss matters with Minato. Yes, but not now. I am certain we will have another chance to meet. As Minato formed hand seals to activate the technique, Naruto, filled with urgency, stepped forward, desperate to halt him, yet hesitated to act. One day, I will hear your tales, Minato said with a gentle smile. Naruto gazed at Minato with sadness, fearing this might be their last encounter. Eradicate. Minato struck the ground, and a memory-erasing technique unfolded. Brother, if I had a son, I would aspire to raise him as a ninja like you, Minato whispered softly. As the white light intensified, Naruto and Yamato's figures vanished from sight. Chapter 63. The Peeping Jiraiya at last. We have returned. Tai expressed heartfelt relief upon sighting the distant gates of Konoha, reflecting on the discomfort of the past period. He had not slept or eaten well, and now he yearned for a hearty meal at home. You will grow accustomed to it. Such circumstances will become the norm, Kakashi remarked, placing a hand on Tai's shoulder. I have an odd sensation, as if I accomplished something particularly gratifying during this mission, a feeling akin to vengeance fulfilled, Kakashi mused, stroking his chin with a light-hearted tone. Tai glared at Kakashi with a mixture of annoyance and indignation, wishing he could deliver a sharp slap to his face. Of course you find joy in this. That kick you delivered left my backside sore for days. Just you wait. I shall exact my revenge for that blow one day. Taichi maintained a facade of calm. Yet within, he was already contemplating his vengeance. Following Minato's execution of the memory-erasing technique, Taichi discovered that his own memories remained intact. Although the reasons eluded him, he chose to feign the effects of memory loss. Despite the fact that everyone else's memories had been erased and the mission had concluded without issues, an instinctual feeling suggested to Taichi that Minato, the cunning one, seemed to recall everything. You two may return home and rest for a while. We shall handle the matters ahead, Minato remarked with a smile directed at Taichi and Kakashi. Tai expressed his confusion, inquiring whether they should not report the status of the mission to Lord Hokage. Before Minato could respond, Kakashi preemptively addressed Tai's question. Of course not. To be precise, the primary executors of this mission are Teacher Minato, Senior Dingzhua, and Senior Jiwei. We, on the other hand, can merely be regarded as participants in this experience. Tai felt a touch of embarrassment as he rubbed his hands together. Minato chuckled softly, discerning the sentiment that Tai wished to convey. Rest assured, there will certainly be a share of the reward for both of you. By the way, I recall promising to treat everyone to barbecue. Let us gather at the barbecue restaurant during dinner time, and I shall bring your task rewards along. Despite being seen through by Minato, Tai still felt a bit bashful as he replied, but how can we accept that? We didn't contribute much effort. Yet, despite his words, the gleam in Tai's eyes resembled that of gleaming coins. Akito Dingza and oil girl Shimi, witnessing Tai's reaction, couldn't help but smile, finding the boy rather amusing. All right. We shall head to the Hokage to report back on the mission. See you this evening. With a wave of his hand, Minato led Akito Dingza and oil girl Shimi away, vanishing from sight, leaving only Tai and Kakashi standing in place. Now that you've finally returned home, what do you intend to do? Tai glanced at Kakashi beside him, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Kakashi's posterior. Startled by Tai's peculiar stare, Kakashi took a step back, distancing himself from Tai. Why do I feel like your gaze is rather strange? Kakashi inquired. Impossible. You must be mistaken. Perhaps you were simply fatigued from the mission? Realizing his actions had been noticed, Tai hurriedly shifted the topic. Kakashi scratched his head. Maybe so. I intend to soak in a hot spring first, then return home to rest. This mission has indeed been rather exhausting. Tai's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as his large face abruptly drew close to Kakashi's, startling him once more. What are you up to? A hot spring? Huh? Soaking in a hot spring? I've never experienced it before. Let us go together. Without waiting for Kakashi's consent, he wrapped his arms around him and headed towards the hot spring house. Let go of me. Kakashi managed to free himself from Tai's grasp, and the two walked side by side along the streets of Konoha. The shops lining the streets were bustling with activity, and delightful aromas wafted through the air. Gurgle, gurgle. Tai gently caressed his empty stomach and turned to glance at Kakashi, who hastily averted his gaze. A rumble escaped from Kakashi's belly, adding to the suddenly awkward atmosphere, leaving one to wonder whether his face flushed beneath the mask. Ultimately, Tai and Kakashi each held a skewer of grilled squid, munching on them as they made their way to the hot spring house, with Kakashi graciously footing the bill. In the distance stood the Konoha hot spring house, and just as Tai was about to discard the skewer in his hand, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a red and white figure darting through a nearby alley. Tai suddenly froze, as the silhouette appeared somewhat familiar. The hot spring house, the shadowy figure lurking. Aha! Tai shouted with excitement, startling Kakashi, causing the half-eaten squid in his hand to fall to the ground. Kakashi stared blankly at the fallen squid as Tai quickly pulled the dazed Kakashi aside to hide. Return my squid! Return my squid! Kakashi exclaimed, grabbing Tai by the neck and shaking him frantically, but Tai managed to break free. Cough, cough. I invite you to witness an entertaining spectacle. What spectacle? Kakashi asked, bewildered. Hee, just watch. With that, Tai cupped his hands into a trumpet shape, gathering his energy, and shouted towards the direction of the hot spring house. Help! Someone is peeping at women bathing. Indeed. The only figure that could be lurking near the hot spring house was that man known as the hero. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Catch the pervert! How dare you peek at me bathing? Accompanied by the woman's furious shouts, a figure dashed out from the shower area into the street amidst a hail of slippers. However, after Tai's loud call, the attention of everyone on the street was drawn to the hot spring house. Many men had accompanied their wives for shopping and a relaxing soak. Thus, as the figure appeared, someone yelled, hit him. The crowd quickly picked up whatever they could find to throw at the bewildered figure. Eggs, vegetable leaves, and even attempts to hurl bricks were made, but were halted by others. Though he was a pervert, it was not to the extent of life-threatening. My newlywed wife is inside bathing. I haven't even consummated the marriage yet. The person who stopped the brick throwing let go of their grip. Please, go ahead. Ouch. Who threw that brick? Jiraiya was struck on the forehead by a brick, quickly developing a large bump. Knowing the situation could not continue, and with the guard team on their way, he realized that being captured would not only be embarrassing but would also hinder his future research. He swiftly formed hand seals. With a loud bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted, and dozens of figures scattered in all directions. The crowd, feeling helpless, could only vent their frustrations verbally before beginning to clean up the chaotic street. Tai hid in the corner, laughing so hard that he could hardly straighten his back. He had never found such humor in anime during his previous life. Could it be that Kakashi had discerned who it was moments ago? Yet, he found it somewhat hard to believe that a legendary figure would engage in such despicable antics. Tai gently patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Indeed, that was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. As for the act of peeping, well, that could be regarded as a mere personal quirk. So, it was you who interrupted my research. A broad hand suddenly landed on Tai's shoulder, sending a chill down his spine. It was over. He had been discovered. Chapter 64 Evaluation. An eccentric with a quirky personality. Tai mechanically turned his head, only to behold Jiraiya, his countenance shrouded in darkness, with disheveled white hair dancing about him, exuding an unsettling aura. Tai felt as though Jiraiya might devour him, yet upon noticing the large bump on Jiraiya's forehead, he could not contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. Ha. As he laughed, he pointed at Jiraiya's forehead. Jiraiya, feeling deflated by Tai's antics, instinctively covered the bump with his hand. Sensing Jiraiya's discomfort, Kakashi stepped in to defuse the situation. Are you Lord Jiraiya? Upon hearing the inquiry about his identity, Jiraiya quickly shed the awkwardness and began to introduce himself. Indeed. I am one of the renowned Sannin, the white-haired sage, the toad sage, the charming man who can silence crying children in an instant, Lord Jiraiya. Accompanied by an inexplicable background melody and peculiar dance moves, Jiraiya concluded his self-introduction. At this moment, Tai had finished laughing and casually remarked, "Peeping Tom. You little rascal. I am not spying. I am merely gathering material for my new work." Jiraiya seized Tai by the collar and shouted, "I already said it's not spying. It's research." Kakashi quickly covered Tai's mouth, fearing that Tai might offend Jiraiya. "I apologize, Lord Jiraiya. My friend is not very articulate. Please do not take his words to heart." With someone providing an out, Jiraiya conceded, releasing Tai's collar and straightening his attire. He glanced at Kakashi and said, "You look somewhat familiar. Have we met before? What is your name?" "Kakashi Hitaki. My father is Sakumo Hitaki. This is my friend, Tai Yagami." Kakashi introduced himself and included Tai in the introduction. "Oh, so, you are Sakumo's son. No wonder you seem so familiar. By the way, what are the two of you up to? You're not here just to disturb my research, are you?" "No, Lord Jiraiya. We just finished a mission and we're heading to the hot springs when we unexpectedly ran into you," Kakashi hurriedly explained. Realizing that this version of Jiraiya was quite different from the legendary one and deemed it best not to provoke him. "Oh, perfect. I also wish to visit the hot springs. Let us go together." Kakashi was taken aback. "You've just been caught in the act of spying. And you still want to go to the hot springs? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up?" Unsure, Kakashi turned to Tai for guidance, only to find Tai rolling his eyes. Kakashi quickly released his grip on Tai's mouth, and Tai gasped for air. "Phew, I thought I was done for." "Kakashi, were you trying to kill me?" The moment Tai regained his composure, he retaliated by squeezing Kakashi's neck. "Why didn't you speak? If you didn't say anything, how was I to know you couldn't breathe? Did you give me a chance to speak?" Kakashi, aware of his fault, didn't resist. Tai, knowing he wouldn't actually harm Kakashi, eventually relented after their playful tussle. "You two have quite a bond," Jiraiya observed, a nostalgic glimmer in his eyes. It reminded him of his own friendships, one of which had gone missing and the other had changed so much that he wondered what they would eventually become. "You should treat us." Tai said something to Jiraiya before pulling Kakashi toward the hot spring inn. For a moment, Jiraiya was taken aback. But after a few moments of contemplation, he caught up with the two. "Why am I the one treating?" Tai glanced at Jiraiya and said nonchalantly, "What do you think would happen if I shouted, 'The voyeur is here,' or perhaps plastering your portrait all over the baths of Konoha with the caption, 'This person is a peeper'?" Before Tai could finish his sentence, Jiraiya swiftly covered his mouth and hurriedly replied, "All right, you frightened me. I'll treat you today. But you must keep this incident to yourself. Haha, truly, Jiraiya-sama is as dashing and charming as ever. Meeting you today certainly lived up to your reputation." Jiraiya chuckled. "I must commend your discernment, young one. Come, today's hot springs are on me." Kakashi, observing the flustered Jiraiya, discreetly gave Tai a thumbs up. Tai made a gesture resembling a zero. The three of them entered the hot spring house together, shedding their garments, and immersed themselves in the warm waters of the spring. Tai contentedly remarked, "How delightful." Indeed, indulging in a hot spring after completing a task is the ultimate pleasure. Kakashi interjected from the side, "This is merely your first mission. Do not act as though you have undertaken numerous others. It is I who should be making that statement." "Mind your own business," Tai retorted. Jiraiya gently set down his cup, preparing to speak, when a figure suddenly appeared behind him. "Lord Jiraiya, the Hokage requests your presence." Jiraiya, momentarily irked by the interruption, felt compelled to comply, as it was his elder seeking him. He turned to inform the Umbu ninja, "I shall be there shortly." In an instant, the Umbu ninja vanished. Jiraiya rose and addressed Tai and Kakashi, saying, "You two may continue to enjoy yourselves. I have already settled the bill. Until we meet again." Just as he was about to exit, Jiraiya turned back and said to Tai, "That young rascal named Tai, I have treated you this time. Do not attempt to leverage this against me in the future." Tai made a gesture signifying okay. Jiraiya muttered, "Damn little brat," and subsequently departed. Meanwhile, Minato reported the details of the mission to the third Hokage, not concealing the matter of memory alteration. The third Hokage concurred with Minato's decision, believing that retaining those memories would only disrupt the flow of time. "What are your thoughts on Tai and Kakashi?" the third Hokage inquired, exhaling a plume of smoke and narrowing his eyes at Minato. "Kakashi's abilities are indisputable. Despite his youth, he possesses substantial mission experience and remarkable execution skills. along with a strength that belies his age. Overall, he is an exceptionally capable ninja. The third Hokage found Minato's assessment of Kakashi to be quite astute. Especially since Kakashi was someone Minato had already placed considerable faith in. He was more curious about Minato's opinion of Tai. And what do you think of Tai? Minato hesitated momentarily, carefully choosing his words. He is rather peculiar, yet he is not inferior to Kakashi. Oh? I did not expect to hear such praise for Tai from you. But what do you mean by peculiar? The third Hokage was somewhat taken aback by Minato's evaluation of Tai. Both Tai's performance during the mission and Minato's appraisal exceeded the third Hokage's expectations. Clearly, Tai was indeed worthy of cultivation. Minato appeared uncertain about how to articulate his thoughts. Well, his personality is somewhat unconventional. An unconventional personality? That is of little concern. As he gains more experience and witnesses the cycle of life and death, he will likely become less eccentric. Taichi remained unaware of the extent to which the evaluation from Minato would trouble his future days. Minato, you performed exceptionally well on this mission. You should rest early. The third Hokage remarked. Yes, Lord Hokage, echoed Minato and his companions. As they watched Minato depart, the third Hokage squinted, lost in thought. Chapter 65, The Reward. Upon leaving the Hokage's office, Minato proceeded to the mission assignment office to collect his reward. A sum of 2 million ryo. However, one must not assume this amount to be excessive, for the rewards within the Hokage's realm adhere to a strict grading system based on task difficulty. For the lowest D-rank tasks, which typically involve no combat and pose no life-threatening dangers, such as catching cats or weeding, the reward ranges from 5,000 to 50,000 ryo. C-rank tasks involve combat and carry a risk of injury, often centering on escort missions, investigations, or captures, with rewards between 30,000 to 100,000 ryo. B-rank tasks pertain to battles between ninjas, including close protection, assassinations, and intelligence operations, offering rewards of 80,000 to 200,000 ryo. A-rank tasks are similar to B-rank but mainly involve competition between ninja villages, with rewards ranging from 150,000 to 1 million ryo. The highest S-rank tasks are state-level missions, including entering wars at the request of other nations, assassinating significant figures, or handling classified documents, with rewards exceeding 1 million ryo. Thus, Minato's mission not only involved the kingdom of Lulon but also encompassed the secret intelligence regarding the Dragon Vein's ability to traverse time and space. He returned with research materials on the Dragon Vein, puppet fragments, and the friendship of the Lulon nation, making the 2 million ryo entirely reasonable. It is worth noting that if Konoha were not currently in a financial bind, the reward would have been no less than 3 million ryo. Minato-sama, shall I transfer the reward directly into your account? The clerk inquired politely. Please allocate 10% to Kakashi Hitaki's account. Another 10% to establish an account in the name of Taichi Yagami, 30% into my account, and the remaining to be evenly divided between Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi, Minato instructed. Understood. Please hold on. Minato had already contemplated the distribution of the reward, and both Choza and Inoichi concurred. Had it not been for Taichi and Kakashi, the distribution would have favored Minato at 40%, with the other two receiving 30% each. However, given the exceptional performance of Taichi and Kakashi in this mission, particularly Taichi's medical ninjutsu, which proved immensely beneficial, Minato's allocation was well justified. Without Taichi, even if Choza and Inoichi had survived, they would have sustained hidden injuries that could potentially affect their future ninja careers. Thus they wholeheartedly endorsed Minato's distribution, even feeling that Taichi's reward was somewhat modest. Thank you for your patience. The allocations have been made as per your request. Here's Taichi Yagami's savings book. Please keep it safe. We appreciate all that you have done for Konoha, and I wish you great success in your endeavors. Thank you. With gratitude, Minato received Taichi's savings book and departed the mission assignment office. As he stepped out of the Hokage building, Minato encountered Jiraiya approaching him. Jiraiya-sensei? Oh, it's Minato. Ha ha ha. I heard you just completed a high-level mission. Jiraiya exclaimed, laughing heartily. To Jiraiya, Minato was increasingly admirable, possessing a gentle disposition, remarkable strength, and keen intellect, truly a rare gem in the world. It's a pleasure to see you, Jiraiya-sama, Minato responded warmly. You are on a mission with Minato. I appreciate you looking after him. Jiraiya addressed Choza and Inoichi. After exchanging pleasantries, the two departed, eager to return home and prepare for the evening's barbecue. The mere thought of the feast, especially for Choza, caused his mouth to water uncontrollably. Once they had left, Minato inquired, Sensei, when did you return? I just arrived in Konoha today. I intended to gather materials, but was interrupted by two little rascals, and then the old man summoned me, Jiraiya lamented, a hint of regret on his face. Minato, aware of Jiraiya's intentions, couldn't help but feel exasperated by his teacher's peculiar hobbies. Nevertheless, he was curious about the two little rascals Jiraiya mentioned. Two little rascals? Indeed, one is Hitaki Kakashi, and the other is called Taichi Yagami. That brat even tried to extort me for a hot spring trip. Truly outrageous. Jiraiya's irritation grew as he spoke, portraying Taichi as a nefarious villain. Minato chuckled at Jiraiya's description, fully aware that such antics were characteristic of Taichi. Noticing Minato's amusement, Jiraiya asked, Do you know them? Minato nodded but refrained from elaborating. Sensei, I'm hosting a barbecue dinner tonight. You should join us. I'll introduce you to them then. Can I come? It is your gathering after all. Jiraiya hesitated. It's perfectly fine. I believe everyone would be delighted to meet you. Very well, I shall attend. I won't keep you any longer. You must be eager to meet someone, Jiraiya teased. Minato's cheeks flushed as a charming figure flickered in his mind. All right, enough teasing. Remember to bring her along tonight. Jiraiya chuckled. I understand, Minato replied, bidding farewell as Jiraiya made his way to the Hokage's office. While Minato set off to find the person he had been longing to see. As night fell, Kakashi nudged Taichi, who had dozed off due to the soothing hot spring. What? Let me sleep a little longer, Taichi grumbled, turning over in his slumber. Gurgle, gurgle. Quick as a flash. Kakashi pulled Taichi back from the brink of submersion in the hot spring. Cough, cough. What happened? I dreamed I was drowning, Taichi exclaimed. Tai coughed twice. Speaking in a state of confusion, Kakashi gazed into Tai's clear yet foolish eyes and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, Hurry and get dressed. It's already dark. And we need to gather at the barbecue restaurant. Tai took a moment to gather his thoughts, realizing that it was time for a meal. He hastily donned his attire and followed Kakashi out of the hot spring inn. Fortunately, there were no complications regarding Jiraiya's unpaid bill, had there been any. It would have fallen upon Kakashi to settle it, as Tai was devoid of funds. The two wandered through the bustling streets until they arrived at a nearby barbecue restaurant. The establishment was filled with lively chatter, the air thick with the enticing aroma of grilled meat. Upon inhaling the savory scent, Tai couldn't help but salivate. While Kakashi discreetly swallowed, for one could only endure so much of soldier pills day after day. Good day, gentlemen. Do you have a reservation? A courteous waitress inquired. Her demeanor warm and welcoming. Tai assessed the elder sister before him. Indeed, she was an elder sister. It was teacher Mizukichi who sent us, Kakashi replied. Ah. Lord Minato Namikaze, please come this way. The two followed the elder sister to a dining table. Shut your mouth, you little brat. Chapter 66, The Great Barbecue Battle. Under the guidance of the elder sister, Tai and Kakashi arrived at the designated location set by Minato, where they found Jiraiya seated comfortably, unable to contain himself. Tai inadvertently blurted out a remark, leading to the incident that had just transpired. Jiraiya quickly covered Tai's mouth, offering an awkward smile to the elder sister, who, perceptively understanding the situation, discreetly departed. Once she was gone, Jiraiya released Tai and whispered, Did we not agree that this matter was off limits? How could you betray our trust? Tai rolled his eyes and replied nonchalantly, I never agreed to that. Jiraiya, infuriated, seized Tai by the collar, his face flushed with anger. You clearly agreed. When I invited you to the hot springs, you promised you would no longer use that matter to threaten me. Tai calmly pushed aside Jiraiya's hand that was gripping his collar, saying, Think carefully, did I ever agree? Suddenly, Jiraiya recalled that when he proposed to exchange a hot spring visit for Tai's silence, Tai had not acquiesced. Instead, he had praised Jiraiya. At that moment, Jiraiya had thought Tai was being clever, but little did he know he had been outwitted. Realizing this, Jiraiya felt a rush of blood to his face. His expression darkening, having spent his days hunting geese, he never expected to be pecked in the eye by one. Just as he was about to confront Tai again, he noticed that Tai and Kakashi had already seated themselves and begun studying the menu. Kakashi had taken his seat the moment Jiraiya had grabbed Tai's collar. Completely unconcerned that Tai might come to harm, after all, he had known Tai long enough to recognize that he had never truly suffered loss. Instead of worrying about Tai, Jiraiya thought it wiser to ponder what they should eat. Yet, he couldn't shake the odd sensation of satisfaction he felt when facing Tai lately. Jiraiya pondered, Tai, Kakashi. It has been a while. Just then, Minato arrived with Kushina, along with Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi, whom he had met at the door. Minato's arrival interrupted Jiraiya's intention to continue his debate with Tai, especially in the presence of his future apprentice's wife. It was prudent to maintain composure. Jiraiya was overthinking, as his reputation was already well known throughout the ninja world. Virtually every ninja was aware of it. Upon hearing Minato's voice, Tai and Kakashi also lifted their heads. Izumaki Kushina. Tai gazed in astonishment at the red-haired girl before him, a name surfacing in his mind. At this point, Kushina had yet to marry Minato, radiating youthful charm, and with her long, wine-red hair, she was quite adorable. However, Tai held no particular interest in Kushina. Taichi swiftly approached Kushina, a radiant smile adorning his face as he extended his hand. Greetings, beautiful young lady. I am Taichi Yagami. You may call me Taichi. It is a pleasure to meet you. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by Taichi's boldness. Kushina, too, was momentarily stunned. Yet she quickly regained her composure and graciously took Taichi's hand, introducing herself. Hello, Taichi. I am Uzumaki Kushina. Tai and Kushina's hands brushed together before parting. And he approached Minato, playfully nudging him. Impressive, Minato. How did you manage to win over such a beautiful lady? Do you have any more to introduce to me? Upon hearing Tai's words, both Minato and Kushina's faces flushed crimson, while Jiraiya erupted into laughter, and Dingzhua and Jiwei covered their mouths, chuckling. Tai's playful banter enlivened the atmosphere. Once everyone was seated, Minato formally introduced Tai and Kakashi to Kushina. Kushina, these are the two young ninjas I mentioned. This is Hitaki Kakashi, and as for Tai, He can introduce himself. Kakashi rose and bowed respectfully to Kushina. Hello, I am Hatake Kakashi. Kushina returned the gesture gently. Greetings, I am Uzumaki Kushina. Kakashi found himself momentarily flustered by Kushina's response, eliciting warm laughter from the others at his embarrassment. Amidst the laughter, the group began to order food, specifically barbecue. Akimichi Dingswa truly embodied the spirit of the Akimichi clan, devouring the barbecue at an astonishing pace. However, Tai, unwilling to be outdone, thought to himself, in my past life, I was also a barbecue master. There's no way I will lose here. As a new platter of barbecue approached readiness, Tai raised his chopsticks. His gaze fixed on the sizzling meat. Sensing the challenge, Akimichi Dingswa glanced up at Tai, who reciprocated the look. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, a spark ignited in the air as both warriors recognized the burning determination within each other's gaze. The conversation among Minato and the others was abruptly interrupted by the palpable tension between the two, drawing their collective attention. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the sizzling sound of fat heating on the grill. With a loud pop, as the juices from the barbecue exploded, Akimichi Dingswa and Tai lunged for the meat simultaneously. Dingswa swiftly grabbed a perfectly cooked piece of barbecue, dipped it in the seasoning bowl, ensuring it was evenly coated, and then placed it in his mouth, chewing before reaching for another piece. Tai observed the eating method of Akimichi Dingswa with a disdainful smile. How could such an antiquated approach possibly triumph over me, the master of barbecue delicacies? Senior Dingswa, allow me to showcase my renowned and unparalleled technique of savoring barbecued meat. After deftly grasping a piece of grilled meat, Tai skillfully flicks it above the seasoning bowl, allowing it to tumble into the bowl, thus enabling the meat to coat itself in flavor without the need for chopsticks. Moreover, as the meat rolls, he seizes another piece, repeating the motion, consuming the first slice while the second one continues to spin. This technique not only conserves time for dipping, but also ensures that his bowl is perpetually filled with a piece of grilled meat. This unique method, which Tai dubs roll-on, grilled meat, astonishes Aikido Dingswa, who marvels at such youthful ingenuity. Despite his amazement, he does not falter in his speed. As his years of experience in consuming grilled meat have honed his skills, even with Tai's innovative approach, they are evenly matched. Soon, only one piece of grilled meat remains from the initial 20. Tai has consumed 10 pieces using roll-on grilled meat, while Aikido Dingswa has managed 9. Although he trails by 1, Aikido Dingswa's pace is slightly faster than Tai's. With a triumphant grasp of the final piece, Aikido Dingswa exclaims inwardly, what a catch. Now it's a tie. Tai, unfazed, swallowed the 10th piece of grilled meat and observed as Aikido Dingswa was retracting his chopsticks. Dingswa-senpai, it's not over yet, exclaimed Tai. What a surprise. He extended his chopsticks and, as they approached those of Aikido Dingswa, flicked his own chopstick with his middle finger, causing it to collide forcefully with Dingswa's. The impact disrupted the balance of Dingswa's chopsticks, causing the grilled meat to slip between them. Alas, Aikido Dingswa attempted to salvage the situation, but it was too late. Tai was already prepared, the moment the grilled meat slipped from Chiodao Ding's chopsticks. He deftly caught it with his own. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the meat soaring into the sauce bowl, applying a bit more force this time. After being generously coated in seasoning, the grilled morsel flew straight into Tai's mouth. After savoring a couple of bites, Tai set down his chopsticks and expressed his gratitude to the bewildered Akimichi CHG, saying, thank you for the hospitality. With a thud, CHG's head slumped helplessly onto the table. I concede. The onlookers were rendered speechless at this spectacle. Minato observed Tai's triumphant demeanor and mused to himself. What an extraordinary character indeed. Chapter 67. Which foot, left or right? Following this brief interlude, the atmosphere among the crowd regained its fervor. Except for the dejected CHG who remained sullen after his defeat. Who would have thought you would lose to a mere child in a culinary contest, CHG? Haha. Yunara teased while indulging in grilled meat. CHG, however, paid no heed to Yu's jest, fixating silently on the grilled delicacies before him, his chopsticks untouched. It seemed that CHG had taken quite a blow to his pride, leaving the others unsure of how to console him, and they allowed him a moment of solitude. Indeed, it was a challenging situation to address, as the Akimichi clan's fervor for food is beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. At that moment, Tai settled beside CHG and whispered a few words into his ear. CHG's eyes sparkled anew with enthusiasm, and he launched an assault on the grilled meat before him once more. Kakashi, curious, inquired of Tai, what did you say to CHG? How did he suddenly regain his spirits? Tai chuckled mischievously, while Kakashi shot him a bemused glance. Kakashi, Tai, your mission rewards have been settled. Kakashi, the payment has already been credited directly to your account. Tai, I have opened an account for you, and the funds have been deposited. As he spoke, Minato handed a passbook to Tai. Tai hastily set down his utensils, wiped his hands, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Qianxian handed over the passbook, and as Tai opened it, he was instantly taken aback. Kakashi leaned in, curious to see how much reward Tai had earned from this mission. 200,000. Tai let out a loud shout, and the once lively barbecue restaurant fell into an immediate hush, with all eyes drawn to him. The others, including Mizunoto, were startled by his outburst. Seeing everyone's gaze upon them, they hurriedly offered apologies to those around, allowing the restaurant to regain its earlier bustle. Meanwhile, Tai was still engrossed in counting the figures on his bankbook. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, a full 200,000. By my grandmother's 6 uncles. I have struck it rich. After verifying the amount once more, Tai clutched the bankbook and began to dance with joy. Resembling a character who had just achieved success in an examination, Kakashi stood there, dumbfounded. 200,000? Is it truly that much? In the past year, my highest reward for a B rank mission was only 150,000, and that was shared with my teammates. Now, Tai alone has earned 200,000, which implies this mission was classified as an S rank. Noticing Kakashi's stunned expression, Mizunoto interjected, Kakashi, your reward is also 200,000. Kakashi, still in disbelief, pointed to himself and asked, I receive that much too? Mizunoto nodded with a smile. Since the reward is so substantial, it falls upon you to treat us, young one. Jiraiya, with a slight blush, addressed the exuberant Tai. In an instant, Tai returned to his usual demeanor, tucked the bankbook into his pocket, and resumed enjoying his barbecue. Completely disregarding Jiraiya's words, the sight of Tai ignoring him, coupled with the earlier trickery, ignited Jiraiya's fury, and he resolved to teach Tai a lesson. Hey, you impudent little brat, you are utterly lacking in manners. With that, he rose to grab Tai by the collar. Observing this, Mizunoto quickly intervened, urging Jiraiya-sensei. Tai is merely a child, do not hold it against him. Jiraiya had not genuinely intended to harm Tai, he merely sought to intimidate the mischievous boy. Now, with Mizunoto's counsel, he acquiesced, muttering little brat under his breath before resuming his drinking. At that moment, Tai turned to Jiraiya and mouthed, Steel. Peak. Crazy. Though silent. As a ninja, reading lips was fundamental. Jiraiya's temper flared in an instant. You little rascal. If I do not teach you a lesson today, you shall never learn that I, the Toad Sage, am not to be trifled with. He sprang from his seat, reaching for Tai. Mizunoto attempted to intervene again, but was interrupted by Jiraiya's insistence. Do not try to dissuade me, Mizunoto. If I do not reprimand this little brat today, what face shall I have left? Mizunoto, exasperated, glanced at Kikina, who appeared excited, clearly eager to witness the spectacle. This boy, Tai, was quite fascinating. Moreover, she sensed a familiar chakra emanating from him. Though he was not of the Uzumaki clan, this made the situation all the more intriguing. It seemed she would have to find an opportunity to converse with him after the gathering. Mizunoto observed Kikina's keen interest, while Akimichi Chusa and Yamanaka Shiki feigned disinterest. Kakashi, at this moment, was simply grateful not to add fuel to the fire. Mizunoto ultimately resigned to the fact that letting Tai face some adversity might be beneficial. His exuberant nature could lead to future misfortunes, and this was a perfect opportunity to temper his character. Jiraiya-sensei, please exercise restraint, Mizunoto whispered. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry, I shall show mercy. With that, he seized Tai from his seat. You little imp, I hear you possess considerable strength. Let us step outside for a contest. In response to Jiraiya's challenge, Tai calmly swallowed the piece of barbecue in his mouth and replied, the esteemed Toad Sage. Seeking to bully the young? I assure you, I shall not employ my full strength. I will only use one hand against you. If you can make me take a single step, I shall concede you victory. Tai scoffed with disdain, questioning the necessity of engaging in such futile skirmishes. Why must we resort to such trivial matters? Surely, a mind unutilized will inevitably succumb to rust, Jiraiya. He continued, how about we make a wager instead? Oh, you wish to bet with me? What shall we wager? Jiraiya replied, a playful glint in his eye. Perhaps the 20,000 ryo you have just acquired? With that, Jiraiya set Tai down, relishing the moment. He was confident in his victory, for he regarded Tai merely as a lowly genin, believing there was no chance of defeat, even with a single hand tied behind his back. But I am still a minor. Gambling is illegal, uncle. Tai rolled his eyes, still yearning to touch my precious money. Do you not realize that I have an irreconcilable enmity with gambling and drugs? Being addressed as uncle by Tai left Jiraiya utterly incensed. As he exclaimed in exasperation, if not gambling, what else do you have to offer? And stop calling me uncle. Tai curled his lips in disdain, mockingly youthful despite being over 30. If I lose, you may deal with me as you wish, but if I win, you shall teach me the art of ninjutsu. What do you say? Haven't you always yearned to teach me a lesson? This presents a splendid opportunity. Jiraiya, now more cautious, pondered over Tai's words and discerned no hidden traps. Very well. It is settled then, but I haven't specified the terms of our wager yet. I never consented to a duel. Jiraiya slapped his forehead, realizing he had been outmaneuvered by this impudent child. Yet, having already made a commitment, he felt it would be somewhat embarrassing to retract. Then how shall we wager? Let us bet on the next person who enters or exits. Will they step with their left foot or their right? Chapter 68, A Clash of Fists? Jiraiya contemplated this proposition thoroughly. It was indeed a gamble reliant solely on chance, devoid of any opportunity for deceit. Nevertheless, statistically speaking, right-handed individuals outnumber left-handed ones in this world, thus making the odds of choosing the right foot marginally more favorable. Very well. I accept your terms. I choose the right foot. Tai cast a disdainful glance at Jiraiya. The old man is rather clever. He understands that the probability of winning with the right foot is slightly higher than with the left. However, since it was I who proposed the wager, it is only fair for you to choose first. Thus, I shall select the left foot. With that, Tai extended his right hand, signaling Jiraiya to strike a pact. Jiraiya felt a twinge of embarrassment at Tai's words, but with the matter at hand, he extended his hand and firmly slapped it against Tai's right hand. It settled. Before the echo of their agreement faded, Tai instantly appeared at the doorway, while the others were still processing the sudden turn of events. He calmly extended his left foot and stepped out of the barbecue restaurant. I win. Except for Kakashi, everyone else stood in stunned silence. Their minds consumed with a singular thought. Is this really how it works? How shameless. Only Kakashi, covering his face, expressed that he did not know this individual. You cheated. I refuse to accept this. Jiraiya exclaimed angrily as he walked back towards Tai. Tai disregarded Jiraiya's fury and calmly remarked, I never stated that we cannot engage in the fray together. It is merely that your reaction was somewhat delayed. You are quite intelligent. Given a moment's reflection, you would surely grasp the situation. However, your impatience has clouded your judgment. Have I truly vexed you to such an extent? Tai's assertion was indeed accurate, prompting everyone to ponder. The essence of a ninja is inherently one that defies conventions. Tai's gamble had not explicitly included the two participants in the wager, and it was the constraints of conventional thinking that hindered the collective imagination. After some contemplation, Jiraiya took a sip of sake and candidly declared, I concede. What ninjutsu would you like to learn? Although Tai's actions may have lacked decorum and seemed rather cunning, a loss is a loss, especially in front of so many witnesses. One must accept the consequences of their bets. Upon hearing Jiraiya's admission of defeat, Tai chuckled heartily and graciously refilled Jiraiya's cup. Truly, he was the charming and dashing Jiraiya, the toad sage adored by all, who epitomized the spirit of fair play. Tai's flattering remarks lightened Jiraiya's mood significantly. After all, who does not relish being praised? Even if there were ulterior motives, one must first relish the moment. Let me clarify. I cannot teach you forbidden techniques, Jiraiya began, but Tai hastily interjected, eager to prevent Jiraiya from elaborating further on any additional demands that might jeopardize his opportunity to learn. I do not wish to learn forbidden techniques. I desire to master sealing jutsu. This declaration astonished not only Jiraiya but also the others present, particularly Kushina. For the Uzumaki clan was renowned in the ninja world for their immense vitality, vast chakra reserves, and exceptional sealing techniques. Thus, Kushina had a particular sensitivity towards sealing arts. There were rumors in the ninja realm suggesting that the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan was closely tied to the formidable sealing techniques they possessed. Minato gently embraced Kushina, concerned that she might recall painful memories, wishing to provide her with warmth. Kushina shyly glanced at Minato, signaling that she was all right. Sealing techniques? Why do you wish to learn sealing techniques? I am not well versed in them. Jiraiya expressed his confusion, having anticipated that Tai would opt for some fire-release ninjutsu. Given his own renown in that domain and Tai's affinity for the fire element, I have my own reasons. Your duty is merely to teach me. With a mischievous grin, Tai chuckled. Suddenly, Jiraiya experienced a flash of inspiration. Having been deceived by the lad twice, he thought, is it unreasonable for me to employ a ruse of my own? While the sealing technique posed no challenge, my knowledge of it is rather limited. Thus I can only impart to you the sealing fire technique. The sealing fire technique, classified as a B-rank ninjutsu, serves to encapsulate fierce flames and ominous dark fire, sealing all fire-related jutsu within a scroll. It sounds rather impressive. Yet the execution of the sealing fire technique demands prior preparation of a scroll along with the inscription of incantations, rendering it exceedingly cumbersome. Hence, it is virtually impractical in the heat of battle, relegating it to the task of sealing residual flames to prevent secondary damage. Jiraiya had previously utilized this technique to seal the so-called ever-burning black flames of Amaterasu. However, its limitations are significant, as it solely targets fire, prompting Jiraiya to consider employing it as a deception against Tai. Upon hearing Jiraiya propose the fire sealing technique, Tai immediately discerned his intentions. However, Tai remained indifferent, as he had no intention of acquiring any advanced sealing arts from Jiraiya. His sole desire was to delve into the principles of sealing techniques, which, after all, possess an almost overpowered presence within the Naruto universe. Very well, the fire sealing technique it shall be. Jiraiya, taken aback by Tai's swift acquiescence, was wary, fearing that Tai might have ulterior motives. Cautiously, he inquired, Are you certain? Of course, Lord Jiraiya, Tai replied. I shall abide by our agreement without any tricks. To do otherwise would be quite inconsiderate. The onlookers mused, You acknowledge your lack of decorum? After having outwitted Jiraiya twice, it is only his good nature that has spared you from a far harsher fate. Very well then, Jiraiya conceded. Tomorrow, I shall present you with the scroll for the fire sealing technique. It is a rather straightforward sealing art. You may study it at your leisure. Agreed. Following this brief interlude, the gathering swiftly concluded, as everyone was already nearing fullness and, having recently returned, felt fatigued. Thus, the group dispersed. After bidding farewell, Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi took their leave. Jiraiya, somewhat inebriated, lamented that he had missed the opportunity to soak in a hot spring during the day and expressed his intention to find a comfortable hot spring inn for the night. Tai and Kakashi exchanged greetings with Minato and Kushina. Just as they were about to take their leave, Kushina suddenly spoke up. Little Tai, I would like to discuss something with you. Tai's heart trembled. He had indeed been discovered. Though turmoil surged within him, he maintained an outward composure. Wearing a smile as he inquired, "What is it, Sister Kushina?" Kushina glanced at Kakashi before responding, "I believe we need to have a private conversation." Kakashi, ever perceptive, excused himself without hesitation. He harbored no concerns for Tai's safety. After all, they were in Konoha, and Kushina was not one to inflict harm upon others. As he watched Kakashi's retreating figure, Tai silently fumed. "Is this how you abandon your closest friend? Truly inconsiderate." Minato gently addressed Kushina, saying, "I will wait for you up ahead." "Yes, it will be quick," Kushina replied, signaling for Tai to follow her. Taichi, feeling helpless, could only follow Kushina into a deserted alley. Kushina extended her delicate, pale hand and, clenching her fist, urged Taichi, "Let us fist bump." Huh? Chapter 69, The Origin of the Nine-Tails Chakra, Part 1, Fist Bump? What does Kushina mean by that? Taichi was somewhat perplexed. "Hurry up. A real man shouldn't tea-dawdle." Kushina expressed her dissatisfaction with Taichi's hesitation, her habitual phrase slipping out without her realizing it. In that moment, Taichi noticed a striking similarity to Naruto's catchphrase, and he dared not delay any further. Although Kushina appeared gentle at the moment, she was, in fact, quite the fiery personality. As he extended his fist to meet Kushina's, the instant their fists made contact, Taichi felt a dizzying sensation, and the scenery around him abruptly transformed into an entirely different location, beneath a sky shrouded in ominous clouds. At the heart of a valley bordered by steep cliffs, a colossal nine-tailed fox was imprisoned within a massive sphere of molten lava. Tai gazed in astonishment at the nine-tails in the sky. In stark contrast to its condition within Naruto's ceiling space, the current plight of the nine-tails was truly tragic. Its limbs, chest, and nine tails were impaled by colossal wooden stakes, firmly affixed to a sphere of molten lava. Furthermore, a massive chain ensnared the nine tails tightly. "Release me." Kushina. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming force surged toward Tai and Kushina. In the instant, Tai was enveloped by this overwhelming aura. His sixth sense began to fervently warn him. Death, death, death. The presence of the nine tails far surpassed that of Orochimaru, while Orochimaru's aura was primarily characterized by malice. The malevolence of the nine tails was equally formidable, compounded by a profound sense of loathing and an oppressive force that transcended mere life itself. Under the weight of this overwhelming aura, Tai's legs trembled incessantly. Just as he was on the brink of collapse, Kushina stood before him. "Be honest now, Nine Tails." At that moment, with a graceful wave of her hand, the chains binding the nine tails tightened abruptly, causing the formidable presence emanating from it to dissipate. Tai finally seized the opportunity to catch his breath, inhaling deeply. "Are you all right, Tai?" Kushina inquired with genuine concern. "Phew, what on earth is this, Sister Kushina?" Although Tai had recognized the nine tails, he felt compelled to feign ignorance. "This is a tailed beast, and he is the mightiest among them, the nine tails. And I am the Jinchuriki of the nine tails," Kushina elucidated. Though she no longer cared about her identity as a Jinchuriki, she was aware that such individuals were feared across the various ninja villages, thus a flicker of apprehension about Tai's reaction lingered in her heart. Tai extended his thumb towards Kushina, beaming with a smile as radiant as the sun. "Sister Kushina, you are truly remarkable. To think that such a powerful tailed beast is sealed within you is astonishing." Upon hearing Tai's praise, Kushina's smile grew even more brilliant. This child, undeterred by her status as a Jinchuriki, was indeed a good soul. "By the way, Sister Kushina, what have you brought me here for? Surely it is not merely to flaunt your identity as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails?" In response to Tai's inquiry, Kushina clarified, "Of course not. I brought you here because I sense the chakra of the Nine Tails within you, though I am not entirely certain." "Is that so?" "It seems I have been discovered. It appears that the last remnants of the Nine Tails chakra can no longer be concealed. You and your husband must have conspired about this." Tai felt a surge of frustration within. Yet outwardly, he maintained a facade of confusion. "The Nine Tails chakra? On me? I am not a Jinchuriki. How could I possibly possess the chakra of the Nine Tails?" In response to Tai's bewilderment, Kushina patiently elucidated, "Due to the excessively tight seal on the Nine Tails, coupled with my not-so-favorable relationship with it, I cannot ascertain whether you indeed harbor its chakra. Thus, I thought it prudent to bring you here for the Nine Tails to examine." Observing Kushina's somewhat embarrassed demeanor, and then glancing at the woeful sealing method of the Nine Tails, Tai felt a mix of emotions. Tai nodded in agreement. It would be a miracle if this relationship were to flourish. No wonder the Nine Tails harbored such animosity towards you. Were I in your position, I would have consumed your heart. So it is as such. I am unaware of the circumstances surrounding me, yet since I am here, I shall heed the arrangements of Sister Kushina. Upon Tai's consent, Kushina wasted no time, for after all, Minato was still awaiting her. It would not be ladylike to keep him waiting for too long. "Nine Tails, can you sense whether Tai possesses your chakra?" In response to Kushina's demand, the Nine Tails chose to disregard her entirely. "What do you mean? Do as you please. Do I not have any dignity?" It was one thing to bring a stranger into the sealing space without a second thought, but just as he was about to put on an act, she had restrained him. Under normal circumstances, he could tolerate it, but with an outsider present, did he not have any face to save? Thus, the Nine Tails closed his eyes, ignoring Kushina's incessant calls. Seeing that the Nine Tails had not acknowledged her for some time, coupled with Tai's gaze upon her, Kushina's cheeks flushed with heat. "You wretched fox! How dare you disregard me? Have you grown weary of life? With her wine-red hair billowing, Kushina entered a fiery state. With a flick of her slender hand, a colossal lava sphere descended rapidly towards the ground, creating a significant crater upon impact, accompanied by the Nine-Tails' anguished cries, before skidding to a halt before the two of them. Subsequently, Kushina unleashed a flurry of punches upon the Nine-Tails' large head, all the while muttering, "Disregarding me. I shall teach you a proper lesson." After quite a while, Kushina finally ceased her onslaught. Tai gazed at the fiery-haired Kushina before him, then glanced at the disheveled Nine-Tails, and unconsciously swallowed hard. Resolutely, he concluded that this woman was not to be trifled with. Absolutely not. Are you frightened? This wretched fox is just like this. It won't behave unless thoroughly chastised. No, no. Sister Kushina is truly remarkable. Tai hurriedly waved his hands, indicating that he was not frightened. On the contrary, he felt a deep admiration, observing the Nine-Tails beside him. Rolling its eyes in distress, Tai sincerely felt pity for the creature. However, compelled by an inexplicable impulse, he approached the Nine-Tails and gently stroked its fur. To his surprise, despite its considerable size, the creature's coat was remarkably soft and smooth, offering a delightful tactile experience. Dazed from the blows dealt by Kushina, the Nine-Tails, having just regained its senses, suddenly noticed another individual, who had entered alongside Kushina, caressing it. "Am I merely a plaything for your whims?" it thought, and in an instant, it opened its gaping maw, intent on devouring Tai. Tai was enjoying a delightful touch when Kushina swiftly pulled him aside, preventing the Nine-Tails from biting him. "You mischievous fox. Still not behaving, are you?" As she spoke, Kushina rolled up her sleeves, preparing to discipline the Nine-Tails once more. The Nine-Tails, sensing the imminent reprimand, averted its gaze. "It was he who touched me first. I am no domesticated pet. How could I allow anyone to touch me at will?" Chapter 70. The Ownership of the Nine-Tails Chakra, Part 2. Upon witnessing the scene, Tai hastily intervened, addressing Kushina. "Sister Kushina, this is not the fault of the Nine-Tails. I have overstepped my bounds. I apologize, Nine-Tails. Please forgive my transgression." Kushina was taken aback by Tai's actions, astonished that someone would apologize to a tailed beast. The Nine-Tails, too, was somewhat surprised by Tai's apology. However, having encountered the darker aspects of humanity far too often, it was not easily swayed. Nevertheless, the Nine-Tails accepted Tai's apology, considering that Kushina was present, and it would be unwise to unleash further wrath. "Since you have apologized, I shall let you off this time." "Thank you. Sister Kushina mentioned that I possessed your chakra. Would you kindly verify its authenticity?" Tai requested. "Very well. In light of your courtesy, I shall examine it." Kushina observed the interaction between the human and the beast, finding the experience quite peculiar. In her perception, aside from a fleeting fear upon entering, Tai exhibited no negative emotions towards the Nine-Tails. Even someone as gentle as Minato displayed instinctual caution when confronted with the Nine-Tails. Perhaps it was this very reason that enabled communication between Tai and the beast. Indeed, Tai had only been intimidated by the Nine-Tails aura earlier, having witnessed Kushina's treatment of it. Coupled with his past experiences from anime, he recognized the Nine-Tails as merely a proud fox. Thus, he regarded it as one would a fellow human. However, this sentiment was confined to the present context. Should he encounter the Nine-Tails in the wild, Tai would undoubtedly flee at the swiftest pace possible, without the constraints of captivity. He felt he lacked even the right to stand against it. The Nine-Tails possessed the ability to sense good and evil, a factor contributing to its deep-seated disdain for humanity. Throughout its long existence, the Nine-Tails had only faced malice from humans, with Naruto being the only one to gain its true recognition. Currently, sensing no hostility from Tai, the Nine-Tails engaged in dialogue, albeit limited. "Ah, though faint, I do sense my chakra within you. The amount is quite minimal. Without careful perception, I would have overlooked it." The Nine-Tails remarked in astonishment. "Is that so? It seems my intuition was correct," Kushina expressed with excitement. "However, the chakra is peculiar. Why does it appear to be only half?" "Half? What do you mean?" Kushina inquired, perplexed. In response to her confusion, the Nine-Tails summoned a dark red chakra orb before them. Like this. As the Nine-Tails spoke, the orb split into two, one half darkened further while the other brightened considerably. Tai and Kushina gazed curiously at the two chakra orbs before them. Tai was taken aback, never anticipating that the Nine-Tails could divide its chakra into two distinct halves of yin and yang. Kushina was equally surprised to discover that the chakra of the Nine-Tails could be separated. In her perception, although the two masses of chakra were of different colors, they both emanated from the Nine-Tails. She couldn't contain her curiosity and eagerly inquired, "What is happening? Why has your chakra been split into two parts?" Tai gazed curiously at the Nine-Tails, and as their eyes met, the Nine-Tails chuckled, surprised to discover something unknown even to you, Kushina. However, recalling Kushina's past transgressions, the Nine-Tails promptly clarified, "Both of these chakra sources belong to me. One is of the yin attribute." As it spoke, the shadowy chakra orb shifted slightly. "The other is of the yang attribute. The chakra within this little brat's body is of the yang nature." With the Nine-Tails' words, the sphere of yang chakra drew nearer to Tai's form. As Tai gazed intently at the approaching chakra sphere, the Nine-Tails chakra within his body stirred with a peculiar energy. As the chakra sphere drew nearer, the Nine-Tails chakra began to manifest upon the surface of Tai's body. It's emerging. It's emerging." Kushina's large eyes sparkled with a distinctive radiance as she beheld the chakra materializing on Tai's form. Tai felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Sister, your words are easily misinterpreted, you know? He remarked. Kurama, is it possible to retract it? Why should it be retracted? I truly do not care about that minuscule amount of chakra. Kurama regarded Tai's chakra with a look of disdain. This mere chakra is less than what I waste merely by breathing. In response to Kurama's mockery, Tai remained unfazed. If Kurama chose not to retract it, he could simply retain the chakra for himself. However, the chakra from Kurama was inherently perilous, residing within Tai's body. Would it not lead to a rampage? Kushina harbored some concerns. To her, this fragment of Kurama's chakra was insignificant, yet she worried that it might affect Tai's mental state. After all, there were no seals on him, and if he were to go berserk, the consequences could be dire. If this little chakra could incite a rampage, then Kushina, you would have long become my puppet. Moreover, the chakra he possesses was willingly shared by the Jinchuriki. It is quite pure. Though Kurama's response alleviated Kushina's worries, she was incensed by his assertion of becoming Tai's puppet. Consequently, she raised her hand and delivered a punch to Kurama's large nose. Ouch! What are you doing, Kushina? Kurama exclaimed, tears springing forth from his eyes. Indeed, it seems that any creature struck on the nose would inevitably shed tears. Next time, be more mindful of your words. Kushina declared, shaking her tiny fist in a display of defiance. So, does that mean the chakra will not be retracted? Tai suppressed his excitement as he inquired of Kushina. According to the Ninetales, this chakra poses no danger to you, and should the Ninetales choose not to reclaim it, I would be left with no choice but to extract it. I am uncertain whether your current condition qualifies you as a Jinchuriki, after all. I have previously shared the chakra of the Ninetales with others, yet it merely formed a chakra cloak upon their bodies rather than integrating as it has with you. Should I extract the Ninetales chakra from within you, it could lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, I must place a sealing technique upon you. After contemplating for a moment, Kushina resolved not to reclaim the Ninetales chakra but instead to impose a seal on Tai, deeming it a more prudent course of action. Chapter 71. The Ownership of Ninetales Chakra, Part 3. What? Upon hearing Kushina's words, Tai felt a sense of foreboding. If sealed, the Ninetales chakra would be rendered as useless as if it were non-existent, and it would be better to expend it himself. At that moment, the Ninetales began to speak. Kushina, I advise against this course of action. Kushina, taken aback, queried, why? Not only Kushina but Tai, too, was astonished that the Ninetales would speak on his behalf. This chakra is but a rootless floating weed. It will vanish with its use. Moreover, should you impose a seal upon him, it would greatly hinder his growth. Upon reflection, Kushina recognized the validity of this reasoning. Tai was not truly a Jinchuriki, and the quantity of chakra was limited. Perhaps a single jutsu could deplete it entirely. However, what surprised Kushina was that the Ninetales would advocate for a stranger he had just met. As a tailed beast, it is rare for you to speak in favor of a human. In response to Kushina's teasing expression, the Ninetales scoffed. Do you think I hold any affection for humans? This is merely a courteous return for his earlier politeness. I am not like humans, who are of such vile character. All right, you're the best. Listening to Kushina's tone as if soothing a child, the Ninetales felt irked yet powerless. Then it is settled, Tai. However, you must promise me that no one must discover the Ninetales chakra within you, understood? Tai, seeing Kushina's serious expression, nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Sister Kushina. I will find an opportunity to use that chakra tomorrow and ensure no one discovers it. Yes, I believe in you. Let us head out. Farewell, foul fox. Goodbye, Ninetales. Just as Kushina and Tai were about to exit the sealing space, the Ninetales' tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. A surge of chakra swiftly connected to Tai. Kushina and Tai vanished from the sealing space, but while Kushina's consciousness returned to her physical form, Tai's awareness drifted to another realm. Upon returning to her body, Kushina was about to greet Tai when she noticed he was already enveloped in Ninetales chakra, with two tails formed and a third one in the process of materializing. A chakra thread was extending from her lower abdomen sealing point, linking her to Tai and supplying him with chakra for tailed beast transformation. Kushina felt an immediate sense of dread. She swiftly severed the chakra connection between herself and Tai. However, by this point, Tai had already entered the three-tailed state, dangerously close to achieving four tails. Kushina was astonished that the Ninetales had been so patient, allowing the seal to erode to such an extent. In truth, Kushina had misjudged the Ninetales and underestimated the sealing prowess of the Uzumaki clan, fundamentally because of Tai. When Kushina brought Tai into the sealing space, the resonance between the Ninetales chakra and Tai's chakra allowed a portion to escape the seal. Even if Kushina had not intervened, Tai's transformation would have only progressed to near four tails at most. Kushina. Minato's gentle voice resonated nearby, prompting Kushina to turn in surprise. Minato? What brings you here? Minato explained softly, I waited for you for quite some time. When you did not return, I came to find you, only to discover the Ninetales chakra manifesting in Tai. Thus, I promptly relocated both of you outside the village. Kushina surveyed her surroundings and confirmed they were no longer in the same alley. Minato was indeed reliable. What transpired? Why does Tai bear the Ninetales chakra? Minato, observing Tai in his three-tailed state, spoke gravely. Just as Kushina was about to explain, Tai, now transformed, dropped to all fours. His previously closed eyes snapped open, revealing crimson slit pupils and elongated canine teeth. Roar. With a ferocious roar akin to a lion's, the air warped, producing tangible sound waves that surged toward Kushina and Minato like cannon fire. Minato quickly pulled Kushina aside, as the powerful sound wave effortlessly obliterated the ground where they had just stood. Kushina, gazing at the devastated forest, stated gravely, "It seems the Ninetales chakra has completely taken control of Tai's body. If this continues, the erosion from the Ninetales chakra may inflict severe damage on Tai's body. Then let us seal Tai first, and thereafter investigate what has transpired." Minato replied, tossing several kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique around Tai. This marked Minato's first encounter with the tailed beast. Although Tai was merely a rampaging Jinchuriki in a three-tailed state, he remained on high alert. For Tai's expression revealed that his consciousness had been entirely overtaken by the Ninetales. "All right, I shall assist you." Kushina extended her hands toward Tai. Diamond Lock. The Diamond Lock was a unique ability of the Uzumaki clan, summoning multiple chakra chains from her back that served as both formidable weapons and tools for creating barriers and sealing tailed beasts. 5 golden chains shot forth from Kushina's back toward Tai. Seeing this, Tai unleashed another roar, attempting to thwart the Diamond Lock, but the 5 chains converged, easily piercing the sound wave and then splitting apart to ensnare Tai's limbs. Realizing he could not fend them off, Tai immediately retreated. Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing behind Tai and delivering a swift kick. "Minato, do not engage directly," Kushina warned as she saw Minato about to kick Tai. Upon hearing Kushina's warning, Minato enveloped his foot in chakra, yet due to his speed, a portion remained unprotected. Bam! Tai, pushed back by Minato's kick, was swiftly bound by the Diamond Lock. Minato instantly reappeared beside Kushina, who anxiously inquired, "Minato, how is he? Is he severely injured?" Minato lowered his gaze to his calf, noticing a small area of burn marks. Though they were not severe, the chakra of the Ninetales possesses a potent corrosive quality. During the battle at the Bridge of Heaven and Earth, Orochimaru realized the moment he made contact with Naruto in his four-tail state that his arm had been eroded by the chakra of the Ninetales, forcing him to escape using his substitution technique. Although Tai was currently only in his three-tail state, the chakra of the Ninetales still exerted some degree of corrosiveness, albeit to a lesser extent. It was merely a minor injury. Now, it was time to devise a plan for dealing with Tai. Chapter 72. The realm of consciousness. Tai was now trapped by me, yet the Ninetales would not actively reclaim the chakra from Tai. This was all my fault. Had I not brought him into the ceiling space, such an incident would not have occurred. Kushina gazed at Tai, who struggled like a wild beast within the adamantine seal, filled with guilt. Seeing this, Minato hurried to reassure her. "This is not your fault, Kushina. You could not have foreseen such an event. For now, please tell me what transpired." Minato took Kushina's hand, his gentle gaze soothing her, allowing her to gradually regain her composure. She recounted her experience of sensing the chakra of the Ninetales emanating from Tai and how she had brought him into the ceiling space. After listening attentively, Minato analyzed the situation and concluded that something significant must have happened in Lulon, prompting him to unlock the memory seal pertaining to Lulon to uncover the origin of Tai's Ninetales chakra. "Kushina, please restrain Tai for a moment. I need to open the memory seal. Perhaps the memories related to Lulon will provide clarity." "Leave it to me, Minato." With Kushina's affirmation, Minato began forming hand seals. He struck the ground forcefully, causing intricate incantations to radiate outward from him, followed by a flash of white light as his memories of Lulon began to resurface. In truth, Tai's suspicion was not unfounded. Minato had indeed kept a portion of his memories intact. He had sealed them away to prevent the dragon vein of Lulon from erupting once more, thereby ensuring he had first-hand intelligence. After all, should he ever encounter Naruto again, it was prudent to retain a shard of hope. Had it not been for Tai's incident, Minato's memories would have remained sealed until the moment he perished alongside the Ninetales. Yet, in pursuit of the truth, he chose to unravel the seal. At the moment Minato lifted the memory seal and began to organize his recollections, Tai unexpectedly escaped from Kushina's adamantine confinement. Kushina watched as Tai slipped away from the restraints like a cicada shedding its shell, leaving behind a large mass of chakra that began to converge into a single point. It swiftly transformed into a black many-tailed beast bomb, and now, having evaded capture, Tai was left with only 2 tails. Upon landing, Tai flashed a mischievous smile at Kushina before swiftly vanishing into the forest. Observing the glowing many-tailed beast bomb, Kushina exclaimed, "Minato." As she called out his name, the chains of the adamantine seal rapidly ensnared both Kushina and Minato. At that moment, Minato's gaze sharpened, and with Kushina, he vanished from their original position, reappearing directly above the swiftly moving Tai. "Got you." A Rasengan materialized in Minato's hand. Hearing the voice, Tai looked up just in time to meet the azure sphere head-on. With a thunderous explosion, the distant many-tailed beast bomb detonated, sending a fiery plume skyward and reverberating with a deafening roar. Tai was hurled away by the impact of Minato's Rasengan, crashing through several trees. "Kushina," Minato called out sharply, prompting her immediate response, "Yes." The adamantine seal reformed, racing toward the fallen Tai. This time, having learned from her previous mistake, Kushina ensured the seal tightly bound Tai, leaving only his head exposed. As the adamantine seal retracted, Tai was brought before them. seeing the unconscious form of Tai, with visible wounds marring his face. Kushina expressed her concern. Did we go too far, Minato? Don't worry, Kushina. The chakra of the Nine Tails mitigated much of the Rasengan's force. Tai is not gravely injured. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tai's wounds began to heal, allowing Kushina to breathe a sigh of relief. What could have caused this? Why did Tai suddenly transform into a tailed beast? Kushina pondered, perplexed. After all, Tai was not a Jinchuriki. Why would he undergo tailed beast transformation? More importantly, where did Tai's Nine Tails chakra originate? Upon hearing Kushina's inquiry, Minato began recounting the events that had transpired in Lulon. Meanwhile, Tai, whose consciousness had not returned to his original form, was taken to an unexpected place by the Nine Tails. Where is this? Tai gazed around the desolate expanse with a sense of bewilderment. The sky was a deep, inky black, mirrored by the darkness beneath his feet, as if he were suspended in an abyss. Humph, this is my spiritual realm. I brought you here because I have a particular interest in certain matters. Upon hearing the voice of the Nine Tails, Tai realized that it was perched beside him, gazing down with an air of superiority. A spiritual realm? I never expected that. Despite not being a Jinchuriki, I could enter this place. How surprising, he murmured as he began to comprehend his surroundings. He then queried the Nine Tails, what, pray tell, is the purpose of bringing me here? The Nine Tails lowered its head, its eyes glinting with intrigue. Within the chakra that resides in your body, I have uncovered a most peculiar memory. Tai's expression shifted momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, feigning ignorance as he responded, what are you talking about? I don't understand. What special memory? The Nine Tails let out a derisive scoff. Though you are not a Jinchuriki, this is my inner space. Once you enter here, we can communicate telepathically. If you doubt it, you may try to perceive it. This marked the first time Tai felt an overwhelming sense of dread in the world of Naruto, unlike the fear of death. It was the terror of having his deepest secret exposed. The Nine Tails spoke these words without moving its mouth. They materialized directly within Tai's mind. Stay calm. Stay calm. Do not think about that matter. Tai continuously offered himself mental affirmations. However, humans are peculiar beings. The more one attempts to suppress a thought, the more adept one becomes at contemplating it. Tai, uncontrollably, began to recall a myriad of events, the death of Watergate, the massacre of the Uchiha clan, Naruto's first encounter with the Nine Tails mode, the infinite Tsukuyomi, Otsutsuki Ishiki, and the demise of the Nine Tails, among others. Even the fact that he was a traveler from another world flashed through his mind. The Nine Tails, sensing Tai's ever-shifting thoughts, was taken aback, and upon realizing Watergate's demise, could not help but let out a laugh. However, as he later witnessed the reconciliation with Naruto, the encounter with the Sage of Six Paths, the sealing of Kagaya, the battle with Ishiki, and ultimately, the sacrifice to protect that little brat named Naruto, the Nine Tails found it unbearable. Extending a massive paw, he pulled Tai before him, his voice trembling. Are you deceiving me? Chapter 73, Conversation. Caught in the grasp of the Nine Tails, Tai wore a bewildered expression, questioning, why are you holding me? Don't you already know what I am thinking? Why ask me? Stop with your unfounded thoughts. Answer me, are the matters in your heart truly genuine? The Nine Tails' thunderous roar shattered Tai's contemplation. Tai fell silent for a moment before speaking. It is all true. But I wish to understand what you truly know from the depths of my heart. The Nine Tails remained silent. Yet Tai's mind began to conjure images akin to a cinematic reel, revealing the narrative of Naruto. This, it seemed, was the unspoken sentiment of the Nine Tails. Tai scrutinized the details and discerned that there was no mention of his own transmutation. Thus, he spoke again. Can you perceive what I am currently contemplating? I have no time to indulge in your games. I demand to know the veracity of your memories. The Nine Tails, in a state of exasperation, retorted, first, you must attune yourself. I shall provide you with an explanation. Tai gazed solemnly at the Nine Tails, who, in a state of resignation, acquiesced to Tai's wishes. Deep down, the Nine Tails understood that within the realm of the mind, there existed no secrets between humans and tailed beasts. This space served as a bridge connecting their spirits. Only through mutual understanding could a perfect Jinchuriki be achieved. Thus, the memories residing in Tai's heart were indeed genuine. However, the Nine Tails was reluctant to acknowledge that it might willingly sacrifice its life for the sake of a Jinchuriki. How could that be possible? The Nine Tails then sensed again, discovering that Tai's heart was, astonishingly, devoid of any thoughts. How have you managed this? Why can I not perceive what lies within your heart? Upon hearing the Nine Tails' words, Tai felt an immense sense of relief. It was safe, even within the mind space of a tailed beast. The secret of being a time traveler remained concealed. Unless he chose to reveal it, no one in this world would ever know. Was this not a privilege of a time traveler? Never mind, let us return to the main subject. The memories deep within my heart are indeed authentic. Impossible. How could I, the Great One, willingly sacrifice my life for that fellow named Naruto? You are deceiving me. The Nine Tails once again became exasperated. It would be more fitting for me to address you as Kurama, wouldn't it? After all, you are now aware of future events and likely wouldn't mind my calling you Kurama, would you? Tai looked at the flustered Kaibai and teased him lightly. The Nine Tails fixed his gaze intently on the smug Tai, and after a moment, he reluctantly let out a huff. I shall take that as your agreement. Regarding the memories of the future that reside in my mind, I can only assure you that they are indeed genuine. Do not inquire how I came by them. for I do not possess that knowledge. As for the one you disdain, he is none other than the child of destiny, is he not? Even the sage of six paths has acknowledged him, not to mention he is the reincarnation of Hashirama, the son of the sage. What is it that you find so difficult to accept? Tai understood the reason why the Ninetales could not accept those memories. They were recorded from the perspective of an observer and lacked the heartfelt exchanges between Naruto and the Ninetales, rendering the latter incapable of trust. The Ninetales fell into silence, contemplating whether Tai's words and memories were worthy of belief. Observing the Ninetales' silence, Tai spoke up. In truth, your belief is not of paramount importance. Ultimately, Naruto will not only earn your approval but also that of the other eight-tailed beasts, and indeed the entire ninja world. This is an inevitability of the future. The Ninetales turned its gaze towards Tai. Do you presume that I would easily accept your words? Time cannot be trifled with, even if what you say is true. I am already aware of future events. The future will inevitably change. In that case, the authenticity of your memories becomes irrelevant. Tai was taken aback. He never expected the Ninetales to possess such knowledge. He had thought of it merely as a haughty, mischievous fox. You little rascal! What disrespectful thoughts are swirling in your mind? The roar of the Ninetales sent a gust of wind that distorted Tai's features. He had forgotten that his inner thoughts were transparent to the Ninetales. He had been careless. With an awkward chuckle, Tai responded, since you do not believe me, let us consider this matter to be non-existent. Please, allow me to leave. Kushina is waiting for me outside. If I delay too long, she will surely worry. Upon hearing this, the Ninetales wore a knowing smile. Kushina, she and Minato are quite occupied outside. Oh, but I am still here. You young scamp. Why is your mind filled with such chaotic thoughts? Those two are outside sealing you. The Ninetales roared once more at Tai, exasperated by the unhealthy notions cluttering his mind, fearing that he might be tainted by them. I had thought those two were caught up in their passions, but it seems they are merely sealing me. As Tai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him due to his own unfounded thoughts, he suddenly realized, what on earth are Kushina and Minato doing to seal me? What have you done to me? Why is Kushina intent on sealing me when everything seemed fine? The Ninetales, observing Tai's flustered state, felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction, relishing the moment when he was not the one in turmoil. Did you think we were merely chatting here without being detected by Kushina? The truth is, through the resonance of the Ninetales chakra within you, I have been subtly transmitting a fraction of my chakra into your system, while those two are preoccupied with subduing you. Upon hearing the Ninetales' explanation, Tai was left utterly astonished, and once again, he exclaimed in exasperation. Are you out of your mind? How am I supposed to live in Konoha after this? If the third Hokage finds out, I will spend my next life languishing in prison. Or perhaps I won't even be in prison. I might end up as an experimental subject for Danzo and Orochimaru. The Ninetales, observing Tai's frustration, burst into laughter, finding amusement in the situation. Well, I suppose I could always defect. That would be 100 times better than being sealed here. In response to the Ninetales' teasing, Tai retorted with equal fervor. However, the pressing concern remained whether they could escape. If he truly defected, where could he possibly go? Damn that Ninetales, he thought. Humph. Do not speak ill of me in your heart. The moment the Ninetales chakra began to leak from you, Minato had already transported you and Kushina outside the village. That old monkey, the third Hokage, would never know. Indeed, Minato feared that the leak of the Ninetales chakra would be discovered. If it were known, Kushina's life would no longer be as peaceful as it is now. Cut to the chase and get me out of here. I must explain everything. This is all your fault and has nothing to do with me. Tai initially struggled, yet his arms were no match for the might of the legs. Regardless of how fervently Tai fought, the Ninetales maintained an unyielding grip on his claw. I can certainly send you away, but before that, I must leave something behind on you. With that, a small Ninetales, formed of chakra, sprang forth from the center of the Ninetales' brow and swiftly penetrated Tai's body. What have you done to me? Tai stared in horror as the chakra-infused Ninetales penetrated his body, yet after careful sensing, he discovered nothing amiss. Isn't this part of your plan? I merely assisted you. The Ninetales smirked slightly. Chapter 74. Memories erased again. What did you say? That boy Naruto, the future ninja, could possibly be our child? Upon hearing Minato's account, Kushina fervently grasped Minato's collar. Minato quickly gestured for Kushina to calm down. Based on my analysis, there is a significant probability of this. That is why I chose to erase all memories related to Naruto. Only in this way can we ensure that history remains unaltered. But why is the Ninetales sealed within Naruto? Could it be that I have inadvertently caused something? Minato. Tears welled up in Kushina's eyes. Both Minato and Kushina were astute individuals. If Naruto became a Jinchuriki, then something must have gone awry with Kushina. And it was even possible that Minato might no longer be present. How bitter must Naruto's childhood have been, having lost his parents at such a young age? The more Kushina contemplated, the more uncontrollable her tears became. Minato could only continue to console her. Kushina, although Naruto has become a Jinchuriki, the Naruto I encountered was optimistic, cheerful, and possessed his own ninja way, which he is determined to uphold. He's already a capable ninja, and even without our presence in the future, he will lead a happy life. Kushina wept profusely in Minato's embrace, and he could only hold her tightly in comfort. Women are inherently emotional, especially when they realize they will not be able to accompany their child in the future. Kushina's heart was heavy with sorrow and guilt. Hey, Minato brother. Why did you make Sister Kushina cry? A voice rang out, shattering the somber moment shared between Minato and Kushina, albeit a sorrowful one. They both turned to see Tai, bound and sealed by the adamant chains. The fox-like attire of Tai, which was the Nine-Tails chakra, had vanished, leaving him with a curious expression as he observed the unfolding scene. Minato and Kushina exchanged a glance, promptly releasing their embrace. Flustered, Kushina hastily rearranged herself and shyly remarked, "It's not what you think. Minato didn't make me cry." Her voice dwindled to a whisper as Tai knowingly nodded. "I understand. Being young and all," he chuckled. "What nonsense are you talking about? Minato and I are just good friends, right?" "Minato." Kushina's cheeks flushed deeper as she playfully tapped Minato's back with her small hand while explaining to Tai. Though their hearts were already intertwined, Kushina found it difficult to accept being discovered displaying affection in front of children. Meanwhile, Minato staggered slightly from Kushina's playful taps, unable to voice a response, and resigned himself to her whims. Upon witnessing the scene, Taichi could not help but interject to alleviate the predicament of Minato. As the confrontation continued, it seemed Minato might very well suffer a hemorrhage. "Could you possibly release me for the time being? Being restrained in such a manner is exceedingly uncomfortable." It was only then that Kushina realized Taichi was still bound. As she prepared to retract the bind, Minato reached out to stop her. With a serious gaze, Minato regarded Taichi and inquired, "How can you prove that you are Taichi Yagami and not the Nine-Tails?" Tai disregarded Minato and fixated intently on Minato's hand, suddenly exclaiming, "Sister Kushina, Minato is grasping your chest." Upon hearing this, both Minato and Kushina's gazes were drawn to the hand resting upon Kushina's bosom. Instantly, Kushina's face flushed crimson, a wisp of steam emanating from her head. Minato, too, felt a rush of heat to his cheeks, the awkward atmosphere leaving him somewhat bewildered. In a barely audible whisper, Kushina murmured, "You should remove it. It's not appropriate right now." Only then did Minato realize the impropriety of his action, especially with others present, and he promptly withdrew his hand. "It seems Tai is indeed Tai. You should let him go," Minato remarked, seeking to dissipate the uncomfortable tension by shifting the conversation back to Tai. Kushina replied softly. Her gaze lowered. As the powerful seal was lifted from within Kushina, Tai too was freed from his restraints. "Thank you, Sister Kushina. I shall not intrude further upon your time. Farewell." Seizing the opportunity while Minato and Kushina were momentarily distracted, Tai made to depart. "Wait a moment." Minato, initially confused, was about to acquiesce to Tai, only to suddenly realize that the matter was far from resolved. "Are you trying to escape, you rascal?" Tai's cleverness was uncovered, leaving him awkwardly rooted in place. "Is there anything else? I hope I am not intruding upon your conversation, esteemed gentleman." Tai sought to divert attention. Yet Minato was impervious to such tactics. "Tai, what is the source of the Nine-Tails chakra emanating from you? Why do you, not being a Jinchuriki, experience such a berserk state? I believe a reasonable explanation is in order." Observing Minato's serious expression, Tai realized evasion was futile. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "The origin of this matter is as follows. Sister Kushina sensed something amiss with me. I am already aware of the circumstances. You merely need to elucidate why you are undergoing tailed beast transformation," Minato interjected, raising his hand to prevent further elaboration from Tai. Wary of readers accusing the author of padding the narrative, "I am uncertain of the specifics. All I know is that when Sister Kushina attempted to extract me from the ceiling space, darkness enveloped my vision, and I lost consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, I discovered myself bound. You are all familiar with the subsequent events." After listening to Tai's account, Minato pondered for a moment before turning his gaze towards Kushina. She had regained her composure long before Tai's attempt to escape had come to light. Meeting Minato's gaze, Kushina remarked, "Perhaps the Nine-Tails employed a special method when Tai's consciousness departed the ceiling space. I believe I can inquire further with the Nine-Tails." Tai's demeanor did not suggest deceit. With the restored memories of Lulon, Minato was aware that the Nine-Tails chakra within Tai originated from a future incarnation of the beast. Thus, it was entirely plausible that the Nine-Tails could exert control over Tai's physical form through chakra resonance. Minato nodded as Kushina's consciousness re-entered the ceiling space. Upon her arrival, Kushina immediately heard the voice of the Nine-Tails. "Next time, remember to bring a capable human. That little brat is utterly useless. Barely able to withstand a fraction of my chakra, and yet you managed to capture him. What a waste." "Indeed, it was your scheme. Nine-Tails, you shall remain here obediently. As long as I draw breath, you shall never escape this place." Suddenly, Kushina recalled something, her thoughts lingering unspoken, and with a disdainful huff, she departed the ceiling space. Back in the realm of reality, she addressed Minato. It was indeed the Nine-Tails' doing. It must have manipulated the situation while sensing the Nine-Tails chakra within Tai. Transmitting chakra into his body, Tai is also a victim in this scenario. Minato pondered for a moment. "Tai, regardless of whether you were aware of today's events, to protect Kushina and yourself, our memories must be erased. Do you have any objections?" I have no objections, although I am unaware of what transpired. It is likely beyond my current understanding." Tai readily agreed, as the technique for erasing memories had no effect on him. "Kushina, I must trouble you to check once more if there remains any trace of the Nine-Tails chakra within Tai. Ideally, there should be none. If there is, we will have no choice but to seal it." Minato turned to Kushina and spoke. However, Kushina gazed at Minato with tear-filled eyes. I do not wish to forget, Minato. History cannot be altered. If we retain our memories, dreadful events may unfold in the future. I understand, Minato. Wiping away her tears. Kushina approached Tai and meticulously sensed his chakra several times, ultimately concluding that there was not a trace of Ninetales chakra within him. Subsequently, Minato initiated the memory-erasing technique, and a flash of white light enveloped the scene. Chapter 75, The Foe Jinchuriki. In the early morning, Tai, who had been tossing and turning throughout the night, was soundly asleep. Lazy little brat. Get up at once. A thunderous roar jolted Tai from his slumber. What the hell? Who dares to disturb my sleep? It is I, the Great One. Rise and shine. It has been ages since I last experienced the outside world. Take me out for a stroll. Upon hearing the furious voice within him once more, Tai finally responded with a teasing tone. Did you not despise that raccoon so much? Why do you refer to yourself as the Great One? That is the catchphrase of Shikaku, you know. Mind your own business. Take me out for a stroll. Once again. The voice of the Ninetales resonated within Tai's mind, but this time, the Ninetales refrained from referring to itself with grandiosity. It seemed that the proud fox and the foul raccoon truly harbored a mutual disdain. After tidying up, Tai complied with the Ninetales' request to venture out for a leisurely stroll, simultaneously addressing his breakfast needs. Why does the Ninetales reside within Tai? This tale begins with the little Ninetales. As the most extraordinary entity among the tailed beasts, the Ninetales lacks the ability to perform ninjutsu. However, its chakra is devoid of attributes, endowing it with a unique capability, transference. This explains why Naruto was able to share the chakra of the Ninetales with the Ninja Alliance during the Fourth Great Ninja War. The chakra, being attributeless, can adapt to anyone. Capitalizing on this characteristic, the Ninetales divided a fraction of its consciousness to create a diminutive version, which it concealed within Tai's spiritual essence. This little Ninetales, having accompanied Tai's spiritual essence back into his body, deftly evaded detection by Kushina. Initially, it nestled within Tai's chakra. And with Tai's deliberate concealment, coupled with the interference from the great Ninetales within Kushina, it managed to navigate the situation with stealth. Now, Tai has become a pseudo-Jinchuriki, akin to the likes of Kinkaku, Ginkaku, and Kong. Although he does not possess the full prowess of the complete Ninetales, he is capable of partial-tailed beast transformation and can utilize a miniature-tailed beast bomb. Most importantly, Tai's chakra reserves have seen a substantial augmentation, approximately 100-fold. And due to the presence of the Ninetales' consciousness, this chakra can regenerate, making it far from a mere expendable resource. Thus, let it be known that Tai shall henceforth be addressed as Yagami, the pseudo-Ninetales Jinchuriki, chakra-abundant Tai. Not only did he resolve his chakra issues yesterday, but he also embraced the role of a Jinchuriki, albeit a pseudo one, and his spirits soared with joy. With a heart lightened, even the very air around him seemed sweetened. Tai walked down the street with a light heart, the voice of the Ninetales echoing in his mind. Decades had passed, yet the village hidden in the leaves remained unchanged. Upon hearing the words of the Ninetales, Tai leisurely remarked, what can be done? Surviving 2 great ninja wars is already commendable. Who has the inclination to reconstruct a village? Regardless of the passage of time, the inherent flaws of humanity remain unchanged. Animals kill solely for survival, while humans engage in mutual slaughter for reasons beyond mere existence, igniting wars. Truly, humanity is an irredeemable species. The discontent in the Ninetales' voice was palpable, revealing its profound loathing for humankind. Tai chose to disregard the Ninetales, recognizing that discussions with it were futile, regardless of the course of action taken. As long as humanity exists, war is inevitable. Yet, the presence of war is currently essential, for it serves as a catalyst for progress. After all, the greatest adversary does not arise from the ninja realm, but rather from the heavens above. Upon entering Uncle Wanzi's dumpling shop, he purchased a serving of 3-color dumplings and taiyaki. Regrettably, Uncle Wanzi was absent today. Otherwise, he could have indulged in an extra portion of dumplings. The steaming 3-color dumplings, round and charming, offered a delightful experience. With each bite, the sweet, glutinous texture brought immense satisfaction to Tai, who relished sweet treats, complemented by sips of fragrant hot tea. What a profound sense of contentment. Tai's sense of fulfillment left the Ninetales quite displeased. What was promised to be a leisurely outing had barely progressed 3 meters before he began indulging in copious amounts of food. Did he not consider the feelings of the fox? Oh, you wish to partake as well? Yet, it seems you are incapable of consuming anything. For you are a tailed beast, and tailed beasts do not require sustenance. With another morsel of dumpling accompanied by fragrant tea, Tai exhibited an expression of utter contentment. TCH. I do not resemble those inferior beings known as humans, who must consume food to sustain their existence. Ignoring the Ninetales' remarks, Tai savored the rare moments of his breakfast. Before long, he had finished his meal and rose to depart from the dumpling shop, wandering aimlessly through the bustling streets. Tai reflected on his nearly 2-year stay in the hidden leaf village, realizing he had yet to truly admire its beauty. Upon his arrival, survival had consumed his thoughts. And after entering the Ninja Academy to enhance his abilities, he had only recently begun to relax after acquiring a portion of the Ninetales' power. At that moment, Tai suddenly spotted someone he recognized. The distinctive white eyes reminded him of their owner, Hyuga Hanabi, the one who had been bested by Kakashi at the Ninja Academy. However, Hanabi now wore a hidden leaf forehead protector, which astonished Tai. Upon further reflection, it made sense. As a prodigy capable of awakening his Byakugan at the tender age of 4, Tai felt he had graduated later than expected and should have been alongside Kakashi. Though Tai remembered him, Hanabi likely did not recall Tai, as he had remained inconspicuous throughout his time at the academy. As Hanabi approached, just as Tai thought they would pass each other, Hanabi initiated the greeting. "Yagami Tai? That would be me." Taichi was taken aback, surprised that Hinata Shikamaru would take the initiative to greet him. Ignoring Taichi's astonishment, Hinata Shikamaru spoke in a solemn tone. "Yagami Taichi, I am now also a ninja. Just wait, one day I will defeat you first, and then I shall conquer Kakashi Hitaki." With that, he brushed past Taichi and departed with an air of nonchalance. Leaving Taichi standing there in a state of bewilderment, gazing at Hinata's retreating figure, his mind filled with large question marks. Is he out of his mind? Kurama. Humph. After pondering for a moment, Taichi grasped Hinata's sentiments. It was merely a case of dissatisfaction after being bested by Kakashi, compounded by the fact that Taichi shared a close relationship with Kakashi. Moreover, Taichi's outstanding performance in the preliminary graduation exam had inadvertently made him a target for Hinata's challenge. Tai was indifferent. The strength of the Hyuga clan was not to be underestimated. However, their capabilities were overly specialized and coupled with the limited potential of the Byakugan. If they could not ascend to the level of the Rinnegan, Hinata's future would likely culminate in being merely a bottom-tier shadow. As Tai regained his focus, a sudden thought struck him. "Kurama, do you think I can transform into the Ninetales mode now? Even if that is not possible, the Ninetales chakra mode would suffice." "I'm not certain," replied Kurama, a mischievous grin spreading across his visage. "The small Ninetales form is also something I have yet to utilize. If you're curious, we could certainly experiment with it right now." Tai was taken aback and hastily intervened. No. If you transform in the village, you will undoubtedly be captured and treated as an experimental subject. We should find a safer location. As you wish." Chapter 76, The Elusive Golden Cloak. Having departed from Konoha, Tai ran through the woods for an hour, panting heavily as he finally came to a halt. At this distance, I should be beyond detection, shouldn't I? Tai plopped down onto the ground, inquiring within about the Ninetales. "It should be fine. In this form, my chakra is rather limited, and at this distance, it ought to be undetectable." Upon receiving a response from the Ninetales, Tai exclaimed with excitement, "Let us commence. I wish to experience the privileges of a protagonist." The Ninetales replied with a hint of jest in its voice, "Are you not afraid that I might seize your body in the process?" At this remark, Tai, who had been eager to proceed, suddenly froze. "That makes sense, but if you intended to take over my body, you would have done so long ago. Why wait until now?" Seeing that Tai could not be easily intimidated, the Ninetales expressed a touch of disappointment, saying, "I have already mentioned that this is my first time existing in a human body in the form of little Ninetales, so I am uncertain of the outcome. No matter." Tai reassured, "If I gain, I am fortunate. If I lose, it is my fate. Even if I cannot attain the Ninetales chakra mode, it shall not diminish my spirit. Let us begin." As Tai's voice fell, the chakra of the Ninetales merged seamlessly with his own. A tremendous force enveloped Tai's entire being, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of negative emotions. Hatred, bloodlust, and a myriad of feelings inundated his mind. The intensity of this turmoil compelled Tai to clutch his head fiercely, letting out a howl towards the heavens. "Hey, you little brat. Do not succumb to these negative emotions. You must control my chakra. If this continues, you will transform into a monster. Do you hear me, you little brat?" Perhaps the Ninetales' exhortations had some effect, as a flicker of clarity crossed Tai's originally crimson eyes. "I never expected you to actually care about me." Tai gritted his teeth and uttered the words, subsequently exerting himself to the utmost to harness the surging chakra within him. "Be honest with me." With Tai's furious roar, the tumultuous chakra gradually subsided. With a hum, a golden cloak of chakra enveloped his entire being. Success. Tai gazed at his resplendent golden arm. But before he could revel in his joy, the golden chakra cloak abruptly dimmed as if it had lost its energy. When it reemerged, it appeared exceedingly unstable, swirling around Tai like wisps of smoke. What could be the reason for this? Tai gazed in astonishment at the transformation occurring within the chakra cloak. A change that felt oddly familiar. After a moment of contemplation, a sudden realization struck him. This was reminiscent of Naruto's semi-gold body mode from episode 515 of the series. At that time, Tai had been filled with excitement watching Naruto's transformation, never imagining he would find himself in a similar state. The term semi-gold body mode was coined by netizens. Technically, it should be referred to as the semi-Ninetales chakra mode, resulting from Naruto's insufficient control over the Ninetales chakra. While this mode was significantly more powerful than a berserk state, it paled in comparison to the complete Ninetales chakra mode. Nevertheless, Tai felt a sense of contentment. Even the semi-Ninetales chakra mode, at this moment, served as a formidable trump card, provided he did not provoke Nagato or Uchiha Madara. Unbeknownst to Tai, the Ninetales remained oblivious to his thoughts, as the bond between man and beast had yet to reach true understanding and mutual connection. Outside of their spiritual domain, neither could perceive the other's sentiments. After a moment of reflection, the Ninetales reached a conclusion. Although it was merely fleeting, you have indeed succeeded. You now possess my chakra. The current state may stem from a deficiency of chakra, as I possess less than 1/10,000th of my original power. Upon hearing the Ninetales' explanation, Tai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Are you being facetious? Your 1/10,000th of chakra constitutes 100-fold of mine. How is that insufficient? However, humans cannot be compared to tailed beasts except for that eccentric named Hashirama. Don't even mention that guy. Just thinking of him infuriates me. Were it not for him, I wouldn't have been sealed away. The Ninetales erupted in anger at the mention of Hashirama's name. In its lifetime, it harbored a profound disdain for two individuals. Uchiha Madara topped the list, followed closely by Senja Hashirama. The Ninetales was often overpowered, much like a chick being grasped by their overwhelming strength. So infuriating. I detest those who lack a sense of boundaries. With a chuckle, Tai decided to shift the focus. Let us not dwell on that any longer. I wish to test my current strength. In response to the Ninetales' frustrated outburst, Tai felt a surge of joy, realizing that the Ninetales was rather easy to provoke, likely because he understood its vulnerabilities. Yet, the most pressing matter now was to assess the strength of his present state and discover just how powerful he had become. Tai assumed a poised stance and, with a swift motion, vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, golden silhouettes began to flicker around him, appearing and disappearing in rapid succession. How astonishing! His speed in full motion has surpassed that of an ordinary teleportation technique. Tai swiftly navigated through the forest, his rapid pace causing a triumphant smile to grace his face. In the semi-golden body mode, his physical strength had significantly augmented, allowing him to change direction effortlessly during his high-speed maneuvers, something that would have been unthinkable under ordinary circumstances. The immense force he exerted could easily fracture fragile ankles, yet now, he felt no concern whatsoever. Now, it was time to test the potency of ninjutsu. Tai came to a halt, his hands forming intricate seals. Wind release, vacuum sphere. He inhaled deeply, his chest swelling with air, and then forcefully exhaled. A barrage of wind-infused chakra projectiles obliterated the 2-meter-wide tree before him, reducing it to mere dust in an instant. Tai gazed in astonishment at the scattered wood shavings before him. This is astonishingly powerful, far exceeding the strength of my own chakra by at least tenfold. The disdainful voice of the Ninetales echoed in Tai's mind. What does this signify? It is merely our first connection. Thus, the chakra remains unstable. Once the connection is perfected, both ninjutsu and physical enhancements will see further elevation. Does this imply that I still have a chance at becoming a tailed beast? What man does not dream of piloting a Gundam? Although it is said that one cannot operate a proper Gundam without the Sharingan, even piloting a tailed beast form would suffice. That is out of the question. I have already stated that my current chakra is too limited. Unless you release me from Kushina's body, only then could you achieve complete tailed beast transformation. The Ninetales' voice carried a hint of temptation. Do you take me for a fool? I cannot even perform the sealing technique. How could I possibly free you? Besides, how could I ever bring myself to harm Kushina? Tai remained impervious to the suggestions put forth by the Ninetales. Simultaneously, the half-golden body mode was dispelled, and as Tai gazed at his restored hands, the emptiness within him rendered him profoundly uncomfortable. How could such a brief period lead to its termination? Ninetales, you are quite lacking, aren't you, you little mutt? Upon hearing the term little mutt, the Ninetales was instantly provoked, erupting in a torrent of curses directed at Tai. You scoundrel! I am a fox, not a dog. You little brat! If you dare utter such words again, do not expect my assistance any longer. All right, I apologize. I shall never speak thus again. Now, esteemed Lord Kurama, may I inquire why the duration of the golden body mode is so fleeting? Fool! How many times must I repeat myself? Firstly, the connection is imperfect. Secondly, there is insufficient chakra. However, even with a flawless connection, the golden body mode can only be sustained for 30 minutes if engaged in intense combat. The duration will be even shorter. Thus, the golden body mode must be regarded merely as a trump card. The Ninetales reiterated with evident impatience. Understanding dawned upon Tai. Thus, he resolved to wait until his chakra was fully replenished before continuing his practice, aspiring to master this mode at the very least. The Ninetales remained silent, and Tai interpreted this as tacit approval. Half an hour later, the innocent forest once again fell prey to Tai's devastation. Chapter 77, The Bandit Suppression Mission. In the days that followed, Tai diligently practiced the half-golden body mode in secrecy, aided by the sensory abilities of the Ninetales, which ensured he remained undetected. However, the surrounding woods of Konoha suffered greatly under Tai's relentless onslaught, primarily due to his fear of being discovered, prompting him to strike swiftly and relocate frequently. During this period, Tai not only became proficient in the half-golden body mode, but also successfully developed the wind release, Rasengan. Furthermore, with no shortage of chakra, his shadow clones multiplied, leading to significant advancements in his swordsmanship, chakra control, and the application of ninjutsu. Nevertheless, Tai found himself confronting a bottleneck in his swordsmanship. Despite his relentless efforts, he could not achieve further improvement. Just when Tai was at a loss, the Ninetales offered a suggestion. Although Tai's swordsmanship was fundamentally sound with the assistance of shadow clones, what he lacked was the aura of lethality. A blade that has never tasted blood, no matter how formidable, remains merely ostentatious. Tai also believed that the Ninetales had a point, since his arrival in the present. He had never encountered blood. Even during the mission in the Kingdom of Lulon, he had merely battled puppets. Upon identifying the root of the issue, Tai resolved to temporarily halt his training, opting instead to take a life or two to hone his skills and witness the sight of blood. With that in mind, he decided to check the mission board for any available tasks. After tidying up at home and equipping himself, Tai made his way to the mission board. The hall was bustling with numerous ninjas, each typically accompanied by a senior ninja and 3 lower-ranked ones, yet Tai stood alone. The arrival of Tai captured the attention of many. For his tender age and the presence of the Konoha forehead protector signified that he was a prodigy who had graduated early. Consequently, the crowd was quite intrigued by Tai's identity. Approaching the task assignment window, he was greeted by a charming young lady. "Hello, I would like to request a mission," he said. The petite stature of Tai elicited a sense of astonishment from the young lady. However, the headband adorning Tai's brow unmistakably attested to his identity as a ninja. After her initial surprise, the young lady promptly and courteously inquired, "Greetings. May I ask what level of mission you wish to undertake?" "A C-level mission. Preferably one involving the eradication of bandits," came the response. Tai's words momentarily stunned the young lady. However, her excellent work ethic swiftly brought her back to reality. She rummaged through her belongings and unearthed 3 scrolls. These contained 3 missions aimed at eliminating bandits, 2 of which were located within the borders of the Land of Fire, while the other was in the Land of Soup. Nevertheless, she advised against selecting the mission in the Land of Soup, as the client had mentioned the potential presence of ninjas among the mountain bandits, rendering the difficulty of this task variable, should one encounter a ninja. The challenge would escalate to AB rank. The young lady then elaborated on the other 2 missions, which, on the whole, were deemed quite safe. The tasks within the Land of Fire primarily involved ordinary bandits, with those possessing chakra control being exceedingly rare. And the likelihood of encountering anyone skilled in ninjutsu was even less probable, making them comparatively safer. On the surface, Tai feigned contemplation. Yet he was actually communicating with the 9 tails within him. "Kaibai, which mission do you think I should undertake?" The 9 tails responded with disdain. "What is there to ponder over such trivial tasks? With my presence, even an S-rank mission poses no challenge." Taichi found himself at a loss for words. Wasn't this supposed to be an opportunity for self-improvement? Relying on others, could he truly cultivate his own growth? Observing that QB offered no valuable advice, Taichi compared the 3 tasks before him. The 2 tasks in the Land of Fire presented no difference in difficulty, merely varying distances. Conversely, the task in the Land of Hot Water, while more challenging, promised greater rewards. Furthermore, aside from Lulon, Taichi had yet to explore other nations. And the renowned hot springs of the Land of Hot Water were enticing, along with the prospect of meeting delightful older sisters. As for the potential ninjas in the Land of Hot Water, as long as they were not from the great ninja villages, he felt little trepidation, particularly with his ace in the hole being the half-gold body mode. After careful contemplation, Taichi resolved to accept the task from the Land of Hot Water. "Excuse me. I wish to take on the task from the Land of Hot Water," he stated. The young lady, expecting him to choose one of the simpler tasks from the Land of Fire, was taken aback by his unexpected decision to pursue the uncertain task from the Land of Hot Water. "Very well. May I have your team leader collect the task scroll?" she inquired. I do not have a team leader. Can this task not be accepted individually?" Taichi responded, surprising the young lady, who hadn't anticipated that a mere genin would lack a squad. "This is not permissible. A genin wishing to undertake a C-rank task must be accompanied by a ninja of chunin rank or higher." Tai was taken aback, realizing how he had overlooked this matter. In the Hidden Leaf Village, a genin could only undertake D-rank missions, and such tasks necessitated a team of 3 to embark on C-rank missions or higher. The presence of a chunin or above as a leader was imperative. As Tai stood there, bewildered, the young lady retrieved all 3 scrolls. "If you do not have a chunin or higher to guide you, I recommend you consider taking on D-rank missions. I have several easy D-rank tasks available. Would you care to take a look?" "No, thank you, that's quite all right." Taichi, upon realizing the futility of accepting any assignments, contemplated the prospect of becoming a bounty hunter instead. However, the search for a suitable location in the bustling exchange of gold proved to be quite challenging. The series had offered no definitive guidance, and the only vivid memory Taichi held was of the restroom where Kakuzo had exchanged currency for land, though the precise location eluded him. As he pondered this, Taichi was about to depart when a hand rested on his shoulder. "Taichi, what brings you here?" A familiar voice resonated. Taichi looked up to find Kakashi standing before him. "Kakashi, what brings you here as well?" Taichi inquired. Kakashi rolled his eyes, casting Taichi a look of mild exasperation. "Of course, I am here to accept a mission. Am I to believe you think I came merely for a meal? Have you gone astray, Kakashi? Now you resort to banter." Taichi retorted, his frustration palpable. Disregarding Taichi's vexation, Kakashi responded with a teasing tone. "You are here to accept a mission too, I presume? Let me guess, you find yourself unable to secure a higher-level task, and thus plan to slink away in defeat? How could you possibly know?" Taichi replied, "But what of it? Aren't you also relegated to undertaking only menial assignments?" Although Tai was taken aback, he quickly retorted, considering their identical statuses. Kakashi cast a glance at Tai before approaching the young lady and saying, "Hello, may I see the task that the previous individual was interested in?" Certainly, she replied promptly, retrieving the task scroll from the land of soup. Kakashi took it, perusing its contents carefully before addressing her. I shall accept this task. Without a moment's hesitation, the young lady began processing the necessary paperwork for Kakashi. May I inquire who will be participating in the execution of this task? She asked. Kakashi responded, Ch Nin, Hataki Kakashi, Jinin, Yagami Tai. Wait a moment, could you take me along as well? Chapter 78. The three-person team Tai was still astonished that Kakashi could accept a mission when a sudden voice drew both of their attentions. They turned to see that the speaker was none other than Hinata Riku. Oh, Rika, what brings you here? Tai exclaimed. Staring in surprise at the Hinata clan member before him, Kakashi was equally taken aback. Rika had graduated early as well. However, given Riku's esteemed lineage, he would typically be accompanied by a designated ninja from his clan to undertake missions. Why then did he choose to join their team? Seemingly sensing Kakashi's thoughts, Riku explained. Indeed, my family arranged for a guiding ninja, but I believe it is far more beneficial for me to train independently. Remaining under the protective wings of my clan will not facilitate my growth. Upon hearing the words of the dear man, Tai felt a sense of pretentiousness. It seemed he desired what was not wanted. May I then join your ranks? The dear man gazed intently at Kakashi. Kakashi nodded gently and turned to the young lady, saying, with the addition of the Genin, Hyuga Riku, that will suffice. The young lady swiftly completed the registration, and Kakashi, holding the mission scroll, departed with the two. Do you two require any preparations? Kakashi inquired of Tai and Riku. Tai first shook his head, indicating that he had come prepared to undertake the mission. Lulon also expressed his readiness to depart at any moment. The destination for this mission is the land of hot water. As the captain of this mission team, do you have any objections? None. Both Tai and Lulon are merely Genin, making it entirely reasonable for Kakashi, a Chunin, to assume the role of leader. Tai was indifferent to who would assume the role of the captain. The primary objective of this mission was to shed blood, accompanied by the prospect of earning a modest sum. Conversely, the dear man sought to hone his skills, free from the influence of his family. Observing the lack of dissent between the two, Kakashi promptly declared, let us depart. The trio swiftly advanced toward the land of soup. As dusk descended, after a long day of arduous travel, they resolved to rest before continuing their journey the following day. Throughout their trek, the three had exchanged not a single word. The dear man remained taciturn, uttering not a syllable, while Kakashi was solely focused on the path ahead. Tai yearned to initiate conversation, yet neither of the others engaged. Seeking companionship, he attempted to converse with the Ninetails, only to find that the creature was intent on cultivating its sage techniques and paid Tai no heed. Tai was not one to engage in trivial disputes, for this matter held immense significance. The only means to confront those celestial beings, aside from physical prowess, was through the mastery of mystical arts. Thus, Tai wholeheartedly supported the idea of the Ninetails cultivating such powers. Who would refuse the opportunity to enhance their strength with ease? As for his own pursuit of mystical arts, that would have to wait until he resolved matters concerning his swordsmanship. The trio soon discovered a pristine location, where they sat in a circle, refraining from lighting a fire. Although they were within the Fire Nation, they were not far from the border, and caution was necessary to avoid detection by any infiltrators. The atmosphere remained heavy with silence, as Kakashi and Rika consumed their military rations with water. Unable to bear the tension any longer, Tai broke the silence. What is the matter with you two? Why have you been silent throughout our journey? Kakashi and Riku exchanged a glance with Tai before instinctively lowering their heads once more. Upon witnessing this scene, Tai was rendered speechless. What on earth was happening? Perhaps it would be prudent for everyone to familiarize themselves with one another to prevent any mishaps during their mission. The two individuals simultaneously lifted their gazes towards Tai, their expression unmistakably indicating that he should speak first. Kakashi was equally curious about Tai's true capabilities, as the erasure of memories regarding the Lulon mission left him unable to assess Tai's genuine strength. Likewise, Ruin was intrigued, eager to determine whether Tai, as one of his designated challengers, possessed any real prowess. Faced with their expectant stares, Tai, albeit reluctantly, took the initiative to speak, though he withheld certain secrets. I am Yagami Tai. I am proficient in wind and fire release, possess a modicum of swordsmanship, shadow clone technique, Rasengan, and the summoning technique, Gate of Hell. That is all. Is that it? Kakashi and Ruin exchanged glances, both aware that Tai was certainly concealing something, yet neither felt inclined to press further. Well, I have completed my introduction. Now, Ruin, it is your turn. Now, Ruin found himself under the scrutiny of both individuals. He was not one to be shy. I am Hyuga Ruin, adept in taijutsu, gentle fist, and the 8 trigrams 64 palms, although I can currently only execute 32 palms. Additionally, I possess the Byakugan. Upon hearing Ruin's self-introduction, Kakashi ceased his rambling. I am Hataki Kakashi, skilled in taijutsu and possessing a smattering of various elemental ninjutsu. Ruin had witnessed Kakashi's strength firsthand. More than a year had elapsed since then, and Kakashi's abilities had undoubtedly progressed. After listening to their introductions, Tai felt utterly bemused. Each was briefer than the last, yet they seemed to criticize him for his reticence. Following this round of self-introductions, the atmosphere among the three lightened, and they began to engage in casual conversation. After some time, Tai finally understood why the two had been so taciturn throughout their journey. Kakashi had developed a habit of silence over the past year of missions, communicating only when necessary to conserve energy and avoid detection by enemies or attracting the attention of strangers. Ruin's reason, however, was rather amusing. He simply did not know how to approach Kakashi. Having previously suffered defeat at Kakashi's hands, Ruin had yet to challenge him again before Kakashi graduated early. Now, having finally graduated himself, he found Kakashi had already advanced to Chunin status. Adding to his woes, his family disapproved of his request for independent training, leading to a rift between them. Consequently, he struggled to secure missions on his own and ultimately relied on Kakashi's missions for work, which contributed to his gloomy demeanor throughout the journey. Tai burst into laughter without restraint. Ruin's face flushed crimson, mistakenly believing Tai was mocking him. What are you laughing at? Tai leaned closer to Ruin, wrapping an arm around his shoulders. I thought you were burdened by some heavy thoughts, but it seems you were merely quarreling with your family. In truth, it matters little. Had I been born into a clan like the Hyuga, I would have long since surrendered to fate. Ruin looked at Tai with disdain. The life within a prominent family is not as idyllic as you imagine. In such households, surrendering is not an option. One must incessantly strive and contend to escape the shackles of a predetermined destiny. You must belong to the main branch. Considering you awakened your Byakugan at the tender age of 4, surely, no one could control your fate, could they? At this juncture, Kakashi also expressed interest. Upon hearing Kakashi mention the main branch, a flicker of melancholy crossed Ruin's face. Indeed, but what difference is there between the main and branch families? Ultimately, one cannot seize their own destiny. The rot within the Hyuga clan does not stem from the system of main and branch families, but from those antiquated relics in power. One day, I shall wield this Byakugan to master my own fate. No sooner had he spoken than Ruin's Byakugan activated in response. His words evoked memories in Tai of a future where Hyuga Niji, too, spoke incessantly of fate. Though I may not know the trials you have faced, I sense you possess your own convictions. Should you ever require my assistance, I shall always be here for you. Ruin gazed at Tai in astonishment, while Kakashi appeared equally surprised, as if meeting Tai for the first time. However, when Kakashi caught sight of Tai's expression, he declared, "Count me in." This time, it was Tai's turn to be taken aback, astonished that Kakashi would involve himself in this predicament. Thank you both, Ruin said earnestly, bowing to Tai and Kakashi. Chapter 79, The Village of Granny Soup. After a night of recuperation, the trio of Tai set forth once more, and after half a day's journey, they finally arrived at their destination, the village of Granny Soup. At the entrance of the Yubaba village, Tai and two companions gazed upon the mist-laden settlement. Kakashi spoke. We have arrived. The task's client is here. Let us first inquire about the bandit situation. After their conversation the previous night, the dear man felt a growing camaraderie with Tai and Kakashi. Though uncertain as to why they supported him, he understood that to dismantle the ancient system of the Hyuga clan, he must cherish every ounce of strength. Although the trio appeared feeble at present, he firmly believed that one day they would grow powerful enough to confront any challenge. As they entered Yubaba village, the streets were desolate, with only a few shops daring to open their doors. It was evident that the rampant banditry had severely disrupted the villagers' lives. Observing the bleak scene before him, Kakashi lamented. The dear man concurred with Kakashi's sentiments but recognized that their immediate priority was to address the bandits. We must seek out the client first. Once the bandits are dealt with, life in Yubaba village will return to normal, he asserted. Kakashi nodded in agreement, and the trio began to gather information about Yubaba, the client of their mission. After revealing their identities as ninjas from Konoha, they swiftly obtained Yubaba's address. They arrived at a quaint establishment known as the Yubaba Hot Springs. This is the place, they concluded. The three of Tai exchanged glances before stepping inside. The hot spring house was rather desolate, devoid of any patrons, save for a captivating proprietress seated at the reception desk. Upon noticing the trio, the proprietress rose with palpable excitement and inquired, "Are you ninjas from Konoha?" Kakashi nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, we are ninjas from Konoha. May I ask if Yubaba is present here?" The proprietress immediately descended from behind the desk and approached Kakashi, declaring, "I am Yubaba." Ah? Tai gazed in astonishment at the proprietress before him, who appeared to be no older than her 30s, certainly not resembling someone from an older generation. Seemingly pleased by Tai's surprise, the proprietress, known as Granny Soup, stifled a gentle laugh. There is nothing I relish more than witnessing the look of astonishment on someone's face upon realizing I am Granny Soup. It fills me with a profound sense of accomplishment. Amidst the trio's puzzled expressions, Granny Soup continued to elucidate. Granny Soup is merely a title. The owner of the finest hot spring inn in Soup Village is referred to as Granny Soup, akin to a renowned name. It's simply an honorary designation. Following Granny Soup's explanation, the three finally grasped the situation, and the conversation turned to the matter of their mission. Granny Soup, we have come to accept your commission, however. The details provided were rather vague, and we seek to clarify the content of the task. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, the smile vanished from Granny Soup's face, replaced by a grave expression. Please, come in and let us discuss further. Tai and his companions followed Granny Tang into a room, where she graciously offered them fragrant tea before speaking slowly. The tale of the mountain bandits, she began, is one that stretches back to a time long past. Granny Tang Village was renowned during the Warring States period, flourishing far beyond its current state. Families from various clans would come to indulge in the hot springs and partake in fine wines, making it a veritable entertainment hub of the ninja world. Alas, such prosperity was not destined to last. Two devastating ninja wars inflicted severe wounds upon the land of Soup, leading to the annihilation of Soup Ninja Village and stripping the land of Soup of its capacity for warfare. In response, it turned to the entertainment industry for survival. And with the loss of the guardianship of Soup Ninjas, Granny Tang Village saw its former glory fade into memory, though the vibrancy of the past has waned. The village's hot springs remain famous, ensuring the livelihood of its residents. Most visiting ninjas come seeking relaxation, with conflicts being a rare occurrence. However, one fateful day, a band of mountain bandits seized control of the springs atop Granny Tang's mountain, robbing the hot springs of their former efficacy. Consequently, the number of travelers dwindled, and Granny Tang Village transformed into what it is today. Upon finishing her tale, Granny Tang bowed to Tai and his companions. I hope that the three of you can assist in ridding Granny Tang Village of these bandits. Your valor will be forever remembered by the village. The three of them exchanged glances, each discerning the mutual perplexity reflected in the other's eyes. What connection could there possibly be between a hot spring business and the spring water from the mountains? And what, pray tell, are the unique properties of that hot spring? Tai took the initiative to voice his doubts. After a moment of hesitation, Granny Tang ultimately decided to be honest and disclose the truth. How old do you think I am now? Tai gazed upon the alluring figure of Granny Tang. Over 30? Granny Tang shook her head, indicating, in reality, I'm already 67 years old. The three of them were utterly astonished. Tai could not sense any chakra emanating from Granny Tsunade, which effectively eliminated the possibility that she practiced the Yin Seal. Furthermore, at this stage, only Tsunade possessed mastery over the forbidden techniques of Konoha. Additionally, considering her physique and age, this Granny Tsunade could not possibly be Tsunade herself. The most plausible explanation for her youthful appearance was the special hot springs. Granny Tsunade did not allow their astonishment to linger for long and proceeded to elucidate, at my age, my youthful appearance is solely due to the hot springs of Tsunade Village, combined with the spring water from Mount Tsunade. When these two elements are proportioned correctly, they can delay aging, enhance physical strength, and enable rapid chakra recovery for ninjas. Granny Tsunade bowed once more, beseeching the three to rid the area of the mountain bandits, thereby restoring the village to its former tranquility. Kakashi stepped forward to assist Granny Tsunade, assuring her of his willingness to help. Overjoyed, she promptly recounted the situation concerning the bandits on Mount Tsunade to the trio, stating that as long as they could eliminate the bandits, compensation would be amply provided, supplemented by additional rewards. Declining Granny Tsunade's invitation for dinner, Kakashi expressed his desire to complete the task promptly, following the direction she indicated. Tai and the others set forth towards Mount Tsunade. After their departure, a cold smirk appeared on Granny Tsunade's face, immediately followed by the emergence of a figure clad in a black robe behind her. The raspy voice of the robed individual broke the silence. Do you believe these three children can succeed? Granny Tsunade, unfazed, replied, It matters not. Death would be preferable. Should they perish on Mount Tsunade? Do you think Konoha would refrain from sending more formidable ninjas? Among them is a child from the Hyuga clan. If he meets his end here, the Hyuga clan will not take it lightly. All we need to do is watch the spectacle unfold. The robed figure began to flatter her. Your wisdom is truly remarkable. Granny Tsunade shot him a disdainful glance. That is your folly. Cease your flattery and attend to your duties. Understood. The robed figure vanished from sight. Chapter 80, Bandits Turned Ninjas. The trio proceeded in the direction indicated by Granny Tsunade, with Tai and Kakashi leading the way, while Ruin followed closely behind. Ruin felt a sense of unease. He was convinced that something was amiss with Granny Tsunade, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Observing the two ahead, Ruin hesitated momentarily before finally speaking up. Don't you think there is something off about what Granny Tsunade said? Tai and Kakashi came to a halt, turning their gazes in unison. Indeed, there was an issue. I had presumed you were oblivious to it and was about to bring it to your attention. The duo continued to scrutinize the dear man, whose ire was ignited by their unwavering stares. Do not regard me with such idiotic eyes. I was well aware of it long ago. As the dear man's temper threatened to boil over, Tai intervened to smooth the situation. Please do not be angry. We both certainly believe you noticed it long ago. We were merely pondering the flaws in that old woman's story and not discriminating against you in any way. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Observing their playful banter, the dear man felt his intelligence insulted. Before he could erupt once more, Kakashi posed a question. Dear man, what do you think is amiss with that old woman's tale? Transitioning to the crux of the matter, the dear man regained his composure and reflected for a moment. Firstly, the story she recounted is riddled with inconsistencies. Secondly, why is there a fountain capable of halting aging so obscure in the ninja world? If such a thing truly existed, the feudal lords of every nation would have long claimed it for themselves, rather than allowing it to languish in obscurity. I suspect that this old woman harbors some dark secret. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Your analysis aligns closely with mine. However, what could this old woman's true intentions be? Tai directly interrupted the musings of the two. It seems that no conclusions can be drawn here, Since that Granny Sam wants us to go to Granny Sam Mountain, perhaps we shall uncover some clues upon our arrival. That makes sense, Rurin. We are not far from Granny Sam Mountain now. I would appreciate it if you could activate your Byakugan for reconnaissance, Kakashi instructed Rurin. Rurin nodded in acknowledgement. Byakugan, activate. The grotesque chakra pathways enveloped Rurin's Byakugan, establishing a surveillance radius of 1 kilometer. We are now entering a state of combat readiness. Rurin, report any unusual activity immediately. No problem. The trio continued their journey towards Granny Sam Mountain. In truth, Tai harbored suspicions regarding Granny Sam's identity. When one thinks of the land of hot water, the first thought is the renowned hot springs, followed closely by Haiden, a creature endowed with immortality. Haiden was a follower of the Jashin cult before his affiliation with the Akatsuki, a shadowy organization within the Naruto universe. The illustrious Kishimoto provided scant details about the Jashin cult, leaving one to gather insights solely from Haiden's fragmented utterances. The cult worshipped an evil deity, and those who believed in this deity could attain immortality. However, Haiden was the only member of the cult to appear in the Naruto series. While the Jashin cult did not vanish in Boruto, Sarutobi encountered adherents of the cult in the land of hot water. Thus, Tai speculated that Granny Sam might be affiliated with the Jashin cult, yet the specifics remained to be discovered at Granny Sam Mountain. Wait a moment, Rurin suddenly exclaimed, prompting the trio to halt. Tai drew his short blade, while Kakashi produced a kunai, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Ahead lay a chakra response, 3 signatures, likely sentinels. Judging by the chakra readings, their strength ranged from low to mid-chunin level. Kakashi exchanged a glance with Rurin, who subtly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, there is trouble. Kakashi's expression grew grave. Could mere sentinels possess the strength of chunin or above? This was no ordinary banditry. Before even reaching Granny Sam Mountain, they were already encountering ninja, elevating the mission's difficulty to a B rank. Should Jonin appear, it would undoubtedly escalate to an A rank mission, one far beyond the capabilities of these 3 young individuals. Kakashi began to seek the opinions of Tai and Rurin. Should we continue forward? If a Jonin shows up, we would be at a loss, especially since we have no idea how many ninjas are lurking on the mountain. Upon hearing this, Rurin and Tai began to deliberate. If it were solely Tai, he would remain unconcerned. He could easily escape even from a shadow-level adversary once he activated his half-gold body mode. However, with Kakashi and Rurin present, Tai could not gamble with their lives. Just as Tai contemplated retreat, Rurin spoke up. I wish to give it a try. We've traveled so far. I do not want to flee without having done anything. No, what are you thinking? If we encounter an enemy of Jonin caliber, we stand no chance. Do not risk your life for a mere mission. Tai urged. I too wish to give it a try. Kakashi interjected. Why do you feel this way? Kakashi, this behavior is quite uncharacteristic of you. Tai found Kakashi's decision utterly incomprehensible. They did not possess the same trump card as Tai, and such recklessness amounted to a disregard for their own lives. Tai, I am acutely aware that our strength is insufficient to confront a Jonin. Yet if I shy away from this minor challenge, how can I ever hope to alter my fate or that of my clan? Rurin's gaze burned intensely as he fixed it upon Tai. Tai, if you do not concur with advancing, then we shall retreat, Kakashi stated, locking eyes with Tai. A minor challenge, you say? You truly dare to utter such words? Tai sighed in resignation, feeling the weight of their fervent gazes. If it is insurmountable, then let us retreat with utmost haste. We must not act recklessly, preserving our lives is paramount. Kakashi and Rurin nodded with a smile. What shall we do about these 3 sentinels? Shall we eliminate them or circumvent their path? Tai inquired of Kakashi, for among the trio, Kakashi possessed the most extensive experience in executing missions. Eliminate them. These 3 sentinels must not be allowed to live. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they will obstruct our retreat. He stated, Dear, pinpoint the location of each individual, one for each of us. The strongest shall be entrusted to me. Kakashi's gaze was imbued with a menacing intensity. Upon receiving the command, Deer indicated the positions of the 3 targets. 12 o'clock, 860 meters, atop a tree, strength approaching that of a ch-nin. 1 o'clock, 742 meters, behind a large rock, strength of a genin. 10 o'clock, 900 meters, within the underbrush, strength of a genin. Armed with this intelligence, Kakashi swiftly allocated responsibilities. The one in the tree is mine. Deer will handle the target in the underbrush, while Tai will take care of the one behind the rock. Remember, strike swiftly and lethally, do not hesitate. The latter admonition was directed specifically at Tai, as Kakashi was aware that Tai had yet to witness bloodshed. Thus, he offered particular caution. As for Deer, there was no need for concern, as matters of this nature had long been arranged by his prominent family. Understood. They replied in unison. After the task was accomplished, they gathered around Tai as the focal point and dispersed. With a swift motion, the 3 vanished from their original positions. Chapter 81. The first time Tai did not march boldly towards the Great Stone. Instead, he adeptly utilized the trees within the forest to conceal his form, gradually approaching his intended target. Moments later, Tai found refuge behind a tree, observing the massive stone not far away. The knowledge acquired during his time at the Ninja Academy proved invaluable, facilitating his stealthy advance toward the objective. However, he found himself at a loss regarding his next course of action. His grip on the short blade was rendered slick with sweat, and his heartbeat quickened, leaving him parched and anxious. The thought of taking a life, especially that of one of his kind, sent uncontrollable shivers coursing through him. Hey, kid. Your trembling hands can barely hold the knife at this rate. You might as well head home. The profession of a ninja is not suited for you. After several days of silence, the Nine-Tails suddenly began to mock Tai. Faced with this derision, Tai yearned to retort, yet found himself at a loss for words. This was Tai's greatest flaw. As an ordinary person in his past life, he had never even slaughtered a chicken. Now, the prospect of taking a life required considerable mental fortitude. Observing Tai's silence, the Nine-Tails continued, Kid, if you do not act soon, that individual will discover your presence. Tai understood that prolonging the situation was not prudent. After several deep breaths, his gaze grew resolute. Stealthily observing, he pinpointed the target's location. In an instant, Tai appeared behind the target, employing his utmost speed. With his left hand, he covered the target's mouth to stifle any sound, while his right hand wielded a dagger that pierced through the target's neck with precision, blood gushing forth from both sides. The target began to struggle, but Tai twisted the dagger with force, causing even more blood to spray, splattering across his face, yet he remained expressionless. Moments later, the target ceased to struggle. Tai slowly withdrew the dagger and delivered another strike to the heart. Only upon confirming the target's demise did he finally relax his grip. Within Tai, the Nine-Tails observed the entire grim spectacle. Just as it was about to mock him for the gruesome nature of the act, Tai began to vomit. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The Nine-Tails laughed heartily. I thought you were formidable, yet here you are, spewing forth. Tears of laughter nearly streamed from its eyes. It's easy to jest when you're not the one experiencing it. This was my first kill. Tai retched until he could no longer produce anything. Finally, he managed to speak but was still unable to suppress the dry heaves. With a swish, Kakashi and Ruri arrived simultaneously, surveying the chaotic scene. Ruri approached the target to reconfirm the death, while Kakashi moved to Tai's side, offering him a water bottle. Tai took it and gulped down a few swigs, only to expel it violently afterward. Let it out. You'll grow accustomed to it, Kakashi reassured him, patting Tai's back. He then retrieved a handkerchief and a small vial, pouring an unknown liquid onto the cloth to assist Tai in cleaning the blood from his body. Next time you undertake a covert assassination, remember to use shuriken instead of a dagger, and refrain from such brutality. A swift cut to the throat with a shuriken will suffice. The blood will spray forward, and with a bit of caution, you can avoid becoming drenched in it. Understood, Tai replied, as Kakashi meticulously wiped away the blood, allowing Tai to regain his composure. Ruri then handed him the now-polished dagger. Though somewhat rough around the edges, he recognized that delivering the final blow was a commendable habit. Tai took the dagger, attempting to smile, yet found himself unable to do so. He had once believed that taking a life would be a simple task. However, reality proved that while the act itself might be straightforward, the psychological burden it imposed was far from easy to bear. Sensing Tai's distress, Kakashi offered words of comfort. Tai, I understand the purpose behind your undertaking this mission. You have now achieved your goal, and should you wish to leave, both of us will accompany you. Do not place excessive pressure upon yourself. Rurin nodded in agreement, recalling his own experience, although his reaction during his inaugural act of killing was not as pronounced as Tai's. He too had felt a lingering discomfort for several days, thereby empathizing deeply with Tai. Tai shook his head, declining the goodwill of the two. It is time to seize the moment. Such matters become commonplace after the initial experience. Let us proceed. Kakashi and Ryujin exchanged glances, and since Tai had spoken, they naturally would not oppose. The trio continued their ascent up the mountain, with Ryujin employing his Byakugan for reconnaissance. They remained vigilant, having previously encountered foes, heightening their alertness to the utmost. However, the journey up the mountain was eerily tranquil, with Ryujin's Byakugan revealing no threats. This provoked a sense of doubt among the three. Could it be that there were only 3 lower ninjas on this Tangpopo mountain? Unthinkable. Yet, as of now, no new adversaries had emerged, compelling them to exercise even greater caution as they approached the summit. At last, nearing the peak, Ryujin signaled for them to halt. Ryujin? Kakashi inquired softly. To Jonin. Ryujin gravely reported the intelligence revealed by his Byakugan. Kakashi and Tai widened their eyes in astonishment. The revelation was shocking. 2 Jonin appearing here simultaneously was no trivial matter. It must be noted that apart from the 5 major ninja villages, only a scant few small villages possessed Jonin. This was indeed troubling news. It suggested that their mission might involve other major ninja villages, elevating it from a B-level task to an A-level, or even an S-level mission. Kakashi regarded Ryujin solemnly. Are you certain they are Jonin? Ryujin nodded gravely. Based on the chakra signatures, they are undoubtedly at the Jonin level. However, they seem to be guarding a cave, and my Byakugan was unable to penetrate its depths. A cave impervious to the Byakugan, guarded by 2 Jonin. Could this be the spring that Tangpopo spoke of? Tai showed little concern for the 2 Jonin, though he harbored a certain intrigue regarding the cave that eluded his insight. It was a possibility. Yet the 2 Jonin were beyond our capacity to confront. Moreover, we remained uncertain whether other foes lurked in the shadows, thus I propose a retreat. Kakashi evaluated the strengths of both sides and offered his counsel. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Tai wholeheartedly concurred. It was not fear of the Jonin that gripped him. For having just taken a life, he felt invincible. Even if two more Jonin appeared while in his semi-gold form, they would surely falter. His primary concern lay with the safety of Kakashi and Rurin, who lacked the formidable Ninetales as an advantage. After a moment's contemplation, Rurin ultimately agreed to withdraw. Although he felt the mission had begun with great promise and ended in disappointment, the threat posed by the two Jonin was far too significant. Life was paramount. Once the three reached a consensus, they began to retreat quietly, wary of attracting the attention of the Jonin. "Where are you headed, little mice?" A sudden voice pierced the stillness, sending a chill down the spines of Tai and his companions. Chapter 82, Cloud Concealment? The abrupt voice alerted Kakashi to the fact that their presence had been detected. He swiftly hurled several shuriken in the direction of the voice. Clang, clang. Clang, the shuriken were effortlessly deflected. Simultaneously, the voice returned, "Little mice, such a fiery temper. Allow me to teach you a lesson." A figure materialized before Kakashi, delivering a powerful kick aimed at him. Reacting swiftly, Kakashi raised his arms to block the blow. With a resounding thud, he was sent crashing backwards until he collided with a large tree. As Kakashi was propelled away, Rurin launched an offensive against the enemy. Gentle Fist Technique, 8 trigrams 32 palms. Rurin moved like a dragon, his fist striking with the swiftness of lightning, unleashing his technique with a tempestuous ferocity. However, the enemy's eyes revealed a disdainful glimmer as they effortlessly countered every strike of the 8 trigrams 32 palms. Realizing that his efforts had been in vain and understanding the vast chasm between himself and the Jonin, Rurin finally grasped the disparity in their abilities. Tai, Rurin, we are no match for him. Run. Kakashi, having been sent flying, shouted a warning. Rasengan. The enemy's attention was momentarily drawn to Kakashi's voice, providing Tai with an opportunity to strike from behind. Just as the Rasengan seemed destined to connect, the enemy's expression remained one of contempt. With a sudden burst, the enemy vanished, leaving only a wooden stump in their wake. Substitution Technique. Tai was unable to halt in time, and the spiraling sphere struck the wooden post, instantly shattering it into splinters that scattered in all directions. Quite impressive, indeed. They managed to compel me to employ the substitution technique. A commendable display of teamwork. With one young spirit luring the enemy head-on while the other executed a stealthy ambush from behind, skillfully utilizing sound to divert my attention. For such tender ages, achieving this level of coordination is truly remarkable. That figure reappeared atop the tree, casting a lofty gaze upon the recent collaboration of the three. As Tai and the two others gathered, they finally had the opportunity to scrutinize their unknown adversary. Clad in ordinary attire, devoid of a forehead protector, and wearing a black mask that revealed only a pair of eyes, there was little information to glean from his appearance. "Who are you?" Kakashi inquired, hoping to extract some intelligence from the stranger. The masked man remained silent in response to Kakashi's question, choosing instead to appraise the trio. Byakugan? No wonder the scouts ahead failed to detect the enemy. It appears you dealt with them. Truly incompetent. However, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is remarkably valuable. I wonder if you belong to the main house or the branch family. If you're from the branch, then you are worthless. How infuriating. Your condescending gaze is truly displeasing. The masked man's demeanor incited great anger in Riku, particularly with his mention of the main and branch families. Unfazed by Riku's ire, the masked man continued to scrutinize Kakashi. "That white-haired brat, you must be from the Hatake clan, right? I've heard you're quite the formidable genius. If I were to kill you, I imagine not only would White Fang be furious, but the higher-ups of Konoha would be enraged as well." Haha. As the masked man made his disparaging remarks, Kakashi's gaze grew increasingly frigid. He understood that this was an attempt to provoke the trio into losing their composure, thus making it easier for the enemy to exploit their weaknesses. Therefore, Kakashi paid no mind to the masked man's taunts and instead pondered how to escape from him. After all, they were merely facing one enemy, while another lurked in the shadows. Noticing Kakashi's stoic demeanor, the masked man shifted his focus to Tai. However, Tai was not from a prominent family, and his technique, the Rasengan, had yet to gain renown in the ninja world alongside Minato. Consequently, the masked man found himself at a loss for words, reflecting, how is it that two geniuses brought along an ordinary person on a mission? This complicates things for me. Before the masked man could articulate his thoughts, Tai spoke up first. Kumogakure? Upon hearing this, the masked man's pupils constricted slightly, and despite his attempts to maintain composure, Tai keenly observed his reaction. "Let me guess, you're not here looking for the cult of the evil god, are you?" The masked man's expression grew more frantic, his fingers tightening around the tree trunk. His reaction further validated Tai's suspicions. It seemed that the water spoken of by Granny Tofu, which could delay aging and rapidly restore chakra, though it might not strictly be water, indeed existed, and this man was likely seeking it. The masked man's mind was in turmoil. How did this boy know? Could there be spies from Konoha in the village? Yet, if he wanted to thwart my mission, why send only 3 young ones? Are there other enemies lurking about? With these thoughts racing through his mind, the masked man tensed his body, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Upon witnessing this, Tai continued. "There won't be any issues with your Thunder Shadow, will there? How do you know?" The words of Tai caused the masked man to falter, exclaiming loudly. Although he managed to contain himself in time, Tai had already gleaned the information he sought. The third Raikage must have sustained injuries, and the only creature capable of wounding such a legendary figure, known for his unparalleled spear and shield, could only be the tailed beast of Kumogakure. The 2 tails was insufficient for such a feat, implying that the 8 tails had gone berserk. However, it was not the 8 tails that inflicted harm upon the 3rd Reikage, rather. It was a consequence of their exhausting battle, where the 3rd Reikage collapsed before unleashing his final technique, resulting in self-inflicted wounds. Thus, the scar he bore became a source of shame he was reluctant to acknowledge. With this revelation, all pieces fell into place. The 3rd Reikage was injured and unable to recover, having received word of a cult of evil deities atop Yuba Mountain, whose spring waters were said to possess immense vitality, capable of slowing the aging process. Embracing a belief in the possibility of its existence, he resolved to procure some for experimentation. Such a miraculous substance might eradicate the 3rd Reikage scar, allowing him to retain his status as the mightiest spear and shield. However, the followers of the cult were notorious for their madness, making it improbable for them to relinquish their treasures easily. Thus, it was likely that Kumogakure had engaged in combat with the cult. Nevertheless, both Kumogakure and the cult harbored unspeakable secrets, which resulted in the skirmishes being of a minor scale. In the current ninja world, such small-scale conflicts were commonplace, drawing little attention, after all. Everyone was embroiled in battles daily, with no one having the leisure to focus on others. Moreover, the ninjas of Kumogakure had disguised themselves as wandering ninjas, bearing no insignia associated with their village. Yet, the cult could hardly match Kumogakure's prowess. Thus, they issued a commission to Konoha under the guise of Yuba, intending to shift the blame elsewhere. As Tai pondered this, he felt a sense of unreality. Wasn't it said that the cult's followers were all foolish, akin to Haydn? Or was Haydn an anomaly, with the others being astute? However, what intrigued Tai was the fact that Kumogakure had already vanquished the cult, yet had not departed. Were they still in pursuit of something desired? Chapter 83, A Formidable Foe. Tai's astute deductions left the masked man profoundly unsettled, astonishingly. He had accurately analyzed his mission without any prior intelligence. This young prodigy could not be underestimated. Kakashi and Ruri were equally astonished, for the masked man's demeanor suggested that Tai's assessments were indeed correct, prompting them to regard Tai with newfound respect. The murderous aura emanating from the masked man grew increasingly intense, and Tai, lost in contemplation, was jolted back to reality by his instinctive alarm. There was no time for distraction. Facing such an adversary demanded complete focus. It appeared that Tai had become the primary target of the masked man. In contrast to the well-born Kakashi and Ruri, Tai was merely an unremarkable commoner. The only concern was the technique known as the spiraling sphere. A direct hit would undoubtedly result in severe injury, making it exceedingly difficult to contend with the remaining trio afterward. Resolute, the masked man unleashed a flurry of shurikens, encircling Tai and his companions. Reacting swiftly to the incoming projectiles, Ruri deftly evaded, while Kakashi skillfully deflected every shuriken with his own. Simultaneously, the masked man vanished from sight, reappearing before Tai just as the latter's strength waned. With overwhelming force, he launched a devastating punch aimed squarely at Tai's face. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, Tai could only tilt his head in a desperate attempt to evade the blow. As the fist drew nearer, a flicker of fear ignited in Tai's eyes. This was the first time he had faced the specter of death. With a swift whoosh, a kunai hurtled through the air, striking the masked man's forearm with considerable force. The impact of the kunai prevented it from embedding itself, but caused the masked man's attack to veer slightly off course. Simultaneously, Tai's head turned just enough to avoid the brunt of the blow. Seizing the opportunity, Tai brandished his short blade, aiming for the masked man's right side beneath the ribs. Concurrently, Ruri charged forward, targeting a vital point on the masked man's body. Should Ruri succeed, the masked man's chakra would be disrupted, rendering the battle somewhat easier. Faced with the dual assault from Tai and Ruri, the masked man reacted with remarkable speed, grasping Tai's short blade with his left hand. He seized Tai's shoulder with his right, all while meeting Tai's astonished gaze. Channeling his strength, the masked man executed a swift rotation to the left, using Tai's momentum to hurl him directly into Ruri. The unexpected impact sent Ruri sprawling, while Tai, treated as a weapon, was left disoriented by the collision. Unconcerned with Tai's plight, the masked man, after launching Ruri, exerted force with his left hand to wrest the short blade from Tai's grasp. He aimed it straight at Tai's heart. In the face of this lethal strike, Tai, disoriented, was powerless to resist, and Ruri could only watch helplessly. In a critical moment, Kakashi descended from above, wielding a kunai in each hand, one aimed at the masked man's eye, the other targeting his grip on Tai. Kakashi did not attempt to save Tai directly. Instead, he sought to create a diversion. The masked man, though reluctant, was unwilling to perish alongside Tai. Ultimately, he relented, retracting his right hand to evade one kunai, while using his short blade to parry the other aimed at his eye. Though his attacks were thwarted, Kakashi's objective had been accomplished. In midair, he executed a precise kick to Tai's chest, propelling him away from the masked man. Concurrently, he used the other foot to push off the masked man, evading his attack, and gracefully performed a backflip to land safely on the ground. Tai, regaining consciousness amidst the tumult, rose only to discover that his dagger had fallen into the hands of his adversary. With no other option, he drew forth a kunai, fixating his fierce gaze upon the masked man. At that moment, the deer man assumed a poised stance, as the three of them formed a triangular formation, encircling the masked figure at its center. The preceding skirmish had transpired within mere seconds. The initial probing had concluded. Kakashi understood full well that in terms of physical prowess, his side held no advantage, thus their only recourse lay in the utilization of ninjutsu. Unfazed by his predicament, the masked man, positioned in the center, suddenly summoned strength in his left hand, hurling the dagger directly towards the treetops. With a swift whoosh, the blade embedded itself into the trunk of a tree, half of its length sinking into the wood, while the hilt quivered gently. Tai cast a fleeting glance at the dagger embedded in the tree. Though he longed to retrieve it, now was not the opportune moment. The masked man had discarded the blade for two reasons. Firstly, he was not adept with knives, favoring hand-to-hand combat instead. Wielding a blade would only diminish his prowess. Secondly, the dagger's composition likely contained chakra-conductive metal. Had Tai managed to channel his chakra during the abrupt skirmish, the masked man wouldn't have escaped unscathed. Thus, the blade was abandoned, neither useful to him nor to his adversaries. With the dagger discarded, the masked man reassumed his stance, his gaze shifting restlessly. The moment his eyes settled on Shikaku, Kakashi seized the opening, launching a kunai with his left hand as a feint. Kakashi surged forward in its wake. The masked man deflected the projectile with a swift motion, pivoting to engage Kakashi directly. Despite Kakashi's formidable taijutsu, he was outmatched. Within 3 exchanges, a flaw in his defense was exploited. A brutal punch to the chest sent him reeling backward with a stifled grunt. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal sphere of flame, radiating searing heat, hurtled toward the masked man. The timing was impeccable. Kakashi had just been forced from the fray, and the masked man, mid-motion, had no chance to weave hand seals. The fireball struck true, detonating with a thunderous explosion. As dust and smoke billowed, Tai rushed to Kakashi's side. "Are you all right?" Kakashi coughed weakly, shaking his head. "I managed to disperse some of the impact. Otherwise, that strike would have incapacitated me." Shikaku joined them, handing the dagger back to Tai while scanning the smoke with his Byakugan. He had retrieved the blade the moment the fireball connected. "The masked man's chakra hasn't diminished at all," Shikaku warned. Tai's expression darkened. If he truly is from Kumobikure, such resilience isn't surprising. As the dust settled, the masked man emerged, wisps of smoke curling from his scorched but largely unharmed form. "TCH. To think I'd be wounded by mere brats," he sneered, his voice laced with fury. "You've managed to anger me." Chapter 84. The Raikage Smite. A warrior of such formidable physique was nothing short of a reaper among genin. Unlike ninjutsu specialists, whose techniques could be countered, this man's sheer physical dominance rendered lower-ranked techniques nearly useless. For Tai, anything below a B-rank jutsu was futile, yet even a B-rank required seals too time-consuming to complete before the masked man closed the distance. The Rasengan remained their sole viable option. But engaging him at close range was suicidal, as the earlier clash had proven. The situation was dire, outmatched in speed, unable to pierce his defenses, and with no room to flee. Unless Tai activated his partial Jinchuriki form, though explaining that to Kakashi and Shikaku posed another dilemma. The masked man, perhaps tiring of the game or stung by his wounded pride, suddenly lunged forward. The ground shattered beneath the force of his movement, propelling him toward them at blinding speed. Too fast. Even Shikaku's Byakugan could only trace an afterimage. Crack. A sickening crunch echoed as Shikaku was sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth before he collided with a tree. "Shikaku!" Both Tai and Kakashi cried out. The masked man materialized before them, his posture unorthodox, his right arm grotesquely swollen. Tai's eyes widened in horrified recognition. Lariat. Thud. Another devastating kick sent Kakashi hurtling backward, his arms barely managing to block, yet the force shattered bone. He slammed into a tree, joining Shikaku in unconsciousness. The masked man paused at Tai's exclamation, tilting his head in amusement. To think a Konoha genin would recognize the Raikage's technique. It seems Kumo's reputation eclipses even yours, doesn't it? Huh. Tai had no time to pay attention to what the masked man was saying. His mind was in utter disarray. The individual before him was actually wielding the Raijin heat blade. Could it be that this masked man was the future 4th Raikage? Yet, why would he personally attend to such a trivial task? The 3rd Raikage was still recuperating from severe injuries, as a candidate for Raikage. Shouldn't he be managing affairs within the village? In that moment, Tai also recalled that Minato had already engaged in battle with the newly appointed AB combination. However, in Tai's memory, during the title selection, the 3rd Raikage was already marked with scars. Did this not imply that the timeline had become convoluted? With this thought, he realized that the timing of the Lulon incident had also been advanced. That event had occurred only after Kakashi's cohort had graduated. Everything was in chaos. Everything was in disarray. Tai Siyu was on the verge of burning out. Could this little butterfly possess such immense power? In less than 2 years since arriving in this world, it had already instigated such significant change. Just as Tai was lost in thought, the masked man seized the moment, not allowing Tai any further contemplation. Although the reason for Tai's stupor remained a mystery, this presented an opportune moment. The masked man lunged forward, delivering a punch aimed directly at Tai's face. If this blow landed, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Tai's head would explode like a watermelon struck by a bullet. In a flash, a golden light flickered as Tai vanished from the spot at the precipice of impact. Now, Tai was enveloped in a faint golden chakra aura, with his pupils transformed into red slits. It was the Ninetales that, at the critical moment, had taken control of Tai's body, allowing him to narrowly escape disaster. Hey, you there. Daydreaming in the midst of battle can be fatal. The voice of the Ninetales echoed in Tai's mind, pulling him back to the present reality. What had just transpired? Tai had yet to grasp the situation, pondering why he had already entered the semi-golden body mode. Do not overthink it, little spirit. The enemy is formidable. Although we possess the strength to engage in battle, this semi-golden body mode can only endure for 30 minutes. In the event of an intense confrontation, it may last nearly 10 minutes. Therefore, seize the opportunity to flee. The voice of the Ninetales echoed once more. Tai nodded gravely, realizing that it would be exceedingly challenging to defeat this individual, who bore a striking resemblance to the fourth Raikage. The only viable option seemed to be to find an opportunity to escape with Kakashi and Ruri. If this masked man truly was the fourth Raikage, it would be prudent to reserve a portion of chakra for their getaway, for the future fourth Raikage was, after all, renowned as the second fastest man in the ninja world. Oh, what kind of ninjutsu is this? The sensation of this chakra feels reminiscent of a tailed beast. Could it be that you're the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales from Konoha? The masked man gazed at Tai, who was in his half-golden mode, with surprise. Aha. I never expected that by venturing out, I would encounter a Jinchuriki from Konoha. If I capture you, the Cloud Village will possess 3 Jinchuriki, making the unification of the ninja world an entirely feasible endeavor. The masked man's excitement was palpable. You must be am I correct? Tai's sudden declaration rendered the delighted AI momentarily speechless. How did you discern my identity? He inquired, and without waiting for Tai's response, he swiftly removed his mask and the concealing garments. Before Tai stood a robust figure, characterized by light yellow hair, a light yellow goatee, and 2 golden arm rings. This distinctive appearance unequivocally confirmed the masked man's identity as none other than the future fourth Raikage, AI. Your analytical prowess is unparalleled among ninjas I have encountered. And coupled with your status as a Jinchuriki, should you accompany me back to Kumogakure, I assure you will attain a position equivalent to that of the Jinchuriki there. It is important to note that the Jinchuriki in Kumogakure is a figure of great respect, seemingly discomforted by the constraints of his attire. AI began to twist his neck and move his shoulders after shedding his garments, extending an olive branch towards Tai. It was also possible that he was merely warming up. Should Tai decline, AI would undoubtedly resort to force, for a Jinchuriki is not to be trifled with. Faced with AI's proposition, Tai felt a flicker of temptation. In contrast to the intricate machinations and disputes of Konoha, Kumogakure offered a serene refuge. However, Tai understood that even if he accepted AI's offer, AI would not spare Kakashi and Raijin. Furthermore, Raijin's injuries were severe, having taken a direct hit from a lightning release technique. Even with his arm shielding most of the impact, he could not endure for long. Thus, a swift resolution was imperative, and an opportunity to escape must be sought. Engaging in combat was futile. Even though AI had not yet reached his later formidable strength, the limited-time half-gold body mode would be no match for him. Tai first ascertained the positions of the Deer Man and Kakashi, then slightly sank his body, poised to exert force at any moment. AI also noticed Tai's subtle movement and shook his head in regret. It seems you are unwilling to return to the village with me. So I shall have no choice but to render you half-dead before bringing you back. Chapter 85, Half-Gold Body Mode vs. Lightning Release Chakra Mode, Part 1. Resolute in his decision, AI displayed no hesitation. A formidable aura erupted forth, enveloping his robust physique in a shimmering blue chakra accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. This was indeed the secret technique of the Cloud Village, Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Kid, I shall grant you one more opportunity. Come back to the village obediently. With the activation of Lightning Release Chakra Mode, AI's presence became astonishingly formidable, causing the chakra cloak enveloping Tai to ripple with intensity. Though your terms are tempting, alas, it is too late. Tai's response left AI exceedingly dissatisfied. And Yunin. Aside from the third Raikage, no one dared to refuse him. With his patience exhausted after yet another rejection, AI's heart darkened with murderous intent. Since Tai was unwilling to join Yunin, he resolved to take him back to the village, extract the Ninetales, and hand it over to the ninjas of Yunin. I'll beat you to within an inch of your life and bring you back to the village to hand the Ninetales over to others. As soon as the words left his lips, a brilliant flash of lightning enveloped AI, and he vanished from sight, hurtling towards Tai. Whoosh, whoosh. The figure of Tai vanished simultaneously. 2 silhouettes, one golden and one blue, surged toward each other at an astonishing speed. Boom. A large and a small fist collided, producing a violent sound of impact. The immense force generated by their incredible speed unleashed a ferocious shockwave that radiated outward from the epicenter of their clash. The ground shattered under the pressure of this force. As they separated after the initial strike, AI was astonished. He hadn't anticipated that this young boy could match his own prowess while in the lightning release chakra mode. On the other hand, Tai had foreseen this outcome. In his semi-golden form, both his power and speed were greatly enhanced. If he were to face the future fourth Raikage, he would surely be overwhelmed. However, AI was still far from that level. One must not be overly optimistic. This state could only be maintained for 28 minutes, and sufficient time to retreat must be preserved. The voice of the Ninetales resonated within Tai's mind. Understood. The battle reignited, with AI seizing the initiative, harnessing the extraordinary speed granted by the lightning release chakra mode. He launched another assault on Tai. AI threw a punch, swift and ferocious, the wind howling around him as his fist struck with relentless force, targeting Tai's vital points. In response to AI's fierce onslaught, Tai stood his ground, meeting the blows head-on. His small fist rained down like golden meteors. Neither side yielded, as golden and blue intertwined. Fists colliding continuously, producing a series of thunderous roars. The shockwaves from their clashes expanded ceaselessly from the two combatants, with the ground fracturing further under the unrelenting impacts. This visceral style of combat ignited AI's fervor, intensifying his assault. However, Tai's physical stamina paled in comparison to AI's formidable strength. After a relentless exchange of blows, Tai's arms began to weaken, and his attacks momentarily slowed. Though it was merely a fleeting instant, AI seized upon this brief opening with ease. Now, AI bellowed, unleashing a mighty punch imbued with the power of thunder, crashing into Tai's chest. Boom. Tai's figure was propelled backward at an astonishing speed. Two golden claws extended from his back, gripping the ground tightly, carving out deep furrows in an effort to halt his momentum. Boom. Bang. Even so, Tai crashed into a large tree, shattering it to pieces before finally colliding with a second tree, coming to a stop. Cough, cough. Tai's face flushed crimson as a golden claw gradually vanished from his chest, reintegrating into his chakra cloak. Even with the assistance of the Nine Tails, the chakra claw absorbed a significant portion of the force from that punch. Enduring a direct hit from AI was far from pleasant. Ultimately, Tai's youth and frail physique were his greatest shortcomings. Given another decade, it would likely be AI who was sent flying. However, all of this was irrelevant. What mattered most now was how to evade AI while also ensuring the safety of Kakashi and the deer person. Tai could distinctly perceive the slight fractures in the areas recently struck by AI, with similar minor fractures evident in the bones of his fingers. However, thanks to the presence of the Nine-Tails chakra, the damaged regions were mending rapidly. AI was panting heavily, exuding a white steam, a result of sweat evaporating due to his elevated body temperature. Yet, AI was not faring well either, in their high-frequency exchanges. Tai relied on the power of the Nine-Tails chakra, while AI depended entirely on the enhanced physical prowess bestowed upon him by the activation of his lightning release chakra. Were it not for his formidable physical condition, AI would not be able to withstand such a relentless barrage of attacks. After Tai was sent flying, AI did not immediately pursue him. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather because her trembling hands would not permit her to. This was not a result of fear or excitement, but rather muscle spasms caused by the high-frequency attacks. The muscles in AI's hands were incessantly twitching, and she required a moment to compose herself.